Chapter 6281 Vase the Necromancer. That sounds hard to believe. Saint Tusa slowly said after Vase shared a vague retelling of a meeting with Imon's soul. I mean, you have made so many outlandish and groundbreaking claims. A special relic, the power of death, violating fundamental taboos, it is true, though. The spiritual manifestation of Vase spoke inside the cockpit of the dormant Minerva. Everything I have said is truthful from my perspective. Sure, my understanding of reality is anything but perfect, but I have been nothing but frank to the two of you. Believe me or not, I have eventually managed to preserve a semblance of Imon Ingvar. The two ace pilots struggled to accept what Vase had done. He made so many outlandish claims that it sounded as if he had been practicing an obscure form of voodoo magic instead of anything related to rational science and technology. Even though Tusa and Casella knew enough about Vase that he possessed a certain heritage in the more mystical arts, what he had claimed to do went far beyond the usual hocus-pocus. It was difficult for people who grew up in a society of mostly rational technology to accept that Vase had suspended the process of death for another person. Seeing that the two ace pilots still couldn't accept his claims even after he had given them a sincere retelling of what had happened, Vase decided it was time for action instead of words. He raised his hands and activated a new function bestowed by the Mech designer system. A small and faint illusionary ghost appeared. A faint white corona of power surrounded the insubstantial figure. The ghost resembled Imon in his piloting suit. Both Tusa and Casella grew shocked as they immediately recognized the identity of the ghost. Is this a chosen envoy? Tusa softly gasped. He feels like Imon all right, but why is he so weak, and why does it look like there is nothing left in his head? Casella couldn't find any words to say. Her mind began to roil. A tumble of emotions racked her insides as she grew both happy at seeing Imon again, but also sad and angry at how extensively he had been reduced to such a pathetically weak state. Are you there, Imon? Do you still remember us? Tusa cautiously asked. The dull-looking ghost still remained unresponsive. Perhaps the only special aspect about him was that he was accompanied by a companion spirit, but his second personality had not only regressed in size, but also lost a lot of definition, which showed that the spirit had suffered even greater decay. It was clear that just because Vase managed to claw Imon back from the dead, that didn't mean he was able to restore the expert pilot back to his peak. I am sorry, Vase said. This is the first time I did something like this. This is new to me as well. I don't make the rules, and I don't have control over the processes. As far as I am able to ascertain, the transformation of a dead individual into a chosen envoy can't solve everything. Venerable Imon was in a very weak state when we finally formed a contract. While I managed to get to him fairly early, the problem is that he is quite weak in the greater scheme of things. A high-tier expert pilot with a companion spirit of equal strength is only able to persist for a handful of minutes after his death. This is really short, and many parts about him have already crumbled away at the start. It is impossible for anyone to fully recover from their death. Even if they come back to life somehow, they have to supplement the missing parts with substitutes. Neither Tusa nor Casella comprehended any of this soul business, but they understood that even if Imon had become a chosen envoy, so little of him had been retained that it was questionable whether he even remembered his sister. Does that mean he can never recover? Casella fearfully asked. I didn't say that, Vase said. It depends on your definition of the word recovery. Can you restore him to his exact previous state when he was alive? No. Can you rebuild his spirituality and memories in his current existential state so that he is roughly similar to his old self? That is a more realistic endeavor. You can refer to what has happened to Venerable Janzi's expert Mech. Her shield of Samar died, but I managed to rebirth the living Mech by using her remnants to create the bastion. The latter is not the former, but they are similar enough to each other that Janzi is satisfied. You can think of it as a process of reincarnation if you want. When you start a new life, you have to give up parts of yourself. Imon has lost much of himself, but his void can be refilled. The explanation struck Casella rather hard. She felt as if she had been scammed. Vase told her that he had a way to preserve Imon and maybe bring him back to life again. Yet the reality was that Vase only rescued a faint semblance of her brother. Even if he was able to return to a complete person again, the new stuff that filled the void in his soul simply couldn't match the original stuff that defined Imon as a person. To put it differently, Casella recognized that Imon the chosen envoy only resembled her brother on the surface. That did not mean he was still her brother in truth. It was as if Vase was a necromancer who only reanimated Imon's corpse as opposed to resurrecting him in full. Xianxia, the spiritual manifestation of Vase, said, "Nothing is impossible. I know it looks rather bad, but I think that Imon will slowly recover and grow stronger while he remains my chosen envoy. That doesn't necessarily mean he will become recognizable to you again. At least, I cannot do anything about his permanent pledge of loyalty to me. However, there is always a chance to make everything right again. Do you know how you can make this happen? How? Power." Vase grinned at her. "Power can make everything right. As long as you become a god pilot or even stronger, you will gain the strength to impose your own will on reality. You can also build your own power base like I have done. That will allow you to gain access to other people's talents and abilities. They can do a lot of stuff that you cannot accomplish yourself." As an ace pilot, Xianxia already understood this fundamental truth. She broke through out of a desire to resurrect her brother, though she originally envisioned that she would have to turn back time itself in order to rescue her Imon from oblivion. Now that she thought about it, the current situation was a bit more optimistic than she originally assumed, but not good enough to give her a strong sense of satisfaction. She recognized that Vase had done what he could to preserve a piece of Imon, but that a lot more had to be done in order to fulfill her greatest ambition. Her breakthrough was still necessary. Her power boost and mutation of her companion spirit were not in vain. She agreed with Vase that the best way to bring her brother back from the dead was to become a lot more powerful and gather the specialists by her side that could liberate Imon from his contract and bind his freed soul to a mortal body. Both Vase and Tusa sensed the resurgence of Xianxia's will. Now that she had gained a bit of hope, she became a lot more determined, embarking on the long and winding journey to resurrect her brother. No matter how many ancient phase whales she had fight and no matter how many distant galaxies she had to reach, she would scour the furthest reaches of the cosmos if that was what it took to return Imon to a true state of life. She would never allow him to be separated from her ever again. Her eyes burned with fighting intent as she regained her confidence of the future. The Saint Commander eventually made a short bow towards Vase. "Thank you, sir. I am truly grateful for preserving even this much of my brother. I will need time to think and formulate a new plan for myself. I will be ready to resume my duties in a week or so, barring any issues with my Minerva." Vase smiled. It looked like he succeeded in stabilizing Xianxia. Though he did not deliberately set out to do this, he also ensured that she would remain in his service and not think about defecting to other organizations anytime soon. He keenly understood the attraction of an ace commander, especially one with abilities demonstrated by Xianxia. Just the ability to temporarily upgrade a small group of ordinary mechs into pseudo-expert mechs was enough to make a lot of people mad with desire. In the following days and weeks, Xianxia would get flooded with insanely attractive recruitment offers. Even if Vase believed in the loyalty and integrity of a longtime member of the Larkinson clan, everyone could be bought. Principals were hardly unbreakable, and high-ranking mech pilots received a lot of room to break their old contracts and agreements when their explosive increase in strength led to too much disaffection. If the Red Association started to make huge concessions such as becoming the governor of Central Star Node and receiving personal tutoring from a god pilot, then Vase did not have anything to match those insane offers. This was one of the reasons why Vase chose to reveal his first chosen envoy to Xianxia. Imon had effectively become a hostage that could guarantee the Saint Commander's loyalty and compliance. She might not like this highly imperfect state of affairs, but this was the reality she had to work with. The alternative was much worse. The Arvist Lima system can remain in humanity's hands without your assistance. Tusa reassured the recently ascended ace pilot. "The heavy blow that we have inflicted with your timely breakthrough has set the Orvan assault fleets back by a lot. They won't stop their attacks, but they will probably adopt a more restrained posture for a time." Vase also spoke a few words of advice of his own. "You're a different mech commander now. You have gained a lot of power and choice. You need to figure out where you want to go from here. It is better if you formulate a systematic plan from the start than to meander forward while making ad hoc decisions on the spot. Think about what I have said earlier. The sooner you figure out what you want out of your future ace mech, the better. Whether you want to invest heavily in your commandeering ability, your enfeoffment ability or both, my wife and I will do our utmost to accommodate your chosen combat approach." That reminded Xianxia of an important issue. "Sir." "Yes, Xianxia, do you intend to upgrade my Minerva to a first-class ace command mech?" "Yes, I have already announced that to you all. Upon becoming a saint, you have gained the qualifications to participate in the battles that truly matter. The Red War is fought on 3 separate fronts, if you will. Each of them matter, but the importance of one of them is much greater than the others. It is only in the upper zones where your improved command field can serve the greatest use. Compared to empowering second-class mechs, the impact of doing the same for first-class multipurpose mechs is drastically greater. Even if the amplification effect on first-class mechs was not as drastic as Vase anticipated, it was still worth it for Casella to work with these powerful mechs. Both sides had pushed their high technology to such great heights that it had become extremely difficult for them to raise their limits further. This was why Ace commanders were so incredibly desired by the major powers. They could easily take charge of a large amount of mechs and multiply their combat power by a ridiculous extent, for free. Casella's command field was frankly wasted on the expeditionary fleet. Vase did not want her to linger in the kiddie pool anymore. She had outgrown this limited arena. However, Casella's expression made it clear that she was not willing to let go of her attachment to the troops that she had commanded and fought alongside for many years. Chapter 6282 The fault lies with himself as a mech commander. Casella Ingvar was not ignorant of the directive that ace pilots should be transferred to the premier branch after receiving their upgraded mechs. By upgrading their second-class expert mechs into first-class ace mechs, they became too powerful to fight in the middle zones. The rules imposed by the mechers and the fleeters prohibited her from exercising the power of a true first-class mech among forces that were not equipped to handle this kind of power. While these rules made sense once upon a time, Casella did not agree with them anymore. Times had changed. Rules originally used to regulate the vast territories of the human race and prevent first-raters from dominating everyone else now became a constraint that stopped Casella from serving the Larkinsons that were most in need of her services. You disagree. Vase stated the obvious. I do. I can understand your desire to continue to stay with the expeditionary fleet and command them in battle. However, you can make a much greater difference than that. Now that you have become an ace pilot, you need to see beyond the clan. As a member of human civilization, you must do your part for our society as well. I think that you are smart enough to know that your command field can make a much greater difference if you go around enhancing first-class mechs as opposed to second-class mechs. Casella scowled. I am not ignorant of that, but that does not invalidate the needs of our second-class clansmen. They deserve my protection just as much if not more. Whoever goes on to pilot your first-class mechs will already be piloting the best living mechs that you can make. Do they truly need all of that additional power? I much prefer to stay where I am and extend my protection and guidance to the second-raters whose mechs and lives are much more vulnerable. That is not the complete picture, Casella. Vase shook his head. Second-raters cannot decide the future of our clan anymore. It is our strength at the first-class level that will determine how much of the new frontier we can claim for ourselves. The premier branch is too young and underdeveloped to stand on its own right now. I am still forced to rely on the protection of the Blue Jay fleet to secure my position within human-occupied space. I need to remedy that as quickly as possible, and it is not enough to have Tusa by my side. With your help, we can amplify all of our standard first-class living mechs to a level that allows them to rival an entire first-class mech corps with only a fraction of the numbers. This will become the true foundation of our clan going forward. The benefits of being able to protect our interests without relying on outside help is much more consequential than you think. Vase resented the fact that he was still at the mercy of the Blue Jay fleet. Even though the survivalists and the transhumanists were fully on his side at the moment, who knew whether this would change in the future? Only the power base that answered to himself was reliable. Right now, the mechers could easily push him around due to his over-reliance on their protection. The balance of power in their relationship was too disadvantageous on his side. Forming a proper, first-class mech force and having Saint Tusa and Saint Casella preside over it was the best way to remedy this shortcoming. With the Dark Zephyr Mark III acting as the principal champion and the future Minerva Mark II acting as an insanely effective force multiplier, none of the first-class powers would dare to look down on the Larkinson clan anymore. I hate to say this, Casella, but I think Vase is right. Tusa said. The middle zones and the lower zones are marginal battlefields. The leading powers of both sides have refrained from investing too much of their best assets in these zones because they simply don't matter as much. The Red War will mainly be decided on whether our side can hold on to the upper zones. That is where most of the phase water and high-grade materials are found. If your intervention in the higher-level battles can help humanity secure those strategic resources, then you will not only end up helping Red humanity as a whole, but also our own clan. The Larkinsons are humans as well. Life for all of us will get a lot harder if the upper zones are lost. That was a surprisingly deep and thoughtful answer from Tusa. It showed that he had put a lot of thought on his impending transfer to the Premier Branch. He too preferred to fight alongside the more familiar Larkinsons serving in the expeditionary fleet. Yet he also recognized that he could simply do more for everyone he cared about if he was promoted to a first-class ace pilot. First Raters had always decided the course of human civilization. The Age of Dawn had changed this fundamental rule. After a long time of struggle and risk-taking, the Larkinson clan was finally ready to enter the first-class stage. That would be the moment where the clan finally became a major player in full. Instead of relying on the Mechers, fleeters and so on to keep the native aliens at bay, the Larkinsons could finally put their destiny in their own hands and become responsible for protecting their own future. Casella could not possibly deny all of these arguments. She was too smart and her rationality had not disappeared. It was exactly because of the strong logic behind these arguments that she felt so conflicted. Her sentiment towards the expeditionary fleet was too strong. To leave them during a time where the Red Tide offensive would hit the Second Raiders hard felt like dereliction of duty. The rest of the Larkinsons serving in the expeditionary fleet are not weak. Vase tried to reassure her. Sure, they can become a lot more powerful with you at the lead, but do you know what happens if you stomp on too many aliens while you make good use of your improved command field? The native aliens will just field a lot more phase fighters, warships and phase lords in order to compensate for your outsized boost. While our enemies are forced to make a much greater investment to compensate for your intervention, they have the assets and resources to do so. Your continued presence in the expeditionary fleet will just turn your troops into high-priority targets that the native aliens will love to eliminate first. Our soldiers can't withstand so much heat. You may end up doing more harm than good due to your high-profile performance. Although the theory sounded a little dubious in certain parts, Vess's logic was not entirely crooked. It was quite plausible for Casella to attract a huge amount of unwelcome attention from the Red Cabal. Unlike the humans, the native aliens did not play by the same rules. The Red Cabal had no qualms about deploying their best assets in a middle zone as long as it was worthwhile enough. If I transfer to the Premier Branch, then another Larkinson must take my place. She slowly said, in the absence of General Verl, there are no particularly strong senior commanders in the Larkinson army that can preside over the Larkinson army as a whole. The living Sentinels also deserve to be commanded by a Mech officer that stays close to them. It will take time to find replacements, and they may not be able to perform as well. Vase smiled. I am not too worried. Our clan is filled with professionals. I do not expect to have the best. As long as your replacements can do the jobs that are expected of them, then that is enough. Stability is needed above all else. Our forces in the expeditionary fleet will not be doing any better, but they shouldn't be doing much worse either. That is enough. You shouldn't coddle them all of the time. They need to have enough room to grow by themselves. Just like what General Ark has done for his Warborn. Casella spitefully shot back. The atmosphere in the cockpit of the Minerva sank after she spoke those words. Casella, Tusa began. I hold General Ark responsible for letting my brother die. The female ace pilot said. I still need to obtain the detailed logs and footage of his ill-conceived operation, but what I have heard so far already leads me to believe that Ark has taken our clan's motto too far due to his selfishness. Vase did not want to have this particular conversation, but it appeared that he could not avoid it anymore. Casella, he slowly said, mistakes have been made. I cannot deny that. However, mistakes always happen in warfare. Nobody can attain perfect results. Everyone is working with incomplete information and mistaken assumptions. You can fault General Ark's approach, but his underlying intentions are not necessarily wrong. Our clan gives every clansman an opportunity to attain greatness by letting them serve on the front lines. Venerable Imon Ingvar chose to join the 77th Warborn Mech Division and serve under General Ark. If he was truly unwilling to follow the General's orders, then he could have put in a request to transfer to another unit. Our clan would have obliged him without any hesitation. What if Ark misled my brother? What if your uncle painted a false sense of security? I don't think that General Ark is willing to stoop so low. Vase frowned. I believe that he has always been honest and upfront about the risks that he is subjecting his Warborn to. There were multiple junctions where Venerable Imon was allowed to express his doubts or unwillingness, but he did not do any of that. Instead, he actively affirmed his support for General Ark's approach. Imon was eager to attain a quick breakthrough as well. The two are the same in this regard, which is one of the reasons why they clicked so well with each other. Casella's expression sank further. What are you trying to say, Vase? Imon Ingvar knew the risks of what he was embarking on, but still proceeded anyway. In other words, he took a gamble, and lost. That is what it means to take risks. You win or you lose. Our clan would have made immense gains if Ark, Imon or any of the other expert pilots managed to break through and kick Lukoi's humongous butt. That didn't happen, and one of them had to pay the price as a consequence. This is terrible for you and the rest of us, but please do not shift all responsibility to General Ark. As imperfectly as he has handled this situation, he is not truly responsible for killing your brother. Imon ultimately paid for his own overconfidence and misfortune. That is not true, Casella denied. At least not entirely. Maybe my brother has misjudged the risks, but it is General Ark that is responsible for painting an overly optimistic picture and overestimating his own ability to lead everyone to safety. Are you trying to cover for your own blood relative, sir? Vase crossed his arms. Blood relations are irrelevant. I have always afforded equal treatment to Trueblood and adopted Larkinsons. I wouldn't have worked so hard to recruit the latter into my clan if I was against their inclusion. But I know you are angry, Casella. You can't accept that your brother died because of his own foolhardiness. You so badly want to find a villain you can lash out against. That doesn't mean you are allowed to turn anyone you deem responsible into a scapegoat. Plenty of Larkinsons have died since you became in charge of the expeditionary fleet. Have you personally investigated their causes of death and pinned other clansmen as the culprits responsible for these outcomes? You did not. That is because dying is a fact of war, and that deaths on the battlefield does not necessarily have anything to do with crime and guilt. People die in war. It is Lukoi that you should be targeting. He is the only real culprit responsible for killing your brother. Saint Tusa felt the need to pitch in as well. Casella, stop it. You are incapable of remaining impartial whenever your brother is involved. Take a step back and divorce yourself from your own emotions. If you do so, then you should know that Vase is right about this. General Ark is hardly my favorite uncle either, but nothing he has done has crossed the line as far as I can tell. Many times, soldiers die on the battlefield because they were too weak. Nothing more. Once they are at the wrong place in the wrong time, they die. Simple as that. There is no conspiracy. General Ark did not purposefully act against your brother. Once you investigate the situation for yourself and come to this conclusion, then I hope you don't try to take out your frustrations on Ark. My uncle is probably already beating himself up for letting Imon die in front of his eyes. Rationally, Casella agreed with Vase and Tusa, but she felt completely differently on an emotional level. No matter how blameless General Ark looked after the clan conducted an investigation, he would always be the chief party responsible for driving her brother to his death as far as she was concerned. This could never change. Chapter 6283 Crude Revision. The related incidents of the costly operation on Ducast 11 and Saint Commander Casella Ingvar's unexpectedly early breakthrough generated a lot of waves in the Larkinson clan. People celebrated Casella's ascension to ace pilot while at the same time mourned for her brother's passing. The Larkinsons reacted to both events with tempered attitudes. They really wanted to celebrate the rise of a third powerful ace pilot among the Larkinsons, but couldn't do so in an exuberant manner due to the passing of the very same ace pilot's brother. The clansmen all respected Casella. It would be incredibly disrespectful to organize parties like they did after Saint Tusa broke through. This left the Larkinsons in an awkward position. Casella's breakthrough was obviously one of the most positive developments so far, but the death of Imon was also one of the most negative developments of the year. Of course, most Larkinsons tended to focus a lot on the former than the latter. Losses were a fact of life in any military or martial organization. Participating in the Red War on the front lines had already resulted in many deaths among the Larkinsons. While Venerable Imon Ingvar was certainly a much bigger name on the casualty list than others, he was ultimately just a single figure, and not even an important one compared to the likes of her sister. If the Larkinsons were being really honest, they more than agreed with the premise that it was an incredibly profitable bargain to exchange Imon's life for Casella's early breakthrough. The ascension of Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson already put the Larkinson clan on the map. The rise of a powerful ace commander completely caused a lot of Mech pilots to rejoice because they could directly exert a lot more power so long as they benefited from her leadership. It was only after the Larkinson clan announced that the new Saint Commander would soon be transferred to the premier branch of the Larkinson clan that a lot of people in the Larkinson army reacted with dismay. Why bring her away from the expeditionary fleet? She has been fighting alongside us since its founding. She belongs here. I can't imagine how much weaker we'll become once she is gone. No, if Casella is no longer in charge of the living sentinels, we'll be completely reduced to the bottom of the ranking of the Mech legions. She was our only star. She made sure we gained our fair share of resources and support. Once she is gone, the avatars and the other Mech legions will definitely try to encroach on our rights. Who will they appoint to replace Casella as our general? Don't tell me they will put Legion Commander Melkor forward. He's an okay Larkinson, but he's not brilliant. What do you expect from a third-rater? There are plenty of talented people from the early days of the clan who have excelled on a bigger stage, but Commander Melkor is not one of them. Appointing someone as dull and unexceptional as him to the head of the Larkinson army goes against the principles of meritocracy of our clan. It is pure nepotism if the patriarch puts his name forward anyway. The clansmen continued to talk and gossip as they enjoyed their downtime from the latest battle in the Arvest Lima system. Just as predicted, the Orvan assault fleets declined to press the attack now that they had suffered a greater blow than usual. Wary of any further surprises from the new Saint Commander, the native alien leaders called for reinforcements and were content to sit around and wait until they managed to scrounge up a lot more phase fighters and warships. The Saint Commander did not make any further public appearances. She and her expert mech had disappeared inside the spirit of Bentheim for days on end. The reason for the absence of the Minerva was fairly clear. The mech endured a certain degree of strain due to channeling forced resonance for a time. Even if the intensity of it was not as great as it could have been, the Masterwork Command mech clearly needed a thorough round of servicing in order to ensure that the Saint Commander piloted mechanically sound machine in her subsequent battles. While the mech technicians were in the process of partially disassembling the precious machine in order to conduct in-depth maintenance tasks, they also began to perform minor modifications and replacements. Shortly after Casella broke through, both Vase and Gloriana had dug up their old design files of the original Minerva and began to apply quick and easy upgrades to the outdated expert mech. The two mech designers regarded the so-called Mark I Revision 2 version of the Minerva as a very crude stopgap design. Its sole purpose was to bridge the gap between the original Minerva and the much-anticipated Minerva Mark II that required a lot more time to design and complete. "I abhor this design," Gloriana said with an ugly frown as she looked at the projection of the I2 edition of the Minerva. "I hate you for forcing me to contribute to this abomination of an expert mech. The brand new Azure Shield generator that you have added to the back of the Minerva completely ruins her feminine contours and makes her look like an ugly hunchback. The hasty grafting of hyper-materials and additional transphasic alloys is so rough and primitive that I want to tear my eyes out. How can you still call this a masterwork mech when its utilization of technology and materials have taken a nosedive? You are just throwing money at the Minerva, only for the machine to waste 60% of it due to its incompetent design." Vase winced a bit. He knew she was completely right about the sloppy work. "Look, we have no other choice. We don't have enough time in our schedule to design a more elegant stopgap mech. Saint Casella isn't going to sit on her thumbs for an entire year while you get around to designing the Minerva Mark II. Everyone has seen her amazing performance, and they definitely want her to empower a lot of mechs again. The original Minerva is too weak and vulnerable to make it safe for Casella to show up on the battlefield again, so we have to do whatever we can to bulk up her defenses. I know it looks ugly, but it shouldn't matter so long as it does its job. Casella will only remain stuck with this edition for a year or so. You can speed up this timeline by completing the Minerva Mark II project sooner." "That is impossible, Vase. You know that. While I am almost done with collaborating with Master Benedict Cortez on upgrading the Dark Zephyr Mark III into a proper ace mech, the Amaranto Mark III project and the Riot Mark III project are major commitments. We have developed innovative and ambitious visions for both expert mechs, but that comes paired with immense research burdens. Combined with my administrative duties, I barely have enough time left to raise my children as well." As much as Gloriana held a fascination towards high-ranking mechs, she would never put her work over the time she wanted to spend with her children. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane were already spending a lot of time with their teachers, classmates and friends. Gloriana did not want her children to become distant to their parents. Vase couldn't help much either. The evolution which forced him to allocate all of his design time on rushing the Swarm project to completion. He had very little leeway to work on other mech design projects because of that. It would probably take 5 more months before he could dump his Carmen mechs onto the market and address other design priorities. You are presenting the exact arguments why we had to resort to a quick and dirty solution. Vase responded, we can either do this fast and sloppy or slow and thorough. We do not live in a fantasy reality where we can get stuff done both fast and thorough. We have to become star designers first if you want to have a more ideal outcome. The current course is the best choice out of a selection of bad options. Saint Casella will get to fight with the expeditionary fleet for at least a year during the heyday of the Red Tide offensive with an expert mech that is not cheap and running on pure Laskin tech. It was impossible to grant the Saint Commander an ace mech right away, but the design department at least had an obligation to ensure that her stopgap mech did not disgrace her identity as an ace pilot. It would be an embarrassment for the Larkinson clan and an insult to all ace pilots for sticking Casella with a second-class expert mech that was only a fraction as powerful as the Lionheart and the Dark Zephyr Mark III. Though Gloriana still did not like the Minerva Mark I Revision 2, she was not powerful enough as a mech designer to force a more favorable outcome. She made a disgusted noise before turning to leave as quickly as possible. Her sharp heels clacked against the deck as she tried to wash away the image of the projection of the ugly expert mech right away. In the end, Vase finalized the Minerva Mark I Revision 2 design and instructed the best crew on the Spirit of Bentime to carefully upgrade the expert command mech. As the Minerva was being prepared to participate in subsequent battles in the Torald Middle Zone, Saint Casella already spent a lot of time on sorting out her complex thoughts. Vase called the Saint Commander to keep her up to date on the work done to the Minerva before he began to inquire about her personal condition. How are you today, Casella? I am not ready yet. The ace pilot's willpower feebly dispersed into the surrounding air. I still cannot accept what has befallen my brother. Only the hope that I can potentially bring him back if I become powerful enough is keeping me motivated. Yet when I think about what is needed to reach this height, don't think about the vast distance that you have to traverse to reach your destination. Vase advised the woman, I mean, it is good that you have set an ambitious goal for yourself, but you can't get there by taking a few steps. You should break up your journey into smaller chunks and focus on the more immediate and attainable goals. You should focus on growing your resonance strength until you have become a peak ace pilot first before you think about anything further. As a mech commander, Casella was familiar with this management approach. She just failed to apply it to her own condition because she was too caught up in her own emotions. Saint Casella let out a sigh. You are correct, my mood is not conducive to planning for the future, but I am not being productive while I continue to mope around like this. I shall pick myself up again soon enough. I have not forgotten my duties. Hey, don't feel compelled to rush back to the battlefield. You are a soldier, but you are also a grieving sister. Arvist Lima will remain in the possession of Red Humanity for quite a while. Even if you remain absent, the remaining defenders are no slouches either. You are not shouldering the entire fate of the human race in the Red Ocean. Not yet at least. No, I will not let my grief prevent me from doing what is necessary to stop the native aliens from overrunning the 3rd Defensive Band. I will blame myself for the rest of my life if it ends up falling when I could have fought harder to keep it intact. Very well, Vase said with lingering concern in his voice. Let's move on to a more positive subject. In the process of hastily upgrading your Minerva, my wife and I have already come up with a few ideas on what your future ace mech should look like. In order to present you with a more definite proposal, you need to decide how you wish to develop and specialize your command abilities further. Have you made up your mind on what I have asked? Casella's eyes grew more intense. I did. I am ready to share my thoughts. Chapter 6284 Strong Reasoning. The new Saint Commander did not spend the days after her breakthrough mourning her brother's passing. She also put a bit of thought on imagining how she wanted to fight and lead her troops after her breakthrough. Though she admittedly did not analyze her future needs and obligations as thoroughly as she wished, she at least formed a vague impression on how she wanted to fight as an ace pilot as well as a mech commander. She took a deep breath before she directed her focused stare at Vessa's physical projection. Let me start by saying that I felt tempted to have it both ways. My commandeering ability and my recently acquired enfeoffment ability are both useful in so many ways. It is already a luxury to possess one of them, but to be able to employ both at the same time allows me to make an outsized impact on the battlefield no matter the circumstances. Yet, do you think you are trying to bite off more than you can chew if you attempt to develop in both directions at once? Vase guessed. The ace pilot nodded. I am fortunate in many ways. I started my career as an incompetent third-class mech commander, but have now become an ace commander that is on track to pilot an amazing first-class ace mech. I owe much of my success to your clan. While I may have worked hard to make the best use of the opportunities that you have provided to me, I did not break through at my early age due to my efforts alone. It is important for me to remind myself of this because I do not want to make the same mistake as General Ark and base my decisions on an overestimation of my own capabilities. Ark Larkinson may not be directly at fault for killing her brother, but it was undeniable that his mistaken confidence and optimism had created the conditions for a tragic disaster. This traumatic event clearly struck Casella hard. She resented Ark so much that she wanted to make sure she did not end up resembling her fellow command specialist in any way. Vase did not have a particularly strong preference on this matter. He was fine with any of the options. He only cared about whether Casella made the decision that fit her goals and inclinations the best. So you first ruled out double development, is that correct? Yes, sir. I do not want to be greedy. It may be possible for me to excel in both directions, but the probability that I will succeed is far smaller than if I choose a more cautious approach. As ace pilots, we are known for doing the impossible, but what far too few people realize is that the cost and effort for doing so are also impossible burdens. The more I want to break the constraints, the more they will break me in turn. I cannot responsibly undertake these risks when my ultimate goal is in jeopardy. I do not care for becoming the most powerful mech pilot or mech commander. What I care about is bringing my brother back to life. I am more interested in maximizing the success rate of subsequent breakthroughs than improving the gains of each advancement. That was a refreshingly rational take on her future. Casella clearly recognized that she already faced an uphill battle if she wanted to transcend to godhood. Becoming a god pilot was the absolute minimum required for her to find a way to revive Imon Ingvar. With that in mind, it would be stupid for her to make the challenge of traversing the road to no return even more difficult by being greedy about acquiring additional power. Trying to have it both ways would also prolong her progression. Anything could happen in the meantime that could ruin her chances of bringing her brother back to life. If she wanted to minimize the risks that could adversely affect her goal, then she needed to take matters in her own hands and break through as fast as possible. In that sense, it was far better to focus on a single specialization and commit to it as much as possible. Okay then, Vase said, which direction have you decided to commit to? Will you stick with your bread and butter, or will you try to exploit your newer capabilities? The latter, Casella said without hesitation. I have put a large amount of thought into what I want to accomplish. After much consideration, I believe that I can better accomplish my goals by specializing in enfeoffment as opposed to commandeering. Oh, what is your reasoning behind this decision? Of the two choices, I thought that it was likelier that you would choose to specialize in commandeering. It is a tried and true ability that has already proven its practicality and usefulness. It is the most fundamental expression of your command field, so the risks of developing it further should be the lowest. There are many reasons to favor enfeoffment over commandeering, sir. While your description is true, that is not the sole factor in my consideration. First, there is the issue of applicability. In order to maximize my commandeering ability, I should command forces ranging from tens of thousands of mechs to 100,000 mechs. This is my limit at the beginning of my journey as a saint. Once I grow stronger, I will be able to effectively commandeer increasingly larger quantities of mech armies. I may even be able to empower other friendly craft such as starfighters and warships. All of this may sound fantastic, and I cannot deny the attraction of leading such a vast armada, but not every battle takes place on a grand scale. I see. I understand what you are saying. Many battles occur involving just a dozen, 100 or at most 1,000 mechs. Third raters tend to field the largest mech armies because of their large population and dirt-cheap hardware. Second raters also tend to field fairly large mech armies as they are not too constrained by resource shortages. First raters are much more reluctant to field over 1,000,000 mechs in any battlefield. It takes far too much money and high-value resources to build them all, and they are needed in too many places for them to congregate in excessively large numbers. If Casella chose to develop her commandeering ability, then she would most certainly get better at leading huge mech armies. That was not to say that she could not improve her ability to empower smaller groupings of mechs, but if she did so, she would always waste a huge amount of her capacity. This was not the most efficient use of her power. It was like building a mech arena that could host millions of spectators on a rural planet. Perhaps a big tournament or event may happen every few years that would allow the Mech arena to be filled to capacity, but most of the time all of the infrastructure would remain unused as tens of thousands of regular season pass holders attended the less consequential competitive matches. The main reason to specialize in commandeering was if Casella prized the ability to effectively lead and empower huge armies. Evidently, she did not. She sounded as if she was completely fine with skipping out on becoming the next archistrategos. Commandeering may be more useful if we were still operating in the old galaxy, but the rules of war have changed in the new frontier. Casella continued to present her arguments. Quality is much more important than quantity. The importance of champions is much greater in the Age of Dawn. Everything I have read about the conditions of Messier 87 suggests that battles are solely decided by the strongest individual combatants. The large amounts of cannon fodder that fight alongside them can still make themselves useful, but it is much harder for them to defeat true powerhouses than vice versa. It is not impossible for large groups of weaker combatants to pool their energies and inflict serious blows against individual powerhouses. Vase retorted, battle networks and more recently the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem are but two possible ways for the masses to overpower the strong. I acknowledge that, but I think they are ultimately substitutes to true expert mechs and ace mechs. Enfeoffment deals with much smaller quantities of recipients, but they are useful in any scenario. When any mech gains the combat power that is equivalent to an expert mech, they have completely risen from a low-value combat asset to a high-value combat asset. These qualitative changes not only makes it much easier for my enfeoffed mechs to fight phase lords and other powerful aliens to a standstill, but also grants them the strength to massacre large amounts of weaker enemies depending on their configurations. It was much easier to punch down than the opposite. Particularly powerful combatants such as ancient phase whales, dreadnoughts, god pilots and the most terrifying the subjugation king could not be defeated by sending waves and waves of cannon fodder at them. Each of these powerhouses possessed more than enough strength to shatter weaker mechs en masse. I imagine that if we ever end up in a situation where we have to fend off a few enemy powerhouses with lots of standard mech units, a lot of good men and women will die. Vase remarked, any victory will turn into a Pyrrhic victory. We cannot afford to win our battles in this way, especially when red humanity's population is so much smaller than that of any major alien race. Casella nodded. Those are my thoughts as well. Enfeoffed mechs are much stronger, but also much better protected. The barons and higher effectively gain their own resonance shields, which is a game changer for empowered mechs. Combined with my active leadership, it is much easier for me to ensure they can fully utilize their amazing strength while also pulling them back before they are at risk of falling. These were all good arguments to invest in enfeoffment as opposed to commandeering. Though she could also imitate the archistrategos and micromanage her commandeered mechs to the same degree, she had much less to work with as the degree of empowerment for every individual machine just wouldn't be as strong. Are there any other reasons that have driven you to take this route? I have the feeling that there is still a greater motivation behind your choice. Casella slowly grinned. You are sharp, Patriarch. I do have one more important reason why I want to specialize in enfeoffment. I have strong reasons to believe that it complements best with my companion spirit's hijacking ability. A spiritual winged snake dove out of her head and made a twirl in the air. Although Eleha did not have a chance to exercise her new mental hijack ability during Casella's breakthrough event, the ace pilot was quite confident that her companion spirit was able to dominate any enemy as long as the resistance was not too great. Vase could see how this could work out well for Casella. Ah, you want to boost the success rate of Eleha's own inherent ability to the greatest extent possible by channeling as much of your willpower onto an enemy's mind and spirit as possible. Enfeoffment indeed hits individuals a lot harder than commandeering. It was the difference between utilizing a precision laser and a shotgun. The latter was more suited to damage a lot of enemy targets at the same time, but the former was vastly superior if Casella only wanted to focus on a single individual. I have a much better chance of reviving my brother if I can capture a powerful alien that possesses abilities that are unmatched by any human. Casella said, if I can save my brother by making a bargain with a god pilot or other human, then that is better. I do not want to bet on whether that is possible. It is better for me to be proactive about this, so I must develop Eleha's ability to the best extent possible. There is much greater synergy between her power and enfeoffment. That alone is enough for me to commit to this specialization. I take it that Eleha can only hijack one being at a time. The ace pilot nodded. That is true. Perhaps she can expand that limitation if she trains for it, but that goes against my intentions. It is only the most powerful alien beings that should have the capacity to restore my brother to the greatest extent possible. Their minds are much harder to subvert, so I need all of the power I can get to succeed in gaining their cooperation by force. Chapter 6285. Maximizing her value. In the end, the Saint Commander confirmed her decision to focus on developing her new enfeoffment ability. She would continue her commandeering ability as well, but she did not intend to invest too much time and effort into improving it beyond her natural growth progress. Vase completely understood her reasoning and thought that she had indeed made a rationally good choice for herself. He would have supported her to the same degree if she chose to specialize in commandeering instead, as he believed there were still ways for her to gain a lot from expanding the reach of her command field and being able to effectively command huge mech armies. There were good reasons the mech community looked up to both the Archistrategos and the Tech-Enmancer. They were both excellent in their own ways. They had chosen different paths for themselves, but managed to make them work really well. The sheer variety of god pilots and the immense diversity in their power expression basically proved that mech pilots could attain ultimate success by pursuing any development trajectory to the extreme. Perhaps certain specializations were much more difficult to progress than others, but as long as the pilots were capable enough, it was not impossible for them to make their dreams come true. The most important requirement was that Saint Commander Casella possessed a lot of motivation to work towards a defined goal. To a high-ranking mech pilot, desire was the root of progress. It was where they found the discipline and willpower to work harder and tackle greater challenges than mortals could accomplish. Now that Casella gained a permanent fixation on reviving her dead brother, Vase did not have to worry about motivation problems from her end. One of the good points about the Saint Commander was that she was not as brain-damaged as other high-ranking mech pilots. Her momentary outburst of extreme emotions hadn't seemed to distort her personality too much. In fact, as long as nobody brought up General Ark Larkinson and Venerable Imon Ingvar in a conversation, the Saint Commander acted just like her old self, if only a little more dour than before. It was a good thing that Casella had not participated in General Ark's foolish operation. If she witnessed the death of her brother with her own eyes and broke through from this trauma, then there was a decent chance that she might attack General Ark and his Lionheart right after repelling the two-phase lords. If that happened, then the Larkinson High Court would have to convene again in order to exile the new Saint Commander from the clan. That would have represented a massive loss for the Larkinsons. Casella would take her powerful abilities elsewhere and likely receive rich incentives to become retainer for the Red Association or one of the first-rate colonial superstates. This was also why Vase felt glad when he managed to convert Imon into his first chosen envoy. So long as her brother remained in his grasp, Casella would never defect from his side. Even though neither of them explicitly talked about the fact that Vase possessed a strong handle over Casella, both of them were smart enough to understand the new dynamic between them. They had become more than an employer and an employee. The unspoken reality was that from now on, the Saint Commander had little choice but stand up for his interests over that of others. Vase did not feel inclined to act like a cruel and heartless bastard who would torture Imon's damaged spirituality if Casella ever disappointed him, but the threat always existed. The Saint Commander did not want to take any chances when it came to her brother's life. She already understood that the best way for her to cope with her new situation was to align herself to the Patriarch as much as possible. If she came to agree and support all of his actions and initiatives, then the probability of conflict between them should be minimized. The less disagreement, the lower chance that Vase would do anything adverse towards Imon. To be honest, Vase wanted to speak up and tell Casella that her fears were misplaced. Vase had principles. One of them was that he would always reciprocate loyalty with good treatment. Though Venerable Imon Ingvar had lasted far too short, he still made plenty of contributions to the Larkinson clan. Vase would never deliberately harm him, especially now that the deceased expert pilot had turned into a different kind of asset. Imon may have been reduced to a terrible condition at the moment, but he was slowly beginning to recover and complete his transformation into a new form. Once Imon completed his lengthy recovery process, he would probably become a force to be reckoned with after gaining the power of a chosen envoy. The only question was whether chosen envoys like Imon could fight effectively by himself, or whether Vase needed to design a mech for him in order to fight to his full potential. Did Vase have to design a material mech for his first chosen envoy, or would he have to figure out how to design a completely spiritual mech? He didn't know. The system hadn't offered enough clarification on the matter. Vase had no choice but to wait until Imon recovered before learning whether the chosen envoy needed a mech to do his job. In any case, After Vase gained a thorough understanding of Casella's choices and intentions, he went to his wife and conveyed what he learned so that she could lay the groundwork for the Minerva Mark II project. I will make the preparations for this upgrade, but do not expect to see significant progress in the early stages. She warned Vase, as much as I am eager to tackle another Ace Mech design project right away, it wouldn't be fair to set back the completion of the Amaranto Mark III project and the Riot Mark III project. Venerable Stark and Venerable Orphan might not have broken through yet, but that does not make them any less worthy to receive new machines. You can even argue that they needed updated expert mechs more, because receiving them may be the catalyst they need to finally break through. Vase already expected as much. It's fine, I do not disagree with you. Just don't accept too many projects after we have completed upgrades of the Amaranto and the Riot. Perhaps we can begin to work on a comprehensive upgrade of the First Sword Mark III, but that is only because Kedis is already working on it by herself. Our clan truly needs the Saint Commander at her best. The sooner she can fully exercise her new strength, the better. Why the hurry, Vase? Gloriana furrowed her brows. As far as I know, hardly any progress has been made on raising a first-class mech force for the Larkinson clan. It is difficult to do so when you have not even designed a proper first-class living mech as of yet. Considering your design schedule, it should take around 2 years for you to satisfy this necessary requirement, maybe less if you are collaborating with several excellent first-class mech designers. Saint Casella is useful for more than just leading our Larkinsons in battle. Yes, I really want to pull her into the premier branch, not just to boost my own protective detail, but also to prepare for the upcoming Deep Strike expeditions, assuming that the aliens haven't derailed the Deep Strike plan. However, there is no rule that prohibits us from loaning her out to other forces. She can do a lot of good if she serves as a guest commander of a first-class mech force belonging to the Terran, Rubarthan or Mechers. Her command field is so powerful that she should be able to turn a lot of defeats and victories at some of the most important defensive nodes of the 3rd Defensive Band. His wife looked thoughtful after hearing that. That sounds plausible. Is she effectively able to commandeer and infect a large amount of non-living mechs? Is she willing to serve as a mercenary and command troops that are not her fellow Larkinsons? Don't worry, Gloriana, she will do what is best for the clan. It will take a long time for our premier branch to raise a combat-ready first-class mech force. Casella will need to exercise her abilities in actual combat if she wants to maintain a higher growth rate. She will not refuse to volunteer her services to other first-raters. This is not only a good way for her to quickly accrue combat experience as an ace commander, but also a way for her to contribute to the clan by satisfying our allies. We can even use the attraction of Casella's command field to form a new first-class coalition force modeled after the Golden Skull Alliance. That was actually a very good idea. Even as the Larkinson clan was beginning to take root in first-class society, Vase was painfully aware that the Larkinsons were not even close to matching the power of the Red Two and the first-rate colonial superstates. So long as the power difference remained so vast, it was a good idea for Vase to strengthen his relations with these major powers. All of this can wait for later. We need to complete our mech design projects first before we can bring our other plans to fruition. Gloriana said, you need to finish your secret design project as soon as possible. I need to speed up my progress on the Amaranto Mark III project and Riot Mark III project as well. As much as I am concerned about the progress of the Red Tide offensive, our responsibility as mech designers is to develop better mechs for the troops in the front lines. I agree. While I still have to meet a few other obligations, I don't intend to waste my time on any further distractions before I have completed one of the most important design projects of my life. After the two ended their conversation about work, Vase returned to his office so that he could begin his preparations on one of those aforementioned obligations. Gavin had already arrived and prepared an extensive update on one of his latest assignments. We did it, boss. It took more time than expected, but we managed to wrangle representatives from 34 of the top 50 religious organizations in the Red Ocean by membership. Just 34 out of 50. Gavin shrugged. That was the best we could do on relatively short notice. I already told you that there are faiths that are anathema to each other. Neither of them can tolerate each other's presence. If mech forces who hold opposing beliefs ever end up in the same star system, you can bet that at least one of them will hunt the other down. My team and I have received far too many claims about how a church representative will stand up and leave from the virtual meeting if another representative from an opposing religion is present at the table. We had to study the histories and relationships of all of the top 50 churches and calculate an optimal selection that will result in the least amount of conflicts. Even then, our modeling was in vain, as new and more obscure political and dogmatic disagreements has led to unexpected refusals and sudden cancellations. Vase wanted to palm his face. He had a feeling that this was just a taste of what was to come. He hadn't even met these religious nuts yet, but they were already testing his patience as well as the viability of the current plan. Give me an example. Well, there is a popular faith that believes that ancestors turn into stars, that has developed a millennia-old conflict with another faith that believes that our greatest heroes are incarnated from the very same stars. Their doctrinal beliefs are quite similar, actually. Their only major disagreement is the order in the sequence. Did you know that their churches and their affiliated states have fought 72 large-scale wars since the start of the Age of Stars? Billions have died in some of those wars, just because these superstitious dolts couldn't agree on what came first. Vase grimaced even further. He definitely did not look forward to this upcoming meeting. Chapter 6286 Old and New Religions. Vase very much deliberately chose to host a virtual meeting with the representatives of different faiths in a very sterile gunmetal gray chamber. Many dignitaries were accustomed to holding meetings in beautiful and impressive virtual vistas such as palaces, star gardens, and inside priceless monuments on old Earth. Though it would have been nice to talk in a place with a beautiful backdrop, Vase was not here to entertain the representatives. It was also far too easy to trigger these religious dignitaries by displaying a tree or putting them inside a stone structure or whatever. Though Gavin and his team had meticulously studied the preferences and requirements of every major religion invited to the meeting before setting up a detailed plan for the meeting venue, Vase only skimmed through it once before discarding it like junk. "You are missing the point of this initiative," he said. "We are not here to serve their whims. We are here to form a coalition to make their voices heard at the highest level of human civilization. They should be honored to become a part of these talks and eager to turn this coalition into a success. They aren't to raise a stink because we did not obey their imaginary rules." Gavin frowned. "With all respect, that has not been our experience, boss. Even if the representatives that we have talked to sought to test our bottom line, they still expressed their own red lines on what should or should not be allowed. Many of them will complain if they end up in a venue that is far different from what they have requested." "No, they won't." Vase firmly shook his head even as he stroked Lucky's back. The cat looked a little grumpy for remaining stuck on a boring planet for so long. Any religion that is successful enough to reach the top 50 in terms of membership and worshippers is a well-run organization. They may have plenty of fanatical and dogmatic believers among them, but these churches must also adapt to the cultures and jurisdictions of many different states if they want to expand their influence. They definitely have diplomats and relations managers among them who can handle all kinds of circumstances. We should keep it simple and neutral in order to send a message. 2 messages actually. The personal assistant tried to guess the motives. The first reason must be to show who is in charge. You want to make a power play in order to establish an immediate hierarchy in the virtual meeting. Vase nodded. "I know what these religious nuts are like. If you give them any space to express their stupid desires, they will run wild and likely say stuff that will offend the others. My plan is to adopt a tough attitude and not let anyone screw around." "Are you not afraid of driving the representatives away?" "I am expecting it. I am sure there are people who try to play clever games in order to secure greater concessions for their churches, but that is why I need to make an example out of them. It is better to drive away the worst of the bunch right at the start than to tolerate their nonsense throughout the virtual meeting. Doing this will hopefully set a firm example and keep the remaining representatives well behaved." "What is the other message that you want to convey?" "We cannot tolerate division. Unity is paramount. None of us like each other, but we must band together and pool our strength by necessity. Every church that has existed long enough has built up vendettas and hatreds against their religious rivals. I don't care about their old disagreements. They can continue to fight and kill each other for all I care. It is just that when they sit at the table of the coalition, I expect them all to bury their hatches and behave. They all need to acknowledge the basic truth that all of their existences are at stake in the Red War. If they continue to prioritize their vendettas over the basic need to unite and help Red humanity survive, then they clearly do not deserve a seat at the table." Gavin nodded in understanding. "I see. It is a good plan, but if you want to cow and deter the representatives, then you must have conditions to back up your voice. Many of these churches are not easy to deal with. You have the Diocese of New Rome, which is not only old, large and wealthy, but also boasts strong internal cohesion. Oh, the DNR may sound stuffy, but it is filled with politically savvy operators. Then you have the Seekers of the Promised Land, which is currently the most dominant strain of the most persecuted faith in human history. The SPL and its related strains have waged war at least several times with many of the other churches. Do I need to go on, Vase? I have no interest in learning about their historical conflicts. Vase decisively stated, once I go down this road, I won't be able to extricate myself from these messy disagreements. As far as I am concerned, none of the grudges preceding the Age of Dawn is relevant to us. These guys need to get over what has happened in a different galaxy and age. If they can't do so, then they at least need to settle their fights away from the coalition that I am trying to build. You cannot persuade them by appealing to logic and mutual understanding alone, boss. There is a large chance that the representatives will not listen to you at all and attempt to diminish your authority. You will need greater muscle if you want to command all of their attention. My suggestion is to approach a handful of the larger churches in advance and negotiate deals with them in private. So long as they make a firm declaration to back you up during the virtual meeting, you have already won half the battle as far as I am concerned. Vase chuckled. I don't need to do that. I already have a few religions backing me up. They are not as big and influential as the DNR. Some of them can't even get anywhere close to the top 50. It shouldn't matter too much as they have their own reasons to stand out from the crowd. His personal assistant looked puzzled. You will have to explain that to me. What exactly do you intend to do during this inaugural virtual meeting? It's quite simple. After Vase briefly relayed his plan, Gavin felt ambivalent about it. There was a chance that it could work, but there was also a chance that it would backfire. Nonetheless, it was realistic enough to work, and that was enough. If that is the tone you want to set for the crucial first meeting, then I suppose you can try. It may cause a lot of division and other consequences. I can handle the consequences. Vase confidently said, the important part is to establish enough unity to form a power block in the future Red Collective. I am tired of serving as the pawn of the Red Association and other groups. I didn't ask to assume a leading position in the Red Collective, but if I have to do it, then I should play the game properly. Vase and Gavin continued to confer with each other in order to finalize their plan for the crucial meeting. Time was short, so there was not much time to engage in any thorough preparation or private negotiations. This was actually good. The less time the other groups had, the lower the chance that any of them would come up with a tricky scheme. Though Vase refused to engage in any backroom dealing with the groups he was about to meet, that did not mean that the other side adhered to the same principle. Over a dozen of them sought to contact Vase in private to forge one agreement or another. Most of those requests never got past Gavin. The personal assistant acted in his capacity as gatekeeper and kept out all of the requests and proposals that Vase did not want to hear. There was only one exception. The pantheon of modern gods was one particular church that Vase and Gavin found difficult to refuse for one very clear reason. The PMG was the largest and most dominant church that worshipped the god pilots of human civilizations as literal gods. It was fairly new in that it had only been founded during the Age of Mechs, but its membership had ballooned during those glory days as god pilot after god pilot continued to bedazzle humanity with their godlike feats. Even though the Mech Trade Association and later on the Red Association clearly discouraged the practice of worshipping god pilots to such extremes, the Mechers could not stop people who wanted to seek spiritual comfort and certainty from the only gods they knew that were real and tangible. It was precisely because there was overwhelming empirical proof of the existence and the reality-defying might of god pilots that so many people came to worship the likes of the chosen human and the first flame as bona fide gods. After all, the word God was in their job description. It shouldn't be more obvious that they were true deities that had earned people's worship. The ambivalence of the Mechers aside, the PMG had risen quickly to become one of the most influential faiths of the Age of Mechs. Its power did not wane at all after the transition to the Age of Dawn. Red humanity was forced to rely much more extensively on the protection of the few god pilots in the Red Ocean, and that drove worship of the Mighty Eight even further. All sorts of official and unofficial worship of Red humanity's god pilots had spread across every corner of human-occupied space. For whatever reason, the Red Association did not condemn and suppress these activities as much as before. This gave the pantheon of modern gods a surge of momentum, which it eagerly used to expand its influence as well as its physical holdings. Though none of the god pilots had ever stooped to get involved with the PMG, the Church implicitly used and abused its connections, to these high and mighty beings to twist deals in its favor. Vase accepted a call from the PMG because he did not know whether its backing had increased since the Great Severing. Who knew whether one of the god pilots had changed his or her stance towards the PMG and chose to back it for political purposes? Soon enough, a projection of a robed figure wearing a high ceremonial hat appeared in Vase's office. The older-looking man boasted dark skin that contrasted nicely against his white beard and ceremonial outfit. In the name of the eight that shall become more, I greet you, the son of the she-devil. You can call me by my actual name and professional title. Professor Vase Larkinson, then. I am Temple Commander Osan Jackery. The Pantheon of Modern Gods has appointed myself to act as its voice during the upcoming proceedings. I have been granted many allowances to negotiate agreements with you and others for the purpose of spreading and securing our collective faith in the divine protectors of our sacred race. That is informative, Temple Commander, but you have not told me why you insist on meeting me when it won't take long before we both sit at a virtual table. That is because my message cannot wait. My primary intention of contacting you is to inform you that you can expect to receive near full support from the Pantheon of Modern Gods. Vase blinked. That was an extremely powerful statement. He tried to guess why this was the case. He could think of a few reasons, but he was not too sure about which of them were true. Why, the office of the Destroyer of Worlds has conveyed an instruction from the Rubarthan god pilot herself. Temple Commander Jackery announced. Though we are not fortunate enough to hear her holy voice directly, we have verified the validity and sanctity of her word. We shall obey her directive without question, so long as none of the other sacred protectors contradict her will. This was a pleasant surprise, maybe. Vase was not too sure whether he should welcome this surprise. Chapter 6287 The Pantheon of Modern Gods. The Pantheon of Modern Gods was big. It had to be, because it was the religion that best fit the age of mechs. In a time where god pilots arose to spread and enforce the dominance of mechs in a post-age of conquest society, many people developed a deep desire or compulsion to worship them as literal gods. Worship of the first god pilots known to the public had already begun at the start of the age. The practice gained a lot of momentum as god pilots frequently appeared at the border of human space and regularly utilized their vast and transcendent might to beat back incursions from hostile aliens that thought that human civilization had become vulnerable due to all of the destructive infighting. While former rulers of the Milky Way galaxy were not wrong that humans had lost a huge amount of strength, they misjudged their ability to take advantage of the situation. God pilots were virtually invincible in battle. Even at that early period where the development of mechs was at a much earlier stage, the crude god mechs that existed at the time could already crush the best ace mechs of the hyper generation. That was how strong god pilots were at the time. Humans, just like any other organic race, instinctively worshipped power. Those among them that became so strong that they appeared to be completely removed from weak and unexceptional humans easily began to regard it as genuine gods. The deification only picked up steam as years went by. Not only did the god pilots become stronger as their mechs regularly received new tech, more of them also started to emerge from the mech community. The confirmation that god pilots emerged from ordinary mortals did not depress the worshippers at all. Instead, they became more enthusiastic about their beliefs because it proved that humans could continually produce more and more powerful real and tangible deities over time. The pantheon of modern gods also became known as one of the most pro-human churches. In the beliefs of many other religions, the object of worship was not necessarily human. This caused the faiths to become politically undesirable because the notion of dedicating one's life and faith to alien gods could be regarded as treason. The PMG did not have to worry about this problem at all, because every single god pilot could clearly be traced back to a human mech pilot. It was among the more politically acceptable churches that existed during the age of mechs. Combined with its uncertain and mysterious relations with one or multiple god pilots, not even the Mech Trade Association dared to crack down on it too harshly. In any case, the pantheon of modern gods only became more powerful as more and more god pilots emerged. With around 100 god pilots at the peak, it had grown into a behemoth that could easily rival the old traditional faiths with much more extensive foundations. For a church as powerful as the PMG to put its entire weight behind Vase made life a lot easier for him. He would definitely be able to act more confidently in an attempt to cow the other churches into obedience. Is it routine for god pilots such as the Destroyer of Worlds to issue orders to your pantheon? Vase curiously asked. The Templar commander shook his head. Our sacred protectors are too far removed from mortals. We would only become an unnecessary distraction to them if we bother them with our more mundane concerns. I am not privy to the full dealings of our extensive pantheon, but as far as I am aware of, it is rare for any god pilot to communicate with us directly. Perhaps a god pilot may have done so in private in the past, but I am not aware of such cases. It is therefore a remarkable event that the Destroyer of Worlds, or at least her office, has given us a clear instruction and allowed the news to spread. Many followers of the modern gods have become aware of the will of the Destroyer of Worlds. I see. I am aware that your pantheon is actually divided into many temples, each dedicated to a single god pilot. The Temple of the Destruction does not necessarily speak for the Temple of the First Flame or the Temple of the Hunt. I do not mean to question your words, but according to my admittedly shallow understanding of the PMG, I find it difficult to accept that your organization is truly prepared to support me in my attempt to form an unprecedented coalition. The temple commander who lived for over 3 centuries was not an idiot. He had to be extremely smart and competent in order to occupy his current position. He most definitely picked up Ves's underlying doubts and questions. The one aspect about Osan Jackery that Vase was uncertain about was whether the temple commander was a true believer. It might sound absurd to question the faith and piety of a man who had to be pretty high up in the hierarchy of one of the many temples, but Vase knew better than to assume that everyone in a rich and wealthy organization was truly committed to the cause they proclaimed to serve. Seeing that Vase possessed a certain degree of political acumen, Temple Commander Jackery decided to be a little more forthcoming. As you may have guessed, I come with additional motivation to inform you of the stance of our pantheon. We are currently experiencing a schism within our ranks. We have contained it as best we can in order to preserve the faith and stability of our temples, but if we continue to argue among ourselves, the pantheon that has bonded us together for so long may threaten to split. Vase raised a curious eyebrow. That sounds interesting, but what does that have to do with me? I mean, I am not a god pilot or a member of your pantheon. It is not fitting or desirable for me to get involved in your internal affairs. Temple Commander Jackery made a faint bow. We disagree. Let me ask you a question. Are you aware of which temple I have been invested in as a commander? Well, according to the Galactic Net, you are a high-ranking member of the Temple of Falsehood, the temple dedicated to Divine Oliver Rashidi, better known as the False Speaker. A god pilot who sadly remained in the Milky Way galaxy during the Great Severing. The pantheon of modern gods in the old galaxy is fortunate to be graced with the continued presence of the False Speaker, but the same cannot be said for our pantheon. The False Speaker was definitely one of the weirder and more controversial god pilots to ascend from the ranks. What would happen if a compulsive liar transcended to godhood? The result was the False Speaker. Nobody even knew where he came from. He spread multiple different retellings of his origins. In one story, he claimed to be the product of a scandalous affair between the Light of Sol, a Terran god pilot, and the Swift Hand, a Rubarthan star designer. He even claimed to be a third-class farmboy during an interview in his Saint days. One of Ves's personal favorites was the time when the False Speaker claimed to be a child between the polymath and a mysterious donor. This was clearly absurd because the polymath was younger than the False Speaker. Although no one could pin down the god pilot's exact age, many analysts and other fellow god pilots had made a reasonable estimate that he was about 40 years older than the polymath. How could the polymath possibly give birth to the False Speaker when in reality she was young enough to be his daughter? Even an idiot could recognize the impossibility of this scenario. Whatever the case, people quickly caught on that the False Speaker could not be trusted. The way he shamelessly lied about where he came from and other subjects caused him to become very controversial in human civilization. Yet despite how the Mech community ostracized him due to his extreme lack of reliability, the False Speaker stuck to his lying ways and continued to grow at a fast pace. People's attitude towards the False Speaker eventually took a drastic turn when he somehow survived his passage through the road of no return when much more honorable and deserving peak ace pilots had fallen. No matter what sort of mischief he committed during his mortal days, everything was forgiven now that he had become a powerful god pilot. Many groups that previously found the False Speaker detestable suddenly developed a newfound tolerance for his lies, which had only grown bolder and more outrageous after his ultimate breakthrough. According to the information that Vase currently had at his disposal, the False Speaker eventually teamed up with the Unbound Humanity faction of the Mech Trade Association. It seemed fitting that two troublemakers would choose to get together. Perhaps the only truthful parts about the False Speaker was that he was a god pilot and that his title was accurate. The false speaker's words were so scary that he even managed to weaponize them. His most iconic ability was to spread a lie into the ears of an alien. If the god pilot said that the alien was twice as tall, then his body would truly morph to match that height. What was worse was that if the alien spread the lie to others that matched the criteria set by the false speaker, the lie would somehow become true and cause the height of the bodies of those other aliens to double as well. Those aliens in turn could spread the lie even further, leading to an exponential spread that could eventually infect entire population groups unless hindered or if the god pilot was no longer able to sustain the expansion anymore. In other words, the false speaker's greatest weapon had become his ability to spread mimetic hazards. Vase did not know why a fellow like Osan Jackery wanted to dedicate himself to a temple that deified such a freaky god pilot. If Vase was being honest, he actually felt pleased that the temple of falsehood in the Red Ocean got screwed by the Great Severing. No good could come out of a house of worship that literally revered the biggest liar of the human race. While Vase privately celebrated the temple's misfortune, he suddenly realized a very important consequence to the pantheon of modern gods. Oh wait, the false speaker is one of the many god pilots that have remained behind in the old galaxy. It is probably difficult for your temple to justify its continued existence and worship of a god pilot that has become a lot less tangible and approachable than before. The bearing of this truth appeared to affect the temple commander a lot. Whether he was putting on a show or whether he truly felt hurt by the tragedy that had befallen his temple, Osan Jackery truly appeared sad that his temple had effectively lost its object of worship. The temple commander's expression grew pensive. That has become our new reality. The Age of Dawn has only just begun, so our temple has mostly been able to maintain its hold over the believers in the new frontier. However, the less steadfast among our believers have already begun to defect to the so-called new temples. The rate of defections will only rise once more and more people conclude that our fallen temples, though we prefer to be called old temples, are unable to reach out to the god pilots that we hold dear. And that is a problem because our old temples vastly outnumber the new temples, but the latter has gained the upper hand for obvious reasons. If we do not stop them, then the new temples will abuse their power to forcibly dissolve the fallen temples, so that they can claim anything valuable for themselves. The pantheon will become much smaller and less diverse as a consequence. I see. Vase briefly paused. As I have said before, your troubles sound fascinating, but I do not feel any inkling of desire to get involved in your schism. Why bring this up to me at all? What do you want me to do with your ongoing problem? The Temple of Falsehood would like to request a service from you. We have learned through your channels that you can essentially create gods, though you call them spirits. We would like to commission you to create a new spirit, modeled after the false speaker in order to make our faith tangible and falsifiable again. So that was what this temple commander was after. The old man was so scared of losing his comfortable place in the hierarchy that he wanted Vase to create a facsimile of a god pilot to revive his faith. The audacity of this crazy request was so enormous that Vase couldn't offer an immediate response. Just the thought of creating a spiritual product in the image of a god pilot sounded heretical from the onset. Yet, a part of Vase also grew curious. What would happen if he actually did it? Would the resulting spiritual entity gain any connection to the true god pilot 50 million light-years away? Chapter 6288 Fallen Temples. Vase entertained the proposal only briefly before he made up his mind. He usually spent a lot more time and thought on considering important proposals that came with huge implications and consequences, but the situation this time was so clear-cut to him that he declined to entertain the idea further. You are rejecting our request? Vase curtly nodded. I am not interested in arming the Temple of Falsehood or any of the other so-called temples with my spiritual creations. He told the projection of the temple commander. My decision is final. The strong determination of Vase's tone made it clear that he was not playing hard to get. He truly did not want to indulge in this request. May I inquire about the reasons why you are not open to cooperating with the old temples? Temple Commander Osan Jackery spoke in a subdued tone. There are over 90 institutions that have a demand for your services. That constitutes the vast majority of the pantheon of modern gods. You should be aware of how large and dominant we are, so we can offer you vast concessions. Wealth, soldiers, starships and even entire planets can be yours if you offer to solve our crisis of faith. The man did not hide his pleading tone, which was a very clear and obvious way to entice Vase into taking advantage of the weak negotiating position of the old temples. Vase was not fooled. It appeared that the temple commander specifically claimed the right to speak with Vase so that he could convey a more personal and self-motivated request. He bet that the new temples that were in the ascendancy did not agree with the man's scheme. "I am not for sale," Vase stated. "Not on this matter at the very least. I have many reasons to stick to my guns. First, as far as I am concerned, your pantheon is being subjected to a universal rule called the survival of the fittest. Whenever a major change in environment such as the Great Severing takes place, there will be species that will adapt to the new conditions and thrive. There will also be other species that fail to adapt to their new environments and die out. Your old temples fall in the second category. It is not a misnomer to refer to them as fallen temples in my opinion. Survival of the fittest is a natural phenomenon. The strength of the human race in any civilized race is to defy the course of nature and impose our own rules onto our society." Osan Jackery astutely retorted. Vase crossed his arms. "That is true, but there are more factors that play against your old temples. First, think about what practical use they will serve in Red Humanity. All they will do is to channel worshippers into deifying god pilots that belong to a different human polity that we are not in good terms with. In fact, as long as our two human societies remain isolated over the long run, then unification becomes impossible. We have become two separate species and civilizations by that time. Continued worship of god pilots hailing from original humanity is not only a waste of resources, but can also constitute treason. Red Humanity is much better off if the worshippers of the old temples cease their useless prayers and begin to make actual contributions to our society by praying to the god pilots who are actually on our side." The temple commander at least had the decency to agree. "You make a fair point. I am a member of an old temple, but also a citizen of Red Humanity. Please understand my desire to reconcile two different positions that used to be in harmony, but have now come into opposition. It is my hope that we can make everything right again with your assistance." "That will not happen, Jackery. I don't know those 90 god pilots at all. I have read their biographies and seen all of the cool archival footage of their performances, but that does not give me any familiarity with them. In contrast, I know each of the 8 god pilots of Red Humanity. I am even on good terms with at least 2 of them. It is in my best interest to allow the new temples to cannibalize the useless and redundant fallen temples. That includes yours. We still have much to offer to you and many others. Our research institutions alone have made many accomplishments in their attempts to replicate and reproduce the abilities of all of the god pilots in lesser forms. Much of that research and know-how will become lost or locked in vaults if the new temples take over and try to purge as many reminders of the old god pilots as possible." Purge was a scary word, but it was very much a necessary process in this case as far as Vase was concerned. In a medium-energy environment where people's thoughts and emotions could produce tangible changes to reality, Vase found it intolerable for so many ignorant people to worship god pilots that weren't even in the same galaxy cluster. Praying to a god pilot like the Chosen Human or the Beast King was as wasteful as spilling phase water into a star. All of that scarce and precious faith energy would either travel a huge distance and end up benefiting original humanity in the old galaxy, or it would just go nowhere and disperse into the environment. Instead of doing that, the members of the pantheon of modern gods could make actual contributions to Red Humanity by directing all of their faith energy to the actual god pilots that were fighting to preserve the human race in the Red Ocean. Every mode of faith energy would speed up the progression of at least some god pilots and bring them closer to reaching the speculative rank of God King pilot. Temple Commander Osan Jackery apparently remained clueless to this dynamic. This meant the man was likely not enlightened to the secrets of faith energy. Vase leaned forward and spread his arms on his desktop. "There is one more reason why I am unwilling to oblige your request. You come from the Temple of Falsehood. You and your fellow compatriots literally worship and revere the false speaker. Now, it is not my place to criticize a god pilot who has lent his strength to human civilization, but he is hardly my favorite. I don't know how much you and the other members of your old temple have taken after the false speaker, but knowing your identity, I really can't trust you to be completely sincere in your deal. I also do not want to support or facilitate a temple that treats lying as a virtue and cannot be relied upon to speak truthfully during negotiations." That caused the old man to look a bit offended for the first time. "You are severely mischaracterizing the good that the false speaker has done. He has caused many disruptions in our society due to spreading his lies, but it has also made our society more resilient towards weaponized speech. Not every lie is malignant. There are good lies as well. As long as you remain flexible with the truth, you can skillfully use words to produce a net positive outcome. The false speaker has taught us all that it is not the meaning that matters, but the intent. While Vase felt oddly supportive of these arguments, that did not change his mind about how it was a bad idea to cooperate with a literal church of falsehood. Whether it was accurate or not, Vase preferred to err on the side of caution on this matter. He did not want to take any chances, and his plans did not hinge on cooperating with this stupid church. You came here to convey the news that the Destroyer of Worlds has instructed your pantheon to back me up in the upcoming meetings related to the Red Collective. Your message has been received. Is there anything else that you wish to convey? The temple commander frowned and rubbed his sparse white beard. The man eventually made a big decision, because he looked as if he had just lifted an enormous burden off his shoulders. If I cannot persuade you to save the Church of Falsehood, then may I encourage you to put the nail in its coffin. If you, the Mech designer who has the ear of at least 2 god pilots, believe that the fallen temples must make way, then please assist us by making the ball roll. Wait, what? How could the temple commander of the Church of Falsehood go from begging for Vase to save his temple to encouraging him to stomp it to the ground? Perhaps a change of mind may come across as more natural if the man had a few days or weeks to shift his stance and beliefs, but this came way too quickly. What do you mean, Jackery? Do you actually want me to facilitate the downfall of your own temple, thereby ending most forms of worship and fascination of the false speaker? I do not reject the false speaker, nor deny his divinity. The temple commander clarified, I am merely accepting the inevitable. Without your explicit support or the support of other strong groups or personalities, there is no saving the fallen temples. Rather than resist this inevitable outcome, it is better for me and my fellow faithful to accept this shift and act accordingly. You can kickstart this process by facilitating my transfer to the Temple of Destruction. Due to the Destroyer of Worlds instruction, our pantheon already regards you as her surrogate. If you recommend me to take a position in the Temple of Destruction, then its administration will sincerely obey your request. This will be interpreted as the will of a god pilot. Once this happens, the foundation of the Temple of Falsehood and the other fallen temples will crumble. What an ambitious scheme. Vase was almost certain now that Asen Jackery was a career opportunist. Perhaps the man was being truthful in his piety towards the false speaker, but that did not interfere with his desire to obtain greater power and climb the ranks of a powerful organization. From his perspective, it made a lot of sense for him to abandon the sinking ship that was the Temple of Falsehood and set up a new home in the much more promising Temple of Destruction. Is this even allowed? Vase looked a little puzzled. Will you even be able to switch from worshipping the false speaker to revering the Destroyer of Worlds? The two are drastically different god pilots. They have little in common, and they represent entirely different concepts. The temple commander dismissively waved his arm. Our temples are united under a single pantheon because we do not necessarily reject each other's beliefs. We acknowledge the existence of multiple god pilots, and we agree that each of them deserve our faith. We only worship one god pilot each because we do not want to disrespect them, and it is not practical to follow the scriptures of multiple temples at the same time. Vase looked at the man with a more appraising expression. This conversation had taken a really interesting turn. I may be able to do what you have suggested. However, I have not heard any reasons why I should facilitate your career transfer. What do I get out of this deal? The old man confidently smiled. You stand to gain the friendship and cooperation of an insider in the rapidly expanding Temple of Destruction. I may also be able to improve my status within the greater pantheon. I can become a much more effective agent and informant to you if that is the case. I will be able to pass on news of important developments and changes. My current rank is already high enough for me to share much of the unclassified news circulating within the pantheon of modern gods. I can supply much more information in time. Chapter 6289 Religious Opportunist. In the end, Vase accepted the second proposal offered by Templar Commander Asen Jackery. As he did so, Vase had the distinct feeling of getting played. The complete switch in plan and attitude initially threw him off balance, but once he had a moment to think about it, he recalled that he was speaking to a supposed devotee to the infamous false speaker. Even a child could deduce that the words spoken by anyone from the Temple of Falsehood never appeared to be truth on the surface. When Vase decided to confront the good man on his rapid turnaround, the man sounded forthcoming. Some of the many lessons that the false speaker has taught to humanity are how to win without fighting a battle, how words have power, and how you can combine the two to gain an advantage regardless of how your audience interprets your speech. It is a habit of the higher-ranking members of the Temple of Falsehood to hedge our bets. We plan our conversation strategy and shape our words so that we can gain benefits no matter whether people think we are telling the truth or have been lying to their faces. That caused Vase to think back on his earlier conversation with the slimy temple bastard. He suddenly understood how he had been played. Osan Jackery came into this talk with a goal in mind. That was to save his own status and position within the pantheon of modern gods. He came up with two different plans. If he was able to maintain his familiar status within the Temple of Falsehood, then that was for the best. He was a consummate insider in the temple and knew much of its secrets. He also maintained an extensive network of friends, allies of convenience and other contacts. Much of this social capital would get lost if the temple no longer became viable. Since Vase had clearly expressed his objection towards the continued existence of the temple, the probability that the old temples would lose its internal war against the new temples became a lot higher. The man, who apparently held the favor of at least two god pilots, could sway many Pantheon insiders merely by expressing his stance towards the old god pilots of the Milky Way. Since the collapse of the fallen temples appeared inevitable, the soon-to-be former temple commander clearly wasn't one of the die-hard fanatics who was willing to go down with his sinking ship. His faith in the false speaker sounded genuine enough, but he did not consider it a betrayal of his principles if he shifted his service from one god pilot to another. In any case, the Templar commander tried to account for multiple possibilities by preparing an escape route before he actually met with Vase. By plotting to defect to the Temple of Destruction in the event his old temple could not maintain its existence, Osan Jackery had a much larger chance of getting ahead no matter the outcome of this talk. The only way he would stumble was if Vase took personal offense at him and complained about his conduct to the Pantheon. That would most definitely cause his status within the religious organization to plunge. Even now, Vase was not sure whether he should feel nonchalant or insulted at the fact that this shameless temple commander tried to game him. Nobody liked the feeling of being played. However, logic prevailed. So what if the temple commander executed a deliberate social strategy on Vase? A lot of other people did the same these days. When Vase ascended to a Tier 3 galactic citizen and gained universal recognition in the Red Ocean, his influence had already grown to the point where he could boost or ruin the careers of trillions of people. His words and actions had an outsized influence on the new frontier. This forced him to be more cautious and deliberate in his dealings, because he could easily end up causing more harm than good to human civilization. In a way, Vase already understood the false speaker's lessons pretty well. Words had power. Words could be used to win entire battles before they even started. After a bit of thinking, Vase returned his attention to the projection of Templar Commander Jackery. The old man successfully impressed Vase. Granted, it was not too difficult to do this. Vase was 7 times younger than the Templar commander who had already spent centuries building his career and dedicated his last few decades on climbing up the hierarchy of the Temple of Falsehood. The huge gap in life experience alone was so great that the old man could play Vase like a fiddle. That was why Vase preferred it if a man as socially capable as Jackery was on his side. The man had a lot of value, and Vase was not in the habit of letting anything useful go to waste. Since the Templar commander clearly offered his services and potentially his loyalty to Vase, then there was a basis for cooperation. It didn't matter if Osan Jackery blatantly manipulated Vase so long as the old man did not actually do anything detrimental. Jackery was definitely clever enough to avoid crossing Vase's red lines. If the Templar commander ever went too far, then Vase had no qualms about squashing this impudent fellow. That should never happen. The power difference between the two was too great. Just as Vase could never think about resisting the Red Association due to how much weaker he was compared to this mighty organization, Jackery had no chance of getting away with pissing off a benefactor that was already chummy with a pair of god pilots. Aside from that, the Larkinson clan also started to shape up into a major power in its own right. The rise of Tusa, Isabel and now Casella to sainthood finally gave Vase the muscle he needed to assert himself more confidently and throw his weight around. The higher he climbed, the more he began to morph into the elder statesman that received audiences from weaker supplicants that sought his assistance and support. Vase felt quite empowered when he realized that he had reached this junction. He was finally becoming the boss that many other people could only look up to. He finally started to gain actual agency in his life. No longer would he have to passively accept the consequences of other people's decisions. In any case, Vase did not have too many concerns about getting screwed over by the Templar commander. He just had to ensure he remained on top. There was little chance for Osan Jackery to ever grow powerful enough to pose a threat so long as he did not gain a power base, which was unlikely since he was just a mortal. For now, praying to the god pilots did not seem to benefit members of the pantheon of modern gods all that much. There was no explicit form of contract cultivation as of yet, and it may never come as certain god pilots were probably ideologically opposed to engaging in deity cultivation themselves. I will have my personal assistant transmit a missive to the Temple of Destruction that expresses my desire to have you take up a worthy position within its ranks. Vase promised the ambitious old man. I do not know how the leaders there will take it, though. They may not believe that I am acting on behalf of the destroyer of worlds. They may also doubt your sudden defection and seek to isolate you in their temple. Temple Commander Jackery responded with a confident smile. You do not have to be concerned about that, my new benefactor. I have already built up the necessary contacts and collected enough favors to ensure a smooth integration in the Temple of Destruction. I would be unworthy of my rank and renown if I cannot earn the trust of my new brothers and sisters. Vase seriously questioned whether anyone from the Temple of Destruction would be willing to extend any measure of trust towards a soon-to-be former worshipper of the false speaker, but that was his problem to solve. Okay, you can handle your own affairs. Now that you have joined my side, it is time for you to make yourself useful to me. Please share your thoughts on the current situation. I want to hear your thoughts on the formation of the Red Collective, my attempts to build a coalition of faiths and what may threaten my plans. That caused the old man to look serious and thoughtful. You are asking a lot from me. My understanding of your circumstances are extensive but also incomplete. I can only ask for your understanding if I have made any misjudgments. That's fine. You are just one of multiple sources of information that I have at my disposal. I value your opinion because you are the best insider out of the bunch. I need your inner perspective to provide clarification on details that those on the outside cannot observe. I understand. Where do I begin? Perhaps it is best to start with the Pantheon, as I am most familiar with it. As I have mentioned before, a schism is breaking out that is putting the fallen temples in opposition to the new temples. If you actively choose to intervene, this conflict can be decided before both sides can engage in any destructive fighting. The leaders of all of the temples are well aware that if they begin to fight in the open, it may completely collapse and disintegrate the Pantheon, thereby causing their overall voice and power to split. That is an outcome that no one wants to happen. What are you saying? Do not listen to what the leaders and members of the fallen temples are saying. They may sound as if they are willing to fight to the death to defend the right to worship the old god pilots, but they much prefer to make use of an escape hatch that allows them to avoid starting a mutually destructive conflict. The mere perception that a god pilot in the red ocean desires to end the worship of old god pilots is enough to allow the adherents of the fallen temples to suspend their current worship and convert their beliefs to a new god pilot without incurring any blame. Vase directed a critical look at Jackery. If this fellow was correct, then he was hardly the only opportunist of a fallen temple that was looking to jump ship. They just couldn't do so in a blatant and shameless manner. Religion was all about piety, devotion and sincerity. To switch their belief in gods as if they were swapping clothes completely tarnished the dignity of their temples. What does this mean to me in more concrete terms? Well, the rapid reduction from 100 temples to just 8 will result in a massive wave of consolidations. Every new temple will become approximately 10 times larger, wealthier and more influential. The Temple of Destruction is currently very well disposed towards you, but its usefulness to you is about to become much more significant in the near future. With my help on the inside, you may be able to assume indirect control of it. As long as its patron goddess herself does not contradict your actions, you can freely take advantage of its clout and resources. The greatest issue is that resolving the current schism will lead to temporary disruptions in the present, so you cannot take advantage of this circumstance right away. The Temple of Destruction was not an officially sanctioned subordinate organization of Divine Irene Mox. It could best be compared to a very large and powerful fan club with religious trappings. That was no reason for Vase to look down on it. Fan club or not, it held trillions of people under its sway, which included a large number of Rubarthans and other first-raters. To be able to command such a huge and powerful collection of believers was incredibly tempting. It would definitely be enough to secure Vase a strong base support in the future Red Collective. Chapter 6290 The backing of Faith. Vase had only met with Temple Commander Osan Jackery for less than an hour, and already he was beginning to scheme a silent takeover of the rapidly growing Temple of Destruction. Somehow, the old opportunist managed to infect Vase with his ambition, thereby causing both to dream about taking control of a powerful religious institution. As much as Vase wanted to take control of the Temple of Destruction right away, such maneuvers took time. The schism dividing the pantheon of modern gods had not yet been resolved. Vase needed to address his more immediate affairs first, so he eventually switched the topic back to the coalition of faiths. How can I ensure I can not only gain the cooperation of the majority of religions that have sent envoys to the meeting that I have organized, but also obtain a leading position in the coalition that I am trying to build? Well, you have already made good progress by gaining the support of the pantheon of modern gods. The Templar commander said, it is not enough to rely on its backing to dominate the meeting. As dominant as we have been during the Age of Mechs, we have already made many enemies and rivals. The Age of Dawn has reset many rules and customs, and one of them is that other faiths may experience a resurgence, particularly the old ones. They will be most opposed to surrendering control to a third party. Please clarify. According to my current understanding, every form of organized religion can roughly be divided into 3 categories. The old faiths are the religions that originate from before the Age of Stars and have managed to survive humanity's expansion into the stars and more. Many old churches have become extinct, but the ones that have managed to persist for many millennia have deep foundations, extremely stable management and leaders who excel in long-term thinking. These are the groups that have waited for more years than you know to regain their eminent status in human society. They are actually well prepared to evangelize their faith throughout every corner of human-occupied space. They only need a chance, which is why they have agreed to attend your meeting. The Terrans who boasted of preserving the oldest traditions also retained the more religious ones as well. The believers of the old faiths had never really gone away. At most, they retreated into the background and developed quietly all of this time in order to preserve their beliefs and organizations. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. I think I know what you mean by the old faiths. Whenever anyone thinks about the churches that can trace their origins to a time before the human race ascended to the stars, they think of the Diocese of New Rome, the Brothers and Sisters of the Cross, the Seekers of the Promised Land, the Neo-Crescent Faith and a few others. Each of them have very deep roots in all of the states, but most particularly in the Terran Alliance and other first-rate states. Many citizens of the Rubarthan Pact tended to be highly materialistic, which meant that they had little demand for faith. There was no question that they were powerful and influential. Each of them were also militant. They were fully capable of fielding entire mech armies staffed by true believers who were willing to fight and die for their gods. It is good that you do not underestimate them. The temple commander said, the old faiths can become an excellent ally if they submit to your leadership on this matter. Their clout and influence alone are enormous. Many smaller faiths will follow their example. You will also be able to impose your own demands on the interim leadership council with greater ease with at least 2 of the old faiths as your backers. That also implies that they can become my greatest hindrance if they stand in opposition to my goals. Vase noted, true, that is why winning them over is your greatest priority in your next meeting. Your ambitious plan to form a religious power base in the Red Collective that effectively answers to you cannot succeed unless you satisfy this condition. That sounded hard. These old faiths did not believe in god pilots that could conveniently drop by and put in a good word for Vase. He would have to win them over the old-fashioned way. So how do I do that, Jackery? By building up a base of support among the other faiths. As long as there is enough momentum behind your initiative, one of the old faiths may feel sufficiently pressured to adapt to the changing times. They will do so reluctantly, but they do not want to fall too far behind on historical trends. The old faiths have all developed enough dogmatism to retain their essence throughout the ages, but they have also built up just enough flexibility to bend and stretch whenever it is necessary. We need to play on the latter factor in order to win them over. That sounded like a difficult but doable plan. There was one problem, though. That forces me to win over a lot of other faiths, which can be just as difficult and troublesome. I believe you are underestimating this task, Professor. Let us begin with the Middle Faiths. These are all of the organized churches that have been founded during the Age of Stars, the Age of Conquest and the Age of Mechs. The pantheon of modern gods is the most prominent among them, but it is not the only to exist in this category. Their heritage and foundation may not be as great as the old gods, but they are also often regarded as more relevant and modern, for a given definition of this word. You have already secured the greatest concession by receiving the backing of the PMG in advance, but you can make your hold of the Middle Faiths stronger by gaining the support of other ones. Such as My sources indicate that you share special bonds with the rapidly resurgent Gaia Coven and Humanity First. Vase nodded. That's true. I have played a key role in making their gods more tangible and present. I do not have any past dealings with the Gaia Coven and Humanity First, but I am confident that I can gain their strong support. It was rather interesting that the temple commander allocated the GC and HF to the Middle Faiths. They had indeed for a longer time, but it was only recently that they grew from small and obscure cults into full-blown religious movements. Vase took that to mean that while they were both new to power, they possessed stronger foundations than most. That means that 3 fairly large and influential Middle Faiths are already on my side. No, wait, there is one more. I think the Eternal Vulcan Faith also falls into this category. Do I need to secure the cooperation of another? Yes, Professor. The Gaia Coven has risen to become an influential Middle Faith in the Terran Alliance, but you do not have the support of a counterpart based in the Rubarthan Pact. It would be prudent of you to remedy this. There is one obvious group that satisfies our criteria. It did not take much guessing for Vase to come up with a name. Are you talking about the Star Emperor cult? Correct. The Star Emperor cult has lost influence after the Great Severing due to getting cut off from the new Rubarth Empire, but it will likely experience a resurgence after the Rubarthan princes in our dwarf galaxy have resolved the battle for the throne. Although the proportion of secularists in the Rubarthan Pact is high, there are still enough Rubarthans who have become members of the SEC and worship one of 7 Star Emperors to exist. Once the Pact presents a legitimate successor, then the Star Emperor cult will most definitely fall under the new ruler's sway. That told him that the Star Emperor cult would likely fall into lockstep with the secular leadership of the Rubarthan Pact. The new Star Emperor or whatever replacement title the Rubarthans have chosen would effectively gain extensive control over the colonial superstate. That meant that there was little chance for Vase to win over the SEC entirely. At most, he could forge a mutually beneficial relationship with the Rubarthan cult and hope it would last long enough. I have contacts with several Rubarthan princes. Vase said, I can reach out to them and see if they can wrangle the SEC into giving me support on this matter. That sounds good, but it is better if you can obtain unequivocal support of the leading candidates for the throne. The Smokestack Prince has been the leading candidate for a long time, but the Inferno Spear Prince has recently been gaining momentum since the start of the Red Tide Offensive. That made sense. The Rubarthans would probably prefer to be led by a capable administrator who knew how to grow the economy under normal times. If the war started to get too close to home, then the need to survive trumped every other priority. The Rubarthans would rather be led by a proven warrior and champion if that was the case. I am on good terms with the Inferno Spear Prince, but I can't say the same for the Smokestack Prince. I think that may be enough so long as the latter doesn't actively oppose my initiative. That meant that there may be a chance for Vase to win over the Star Emperor cult after all. Once he secured its tentative support, Vase should have a strong enough base of support from the Middle Faiths. After the Middle Faiths come the New Faiths. These are all of the new religious organizations founded in the current age that are on the rise. Their foundations, membership figures and influence cannot be compared to the other faiths, but they may end up representing the future of our religious landscape. The Hunting Association is currently the only one that has gained enough momentum to be taken seriously. The others are mostly too small to exert enough influence. That's a problem, because I have the backing of multiple faiths that don't quite measure up to the rest. There is the Flamekeeper Church that worships Furia, the Ilvanan faith that worships Ilvane, the Creation Association that worships the same god as the Eternal Vulcan Church, and the Temple of Hexism that has come to deify the Superior Mother and the Daughter of Death. I am aware that none of them are large or powerful enough to match up to the big boys, but I wield a considerable amount of influence in each of them. In fact, I outright own the Creation Association. Does it help to bring them into the meeting? The temple commander nodded. It will help. It proves that you support the practice of religion through your actions, not just through your words. It will be much easier for you to present yourself as a sympathetic friend and ally. This credibility will play a helpful role in arguing that you should lead the coalition of faiths. The two opportunists continued to talk and discuss Ves's plan for the upcoming days. Vase truly valued the old temple commander's analysis and recommendations. The insider possessed a much more thorough grasp of this previously underexplored part of human society. Without his latest agent's valuable advice and warnings, Vase did not think it would be so easy to build a coalition of faiths. At the very least, his chances of leading the coalition would have been much less due to the unified objections of the old faiths. Now that Vase amended his original plan, he actually started to feel better about creating a power base from a lot of fractious and quarrelsome churches. Sure, all of them were filled with crazies, but as long as Vase held enough leverage over them, he should at least be able to prevent them from blowing up in his face, hopefully. Chapter 6291 Power Sharing Disputes. The much-anticipated meeting between the representatives of different faiths unfolded with a lot less drama than Vase feared. This was because he started it with a much more sound and thorough plan in mind. Of course, that did not mean that none of the representatives tried to raise a stink. One of the church officials looked outraged when he saw that Vase actually chose to host the virtual meeting in a very cold and sterile cube-shaped ship compartment. The bare metal surroundings, the flat and uncomfortable metal furniture and the complete lack of good aesthetics made it seem as if they had entered a prison instead of a stately and opulent meeting chamber. This is an insult against our church and our gods. How dare you disrespect our respected religion by refusing to accommodate a single demand on the list that we have conveyed to your office? There are no open windows or even facsimiles of one, and the lack of organic materials is an affront to our dedication to the cycle of nature. The seating arrangements are completely abominable as you seek to place us at a round table where we must sit on equal grounds with idolatrous organizations. If you think you can place me next to a heretic who believes in a single god, the projection of the shouted robed figure abruptly disappeared. The other attendees instantly figured out that the church representative did not close the connection on a voluntary basis. Well, that's that, Vase said in a deliberately casual tone as he took his seat at the round metal table. Please remember that you are here by my invitation. If you attempt to disrupt this virtual meeting or become a nuisance that adversely affects my stated goal, then I have the right to boot you out of this venue. Please act like the adults that I know you are and maintain your propriety. The other representatives did not kick up a fuss. Vase had made a strong showing from the start and proved that he was not above rejecting one of the top 50 faiths due to disrespect. Perhaps there were other representatives that thought about arguing with Vase over one thing or another, but they swallowed their objections when they clearly understood they would accomplish nothing in return. Now that everyone is seated, let us skip the introductions. You guys probably know each other already, and there is no need for me to know your names unless you give me a reason to. Now, the sole topic on the agenda is the formation of a coalition of faiths. I have already shared my plan for that with your respective organizations, so there is no need to waste everyone's time by rehashing the obvious. Before I ask whether you are willing to throw your support behind our coalition, I will give you the opportunity to ask relevant questions that may affect your decision. Please go ahead. Vase inwardly smirked. So far, so good. Establishing his authority so early on would definitely be helpful in maintaining his lead. It did not take long before one of the representatives of the old faith raised their hand. A virtual label helpfully informed Vase that the elder man wearing a black and red outfit hailed from the Diocese of New Rome. Go ahead. The man with a bright red cap on head rose to his feet and began his speech. Esteemed Professor, I shall leap past my introduction since you are not receptive to it. Our church has thoroughly studied and analyzed your proposal, but we are unable to form a judgment due to numerous holes in your plan. We request clarification on a number of subjects. One of them is the distribution of voting rights. As your coalition begins to encapsulate more and more churches, disputes and disagreements will arise. How much power will each individual church or group be able to exercise within your coalition? Is it not obvious, Cardinal? Another representative of a newer and smaller faith spoke up. Each of us deserves to have one vote each. We represent much of the diversity of beliefs of humans in the new frontier. That is completely inequitable. Our membership is hundreds of times larger than the flock of your small, regional church. We will not accept any outcome where your vote is worth just as much as ours. I see no reason to participate in this coalition if the largest faiths have all of the say. Not all of us are so insistent on spreading our beliefs far and wide. Our faith is mostly confined to individuals of the right ancestry, and we have no intention of changing in a ploy to strengthen our voice in this coalition. Good riddance, I say. We don't welcome you anyway. Your faith is so small that there is absolutely nothing you can do to promote our common cause. That is not true. Our membership is small, but we predominantly comprise first-class citizens. Our wealth alone surpasses the sum total of many of your churches. Population is important, but wealth is also a relevant criterion to determine our voting rights. A representative from the Gaia Coven stated, there are churches among us who can boast of having trillions of worshippers, but most of them compromise third-raters that do not matter on the galactic scale. It is not wise to allow them to have the same voice as an equivalent number of first-raters. I propose we determine the voting rights by counting populations adjusted for class and total assets. That is an inherently unfair counting approach. We are all humans. Our third-class brethren are no less worth their second-class and first-class cousins. We will only be repeating the mistakes of the past if we only orient ourselves to first-raters. One of the mandates of the Red Collective is to give a voice to the underserved and underprivileged. Our church fully supports this mandate and will fight against any force that seeks to deny a proper voice to the marginalized population of red humanity. A completely legitimate argument broke out about power distribution. It figured that all of these greedy faiths first wanted to increase their voice within the proposed coalition as much as possible. The troublesome part about all of this was that there was no clear solution on how to divide power between the members of the coalition. Population sounded like the obvious answer, but there were old faiths like the Seekers of the Promised Land who drew their support from very old bloodlines in the first-rate states. The SPL therefore never managed to make up a large part of the population, but possessed a disproportionately high amount of wealth and power. The SPL also happened to be highly militant. No matter the age, they always sought to invest heavily in their military forces. This not only allowed them to secure their survival throughout the ages despite making a lot of enemies, but also survive large and violent transitions. Its members had learned their lesson long ago that only absolute force could guarantee their continued survival, and they appeared to be correct. For this reason, the SPL and other similar faiths fought tooth and nail against the churches that boasted huge memberships throughout every layer of society. The Diocese of New Rome, the Brothers and Sisters of the Cross and the Pantheon of Modern Gods clearly stood to gain a huge voice based on membership numbers alone. Professor Larkinson, the representative of the SPL, finally turned to the organizer of this virtual meeting. Please dispel the delusions of these churches and tell them that quantity alone is not enough to obtain greater voting rights. Multiple representatives turned their heads towards Vase, as if they only recalled his existence at this point. As the organizer of this meeting, it was his job to guide the discussion towards an acceptable compromise. It was too bad Vase was not interested in balancing everyone's requirements and trying to make everything as fair as possible. He was driven by a substantially different agenda. Vase slowly rose up from his seat, signifying that he was about to hold an important speech. Everyone automatically fell silent. He had successfully commanded their respect, if only for the moment. Who says that you get voting rights? The representatives all looked nonplussed. It is funny to me that you are fighting so hard to gain as much control over the coalition when I never intended to give a voice to any of you. We live in a time of crisis. This is no time for debate and equitable power sharing. It is a time for bold leadership and action. Perhaps later on, we can bring the coalition to a more regular order and extend limited voices to you all, but for the time being only one voice is valid. Mine. That surprised a lot of groups. They did not expect that Vase would be so brazen about taking charge of everything. You are just one man. A representative uttered. You are a great man, but you cannot possibly represent enough of the faithful to become the sole leader and decision-maker of our collective faiths. Such a ploy contradicts the very meaning of a coalition. Vase smirked. That is where you are wrong. You mistakenly claim that I am alone, but the truth is much different. Let me show you how many faiths are already in support of my plan. More people started to stand up. They were all representatives of the groups that were willing to back him up on this matter. The representatives of relatively small or overly regional groups like the Flamekeeper Church, the Ilvanan Faith, the Creation Association and even the Temple of Hexisms did not receive much acknowledgement. Some of their groups didn't even belong in the top 50. However, the gathering of people soon began to take this show of support more seriously when the representatives of the larger churches started to stand up as well. The Gaia Coven, Humanity First, the Eternal Vulcan Church and most prominently the Pantheon of Modern Gods all stood behind Vase. These middle faiths not only possessed more serious foundations and heritages, but they possessed the backing of a lot of people, many of whom were powerful and wealthy first-raters. Temple Commander Jackery, is it true that a god pilot personally vouched for Professor Larkinson? The representative of the Pantheon of Modern God unequivocally nodded. The Destroyer of Worlds trusts him to do what is best for red humanity, and our Pantheon. That was a very strong statement of support. Even if the infamous Temple Commander exaggerated the degree of support, the other representatives could not ignore the fact that one of the real, invisible gods of red humanity effectively backed Vase. At this point, Vase already accumulated a fair amount of momentum. It was impossible for the other fractious faiths to present a widely supported rival candidate that could obtain nearly as much support. That certainly helped Ves's case, but the most stubborn old faiths still appeared reluctant to agree to surrender much of their power and subject themselves to the whims of a single mech designer. Vase needed more support, and he knew where he could get it. He first turned to the representative of the Hunting Association. Will you support my endeavors to give religious and quasi-religious organizations such as yours a proper voice in the galactic arena? We already have a seat at the highest table, the representative of the Hunting Association said. With the huntsman as our patron and the essential services we provide to our society, we do not require your coalition to represent our interests. I have accepted your invitation in order to keep up with this discussion. I am not obliged to offer my support for your appointment as our leader. The answer disappointed Vase. He was hopeful that the Huntsman Association would seek greater cooperation, but the representative was correct that it truly did not need any greater help than the support of a god pilot. Vase turned to the representative of the Star Emperor cult next. What is your opinion? The representative remained still for a few seconds until she finally rose from her seat. The Star Emperor cult is willing to extend temporary decision-making authority to Professor Larkinson. Our support is conditional and contingent on future reforms where a more sensible power-sharing arrangement comes into force. Vase smiled. The SEC already promised to back him up after he contacted a few important Rubarthans, but it was nice to hear confirmation in front of others. Unfortunately, the additional vote of support was not quite enough to persuade any of the old faiths. They still remained extremely reluctant to follow suit as they stood to lose a huge amount of power, if only for a limited amount of time. Vase had another way of obtaining their support. He turned towards their undecided representatives. I can promise you that once the initial emergency has passed, I will take action to share power with all of your organizations. This is the point where you can exercise your voice within our coalition. However, not every organization deserves to have the same amount of voting rights. I have already considered what we should base it upon. In my opinion, voting rights should be solely based on membership size, not wealth or the class of a human. The more worshippers you have, the greater your right to encourage the coalition to act according to your intentions. This is madness. The representative from the Seekers of the Promised Land burst out. Please forgive my language, but you cannot possibly give space peasants the same rights as first-raters. This is a complete contradiction of the reality of our society. Capital is just as important as manpower. If population alone determines our share of power, then our coalition will turn into a tyranny of weak and ignorant space peasants. Though the representatives of other smaller but higher quality churches did not employ such a strong tone, they all expressed similar contempt towards the citizens of third-rate states. They could not understand why Vase wanted to give them so much undeserved power. Chapter 6292 Rules of Faith. Vase did not act according to people's expectations. What Vase had done was to impose himself onto the gathered churches in a brazen and unacceptable manner. He not only wanted to be in complete charge of the coalition in the initial years of its existence, but he also sought to dictate how power would be shared after there was room for greater power sharing. The representatives had made many good arguments why the share of voting rights in the coalition should be based on membership size, degree of involvement, wealth, age, state support, military might, societal contributions and more. Perhaps the only subject they could agree upon was that no single criteria should determine the ranking of different faiths. It was too unfair to use measurements such as membership size and the amount of mechs they have under their command as the sole determinants of their ranking. Faiths that scored weak in one area tended to be strong in other areas. Should their value to the coalition be discounted just because they never optimized their organizations to score well in an arbitrary factor that never held any importance in the past? This was why the dispute gradually started to shift towards a compromise solution. It was clear that no one could gain total satisfaction without attracting the complete ire of other opposing faiths. The logical solution would be to find a middle ground where the amount of voting rights would be determined by a formula that incorporated every important variable and assigned certain weight values to them to denote their relative importance. This was why the pugnacious representative of the Seekers of the Promised Land turned to Vase. The conversation proceeded in a direction that put a lot more emphasis on membership and population than he liked. This was bad news for the SPL because its strong emphasis on bloodlines, heritage and a whole host of historical reasons caused it to maintain a small and tight-knit community of highly religious and militant worshippers. Though its size simply couldn't match up to behemoths like the Diocese of New Rome and the Neo-Crescent faith, One of the greatest advantages of the SPL was that it had always maintained a high degree of unity and cohesion throughout millennia. The members of the SPL and its predecessor organizations had proven its strength as a major force in the religious community many times that it was unthinkable to rank them far below the traditional big boys. As such, the SPL clearly wanted to skew the discussion back in his favor by having the organizer and moderator of the discussion bring the topic back into balance. What Vase should have done was to give smaller faiths such as the SPL a bone by agreeing to put more weight on other criteria such as placing a greater value on first raters or taking their current military assets into account. He did not do so. He plainly stated that population size should be the sole variable used to determine voting rights in the coalition. While this attempted declaration came as a pleasant surprise to the other old faiths, their representatives actually adopted cautious and waiting expressions. Even they did not expect for Vase to blatantly decide this important in their favor. While they most definitely wanted to have a greater say in the decision-making of the coalition, they were keenly aware that getting too much would only drive away the smaller faiths, thereby inflicting massive damage to a cooperative that aimed to represent all of the faiths of red humanity. The representative of the SPL was completely justified in his indignation towards the Mech designer that sought to dictate his decisions to faiths that were far older and wealthier than himself. Professor Larkinson, with all due respect, your premature verdict does not accurately reflect the traditional power balance of our religious community. Basing our voting rights on membership size alone without any regard for class, wealth, influence and so on will cause the churches that are most active in third and second-rate states to overtake ones that are rooted in first-rate states. If that happens, then the coalition of faiths will turn into an interest organization that disproportionately seeks to satisfy the selfish desires of the weakest and least productive members of our society. Such undeserving welfare will not benefit our society as much as investing in our best and brightest. Seeing that his earlier emotional outburst fall on flat ears, the representative of the SPL switched tracks and made a rational plea instead. He controlled her wording and put forth a number of logical and convincing arguments. Unfortunately for the SPL, Vase remained unreceptive to this latest plea. You have raised good points, but my logic is stronger, he confidently retorted as he swept his gaze around the round metal table. First, if this coalition is to be made, then my word is law. I do not have to justify my decisions to you. You just have to trust me that I will act in the best interest of the collective. If you are unwilling to do so, then you are welcome to shut off the connection and work out how to survive these turbulent times by yourself. Despite these unwelcome words, none of the representatives that previously voiced their objections left the virtual meeting. They would receive a lot of blame from their respective organizations for not even bothering to hear Vase out completely. Feelings and emotions had no place in high-level decision-making. Vase smirked as he knew he continued to maintain the upper hand. It had been risky for him to talk tough, but the backing he accrued so far barely allowed him to get away with it. He wouldn't have dared to contradict an old faith like the SPL so openly without the backing of the PMG. There are strong reasons why membership matters above all, he said. You see, far too many of you are making a fundamental mistake about how to judge your power in the current times. We have entered the age of dawn. Many of the old rules and conventions that each of you have taken for granted during the age of mechs have either become invalid or require major updates. Factors such as money, mech forces, territory and so on are criteria used to judge the strength of secular organizations. Yes, they were also used to judge your own status and position in human society, but that was back in a time where the extraordinary and the supernatural were suppressed to a large extent. That explanation caused a lot of representatives to look contemplative. Vase smiled and continued his lecture. We no longer live in that time anymore. We live in an age of wonder and miracles. Many feats previously thought impossible have suddenly become replicable by anyone with enough power and knowledge at their grasp. Many rules and assumptions need to be reevaluated in light of the changes produced by the change in environment. One of them is how to appraise the strength and relevance of a religious organization. Another one is how to judge the fundamental value of a human individual. These are two completely different questions, Professor. They are not. Vase rejected this assertion. They are very much related, which is why I have formed my earlier decision. Do you not see? Each of you are high-placed members of different faiths who preach and guide the beliefs of many different followers. Have you never witnessed that their prayers are no longer as insubstantial and inconsequential as before? Their beliefs have tangible value in this new era. Not all of the representatives understood the significance of what he just said. Only a minority of them expressed clear understanding of what he referenced. That did not necessarily mean that their entire churches were ignorant of this important variable, but the secrets might not have been passed down to their spokespersons. Vase needed to give them all a tangible demonstration of what he was talking about. Churches, temples and other religious organizations should not be judged by their balance sheets and the amount of soldiers under their employ anymore. That is only relevant to secular organizations. We play by a different set of rules. Population, or more precisely the earnest faith produced by a large mass of people, has become our most important currency. Faith is what sustains our gods. Faith anchors our gods to our current reality. Faith is what promotes their growth and evolution. The more people in your church, the more prayers you are directing to your god or gods. Over time, an enormous discrepancy will take place. When gods ascend to their new thrones in this galactic neighborhood, they gain the capacity to wield so much power that none of your traditions, mechs or starships can stop them from cutting you down to size and marginalizing your faith. These were bold claims. The minority who understood the value of faith could see how it worked, but most of the representatives still found Ves's explanation to be vague and without substance. He intended to remedy that last issue. Don't believe me? Then pay close attention, because I shall expose you to the splendor of the gods that have grown with the help of the faith of the masses. Blinky. Muro. A purple companion spirit dove out of his head and floated above the center of the large metal table. Vase had specifically adjusted the programming of this virtual venue to display the star cat as accurately as possible. Vulcan. Vulcan began to descend upon Blinky and asserted his form over the companion spirit. A stocky and bearded dwarf-like figure wearing traditional blacksmith garb appeared in front of all of the representatives. The external incarnation had fed off the spiritual feedback of quite a few craftsmen and dwarves over the years. This allowed him to exude a heavy presence through his glow that partially radiated through the remote connections. With the help of his godly presence, it became quite hard for the representatives to deny Vulcan's divine trappings. Superior Mother, the representative of the Temple of Hexism, who happened to be a familiar sight to Vase, burst out in fanaticism as the imperious and matronly visage of the Superior Mother imposed herself on Blinky's form. If people still found reason to question Vulcan's divinity, they found it much harder to do the same towards the Superior Mother. The external incarnation of Cynthia Larkinson not only channeled the aura of a genuine true god, but also possessed exquisite control over her own transcendent power. She was expertly able to work with the limitations of this virtual venue and convey as much of her god-like might through the flawed remote communication channels. Vase smirked when he called over a third god, Gaia. This time, it was the turn of the representative of the Gaia Coven to look as if she had entered paradise. Her eyes practically rolled over as the manifestation of a radiant and divine tree hijacked Blinky's spiritual form. Unlike the Superior Mother, Gaia possessed a lot of might, courtesy of the large amount of devoted Terran worshippers. However, Gaia had no relations to old and powerful cultivators who had accumulated a lot of knowledge and practiced many abilities to perfection, so her control over her aura was much less refined. This made an even greater impact as her raw power struck the spirits of all of the representatives like a crashing shuttle. Though Gaia's quality of energy was still very much deficient, she clearly had no issue with the quantity that she had at her command. Just the raw power at her disposal was probably enough for her to independently form a manifestation in the material realm and actively fight to tilt the balance of numerous crucial battles of the Red Tide offensive. This is your true source of power, Vase declared as he tried his best to maintain Gaia's presence. No mortal source of strength can match the relevance of the power of your god. A faith that tries to gain more power by playing secular power plays has no place in our coalition of faiths. In this club, the only basis of power is the strength of your god, and the only currency worth counting is the faith produced by your flock. Now, does any of you disagree with my verdict? Thought so. Vase smirked. He knew at this point, he had fully cemented his control over the coalition of faiths. Though he did not know what it would morph into after a few years, for now, he would be assured that it would form his most solid and obedient backing in the Red Collective. Chapter 6293 Where is your god? Vase successfully relied on a combination of brazen confidence, information asymmetry, borrowing powerful help as well as shock and awe to pave the way for his takeover. He knew at this time that unless one of the other representatives countered his shocking feat with one of their own, there was no way his plan could be stopped. After Gaia withdrew her presence from Blinky, a brief lull ensued as the representatives were finally able to breathe easily without Gaia pressing down on their spirits. The representative of the seekers of the promised land maintained an impassive expression that gave away none of his true considerations. That was already a signal in itself, as he would have expressed himself more if he intended to counter Vess's arguments. Yet in the face of powerful entities that could convincingly pass themselves as gods, the representative completely lacked the confidence to mount a successful counterattack, especially when he couldn't summon his own god to serve as a counterweight to the likes of Gaia and the Superior Mother. In fact, the representatives all knew that Vase had way more backing of a more divine nature to call upon. Not only did he harbor a whole collection of design spirits and ancestral spirits, he also enjoyed the explicit backing of the Destroyer of Worlds. Let alone false gods, many real gods could not even pose an effective resistance against the most destructive god pilot among the 8 that presided over red humanity. Perhaps the only representative that could offer a legitimate counterweight to Vess's power play was the one that spoke on behalf of the Hunting Association. However, the man in question simply sat back and watched the show as if he was a curious bystander. He acted as if his rising association had nothing to do with the complicated affairs of the Coalition of Faiths. That was good news and bad news to Vase. The good news was that the SPL and other dissatisfied faiths could not lean towards the Hunting Association to speak on their behalf. Their interests diverged too much to establish any meaningful form of cooperation during these tense negotiations. The bad news was that the clear sense of distance from the Hunting Association meant that it likely had no interest in becoming a part of the Coalition of Faiths. That would deny the new cooperative a powerful pillar of support that could strengthen Vess's voice in the Red Collective. Oh well, Vase accepted the fact that the huntsman did not desire to take his side and proceeded with his plan while accounting for this variable. It would have been easier for Vase to wrap up this meeting in the confidence that he could count on their obedience, but this was not possible without the support of the Hunting Association. In order to compensate for this missing condition, Vase needed to do more to truly win over the various representatives. He needed to give them a carrot that they could chew upon. Relying on the stick alone may allow Vase to gain their reluctant agreement for now, but he bet that they would definitely resent him and seek to undermine him right after the meeting had ended. It was what he would do if he was in their shoes. Therefore, for the sake of his own safety and the long-term stability of his plan, Vase needed to give them a sweetener in order to give them a proactive reason to cooperate with his Coalition of Faiths. Participating in the Coalition of Faiths is not without rewards. He spoke up in a deliberately more conciliatory tone. Our churches and temples need to stick up for each other and form a united front, not just because we will continue to face heavy discrimination and obstruction in a human society that is predominantly controlled by secularists, but also because we can offer help and salvation from an angle that conventional technology cannot replicate. The representative of the Diocese of New Rome adopted a suspicious expression. What are you proposing, Professor Larkinson? Vulcan, the Superior Mother, Gaia. These are but a few of the deities that humans have worshipped for centuries if not millennia throughout human history. For the vast majority of those times, the people who prayed to them almost never got any answers back. I happen to solve those problems by creating vessels of sorts that allowed these deities that were separated from us by another layer of reality to anchor themselves closer to our current realm, dimension, universe or whatever. The more clever representatives had already deduced what Vase was hinting at, but most of them still did not understand. Vase needed to be a little blunter. He turned to the man with the funny bright red headcap. The Diocese of New Rome is directly related to one of the oldest and most traditional faiths of human civilization. You worship one God, correct? The old man nodded in a dignified manner. We worship God the Father, God the Son and God the Holy Spirit. That sounded like 3 gods to Vase, but whatever. He had learned a long time ago that logic took a backseat in any topic related to faith and superstition. Well, your 3-in-1 God is worshipped by a huge amount of people. You have churches in pretty much every state that does not outright ban religion. Many of them have grown up attending churches throughout their entire lives and have remained steady in their faith. Is that correct? Faith is a personal choice. In our current society, not everyone holds God in their hearts as they grow up. This is a manifestation of their nature as humans. God has given us free will because he does not force us to love him, for he knows that applying force will only turn love into fear. Vase wanted to scratch his head. He was not interested in debating religious dogma. Well, your God works in such a mysterious way that he has never manifested himself or his powers in an overt manner. Even his act of giving our race free will is not a falsifiable claim that can be scientifically proven. I know that true faith should not require flashy displays of divine might, but we humans are very flawed as a species. We tend to get impressed much more when our gods are in front of us and regularly demonstrate their awesome power in the open. This is why the pantheon of modern gods has risen up so quickly to the point where it can rival old faiths such as yours during the age of Mechs. The representative of the DNR acknowledged this truth with a nod. Be that as it may, belief in God has waxed and waned, but it has never collapsed despite all of the challenges that have risen up in the past. Not even the Big Two and the explosive rise of the PMG has shaken the beliefs of our flock. Vase smirked and shook his head. That may be true in the old galaxy during the previous ages, but this time is different. First, we live in a time where miracles have become much more common, tangible and accessible. Second, we live in a galaxy cluster where the faith of humans has gained much more power than in the past. Third, the belief of so many humans in the same collection of gods will produce results over time, because E-energy is both a psychoactive and psychoreactive phenomenon. Fourth, competition exists. Now what can you conclude if you combine all of these 4 points together? The expressions of more and more representatives grew concerned. They all started to connect the dots. Faith shall overcome every doubt. The representative of the DNR bravely said, I do not deny your description of E-energy, but that only reinforces my conviction in the power of our mass. Our God shall reveal himself once more to us as he did in the past on old earth. The greater our collective prayers, the sooner he shall arrive and offer us salvation from the heathen alien threat. Vase actually nodded in agreement, which surprised more than a few representatives. He coughed. I am sure that your God is sitting cozily somewhere in the old galaxy, and needs the prayers of enough of his worshippers in the red ocean to lock onto our coordinates and manifest himself here, but I don't think this is good enough. It takes a long time for a god to act. Those are precious years that the DNR is stuck in a state of limbo while other faiths with more active gods regularly intervene to ease people's lives during a time of war and hardship. He is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent and omnibenevolent. He shall not abandon us, for he has never left us in the first place. Whether that is true or not, so far I think he is taking his sweet time. Perhaps his perception of time is much different from mere mortals such as ourselves, but most humans really don't have the patience to wait until you're omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent and omni-whatever, God gets his divine butt off his heavenly couch and does something useful. How dare you, Professor? Vase laughed. Ha ha ha, I dare, because as far as I am concerned, your God is probably having problems manifesting his power in this galactic neighborhood. Don't forget that aliens have their own gods. I won't say anything about the pathetic excuse of gods that the native aliens of the Red Ocean believe in, but I would like to point out that Messier 87 is much more powerful. Just think about it, people. Even if the gods of Messier 87 cannot match the awesome power of your own gods, this is their home turf. I am sure they can rely on their own tricks to keep foreign gods at bay for a time. If that is the case, what are you offering, exactly? Another representative asked. Good question. I am offering you all an essential service. You see, I can create, localized avatars of your deities that are anchored in this dwarf galaxy. Only I possess this ability. Not even the god pilots and star designers can compete with me on this. Before you object, I am not claiming to give life to your gods. I am merely giving them a convenient vessel that can not only act as a beacon to draw them in from afar, but also allow them to interface much more efficiently with their faithful worshippers in the new frontier. Now, this is not strictly necessary as the beliefs of your people will already produce this result over time, but what I can do is give your churches a shortcut by skipping this lengthy accumulation process. None of the representatives here were idiots. They all understood what Vase was truly trying to convey. Vase found it a bit annoying that he had to couch his words from this angle, but he wanted to minimize reflexive dogmatic objections as much as possible. Time is of the essence. Our society is undergoing rapid changes, but this period of turbulence will not last forever. If you are not able to call upon your God and have him manifest and produce proven miracles, then you will fall behind in the competition to convert believers. Faith has become a hard currency in the age of dawn. Many groups have good reasons to compete for it much more actively than in the past. It matters whether your God has become tangible like our current God pilots or remains a distant and nebulous experience as is traditional. I don't know about you, but I think most people with spiritual needs will choose the certain over the uncertain, especially during these darker days. Many representatives had fallen deep into thought. Multiple of them were probably contacting their superiors and leaders in order to decide how to respond to Ves's helpful service. In order to increase his chance of gaining everyone's cooperation, Vase threw in one more bone to the gathered faiths. You can specify many of the traits and conditions of the avatar of the god you want me to make for your religious organization. Even if your god is omnipotent and can do everything, I am sure that you do not necessarily want to call in every aspect of your deity. Perhaps you want to call upon the god in his aspect as a warmaker, or maybe you want to call in a god that conforms to specific scriptures while disregarding the ones you don't agree with. The thing about relying on the masses alone to spawn an avatar of your god is that the result will reflect their collective desires as well as misconceptions. There is no barrier to faith except sincerity, so a lot of weird cults and subgroups could potentially corrupt the outcome. Naturally, high-ranked members of the faith such as yourselves know much better, so it may be more useful to allow you to directly dictate the form of your god or goddesses to ensure that there will not be any mistakes. That was the decisive argument. If these representatives thought Vase was credible enough, then they should have no choice to cooperate with his schemes. Vase had already made it clear that if they refused to take advantage of his services, he would go on to empower their rival faiths, thereby allowing them to steal the worshippers of faiths that could not obviously manifest their gods. Chapter 6294 Vase the Hierarch. Vase did it. He won the support and commitment of the vast majority of the faiths. That sent a representative to the virtual meeting. History would change forever as a result. Although the representatives of the Diocese of New Rome, the Brothers and Sisters of the Cross and so on wanted to maintain their dignity and request a delay in order to convey their inevitable acceptance away from any witnesses, Vase did not let them have their way. I am a busy mech designer. My time and energy are limited. This is why I cannot oblige all of your requests at once. My policy on this matter is, first come, first serve. The sooner you accept all of the terms of my proposal, the sooner I will address your individual needs. If you doubt my capabilities, then by all means take your time. If you want to get a head start in the competition for faith, then I advise you to be decisive. That quickly got the representatives going. When the representative of the Brothers and Sister of the Cross acted first out of all of the old faiths, the remaining ones did not intend to let one of their chief rivals gain any further advantages. In the end, no one refused aside from the ones that did not need his services in the first place. This included groups like the Gaia Coven and the Temple of Hexism that already had the blessing of spiritual entities and most obviously the Hunting Association. Aside from that, every other faith could not resist the allure of being able to bring at least one of their gods to the Red Ocean in advance. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity, then that gave a lot of room for rival faiths to come and steal away their flock by showing obvious miracles and only godly manifestations. Whether they acknowledged it or not, every religion had no choice but to play by the new rules set by Vase. He managed to dominate each of them to such a degree that no one questioned his right to leadership anymore. Even if the largest faiths stood to gain a huge amount of power after Vase had created an avatar for their god to inhabit, they could not get away from the fundamental truth that he was the one who made it all possible. If they dared to turn their backs on Vase, then not only would they appear as ungrateful, but they would also tarnish much of their credibility and trustworthiness. What concerned the leaders of these religious organizations even more was whether Vase planted any backdoors in his works. Even if Vase had not done so, he still knew more about the supposedly localized avatars than any other human. Churches such as the Seekers of the Promised Land may claim that their God was all-powerful and all-knowing, but if that held any truth in humanity's native galaxy, it obviously did not apply in the Red Ocean. Now that they were all stuck in Messier 87's orbit, humanity as well as their gods were operating on enemy territory. The very real threat of alien gods, whether tangible or intangible, exerted enough pressure on the religious leaders to hold up their noses and agree to Ves's onerous terms. Short of enjoying the protection of a god pilot, it was better if their faiths all received the care and attention of entities similar to Gaia and the Superior Mother. My schedule is packed, but I will endeavor to fulfill the needs of the earliest batch before the start of the next session of the Interim Leadership Council. Vase adopted a friendlier tone this time. I will likely need to borrow your help in order to establish my authority during this crucial session. Understood. We shall try to assist as long as our God permits. Good. From today onwards, we are all on the same side. As long as we do not commit a blunder, we can form a potent power block that is backed by a multitude of gods. I know that many of you are still very much hostile towards each other. I do not ask or expect you to forcibly end your grudges. Disagreements are a part of life. As long as you do not harm the coalition itself, we will not involve ourselves in your individual disputes. That said, I would appreciate it if you focused more of your energies on combating the aliens as opposed to your rival faiths. One of the challenges our new coalition has to conquer is to gain widespread acceptance from our society. We cannot do that if many of us keep fighting against each other for reasons that they consider petty. It would have been very difficult in normal times for many of these groups to put down their animosity towards their longtime enemies. Too much blood had been spilled for them to reconcile with each other. However, the leaders should all be rational enough to place less emphasis on their usual vendettas and present a more respectable image of their faiths to the rest of red humanity. Vase did not expect for his orders to keep them in line forever. They just couldn't help themselves. He just wanted them to behave long enough for the red tide offensive to run its course. It was far more important to deal with the common threat first. Several representatives looked pleased when Vase told them that they would get their godly avatars first. Much would change once their god became a lot more tangible and responsive to their prayers than before. They would no longer have to remain so passive when they got oppressed by secularists seeking to stifle their faith. If everything goes right during the next council session, then our coalition of faiths should have gained a solid foothold in the existing power structure of human civilization. Vase continued to explain his plan. We will form a united faction within the Red Collective to ensure that we will never be denied a voice at the highest level of human governance again. Your worshippers along with the gods they sustain through their faith will legitimize our coalition and justify our place within the collective. Under my leadership, each of you will gain more room to develop your organizations and more freedom to spread your faith in every human settlement. As he spoke more about his vision for the future, the representatives and the leaders who stood behind them all became captivated. This was the first time that all of these people gained genuine hope that their faith would no longer endure oppression from many corners of society. To be able to talk about and spread their beliefs freely without enduring constant opposition from the Mechers and other opponents was a dream come true. After Vase explained a few more goals and aspirations, he gave the representatives an opportunity to ask questions in order to gain further clarification. The representative of an old faith as well as the largest polytheistic religions asked an important question. Our religious order encompasses as much as 330 million gods. How will you be able to bring all of our gods to this hostile location of the universe? I won't. Vase simply replied. Are you kidding? 330 million gods? I will die long before I can complete such a massive order by myself. Even if I can delegate or automate the process, I very much doubt that you possess enough information to identify and specify all of them. Just stick to the major ones. You don't need to bring over the whole gang to the Red Ocean. Just bring your best warrior deities first. In fact, I will only create a divine avatar for one of your gods before I go down the list. If you want to bring any other gods over, then I will add your group to the bottom of the list and I will eventually get to you again. Do you understand? We understand, Professor. By the way, I think it is not appropriate to call me Professor while I am acting in the capacity of the leader of our new coalition. I should hold a different title that is rare but also distinguishable from my other positions. What do you think about appointing me as your hierarch? Nobody held any strong objections to this proposed word. Perhaps they preferred to call Vase by a different title, but none of them could beat the original suggestion. Hierarch Vase Larkinson it is, then. He deliberately imposed a fancy-sounding title on himself in order to increase his authority and strengthen people's impression that he was the undisputed leader of the coalition of faiths. This would not only strengthen internal cohesion, but also present a stronger and more organization image of the coalition to outsiders. Any other questions? Another representative raised her hands. Our gathering only encompasses a fraction of the full religious landscape of red humanity. Other faiths will seek to join our coalition and request divine avatars from you as well. How will you treat these latecomers? Vase already thought about that. Each of you are the founding members of the coalition of faiths. You can rest assured that you will benefit more than the others due to your greater contributions. Not only will you get your divine avatars sooner than the latecomers, but you will also gain slightly greater voting rights irrespective of your membership numbers and other factors. Without your support, our coalition would have never been able to turn into reality. I will not forget what you have done to help us. You will always come first before the others, particularly the remaining faiths in the top 50. That caused many representatives to smirk or look smug. There was nothing like a shared sense of luck and superiority to bind them all together. Vase knew that they would all consider themselves part of the most privileged group within the coalition and take advantage of that to look down on the latecomers. Once we all manage to bring our gods to the Red Ocean and strengthen our participation in society, what do you wish for us to do next? I have two broad demands from you. Many of you are already doing this, but I desire for you to form sacred armies and send them out to the front lines so that you can contribute to the survival of human civilization. Branding is important. Do not try to hide or obscure what your forces are fighting for. We need to show everyone that we are just as brave and selfless as the others struggling in the front. What else do you require from us, Hierarch? I need you to reserve a large amount of professionals to join the Red Collective as soon as it comes into existence. It will require a lot of personnel to turn from an idea into a strong institution, and we cannot make that happen unless you volunteer or encourage large amounts of your own worshippers to staff its offices. I do not need to tell you how helpful it is to plant your own people all across the Red Collective. The more our people have become a part of its hierarchy, the more we can steer it to satisfy our own interests. This was a golden opportunity for them to take over control of a future member of the Red Three. Although it would be rather costly for them to reassign their best personnel from their own organizations and plant them into the Red Collective, the benefits should be substantial enough to make it worthwhile. Infiltration was important because the coalition of faiths would never be able to exert enough influence over the Red Collective if the two were fully separate from each other. If many of the members of the Red Collective turned out to be worshippers of different gods, then the chance that the new organization would turn against organized religion should be much lower. This was important because Vase did not wish to lose the brand new power base that he had worked hard to conquer. Chapter 6295 Backroom Maneuvering. By the time the highly successful virtual meeting came to an end, Vase stayed behind in order to speak with a few familiar faces. The representative of the Temple of Hexism rose up from her seat and circled around the virtual round table until she stopped next to the self-appointed hierarch of the Coalition of Faiths. Congratulations on your coup, my dear Supreme Son. You have prepared well and performed magnificently. It pains me to see you empowering the false religions of the unenlightened masses, but I am confident that the Supreme Mother shall reign over them in time. Vase inwardly sighed, but he stood up to show his respect to his mother-in-law. Hello, Minister Constance. I did not expect the Temple of Hexism to dispatch you to this virtual meeting. The women in robes responded with an indulgent smile at Vase. Much has changed in the Hex Federation. I am no longer the Prime Minister of the Scimitar system. I have passed my old responsibilities to my firstborn daughter, who is more than capable of running her new office. I have accepted the offer to become a High Hex Priestess of the Temple of Hexism. I see my youngest daughter has not informed you of what that entails. In company terms, I have become an executive in the temple. That sounded interesting. How much power do you have over the temple? My official power is limited, but my influence is greater. The temple is effectively run by the 6 matriarchal dynasties of the Hex Federation. Our Woden dynasty cannot match them, but has still earned the right to participate in the decision-making of the Temple of Hexism due to our familial relations with you and your venerable mother. If necessary, we can utilize our outsized influence to force changes in the operation of the temple, but we should do so sparingly in order to maintain a comfortable balance of power in our state. There was nothing urgent that Vase wanted from the Hexers. They were doing pretty well for themselves. The Glory Seekers continued to enjoy a good amount of success in the expeditionary fleet, thereby earning plenty of war merits for the Woden dynasty. This enabled the Wodens to make use of expensive first-class goods and services that the First Raiders previously kept away from those they regarded as space peasants. Is there anything else you need? The older woman shook her head. I approached you with 2 goals in mind. The first is to greet you and inform you of the necessary changes. The second is to request your assistance in seeking a high office in the Red Collective. I can do much for the Hex Federation, the Superior Mother, our families and you in particular if I can assume a high-level management position in the new super-organization. You are asking for much, do you know that? Vase furrowed his brows. Your request is not impossible, but I will incur great criticism if I engage in such a blatant form of nepotism. I have no doubt that you possess plenty of governance qualifications, but there are simply candidates who are much better than you. There are administrators and bureaucrats who are a century older and have occupied senior positions in many different first-class public institutions. It will be very hard to appoint you over their heads if their qualifications on paper are plainly a lot better. The new High Hex priestess looked affronted that Vase dared to question the competence of his mother-in-law. The difference in qualifications is not as severe as you think. I have invested a significant share of the war merits earned by the glory seekers to replace my previous cranial implants with a modern first-class hyper-augmentation suite. The quality and performance of my upgrades may not be as excellent as the suite that you have arranged for my youngest daughter, but its modernity alone allows it to surpass the performance of similar augmentations developed in the previous age. With the help of my new cognitive improvements, I have completed numerous first-class courses and have also enrolled in a short and intensive training program organized by a first-class university. That sounded quite impressive. Constance was much like her daughter Gloriana. She was never satisfied with a mediocre position and constantly worked to raise her station in life. It was clear that Gloriana acquired her drive to excel at all cost from her mother. All of that sounds great, but you can't do anything about your age and work experience. No amount of money or technology can solve this problem. Only time can remedy this shortcoming. Constance did not look discouraged. It is possible to turn a demerit into a desirable trait. We have entered a new age. The Red Collective is also a new organization that should form a firm separation from the past. It would be counterproductive to staff all of the most important offices with old stateswomen who already enjoyed their heyday during the height of the age of mechs. The Red Collective needs fresh blood. It is best to employ reasonably experienced administrators and specialists that are not too weighed down by centuries of politicking and decision-making from the previous age. Do you not agree? Well, when she put it that way, she certainly presented a compelling argument. Vase eventually nodded. I will do what I can to put you in a place of importance in the Red Collective. I will attempt to use your argument as an excuse. I cannot guarantee a successful outcome. There are many fingers in the pie. I am attempting to increase my share of power in the collective, so who knows whether I will gain the power to appoint anyone I want. I will inform you if I encounter any difficulties. Good boy, that is all I needed to hear. I shall wait for further developments. Do keep your wife informed. She is not sufficiently involved in your affairs related to the Red Collective. As your spouse, Gloriana is more than capable of lightening your burden and handling work that you are otherwise too preoccupied to address. Vase seriously listened to his mother-in-law's suggestion, before promptly throwing it into his mental trash bin. Gloriana doesn't have the time. She is already swamped with work in our design department. Not only is she responsible for designing 2 new expert mechs, she must also upgrade another one to a first-class ace mech on top of that. Between leading the design department and raising my children, she can't spare any time for additional duties. She is more than happy with her current set of responsibilities. The mother did not look too disappointed. Then you should reconsider once my daughter's schedule has lightened. Once the High Hex priestess finally cut off her connection to the virtual meeting room, Vase was left with the co-architect of his plan to assume a dominant leadership position over the coalition of faiths. Well, I think that is a success, Temple Commander. Osan Jackery looked somewhat happy. You have secured almost all of the objectives that we have set in our action plan. It is regrettable that you did not do more to persuade the representative of the Hunting Association to join our coalition of faiths, but we all understand how difficult it is to persuade an organization led by the huntsman himself to join our club of marginalized faiths. The Hunting Association exists in a different league and does not fear repression. I already gave up on recruiting the Hunting Association as soon as its representative made his stance clear. It would have been distracting and embarrassing for me to plead to the Ha in full view of the others. You have made the right choice. It is already good that you have managed to win the participation of all of the other faiths. I only expected you to be able to secure the tentative support of 2 of the old faiths at most, but I underestimated the desire to obtain a divine avatar, to prove that their gods exist and have become more active to protect their vulnerable flock in the Red Ocean. I have a lot of work ahead of myself. Vase sighed. It is not going to be easy to create so many divine avatars just before the big council session. Just do what you can, sir. In the meantime, the rest of us will handle the rest of the work needed to turn the coalition of faiths into an officially recognized organization. That will help us earn acknowledgement from the other council members. It is important to show that while we desire to increase our share of power in the Red Collective, we are fully capable of operating within the established rules. The ones that have yet to change, at the very least. A lot of work needed to be done in order to get everything ready, but Vase lacked the time and interest to tackle all of these tedious affairs. He had no choice but to delegate these responsibilities to Temple Protector Osan Jackery and other minions and hope they did not screw up somehow. Once the virtual meeting finally came to an end, Vase promptly received an important summons from Jovi. Here it comes, he sighed. He waited for half a minute until he got teleported back to the Tarask in orbit. He navigated through the increasingly more familiar hallways before he finally entered Hovi's private mech lab. The senior mech designer already noticed Ves's arrival and paused his design work on the Riot Mark III project. You have been making waves, Vase. That is to be expected from a known troublemaker and breaker of status quos such as yourself, but your latest feats will produce far greater ripple effects throughout our society than many of your other deeds. Ves's expression remained impassive as he casually leaned against the bulkhead and crossed his arms. Oh, come now, Jovi. Everything I did in relation to the Coalition of Faiths happened under your surveillance. You guys listened to my discussions with the representative of the pantheon of modern gods and could have intervened at any point to stop me from going through with my plan. The fact that none of you saw reason to intervene in half my scheme means that I enjoy your implicit approval. The raw mech designer assumed a grave expression, which showed that he was addressing Vase as a representative of the survivalist faction rather than his friend. You should have already guessed that our survivalist faction would have never permitted you to go as far as empowering all of the parasitic faiths that have done little but hold back human progress and sustain their baseless superstitions for thousands of years if the survival of our race was not at stake. We acknowledge that desperate times require desperate solutions, and your ploy can be considered one of them, as dubious as it may sound. So, does that mean I have your faction's blessing to proceed with my plan to empower all of the religious organizations while arming them with spirits that can serve as stand-ins for their supposed gods? Not exactly. Jovi shook his head. We have serious misgivings about the latter part of your plan. As promising as it may sound to create E-energy vessels that are expressly designed to efficiently absorb as much of the faith and worship produced by so many devoted followers, we fear that you and everyone else will lose control of the resulting end products. Not all of the gods revered by these churches are benevolent, and we also have concerns about gods that try to be too helpful to humans as they live their daily lives. The societal consequences of giving humans access to so many gods that seek to compete with each other to capture the greatest share of faith-producing individuals are frightening. The survivalist raised a good point. Vase admittedly did not fully think his decision through. He had neglected to consider all of these problematic societal changes. Then what are you asking me to do? Vase frowned. I can't turn my back on my agreements with the religious organizations. We are not asking you to suspend your deal with them. As pessimistic as we sound, we acknowledge the potential good that these curious entities can do for our civilization as a whole. We merely request you to take measures to restrict the powers and growth rates of your divine avatars. As long as they do not grow powerful enough to effectively take over a large proportion of human-occupied space, our god pilots and other powerful rivals should be able to keep them in check. So that was what the survivalists sought. They wanted to weaponize the faithful, but they did not want the religious nuts to grow powerful enough to completely usurp the current order. Chapter 6296 Castrated Avatars. Jovi made a convincing argument why going too far with granting people access to powerful deities would be detrimental to human society. Imagine what it would be like for people of faith to gain access to their personal hotline that connects directly to their supposed gods. They will not only pray to the higher existences for protection against the aliens, but also many other reasons. This can be an earnest plea for their sons and daughters who are fighting in the front lines to survive. It can also be a more trivial request such as letting them win a lottery. If you are afraid that a bunch of newly appeared gods will come and change stuff left and right, then the Red Collective can impose laws on them that should restrict their behavior. I am also sure that we can use technological and more exotic solutions such as my pacifiers to minimize these divine manifestations in the areas where they are less than welcome. None of these are perfect solutions. Jovi said, it is impossible to monitor every instance of power usage, and the glow of your law enforcement mech produces too many side effects that render people insensitive. We need to solve this problem at the root, for we cannot allow society to change beyond recognition due to the chaotic and uncontrolled meddling of these supposed deities. I can see why you are concerned about this, but why not try it out for a time? You told me yourself we live in troubled times right now. I would have imagined that you guys think we should get all of the help we can get. That is true up to a limit. There comes a point where excessive or misguided help turns into harm. Let me give you an example. Think about high school graduates who are undertaking entrance exams for their chosen degrees at a prestigious university. There is one worshipper among them that hasn't made sufficient preparations to pass the exam, but still prays for success. His God answers his prayers and, helpfully, infuses a large amount of unearned knowledge in the student's head, or simply compels his fingers to type out the perfect answers. Now try and answer these questions for me. First, does this blessed student deserve to pass the exam and begin his studies? Second, how would you rate the intervening God's actions in the spectrum of good and evil? Those were deep questions that involved a lot of ethics and philosophy. Vase was not in the mood to think so hard on this issue, so he plainly voiced the first thoughts on his mind. I can see where there are circumstances where the student does deserve to get accepted, but in my opinion this should not happen. The university has a limited quota for the amount of students who can enroll for a study program, and it is only fair to reserve those spots for the best performing students. The ones who are supposed to get in are those who are intelligent enough and put in the hard work to memorize a lot of stuff and learn how to apply their knowledge. I don't think anyone will argue that they have deserved their places fair and square, but it becomes more difficult to hold this stance if others come around who are simply better. There are many parts of our society that only value results. They do not necessarily place any emphasis on the process, which means that the believers of gods may be able to exploit this to their own advantage. Vase rubbed his hairless chin in thought. If you purely want to judge by competence and capability, then a student who skipped all of that and directly had his knowledge implanted by his God may be able to get into the study program anyway. However, if we start doing that on a civilization-wide scale, then a lot of cheating will occur where those who play by the rules get disadvantages while those who pray to their gods for instant success will get ahead. If this trend becomes prevalent enough, then a lot of people will simply stop studying and start praying instead. They will never be able to develop the critical thinking and problem-solving skills necessary to become competent mech designers, engineers and so on. This may eventually plunge our entire civilization into a pit of superstition. That is a highly apt description of one of the scenarios we are most afraid about. Jovi said, one of the driving reasons why we have yet to fully automate every job that is currently performed by humans is not only because we are afraid of hostile takeovers of our ice. It is also because we need to give people enough activities for them to make progress, better themselves and climb up the ladder. We absolutely cannot give them any reason for them to grow lazy and remain idle. As soon as humans begin to give up on working hard on a large scale, then that usually presages the utter collapse and extinction of a race, human or alien. Even if that does not happen, humans will most certainly be reduced to slaves of their gods as they can no longer do anything difficult by themselves. The consequences could be very dire. Vase got reminded of all of his fears about developing an overdependence on the mech designer system for his success. Fortunately, he possessed enough self-control to hold him back from using the system to solve every trivial design problem. What about others? Would ordinary people be able to exercise the restraint and discipline required to keep their ability to grow and learn intact? Vase very much doubted it. There would be far too many people who gave up on trying to achieve success the old-fashioned way. They would instead devote their entire lives to being as pious as possible in order to beg for more divine favors. This sort of situation could very well happen due to Ves's actions because he had already grown powerful enough to do so. This was yet another reminder that he really needed to think through his more profound actions and decisions. Alright, you don't have to say anything more. I fully agree with you and your faction that if we reintroduce more active gods to our society, they will need to abide by a strict set of rules to prevent them from messing everything up. I think the overall purpose that we have to keep in mind is that these gods exist to serve humanity, and not the other way around. It should be the responsibility of the Red Collective to set these rules and enforce them, so I guess I will have to follow up on this matter. There are other counselors that will be active in doing so. There is no need for you to allocate too much time on this issue. Jovi reassured Vase. What we require you to do is to limit the power and growth expression of the divine avatars, so that we can prevent the worst from happening. If the gods are unable to freely fulfill the prayers of their worshippers, then that is enough. And how do you propose for me to do this, exactly? Please keep in mind that this is definitely not what those other religious organizations had in mind. It is not difficult to form a suitable plan, Vase. One suggestion is to create divine avatars that are much more limited in scope than you originally planned. For example, instead of indulging in the desires of the Diocese of New Rome by creating the most accurate vessel possible for a god that is all-knowing and all-powerful, instead try to shape a more modest object of religious significance. For example, you can create a cross or just a part of it. You can create a crown of thorns. You can even create a shroud with the imprint of a person if you want. If you need to justify your work to your client, then say that you are too weak and limited to shape their almighty deity in a more complete and accurate form. It may actually be true. Vase understood the plan. It was actually quite an elegant workaround. His clients would definitely become disappointed when he delivered products that did not match all of the hype, but at least he fulfilled their most important needs, if only barely. Disappointing his clients would definitely suck the wind out of his coalition of faiths, but he was confident that the various churches would not grow upset to the point of cutting ties. This is probably the most acceptable way to go forward. I think I will be able to make these castrated avatars in such a way that they won't be as proactive and eager to throw their weight around than if they were truly accurate representations of people's gods. However, I should warn you that there is a limit to what I can do. I can tell you from my past experience that design spirits and ancestral spirits do not entirely stick to the programming that I have set. They can grow, learn and evolve over time. They are alive. They are not static products that stick to their original directives. The more worshippers expect greater things from them, the more these avatars will change to suit those human desires. That is why we must shape the optics of the so-called divine avatars by turning them into objects related to the faith, vase. No one expects a sword to heal their injuries or give them the intelligence to pass a university exam. A wrench will only be regarded as a source of blessing for industries. The more limited and specific the object, the narrower its scope will be. The purpose is to use the images and symbols to direct people's beliefs and make them believe in the divinity of an object related to a supposed god instead of the deity itself. This not only cuts down on the uncontrollable and unpredictable variance, but also encourages greater specialization. Do you understand? If Vase managed to implement the plan, then the landscape of gods, or rather, divine avatars, would become much less chaotic and prone to producing unforeseen disasters. The Mechers wanted to impose a lot of order and predictability in what could have otherwise unfolded into absolute anarchy. I do. It is quite a clever and elegant solution to this problem. I think I will try it, though it may be hard for all of those church representatives and leaders to swallow this limitation. Jovi smirked. You do not need to concern yourself too much about that. Simply inform them of the changes in conditions. If they accept the limitations that we have set, then that is for the best. If they refuse to cooperate, then simply end your engagement with them and wait for my faction to intervene. There are good reasons why these bastions of ignorance and superstition fear our association. Well, that was certainly an effective way to solve a problem. The unspoken message here was that it didn't matter if Vase or the churches were not willing to cooperate. The Mechers would force them to comply one way or another. This was exactly the kind of tyranny and oppression that the coalition of faiths was supposed to end. Right now, Vase had no choice but to abide by the directive of the survivalist faction, but it should be different in the future. Once the Red Collective got up and running and gained enough power to threaten the existing hegemony of the Red Two, that would be the point where Vase would no longer be forced to dance to the tune of the Mechers anymore. Vase couldn't wait for that day to come. Even though he acknowledged that Jovi and the survivalists had good reasons for ramming through a change of plans, it still galled Vase that the Mechers did not even think about listening to his input. As far as Vase was concerned, the coalition of faiths became even more necessary for his future ambitions. Chapter 6297 The First Divine Avatars. This is not what we originally agreed upon, Hierarch. A bishop and a team of priests dispatched from the largest DNR church on New Constantinople 8 arrived at D&D base only to hear the disappointment of the century. After Vase came back from his meeting with Jovi, he did not think about defying the latest directive from the survivalist faction and tried his best to work with the new limitations. Just as predicted, the church officials that looked forward to bringing over their god through an accommodating vessel all reacted with disappointment at this unexpected change of terms. Good business was founded on mutual understanding. When Vase acted in a high profile to unite all of the faiths together in his coalition, he promised to give them a lot more than he was currently allowed to deliver. To say the religious organizations were disappointed was an understatement. Vase genuinely felt bad for going back on his promises as a service provider. It was bad form to change the deal after the contract had been formed. Failing to live up to his promises not only pissed a lot of people off, but also discouraged repeat business. He was sure that his reputation had taken a hit as a consequence. The only consolation was that he had a much larger track record of meeting his obligations without fail and that he should still come away with a fairly good image. In order to compensate the parties for failing to fulfill their expectations to the fullest, Vase allocated additional time to improve the artistry of his work. Since the survivalist faction did not want him to create any humanoid gods, Vase tried to put his artisanal skills to good use by designing and crafting the most exquisite intangible relics. Since these artifacts were supposed to be divine in origin, then he had to make sure they all looked the part. "Your order is complete," Vase said as he let out a slightly tired breath. "I have interpreted your new specifications as best as possible to develop a representation of your Holy Grail." The Holy Grail looked magnificent. Though it was made out of mundane alloys and gems that used to be seen as precious on old Earth in the distant past, the artwork alone surpassed mortal limitations. Supposedly, the Holy Grail was supposed to be the cup that one of the three versions of God shared his blood with his buddies, though what they actually drank was wine. Vase had to employ a combination of ancient methods and cutting-edge technological devices to build up the Grail into a chalice of divine providence. The combination of gold and agate stone granted the object a look that was so luxurious that it seemed otherworldly. The God and his pals were also clearly a part of a subjugated population in a land under occupation. There was no way these sort of folk could afford to own a cup that incorporated so many precious materials and was shaped with such artistry that it was fit for an emperor. The entire tale surrounding this Holy Grail sounded incredibly confusing and contradictory to Vase, but the bishop practically threatened to thump his head with a big fat book if he did not try to recreate this totally historical chalice. So that was what he did, more or less. Vase had created both a physical and spiritual version of the Holy Grail. The former had reached masterwork quality due to his efforts. It existed to anchor the latter while also giving the DNR a certain measure of control over their own divine avatar. While the bishop and his entourage were initially in a disappointed mood, that quickly disappeared as they beheld the sacred splendor of Ves's latest works. The physical grail glowed as a huge influx of seemingly sacred energies began to flow into the object. Its spiritual copy was frantically devouring the huge amount of spiritual feedback of all of the worshippers that earnestly prayed or thought about the Holy Grail. It was apparently a big deal to the flock of the DNR and other related churches. Once the gathered church officials finally completed their prayers and picked up their jaws from the floor, they cautiously beheld the Grail with a mixture of different emotions. None of them dared to touch the Holy Grail, let alone get too close over it. They had already unfolded a gravitic stretcher of sorts that would allow them to safely transport their new divine avatar back to their church where the masterwork would be prepped for transportation to the new Rome system. "Hierarch Larkinson, you have created a miracle today." The bishop approached Vase with much more appreciation in his tone this time. "You have reintroduced a piece of our sacred history back to our faithful who are trapped in the Red Ocean. We no longer have to dream about securing passage back to the Milky Way in order to reacquaint ourselves with this holy artifact once again. You have our sincere gratitude for your efforts." Vase smiled and made a shallow bow. "I am at your service. This Holy Grail should serve you and the rest of the DNR well enough going forward. It is already absorbing the prayers generated by the masses to fuel its own growth. What you need to do is to speed up this process by introducing this Holy Grail of yours to as many of your followers as possible. Right now, their prayers are probably scattered, which this divine avatar cannot catch. You need to show them an image of this object in order to increase the chance they direct their worship in the right direction. Once more people begin to pray to the Holy Grail, it shall grow more powerful and more capable of channeling the power of your almighty deity. Can we utilize this Holy Grail to smite down a phase whale? That is challenging. It is not a weapon. It is not designed to attack or subdue opponents. You can still try to weaponize it, but you will have to develop the methods yourself. Keep in mind that as a chalice, it is best to use it in a way that falls in line with its symbolism. For example, you may be able to borrow the power of the Holy Grail to heal or empower other people. One of the outcomes that the survivalist faction wanted to see was to saddle up the oldest and most powerful churches with relatively harmless divine avatars. The Red Association did not want to bestow these old and highly influential faiths with sacred swords or spears that could rile them up and make them more militant. While it was important to mobilize more people for war, the last thing the survivalists wanted to see was for fanatics to rise up and take up arms at the command of a demagogue. Vase could not imagine that the DNR could whip up its followers in a frenzy with a chalice of all symbols. He was glad that the DNR was easy to please in this regard. My work here is done. You can take your holy grail away while I prepare for my next order. Please make sure to follow my recommendations and do not hesitate to contact me if you require any after-sales support. The work to create a holy grail that was strong and stable enough to absorb the faith of so many worshippers was exhausting, so Vase could not keep this up for long. Time was short, so Vase needed to get this chore out of the way and satisfy the most critical and influential faiths if he wanted to gain their backing during the next council meeting. A few days went by as Vase alternated between work. He channeled much of his effort and energies into the creation of multiple divine avatars, and progressed the Swarm project whenever he grew too tired to satisfy more religions. Vase entertained a variety of unusual and interesting requests. For example, the brothers and sisters of the Cross couldn't make up their mind on their divine avatar. This was because it wasn't a cohesive church at all. The BSC could more aptly be described as an umbrella organization of many different churches, each of which interpreted the same set of scriptures in different ways. Many of their rituals and beliefs remained the same, but they differed so much on the nuances that there were literally over 100,000 denominations. That already sounded crazy enough, but the problem was at least 1,000,000 times worse in the Milky Way. Vase found the BSC to be a headache to work with. At least the DNR was a lot more centralized and united under a single leader. In the end, Vase had to balance the very eclectic wishes of many different denominations as well as the paranoia of the survivalist faction and end up making a lamb of all things. While it was a living object, the lamb looked so small, innocent and harmless that nobody was able to regard it as a threat. The seekers of the promised land were hard to please. After learning about the restrictions from the Mechers, they strongly insisted that Vase create a divine avatar in the form of a stylized star. However, it was such a provoking symbol to the SPL's enemies that Vase was not able to oblige. Threatened with the possibility of missing their turn, the guests eventually agreed to change their request to a weirdly shaped candle holder with multiple arms. The candelabrum or whatever it was called looked quite ceremonial, and it already started to lit up in sacred flames as soon as it started to absorb the intense faith of some of the members of the SPL. Vase was faintly worried whether the SPL, which already had a reputation for being militant, would somehow try to weaponize the divine avatar and use its flame for offensive purposes. However, the object looked so unsuited to be used as a weapon that Vase dismissed this fear. The more divine avatars Vase created, the more he gained an understanding of the power of faith and religion. The Vase came into touch with the beliefs, practices and customs of other human faiths. His perception of religion was highly skewed by oddballs such as Hexism, the Vulcan faith and the Ilvanan faith. This was not exactly a healthy or representative sample of how religion operated in human society. Vase learned a lot of lessons from these jobs, though it was hard to describe what exactly he managed to gain. It could range from greater reverence towards faith towards more effective methods to capture spiritual feedback. All he knew was that he gained a much stronger urge to start a brand new mech design project that was expressly designed based on his recent lessons and observations. He wanted to design a mech that expressly utilized the power of belief in one way or another. Perhaps he wanted to create a new god in the form of a mech. Maybe he wanted to design a mech devoted to one of the gods of the religions he worked with and grant them the most perfect prayer machines. All he knew was that he had accumulated a lot of creative energies, and that he needed to expend them quickly in order to extract the most value out of his desire to create. Vase frustratingly shook his head and refused the impulse to drop all of his ongoing work so that he could indulge himself in a brand new exploration. He could not afford to get distracted. Finishing the Swarm project came first. Vase did not even want to think about designing another mech before he completed his first commercial Carmen mechs. It shouldn't take too long. He whispered to himself. Once I survive the next council meeting, I should have enough time to devote myself fully to completing this damned project. Vase deeply desired to set aside all of these political maneuvers and go back to his original job. Chapter 6298. The demeanor of a boss. Vase gained a radically different perspective on the interim leadership council now that he attended the third major council session. Previously, he had been foisted into the ILC without knowing much if anything about how politics was being driven at the upper end of humanity's hierarchy. He had risen far too quickly and the Mechers insisted that he begin to participate in the leadership of human civilization. He initially resisted this effort and just wanted to go back to designing his mechs. Now that he had done a bit of political maneuvering himself, his perspective on the matter had shifted. He no longer considered all of this wheeling and dealing to be a waste of his time anymore. Though Vase still insisted that he should not allocate too much time on politicking, he at least saw the benefits of properly exercising his influence and leverage to expand his power base. For better and worse, the people at the top would always make a lot of important decisions that changed the lives of everyone below. The latter usually had little to no say in any matters due to the excessively high concentration of power of the former. The huge distance between the two groups also did not help any matters, as human leaders tended to be completely divorced from the struggles of the common folk. Vase did not possess the capacity to solve these societal problems, nor held a desire to do anything about it. Perhaps the Red Collective might be able to reduce the distance between the top and bottom layers of society, but realistically nothing much could be done unless a full-blown revolution upended everything. In any case, a single person like Vase did not have many choices available to him. His options boiled down to two opposing approaches. He could try his best to reject anything political and try to stay as neutral and uninvolved as possible. The best way to do that was to botch his job as the deputy chief counselor of the ILC so that a proper politician and administrator could take over his unwanted duties. Doing so would absolve him of much of the blame if anything went wrong, but also cut him off from the praise if he got stuff right. That was all right with him, as the lack of involvement would cause him to lose a lot of heat, thereby lowering the chance that he would get bothered by parties looking to gain favors or coerce him into changing his stances. However, the biggest problem with cutting himself off from the political landscape was that he would always remain a victim of whatever harebrained policies and decisions imposed from the top. Taking matters into his own hands and embracing the opportunity to become a more active player in high-level politics freed him from this fate, if only partially. It felt good to take control over his life. Now that he had begun to adopt the other approach towards politics, he realized that it wasn't as bad or tedious as he feared. Sure, he still needed to take a lot of risks, and he also had to spend valuable time on winning over other parties, but all of it was worth it in certain cases. As far as Vase was concerned, all of the time and effort that he had spent on building up the coalition of faiths in the past few days had yielded a disproportionately high return on investment. Through a combination of inducements, coercion and other means, Vase managed to form an unprecedented gathering of religious organizations that reluctantly agreed to cooperate with each other despite their massive differences. Such a group had never been formed in the past. Despite the lengthy history of human civilization, no one had ever succeeded in convincing so many different faiths to unite around a common cause. Everyone assumed that they were too fractious and irrational to agree to cooperate with each other with any sincerity. Those assumptions were not invalid, but Vase managed to pull it off anyway. Sure, the faiths in the Red Ocean were much smaller and less cluttered compared to the gigantic mess in the Milky Way. The crisis produced by the Red Tide offensive also encouraged all of the normally obstinate religious leaders to make an earnest effort to save their shared society. Nonetheless, that did not take away the fact that Vase was the first man to truly unite the religious landscape and forge it into a somewhat cohesive interest group. Now was the time for him to make use of his newly formed power base. As Vase appeared in the same monumentally high virtual council chamber, he received a much different reception than before. He was no longer the kid who propelled his way to Tier 3 galactic citizenship and still remained a clueless newcomer to high-level power struggles. He was no longer the mech designer who continually expressed reluctance, raising his voice and attracting the attention of all of the counselors. He was no longer a chess piece who lacked meaningful power and was mainly here because he was propped up by the Red Association. Vase was a different man this time. The counselors who arrived a little earlier all directed looks at him that they usually reserved for their more respectful peers. They had all learned about what Vase had done through their own channels. It was impossible to hide the changes taking place in the religious community. Many church officials possessed deep connections with other powers, and it was not as if most of the changes were confidential. The appearance of a handful of divine avatars already changed the futures of numerous old and powerful faiths. They had issued a lot of new directions that heavily encouraged their followers to worship holy relics, in the form of a chalice, a lamb and other objects steeped in sacred symbolism. The recently formed coalition of faiths had only been established for a short time, but it was already making waves due to how many different faiths had gathered under its banner. Though the current administration of the coalition merely consisted of an empty shell at this time, all of the other players already took it extremely seriously due to how many neglected faiths it had managed to bind together. Few of the counselors had any reason to take groups like the Diocese of New Rome too seriously. Religion already had its heyday in the earlier ages. The Mechers and the Fleeters both objected to its rise and had employed many measures to keep it that way. While there were plenty of councillors who were clever enough to realize that the Red Collective could potentially adopt the opposite policy and turn these oppressed faiths into a united political force, none of them had actually done the work needed to turn this into reality. This was because they all thought it couldn't be done. This was another reason why the councillors looked at Vase with so much respect and vigilance. Vase had proven before this session had even begun that he was already capable of coming up with an extensive political scheme and pulling it off without any major missteps. That already put him at the same level as them at the very least. No councillor dared to underestimate Vase anyone. His relative youth and lack of experience did not necessarily translate into incompetence. More than a handful of councillors quietly grew jealous at Vase for being able to recognize and seize this opportunity first. If others managed to come up with the same idea and execute it earlier, then perhaps they would be able to arrive in the virtual meeting hall and command a large amount of respect from others. Vase doubted they would have been able to pull it off, though. He only managed to secure a favorable outcome due to his unique capabilities. This also kept him secure. He was not afraid that others would attempt to hijack his coalition of faiths from under his nose. They simply couldn't create the divine avatars that had suddenly become the most desired products among the faiths that had yet to receive their turn. As for the monotheistic churches that already received their turn, such as the DNR and the BSC, their religious leaders suddenly realized that since Vase only created a few symbolic objects of their almighty God rather than their deities themselves, there was still room for more holy relics. If Vase wanted to stretch the boundaries of the restrictions imposed by the Red Association, then he could also attempt to create manifestations of the saints and other sacred historical figures of those faiths. The promise of earning more divine avatars by becoming an active participant in the coalition of faiths motivated a lot of faiths to stick to Vase and remain unwavering in their support. This was why he continued to maintain his confident demeanor as he briefly stopped before his old council seat. His confidence only wavered for a moment as he stumbled into a dilemma. Should he take up his old throne-like seat, or should he ascend and seat himself on the highest and most prestigious throne that used to seat the evolution witch? This was an issue that he hadn't thought about, and it cost him a lot. That was the thing with playing at such a high level. A single mistake or oversight could easily cost him a lot, up to and including his life. There was no time to think. He could not afford to show any doubt or indecision in front of these sharks disguised as wise people. Vase did what he always did in these sort of situations and made a gut decision. He acted according to his heart, not allowing his more rational mind to second-guess his spontaneous decision. His steps did not slow or pause at all. He smoothly proceeded forward until he came close to the throne reserved for the chief counselor. In the absence of the chief counselor, the deputy chief counselor was supposed to take over. It was entirely reasonable for the latter to occupy the former seat. Vase doubted that many other people in his position would dare to do so in this instance. The chief counselor was more than just a human. She was a god pilot, one of the 8 absolute apex predators of red humanity. It would have been incredibly presumptuous for anyone to occupy the seat reserved for the evolution witch, as the strong-willed woman was infamous for her cruelty and irrationality. Vase knew that, yet still dared to sit himself on her throne. The impact of his silent choice was almost just as significant as building up an entire new power base for himself from scratch. The highly symbolic gesture cemented his complete transformation in status. He could no longer be treated as a bystander, lackey or accomplice anymore. From this moment onwards, the councillors and many other dignitaries would have no choice but to treat him as a boss and a leader in his own right. He was well aware that the evolution witch could take offensive at this and punish him afterwards when she learned about it. Yet the two had become so dependent on each other that it was unlikely for her to do anything too drastic. This was enough for Vase to take this risk. Many councillors briefly held their breaths as if the evolution witch would smite down Vase for his supposed blasphemy. Nothing happened, of course. Vase acted as if nothing was wrong and smiled in a confident manner. "Hello, I see we have numerous new faces here in order to fill up the seats vacated by all of the absent military personnel. Greetings. You should already know who I am. Today, I will be presiding over the Interim Leadership Council in my capacity as its Deputy Chief Counselor. The current Chief Counselor has directly invested me with this responsibility, so you cannot challenge my appointment. I possess a different leadership style from my superior, so do not expect me to lead the discussions in an identical fashion. Now let us begin." Chapter 6299 Tolerated Monopoly. Vase sat in the larger and more opulent seat previously reserved for the evolution, which as if he belonged on its much too large surface. It may very well turn into his permanent seat if he played his cards right. Now that he became the highest-ranking counselor in the virtual hall, Vase saw and understood so much more than before. Previously, Vase remained ignorant of all of the power plays and backroom dealing that took place out of sight. Now that he had begun to play the game properly, he finally understood why all of the groups and factions engaged in it. They wanted to secure victories in advance and build up enough support to push through their own proposals. The stakes were massive. The Red Collective had the potential to become as powerful as the Red Association and the Red Fleet, so few counselors were willing to remain passive. The previous Vase was the exception rather than the rule. He had so many different ways to implement meaningful change to society. He could have exercised his rights and authority months ago and twisted the circumstances in his favor a lot sooner. The current Vase had made up for lost time. He had finally caught up with all of the other big boys and earned his seat at the highest table. Though Vase had mostly spent his time on his own power play in the past few days, his personal assistant and his inside man from the pantheon of modern god had informed him of numerous other developments. For example, the secularist groups that opposed the rise of religion had hastily gathered together to form their own coalition of sorts. There was no way they would allow religion to occupy a greater place in human society after all of the efforts they spent on rooting it out from the public sphere. There was always opposition. No group could get its way without stepping on other people's toes. It was natural for the latter to form their own club in order to defend their opposing interests. In other words, before the Coalition of Faiths was able to introduce itself as the first faction of the Red Collective, its political adversaries had already formed a second faction behind the scenes. More decisions and maneuvering had taken place in the background. The Evolution Witch's staff, which nominally answered to Vase, had already addressed many of them. Her office automatically passed any proposals and decisions deemed unimportant or uncontroversial and incorporated them into the increasingly more elaborate blueprint of the Red Collective. This left Vase and the rest of the council with the more important and controversial issues. Despite entering this virtual meeting hall in an ostentatious manner, Vase began the third major session by addressing a number of easy items on the agenda. Questions related to the fine-tuning of the organizational structure and proportion of funding that should be allocated to the research teams of the Red Collective came and went at a brisk tempo. While these subjects were quite important, the counselors did not really care too much about winning or losing. They would try to skew the consensus in their favor, but did not complain if they did not get their way. Vase made use of these relatively unimportant subjects to ease himself into his new role. He moderated the debates and gently steered the talks towards acceptable compromises. There were no instances that required him to exercise his greater authority, as no one tried to make any disruptive power plays. The experience so far helped Vase to ease his nerves and grow his confidence in himself. None of the other counselors had bothered to test his limits or anything, which showed that they were at least willing to superficially accept his greater authority. That might not last once the discussions became more contentious. Everyone waited for the session to progress until they addressed the first controversial item on the agenda. That moment finally came when Vase introduced a subject that was bound to generate a lot of controversy. The topic was also so important to him that he stood up from his large seat. Counselors, the next topic on the agenda concerns the design, deployment and regulation of kinship networks. As the inventor and most prolific user of the only iteration of kinship networks known to us, I cannot claim to be impartial on this subject. Each of you are either familiar with them already, or have read the briefing package that I have prepared in advance. This discussion will proceed with the assumption that you are knowledgeable of their workings and purpose. Only a minority of counselors possessed a deeper background in cultivation science, but that did not stop them from learning the basic theories rooted in the developing fields of e-technology and cultivation science. Ever since I invented them, I have applied them to my own clan and other, small, gatherings without suffering any significant negative consequences. Vase continued, that may not be extensive enough proof that can definitively conclude that they are safe, but it should at least demonstrate that I stand by my invention so much that I am willing to entrust myself, my relatives and my subordinates to my own kinship networks. After making good use of them myself, I have formed numerous agreements with other major parties recently to provide them with their own kinship networks. The first of them were supposed to roll out sooner, but persistent security concerns combined with the introduction of the Red Collective has caused those endeavors to freeze. He was still annoyed by that, but he could understand why it was no longer acceptable to proceed even if he and his partners had addressed most of the contentious issues. At least Vase was still able to make use of the ones that had already been operating for years. Kinship networks were completely new to human civilization and had yet to be governed by any specific regulations. That did not mean that it existed completely outside the existing framework of human laws. The Mechers and Fleeters uphold plenty of more general laws that prohibited long-term direct mental conditioning, intrusive monitoring at the implant level and other violations. Since these laws and regulations were not perfectly attuned to the properties of kinship networks, it was a nightmare to apply them all. A lot of exceptions had to be carved out in order to legally permit the rollout of kinship networks. Even that was not a good or permanent solution. The Red Collective was supposed to take over this responsibility. Since Vase had classified his kinship networks as an application of e-technology, then the RC possessed a clear mandate to decide how humans should interact with this far-reaching invention. This was the moment that could decide how extensively Red humanity made use of his kinship networks. The Red Collective could either become its biggest promoter, or turn into its greatest restraint. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact have both applied for their own kinship networks. I have cooperated with their own experts for months in order to create customized frameworks for them that preserves most of the benefits of a baseline kinship network while also introducing a large amount of monitoring, restrictions and fail-safes in order to increase their reliability and decrease their risk factors. Vase also generated a projection that showed the basic plans and schematics for these kinship networks. He had simplified them down a lot in order to clearly show how many controls had been added to prevent any potential abuses. The Red 2 has also expressed clear interest in implementing a kinship network to unite all new elites together. There are many reasons why this should be done. A kinship network can increase their cohesion and allow many different soldiers from many different states and groups to trust each other without requiring a long familiarization process. A kinship network can also monitor their thoughts for any instances of treason, dereliction of duty and mental breakdowns. The Red Association has conducted extensive modeling, and even its more conservative scenarios promise a net 4% increase in overall combat effectiveness solely due to the relatively shallow benefits that I have mentioned. A difference of 4% might not sound big to normal people, but it was absolutely massive if it was applied across all of the front lines. A margin of 4% was already enough to transform a few dozen close defeats into close victories. That mattered a lot as those victories slightly slowed down the alien advance and bought more time for Red humanity to mount a proper defense and counterattack. Though Vase strongly believed that a single kinship network can produce a much greater positive impact than 4%, too many counselors would doubt his credibility, thereby weakening his argument. It was better to stick to more certain numbers even if they undersold the actual package. Vase continued to speak more about kinship networks. It was a bit of a helpless choice for him to be the one to advocate so strongly for them. As the moderator of this council session, he was supposed to maintain a facade of impartiality on the surface. That was simply not possible this time as no one else but him could speak in favor of his own weird invention. Once he finished his speech, a short pause ensued before another counselor rose up to ask a question. Professor Larkinson, given the great strategic importance and sensitivity of kinship networks, will you share the methods of creating them to others so that you are no longer the only supplier and point of failure for them? One of humanity's general policies is to never rely too much on a technological innovation that cannot be independently reproduced. As useful as your kinship network sounds, they are not replicable by others other than yourself as far as we know. Vase inwardly grimaced. He was afraid that a skeptic might attack his kinship networks from this angle. His answer was bound to increase opposition to their rollout, but he had no other choice but to defend his own rights. The kinship network is currently a proprietary invention of mine. I am not obliged to share its working principles, its method of production and so on. While it is highly related to my design philosophy, I will likely not teach anyone how to make them when I realize my design philosophy as it is not related to my mech design work. The only reasons for me to surrender this information to others is if another party is willing to exchange a benefit of equal value to it, or if the rules and directives of the Red Collective leaves me with no other option. It went without saying that Vase would vehemently object to that outcome. A small discussion ensued among the counselors on whether it was permissible to allow Vase to remain as the sole creator and master of kinship networks. Under normal circumstances, letting Vase keep his monopoly on his own invention would never fly. It gave him far too much power and would also cause Red humanity to suffer an unrecoverable loss if he got killed all of a sudden. The best course of action was to draft a directive that forced Vase to drop his monopoly on kinship networks and actively share the creation methods to others. That did not happen. Vase quietly grew reassured as none of the counselors was willing to make the suggestion that clearly benefited their civilization best. They were either afraid or unwilling to oppose Vase on this matter. Whether it was because they wanted to stay on the good side of the evolution witch's errand boy, or because they did not want to turn themselves into a target by the rapidly growing coalition of faiths, it was clear that the counselors were too intimidated by Vase to make an issue out of a matter that was not of critical importance. In fact, one of the reasons why the counselors did not push hard on this issue was because they were confident that one of their experts would succeed in reverse engineering and replicating kinship networks in time. The counselors would rather save their political capital for a more important dispute. Because of this, the current discussion skipped past the possibility of forcing Vase to share his trade secrets and moved on to deciding how extensively red humanity should make use of kinship networks. Chapter 6300 A little abuse of power. The big debate on kinship networks was how accessible they should become. Proponents clearly wanted to use them as Vase intended, which was to connect as many people to them as possible. Networks were only as strong and valuable as the amount of people they could affect. If only a fraction of an eligible population connected to a kinship network, then that would severely discount their usefulness in so many ways. It does not make any sense to impose quotas on kinship networks. If they only encompass 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 100 people, then that will create a division within populations that will only grow worse over time. Many of the reasons for using them, such as engendering greater trust and monitoring for treachery, will become invalid as those with ill intentions can avoid kinship networks entirely. However, those who are suspicious about the risks surrounding kinship networks had plenty of reasons to oppose any push to make them mandatory or cause too many people to grow dependent on their existence. Kinship networks are both prone to severe abuse and vulnerable to exploitation. It is absolutely unacceptable to violate the privacies of so many people and cause all of their mental activity to become accessible by anyone with the proper administrator rights. No matter how many checks and balances you incorporate, violations will still occur. The victims have no effective means to defend against these privacy intrusions as the kinship network must maintain a constantly active connection to work as envisioned. We severely question the wisdom of doing so and suggest that only 0.1% of a population is permitted to connect to this questionable application of e-technology. All of the sects proposed in the previous council session should have an opportunity to receive their own kinship networks. It is not an excellent means to bind like-minded people closer together, but also makes it much more difficult for criminals and demonic cultivators to misuse their powers. In fact, connecting to a kinship network should be mandatory in order to improve the control and monitoring of cultivators whose powers will eventually enable them to destroy entire mechs, structures and city districts. That is outrageous. These kinship networks are all potential dangers in the making. Letting whole sects embrace them is too dangerous. Anyone who manages to take control over a kinship network can easily indoctrinate and weaponize the sect members without making them aware that they are being repurposed. Sects are the last organizations that I trust with kinship networks. They should only be reserved to the small list of states and organizations that are responsible and reliable enough to stop any critical faults before they can jeopardize the lives of everyone connected to these unreliable creations. We must continue to guard against kinship networks so long as it is too difficult for outsiders to understand how they work and how they can be made. That was an indirect rebuke against Vase for monopolizing his kinship networks. To be fair, the concerns voiced by the critics were completely legitimate. If not for the fact that red humanity was being pushed close to its breaking point, the counselors would have felt much more reluctant to start an adventure with kinship networks. However, the red tide offensive forced them to be more open to solutions, any solutions as long as they sounded viable enough. It left a bitter taste in their mouths. As the debate had continued to rage on without the need for Vase to advocate for his own creation, it seemed that the Terrans and Rubarthans were pushing especially hard to implement kinship networks as widely as possible. The few counselors with strong ties to religious organizations were also in favor for obvious reasons. They were strongly in favor of allowing every sect, including ones based around religions, to make use of kinship networks, especially ones that were built around their newfangled divine avatars. However, the proponents also faced strong opposition from a broad majority of concerned parties. From people who understood little about e-technology and distrusted it for that reason, to paranoid individuals who feared that it was only a matter of time before kinship networks got misused, they had the numbers to ensure that kinship networks would not be able to conquer all of humanity. When the discussion finally approached an impasse, Vase knew that it was time for him to speak up again and wrap up the discussion by offering a compromise solution. He knew that he had the power to skew the outcome, but he could not outright invalidate all of the opinions of the opposition unless he came up with a killer argument. Since Vase was not able to assuage all of the concerns of the critics, he opted to act within his power and merely play favorites. It might be a bit shameless for him to do this, but this was his prerogative as the chief deputy counselor who presided over the council session. What was the point of holding all of this authority if he did not take advantage of it? Maintaining his impartiality was a huge waste of power. He banged his fist against the large table. All right, each of you have received opportunities to voice your opinions. Several of you have illustrated the many advantages that kinship networks can bring to red humanity, while others have expressed reasonable concerns about how they can put people in danger. It is clear that we cannot afford to forego their benefits entirely, so the obvious answer is to support a controlled rollout of kinship networks. As I see it, a select group consisting of powerful states and public organizations should be able to make use of them as they possess the strength and expertise to protect their kinship networks and control for any accidents. Aside from that, sects should all have the choice to adopt their own kinship networks and decide for themselves how widely they want to make use of them. If anyone objects to binding themselves to a kinship network, then they should be able to leave the sect without suffering any penalties. This was anything but a fair compromise solution. Letting sects have free rein on kinship networks was not a middle ground solution. It skewed far too heavily in favor of proliferation as opposed to restriction. Several opponents already looked as if they wanted to stand up and raise their objections. Vase knew that it wouldn't be so easy to get away with this stunt. He sighed and reluctantly gave the word to the unofficial representative of the second faction of the Red Collective. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson was a familiar face. She had somehow been assigned away from the front lines and taken over the council seat that was previously occupied by Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson. With all due respect, Professor Larkinson, sects exist to increase our ability to control and regulate the cultivators that are emerging in increasing numbers. Kinship networks may help us do so, but they also provide too many unnatural advantages to sect members. Not only that, but their existence also puts vulnerable and impressionable people at the mercy of networks that can always be subverted and corrupted. It would be far too easy for entire sects to fall and degenerate into hives of murder and sin. The guardians of order that I represent are in favor of stricter control, but only by relying on the tried and tested means of manpower and proven technology. We cannot rely on a cultivation-based solution to regulate cultivators. That sounds as stupid as relying on automated systems to keep hackers in check. That was a remarkably sound argument. That also made life more difficult to Vase. What Vase found interesting was that Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson had become its current spokesperson. 1724 The Guardians of Order was the second faction that had formed as a very rushed response to the formation of the Coalition of Faiths. The name that these secularists had chosen for themselves was very deliberate. First, they explicitly used the term guardians in order to paint themselves as the vigilant defenders of mankind. The unspoken implication here was that anything they opposed should automatically be categorized as a threat to the human race. Using the word order was not only a deliberate callback to the times of relative order and stability during the age of mechs, but also represented their aspiration of favoring stability over taking risks. The Guardians of Order therefore sought to portray their quest to halt as much progress as possible in a benevolent light, casting themselves as the only sane group of people in the Red Collective that tried to hold back the crazies from blowing up the Red Ocean. Considering that the Guardians of Order existed in direct opposition to the Coalition of Faiths, this impression was not completely unjustified. His sources weren't good enough to tell him whether Astrid assumed a leadership position of this brand new faction, but this was likely not the case. While it seemed as if the Guardians of Order wanted to present a counterpart to Vase that was just as youthful and open-minded, the lieutenant commander simply did not possess the prestige, accomplishments and experience to command everyone's respect. Yes, it's a fair trade-off. In exchange for greater transparency, we can help guard their kinship networks against outside exploitation as well as control for internal abuses. This should address most of the concerns related to the use of this wonderful new tool. It is also a convenient way to incentivize sects to subject themselves to greater monitoring without displeasing their members. In other words, we can kill two birds with one stone. That seemed enough to win over a lot of counselors that had yet to commit themselves to either side. Much of the reason why she enjoyed her rank at her age in the first place was because of the backing of her ancestor. Nonetheless, Astrid did not need to take absolute control over the Guardians of Order. The faction's members were united in their opposition towards the encroachment of faith, superstition and the spread of mystical tech that few if any people understood. Vase needed to respond to Astrid's well-crafted critique. "I have taken the points that you have raised into consideration, Lieutenant Commander." He calmly responded as if he already expected that the discussion would unfold like this. This is why the risks, and benefits, of kinship networks should mainly be confined to the sects, which are already isolated from the rest of humanity to a degree. Not only that, but we should confine this benefit to the sects that have accepted greater oversight by our Red Collective. Oversight, they might not be interested in kinship networks, but what they did care about was increasing the power and reach of the Red Collective. They did not want the organization that they would eventually lead to turn into a weak and marginalized regulatory institution. Any excuse that permitted the Red Collective to grow larger and increase its entanglement with human society was a win in their books. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson furrowed her brows. She was clever enough to realize that she could not sway the minds back into her camp unless she came with an exceptionally good argument. She did not have that so settled for a fairly weak response. It is irresponsible to hand out kinship networks to sects that merely agree to allow the Red Collective to station more inspectors in their organizations. We should at least subject them through a rigorous examination to verify they can protect their kinship networks and make responsible use of them. We should not hand this dangerous and unstable weapon to irresponsible cultists who have far too little self-control and reverence towards authority. Her argument sounded convincing enough to make it into the final proposal. Though Vase still felt tempted to abuse his power a bit further to shove aside this amendment, it was not wise to go too far and leave the opposition without any victory, even if it was relatively small and symbolic. This was why Vase ultimately let the Guardians of Order enjoy this small victory. He at least managed to secure most of the conditions that he desired. It was time to address the next item on the agenda. This subject was considerably more consequential to Vase. Let us talk about rethinking the role of religion in human society. Now that certainly caused the counselors to sit at full attention. Chapter 6301 Funding and Power. As the council session continued to progress, everyone grew accustomed to the new dynamic. The absence of a lot of leading military personnel caused the discussions in the Interim Leadership Council to unfold slower and with more time for deliberation. The career politicians and detail-oriented bureaucrats just loved to spend their time arguing about specific details that most people would have overlooked. It was not always useless chatter. These sorts of people were best at projecting policies into the future and imagining all of the intended and unintended consequences that would ensue. Their vast body of experience and deep familiarity with implementing lots of different policies and directives added a lot of new perspectives on issues, enabling everyone to understand the pros and cons a bit better. Not that it helped all that much to convince the counselors to change their minds if they already settled on their decisions before they entered the virtual meeting hall. Politicians were still politicians. Vase could clearly track the naked instances of tribalism. While Vase was the leader of the newly formed coalition of faiths, he did not have to speak up on its behalf as often as he thought. It appeared a couple of old faiths had managed to bribe or convince numerous counselors to act as their spokespersons. It was quite easy for rich and wealthy churches such as the Diocese of New Rome and the Seekers of the Promised Land to offer second-rate and third-rate states enough benefits for them to become their temporary agents. There was nothing illegal about it so long as the counselors remembered that they still needed to act in the best interests of their respective states and organizations. The generous donations, subsidies, interest-free loans, and surplus hardware recycling dumps ensured that the interests of their states and their new religious backers became a lot more closely aligned than before. It would have been a lot better if the various religious organizations could place all of their representatives directly into the Interim Leadership Council, but that was not yet a viable option. They should probably be able to get a seat at the highest table of the Red Collective once they formally registered themselves as sects under the new regime. In any case, Vase already managed to form an implicit form of cooperation with these double-dealing counselors. They spoke up on behalf of the faiths that backed them, making sure to advance the agenda of the coalition of faiths in all manner of smaller subjects in contention. Vase meanwhile would play the role of a silent leader, offering enough political cover to the counselors to speak freely about advancing the cause of religion. This was an unthinkable outcome in the previous council meetings. The secularists still possessed more than enough power to squash any proposals that clearly benefited religious organizations. Yet now that the faiths had organized themselves in a cohesive political bloc under the leadership of a figure as prominent as Vase, no one dared to dismiss this group anymore. The overall culture and custom of suppressing religion in the public sphere as much as possible had already crumbled because of the changes. Numerous counselors boldly spoke of giving more space for churches to operate in human society without receiving the backlash they would have incurred in the past. While the Guardians of Order under the leadership of Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson did what they could to push back against the encroachment of religion, the second faction of the Red Collective had to actually put forth convincing arguments instead of relying on mindless knee-jerk reactions. The ardent secularists could no longer secure automatic victories, especially now that everyone gradually concluded that ordinary science and technology would not save red humanity from its worsening crisis. Soon enough, the session progressed to the point where Vase needed to open a discussion on another highly contentious subject. He rose from the seat vacated by the evolution which automatically commanded everyone's attention once again. Vase was starting to feel more and more comfortable in his new role. He might be lacking in experience, but he was rapidly learning the tricks of the trade. At this point, he had fully established his authority as the hierarch of the coalition of faiths and the deputy chief counselor of the ILC. Under these dual identities, no one present dared to take him lightly anymore. He had fully cemented himself as one of the heavyweights in the current council. We have spoken much about how to organize the Red Collective, how many bases and outposts we must throughout human-occupied space and how many armies and fleets we must raise to protect our assets. What we have yet to discuss in detail is how we must pay for all of it. Many counselors have already submitted a large amount of proposals on this subject. Each of them are quite detailed and include realistic projections that should eventually lead to a healthy balance sheet in a few decades. However, they differ a lot in details, most notably who should bear the greatest burden. Vase continued to stare into the eyes of every counselor in the virtual meeting room. Everyone had their own ideas about this subject. Before we debate the most viable proposals in earnest, I think it is a good idea to look back on how the Red Association and the Red Fleet are able to fund themselves. As the hegemons of red humanity, they are large and powerful enough to pay for most of their expensive activities, but they also rely heavily on taxation and resource tributes from the states under their supervision to fund even more extravagant activities. Ordinary citizens usually don't notice too much of this as none of them pay any direct taxes to the Red 2. It is only the states and large organizations that must offer their tribute to their rulers and protectors. The burden was significant, but not high enough to provoke excessive resentment. Third-rate and second-rate states generally got off easy, but first-rate states had to share a bit more of their wealth in order to stay in the good graces of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. It basically amounted to an official protection racket at a grand scale. While most governments worked like this, the Red 2 generally extracted hefty amounts of wealth and resources without really giving back enough compensation to the states and organizations. The Red 2 mostly spent the collected tribute on their expensive research and toys. They also declined to give the states voting rights on how the Mechers and Fleeters should make use of their assets. In other words, the Red 2 and their predecessor organizations from the old galaxy had become accustomed to taxation without representation. They continually absorbed the nutrients from the masses while giving only scraps in return. The Mechers and Fleeters managed to get away with this for a long time by virtue of their superior god mechs and huge quantity of warships. After Vase briefly summarized how the RA and the RF paid all of their bills, he addressed what should be done for the Red Collective. We are not the Mechers and the Fleeters. The Red Collective may appear to become one of the RA and RF's brothers, but that does not mean it should blindly copy all of their flaws and bad habits. I think it is important to realize that the original mandate of the collective already compels us to form a different relationship with the people we are tasked to govern and protect. Yes, I know that the Red 2 is doing a lot to protect human civilization as a whole by fighting so hard, but that is not an excuse to treat our constituents as cattle. His intentions already became obvious to numerous people, but Vase continued to elaborate in order to make his point clear to the others. Our future organization contains the word collective for a reason. It is a group that is spawned from the earnest desires of the masses. That means we have an obligation to serve the masses in return. This is why the subject of funding cannot be separated from the subject of power. Those who pay money to fund our collective should have the right to participate in our decision-making process. Before he could speak any further, the spokesperson of the Guardian of Faiths immediately chose to raise an objection. Professor Larkinson, the impartiality and fairness of the Red Collective will come under question if it becomes beholden to the groups that cover most of its expenses. In a society as unequal and extreme wealth disparity as ours, your stance will make it far too easy for our collective to devolve into an oligarchy. If the wealthiest contributors can take over a significant share of the voting rights by donating more money and resources than others, then it will be difficult for the Red Collective to hold on to the claim that it represents the common folk as well. You cannot possibly allow the deepest pockets to take over a super-organization that is not supposed to be beholden to special interests. Vase pressed his lips for a moment. Lieutenant Commander Jameson, you raise a good point, but you have not allowed me to complete my speech. I am well aware of the dangers of what you have stated. It is absolutely not my intention to deny a voice to ordinary folk. It is one of the entire reasons why grassroots support for the formation of the Red Collective is so strong. Yet we cannot fund our extensive operations by taxing so many poor people. It is for this reason that I propose that we apply a bicameral system to our legislative branch. I am most in favor of proposals that set up an upper council and a lower council, each of which is designed to give a voice to two different sets of constituents. That sent out a small shockwave throughout the interim leadership council. Splitting the official leadership council into two was a fairly radical proposal. Let me explain why it is the best way for us to go forward. Vase continued as many councillors already started to make their own calculations and projections. The lower council is the simplest and most straightforward gathering of lawmakers. It should comprise a proportional mix of representatives from first-rate, second-rate and third-rate states. We can discuss the weight of voting rights based on class, population size and other factors, but we must ensure that the average folk must always feel they have one of their own, in one of our highest decision-making platforms in order to believe the Red Collective is on their side. This was bound to produce an incredibly contentious discussion. The councillors from second-rate and third-rate states would push hard to allow population size to become the main variable that determined their share of voting rights. The councillors from first-rate states and organizations would definitely oppose this move and try to argue that wealth, development level and societal contributions should weigh much more. Vase had his own ideas on this subject, but he felt it was best to keep himself out of this mudfight as much as possible. His focus instead centered on the other chamber. The upper council meanwhile should comprise of senators sent by the major financial contributors of the Red Collective. The senators should come from the largest states and organizations, but more importantly should also come from the sects under the supervision of the Red Collective. Think about it, sects must subject themselves to heavy supervision, and are also expected to fill up a significant part of the coffers of the RC. It is only fair to give them a voice in how the collective is run. While the existence of the lower council should not provoke too many objections, the story was different for the upper council. Letting the sects have a stronger say in the running of the Red Collective sounded like allowing inmates to gain a part of the management authority of their own prisons. This was a proposal that strongly favored the coalition of faiths, but would definitely draw heavy opposition from the guardians of orders. Vase had just ignited a crucial power struggle that would directly determine how much the coalition of faiths could gain control over the Red Collective. Chapter 6302 Upper Council disputes the governance of the Red Collective was an extremely sensitive issue. It essentially decided who got to run an organization that was bound to become extremely powerful in the future. Every councillor already possessed a good understanding on the governance of the Red 2. The Red Fleet operated almost the same as the Common Fleet Alliance, which was a highly integrated military alliance. The CFA originally formed due to the gathering of lots of different warfleets that had grown upset at the tyranny of leaders gone mad during the Age of Conquest. Despite the clear threat posed by letting unaccountable leaders at the top make all of the decisions, the CFA and subsequently the RF never really got rid of this leadership structure. The fleeters still stuck to their military hierarchy and expected a high degree of compliance from subordinates to leaders. The Admiralty was in charge of all forms of central decision-making, and the most senior admirals pretty much ruled their own fleets as if they were semi-private fiefs. Though the fleeters still gave their admirals a dangerous amount of power, it worked because their leaders essentially kept each other in check. Though Vase found contrarians such as Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson extremely annoying, she actually played an essential role in the RF's ecosystem. It would have been much worse if the admirals agreed with each other and colluded with each other too much, because that would deprive the RF from an essential form of accountability. In short, the Red Admiralty might hold all of the power in the RF, but the individual admirals all had to compete against each other to secure more benefits and resources for their individual fleets. This ensured that no single admiral would be able to abuse his power without fear of reprisal. The Red Association was set up a bit differently. The MTA descended from contrasted sharply from the militaristic CFA by giving voice to civilians, at least in theory. The Galactic Mech Council used to function as a unicameral parliament where the representatives of powerful states sat in the same chamber as god pilots and star designers, where they collectively submitted and voted on various bills every once in a while. Due to the crisis generated by the Great Severing, the Mechers stuck in the Red Ocean somehow managed to phase out the Galactic Mech Council and strip the few Galactic Mech Councilors of their office in record time. The Red Association quickly turned into a hybrid between a military junta and a technocracy. Basically, the god pilots and the star designers held ultimate power and authority over how the RA should be run. Any member of the mech community who was powerful and smart enough earned a seat at the highest table of the association. While these drastic changes certainly caused the RA to run a lot smoother and more efficiently, which was very important in times of war, it also disenfranchised the masses. The elimination of Galactic Mech Councilors removed an admittedly flawed but noble attempt to connect the leadership of the Red Association with the population they reigned over. In the past, the MTA could at least claim with a straight face that it represented the needs of the common folk. Now, the RA had cast off this illusion entirely, giving ordinary people no channel to effect change on human civilization at the highest level. This was one of the driving reasons why public support for the formation of the Red Collective turned out to be so high. People did not want to be ruled over by two distant and aloof groups that weren't accountable to them in the slightest. The Red Collective gave them all hope that they would not only regain the channel that they once lost, but gain a much greater say than they had ever enjoyed in the past. It was for this reason that the debate on the structure and allocation of voting rights in the lower council did not produce too much controversy. None of the councillors were stupid enough to stand in the way of overwhelming public sentiment. The demand for a chamber filled with representatives of all human states and population groups was so great that anyone who opposed this measure could easily be turned into a target to the masses. Of course, the formation of a lower council that largely answered to the space peasants still received a bit of pushback. There were councillors who favored greater centralization that wanted to reduce the power of the lower council. The more the Red Collective had to answer to the chaotic, ignorant and divided masses, the less efficient it would become. Vase was well aware of this. In fact, he deliberately settled for this approach because of this reason. It was not in his best interest for the Red Collective to become too centralized, proactive, efficient and well-run. The greater the internal mess, the less time and energy it had to spare on its duties. The debate on the lower council slowly wound down. The foremost councillors such as Vase and Astrid Jameson refrained from commenting as they were all saving their powder for the much more important discussion that would take place right afterwards. In the end, Vase straightforwardly gave his stamp of approval on the tentative compromise solution decided by the councillors from the first-rate states and the so-called lesser states. The seats in the lower council would be apportioned to the states based on a mathematical formula that put different weights on GDP per capita, education level, population size and other factors. All that mattered was that neither the first-raters nor the space peasants objected too strongly to the final result. "All right," Vase said after he dealt with the decision-making surrounding the lower council. "It is time for us to discuss the composition and distribution of voting rights of the upper council. The reason why this chamber exists is to give a voice to its major contributors. This includes the Red Association, the Red Fleet, the first-rate superstates and other major organizations. It should also include all of the sects that are governed by the RC and pay their taxes to it. The latter is important. The collective should not become unaccountable by the very same groups it is supposed to supervise. The Guardians of Order respectfully disagrees with your opinion." Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson predictably spoke up. "Cultivation is a weapon. It is dangerous in the hands of anyone who wields sufficient power over it. Those that have become adept at it will gain advantages that are difficult and expensive to match by those who have not delved into cultivation. Giving their sects a seat in the upper council will cause these powerful cultivators to become even more unassailable than before. It will become harder to control and punish them when they wield both significant personal power and political power. If the sects become too powerful one day, they may eventually dominate the upper council, and by extension the entire Red Collective. Do you not see how this could cause the RC to betray its mission to supervise the sects and instead enable all of their selfish desires? Astrid most certainly voiced valid doubts and concerns at the proposal. To be fair, skewing more power towards the sects was exactly what Vase wanted. Not only would it empower the coalition of faiths, but it would also make the Red Collective less governable than before. Naturally, his opponents knew exactly what Vase tried to achieve, and did their best to oppose his initiative. Vase did not want the obstinate guardians of order to have their way, so he needed to gain a broader base of support. The coalition of faiths was already fully on board, but there were other tentative factions that might take its side. The Terran Alliance believes it is highly appropriate to open the Upper Council to the parties that contribute a large part of its funding, personnel and material requirements. The Terran Councilor spoke. The Rubarthan Pact is also in favor of allowing the sects to occupy seats in the Upper Council. The Rubarthan Councilor said, it may be prudent to set a quota and only allow the larger and more substantial sects into the Upper Council, but other than that we must let them participate in order to keep them compliant. It was not a surprise that the Terrans and the Rubarthans supported the initiative as well. The two pretty much formed their own factions in the Red Collective, but they also maintained a strong connection to the coalition of faiths. As far as the first-rate colonial superstates were concerned, sects were yet another way for them to exercise their power. Their populations were substantial, and a proportion of them were bound to become cultivators. The more levers of power the Terrans and the Rubarthans controlled, the more they were able to prevent their adversaries from becoming in charge again. Even if most of the leaders of the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact privately turned up their noses towards sects, they were not above taking advantage of the situation to change the status quo in human civilization. The League of Minor States is also in favor of allowing sects to assume seats in the Upper Council. The spokesperson of this faction said, "We have no other way to attain representation in the Upper Council unless we are involved in sects. We will not allow our voice to remain unheard in this important chamber." Just as its name suggested, the League of Minor States was the tentative faction that the second-rate states and especially third-rate states had formed to represent their collective will. It had only been formed very recently, so nothing about it was certain. It still remained questionable whether so many second-rate and third-rate states could stomach each other long enough to remain united. As far as Vase knew, the League was currently held up by the common desire to not get bullied by the bigger players. The faction did not possess a strong leader who put forward a bold vision and managed to win over most of the states, so it was anything but cohesive at the moment. While the factions representing various states clearly sided with the coalition of faiths, the Guardians of Order were not entirely alone either. The Red Fleet opposes the inclusion of sects in the Upper Council. A different counselor from the RF voiced, sects are sources of danger and instability. If they gain seats in the Upper Council, then they will seek to impede and undermine the RC's central mandate of controlling cultivators at every turn. Sects must always remain under the control of our collective. It is not as if cultivators are lacking representation. They should still retain their citizenship of various states, which are most assuredly represented by the lower council. Master Viro Goldstein of the Survivalist faction also voiced a similar opinion. The Red Association also opposes the proposal to give sects the right to appoint senators to the Upper Council. I concur with the opinion of my fleeter colleague that the members of sects should already enjoy sufficient representation through their states. I will also add that sects should not be seen as groups of constituents who we must serve. Instead, they should be seen as paramilitary organizations that serve the needs of the Red Collective and Red humanity as a whole. They should be treated as the armies of cultivator attack dogs that are raised to fight our enemies and help us win the war. Attack dogs, is that how you see our citizens whose only fault is to learn how to better themselves through meditation and learning how to harness the power of E-energy? The disdain and elitism espoused by your Red Association towards us, space peasants, should not belong in the Red Collective. We have taken part in the Interim Leadership Council with the hope that we can be different from the old elites. We will not allow the Red 2 to turn our beautiful collective into their mirror image. Chapter 6303 Major and Minor Victories. The stances of all of the newly formed factions of the Red Collective became pretty clear. The Coalition of Faiths, the Terran faction, the Rubarthan faction and the League of Minor States all voiced their strong support for allowing sects to occupy seats in the Upper Council. The Guardians of Order, the Mech faction and the Fleeter faction opposed the decision to allow sects to place their own senators in the Upper Council. The two groups were roughly evenly divided as a consequence. The proponents had a vast amount of population on their side. An overwhelming majority of states wanted to gain a greater voice in the Upper Council by working through their citizens that would comprise various sects. Whether the cultivators that would eventually become a part of these sects would retain their loyalty to their states was a very questionable assumption. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. The Terrans, Rubarthans and many other states did not want to get excluded from power. They were willing to fight hard to obtain sufficient representation in both the upper and lower councils. The opponents meanwhile also formed a strong power bloc. Sure, they only represented the will of a small fraction of the population, but they also happened to possess the greatest military might. The Red Association and the Red Fleet only reluctantly embraced the rise of the Red Collective. The former two organizations were not stupid enough to stand in the way of history and stop the collective from becoming reality. What they instead sought to do was to use their power and influence to inhibit the Red Collective and the cultivators it depended upon as much as possible. The weaker the Red Collective, the less benefits the Red Two had to surrender to this new rival. The Guardians of Order that comprised a collection of powerful individuals and groups opposed to giving too many rights to cultivators could therefore count on very powerful backing to support its stance. It was not easy for the proponents to overrule the opponents for that reason. Vase knew that if the proponents could not come up with strong and convincing enough arguments, the end result would likely turn into another middling compromise solution. That was not a desirable way to conclude the discussion on this important subject. When Vase decided to support the initiative to split the Council of the Red Collective in two, he had been aiming to dominate the Upper Council. He freely gave up any ambition to control the Lower Council, knowing that it was not his business to meddle in this chamber. Controlling the Upper Council was already good enough in his opinion. It should make him powerful enough to influence the policies of the Red Collective in his favor, but it should not make him powerful enough to become known as a dictator. After all, the Upper Council and the Lower Council both needed to be in alignment with each other in order to successfully pass a bill. One could not unilaterally decide the policies of the Red Collectives in order to prevent any single leader from becoming too tyrannical. Vase therefore made a deliberate step back so that he could hopefully take 2 steps forward. The most ideal outcome would be to win this argument and successfully let the Coalition of Faiths occupy much of the seats of the Upper Council. This would directly turn Vase into a major political leader, allowing him to become a true heavyweight in high-level galactic politics. However, in order for this to work, it became crucial for him to ensure that his faction would be able to exercise enough power in the Upper Council. This could only be done by letting sects appoint their own people as senators. Despite the current deadlock, Vase actually remained confident that he could get his way in the end. He tried his best not to smirk as he turned his gaze towards a familiar master mech designer. Master Goldstein, please tell us what the survivalist faction of the Red Association thinks on this matter. Do you truly think that sects should only be treated as disposable armies, or do you think they can become more if they are given the freedom and respect that they deserve? Though Master Goldstein previously uttered a stance that matched the opinions of the Guardians of Order, he did so as a representative of the Red Association as a whole. Vase bet that the survivalist faction might not feel the same way. Cultivation is known to be a powerful force, and that was the case in a more restricted galaxy. Here in the Red Ocean, cultivation has the potential to train a large number of individuals in how to fight without relying on excessively costly products. The Red Tide offensive has already overrun the first and second defensive bands. The third defensive band will not last and will collapse sooner or later. It is imperative to transform as many people into qualified soldiers as possible. If cultivators and their sects can contribute to the war effort on a large enough scale, then the survivalist faction is in favor of giving them a chance to prove their trustworthiness. Divide and conquer. Vase sought to undermine the opposition by breaking their illusion of unity. Not everyone from the Red Association and the Red Fleet agreed with the stances of the Guardians of Order. Vase just had to find these skeptics within the Red Two and slowly unravel the mistaken impression of unanimity to weaken the opposition to his proposal. Admiral Chelsea Mealy, what is it you require, Professor Larkinson? Tell us whether the stance of the 2nd Main Fleet and the 7th Light Fleet of the Red Collective is in favor of opening the Upper Council to the sects. The Admiral most certainly understood Ves's ploy, but she implicitly cooperated with him anyway because their goals were somewhat aligned. The 2nd Main Fleet and the 7th Light Fleet are both cautiously open-minded of the benefits that cultivators can bring to Red humanity's defense. Admiral Mealy responded, we are principally not opposed to giving sects greater rights as long as they are making major contributions. This includes sending combat-capable soldiers to the front lines, but can also come in the form of providing logistical support by producing specialty materials and products that cannot be supplied by mundane companies. That was not an unconditional vote of support, but it was pretty good that Admiral Mealy offered support at all. It was incredibly important for her to prove that the Red Fleet was not of one mind on this issue. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson clearly did not like what her fellow fleeters had said. The Red Fleet carries on the tradition of the Common Fleet Alliance of serving as a bastion against the weird and the unnatural. We would be betraying our fundamental principles if we allow sects to gain a measure of political power. What if this will pave the way to the rise of the next Five Scrolls Compact? Is that such a bad outcome? Admiral Mealy retorted to the much younger and more junior fleeter. Traditions are important, but I do not agree they must be treated as sacred. Change is necessary, especially after the turn of a new age and a radical change of circumstances. The Five Scrolls Compact used to be our collective enemy because it was an enemy of mankind. If the sects under the supervision of the Red Collective can grow powerful enough to rival the old Compact, then that is not necessarily detrimental as long as it is fighting against our external enemies. Even if the sects gain more control over the RC than anticipated, it cannot exercise free reign over human society. The Red Association and our Red Fleet are not beholden to the sects, and can always overpower the Red Collective if it turns into a cruel and corrupt organization. One of the factors that led to the secret rise of the Five Scrolls Compact was that it encountered no effective opposition within human society. Sure, their secrecy had a lot to do with it, but the lack of any strong human groups that could fight against them head-on was another factor why the Compact eventually dominated the human race behind the scenes. Such a travesty could never be repeated in the Age of Dawn. The Red Two, which succeeded the Big Two that dominated the Age of Mechs, had not lost their power and still maintained their hegemony over Red humanity. As long as that remained the case, it was impossible for the Red Collective and its large collection of crazy cultivators to have its way on every issue. This condition was enough to reassure many skeptics and undecided counselors that it was not that bad to bestow additional power to the sects. Sects are not armies that are necessarily willing to throw their troops to the front at the whims of leaders who bear no relation to them. Vase spoke again. Sects are cultivator organizations that are comprised of people who have their own desires and ambitions. It is important for us to give them the space and allowances to develop their powers. We can counter many fears about spawning the next edition of the Five Scrolls Compact by increasing their entanglements to our society and institutions. Trying to isolate, punish and diminish them simply because they wield unnatural powers is counterproductive. It will only drive more cultivators to develop undesirable personalities, which will reflect onto their power expression in a negative manner. I believe that the best way to turn cultivators into a productive force of Red humanity is to emphasize participation instead of repression. That was a powerful argument and plea that tilted the discussion in his favor even further. Though it did not change the minds of any ardent opponents, it provided enough grounds for Master Goldstein and Admiral Mealy to maintain their supportive stances, at least when it came to their respective factions. As the discussion continued, it became clear that the rifts within the Red Association and the Red Fleet could not be mended. The Guardians of Order had a much weaker base of support when it was unable to gain the unanimous backing of the Red Two. Though the Guardians of Order could still count on the support of numerous individual counselors, this was not enough to form a strong base of opposition. When it seemed that the debate would end into a decisive victory for the proponents, Lieutenant Commander Astrid no longer tried to accomplish the impossible and instead settled for securing minor concessions. If you wish to give sects a place in the upper council, then you should at least limit the number of senators that come from this group. The youthful fleeter officer argued, we should not allow the sects to gain an absolute majority of the upper council due to quantity alone. The Red Collective should set a quota that only permits the top 20 sects to participate in the upper council. Top 20, that is not comprehensive enough. Too many groups will be left out if that is the case. We should offer enough room in the upper council to accommodate the senators from the top 100 sects. 100 senators that are completely beholden to the sects is far too much when the upper council is supposed to be made up of 150 senators in total. The proponents and opponents continued to fight over the quota for a while before settling on letting the top 75 sects place their senators in the upper council. The Guardians of Order fought very hard to reduce that down to the top 50, but Vase had fought hard to deny his opponents this crucial victory. It was actually hard for him to secure this gain as there were many groups that were willing to give sects a bit of political power, but not too much. It was only after Vase expended a significant amount of political capital and burned a lot of goodwill in the process that he managed to attain this crucial outcome. Vase couldn't help but smile at this time. Not only did this outcome ensure that his coalition of faiths would claim at least a few dozen seats in the upper council, but his Larkinson clan might be able to claim one for itself. This was outside his own seat as the eventual leader of the upper council. Chapter 6304 Vase the manipulated. The third major session of the Interim Leadership Council began to reach its conclusion. The councillors held many discussions and formed a consensus on many different contentious subjects. Of course, with Vase effectively in charge of the session, he had done what he could to nudge and push the outcome in his favor. Nobody missed how he essentially abused his authority as deputy chief councillor for his own selfish interests. It was quite blatant to all of these highly experienced politicians and schemers. The key was that Vase never crossed the line. He knew his limits and he only sparingly made a strong move to secure his more important objectives. What was also important was that Vase understood the need for give and take. He could not allow himself and his faction to win every single policy debate. No matter what Vase thought about the Guardians of Order, the faction possessed enough support and held legitimate concerns towards the danger posed by cultivators. They served as a necessary check and balance towards the unbridled ambitions of those who mastered the art of wielding the power of E-energy. Although the Guardians of Order had not been able to stop the rise of the Coalition of Faiths, the former at least managed to impose a few limits and prevent the Red Collective from potentially turning into the second coming of the Five Scrolls Compact. The specter of that dreaded cult continued to spook a lot of old-timers who became affected by the ravages of the dark days of the Age of Conquest. There were plenty of people who sought to prevent history from repeating and sought to obstruct as much as possible, not realizing that Red Humanity's context was completely different this time. Fortunately, there were enough level-headed people in every faction that ultimately agreed that more needed to be done in order to halt the Red Tide offensive. Any fears about enabling the return of the Five Scrolls Compact or similar degenerate organization became moot if all humans in the Red Ocean became extinct in a few years. It was due to this crisis that loomed over everyone's heads that the third council session ultimately got a lot of stuff done. The councillors preferred action over inaction, and would rather try out flawed solutions that could potentially backfire than to do nothing and allow the structure of human civilization to collapse around themselves. He should not expect this amicable atmosphere to last for long. If Red Humanity successfully defended itself against the Red Tide offensive, then the urgency would drop, causing the different factions to become a lot more proactive about defending their own interests. 043 Many councillors were high-tiered galactic citizens with proven accomplishments, so it did not surprise Vase all that much that they could be quite accommodating to each other when the need was great enough. That was a problem for later. Vase did not have the luxury to think too far ahead. His schedule was packed to the brim and he was juggling too many different concerns at the same time. Trying to wrangle this session into a somewhat satisfying conclusion for the majority of councillors already took a toll on his mental balance. Though Vase continued to project an image of confidence and strength, in reality he had grown more than tired of trying to keep up with all of the subtle and multi-layered political games played by the councillors. He was pretty sure that he had missed the subtext and double meanings of a lot of remarks. From this aspect, Vase was not suitable to serve as the deputy chief minister. Yet strangely enough, the councillors did not disapprove of him for this reason. It was the opposite. They actually expressed occasional signs that they were more than willing to tolerate his continued leadership over the ILC. Vase knew why. Compared to these old foxes who often had a century or 2 centuries worth of politicking under their belt, the man currently sitting on the highest seat was a novice in comparison. It was a lot easier for them to get away with subtle maneuvers under the supervision of an amateur politician like Vase. They knew that as long as they did not commit any obvious violations, they could actually get away with a lot more schemes than if the meetings were presided by one of their own ilk. Once Vase figured this out, he felt kind of stupid. They probably equated his own little ploys and schemes to the drawings of a toddler. It was just too easy for them to manipulate his mood and judgment. Vase even started to suspect that some of the concessions he received during this session was not because he obtained powerful backing or made a persuasive case, but because they wanted to feed him with enough success to justify his current position. Though Vase felt rather insulted that he was being patronized by all of these elder statesmen as if he was a child, he was mature enough to understand that this was not actually a bad deal from his perspective. At the very least, his power base was still very real, which meant that he could never be reduced to their puppet. As long as he became the permanent leader of the upper council, Vase remained confident that he could continue to abuse his position to his advantage on occasion. Since the wily councillors so badly wanted a political dummy as their chief, they had little choice but to indulge his periodic wishes. After all, if Vase ever became frustrated or if he was deemed incompetent, he may actually vacate his seat at the head of the upper council and make way for a much more competent predator. Many of the councillors did not forget that the evolution which presided over the previous 2 sessions of the Interim Leadership Council. That was pretty much one of the worst situations to operate in by all of the career politicians. They knew that they could never get away with any form of deception in front of God Pilot. The highly driven and inflexible nature of a God Pilot also made it a lot harder for them to cede any ground. The evolution which also built up a lot of infamy for disregarding the wants and desires of the people in her orbit. These reasons and more all encouraged the councillors to conspire to keep the evolution which as far away from the Red Collective as possible. As Vase formed all of these guesses and realizations, he wished he could have figured this out a lot sooner. Not that it would have prompted him to change his strategy all that much. He just felt like he had been acting like a clown without knowing it all of this time. There was a big difference between remaining completely clueless and gaining awareness that he was being plotted against. Vase actually wanted to leave this virtual meeting hall and get back to his design lab even harder. He didn't belong in this place. Vase felt a lot less excited about the evolution which's intention to foist him into a dominant leadership position in the Red Collective. He was simply not ready to hold so much responsibility. He tried his best not to let his doubts and anxiety spill over his current confident persona. No matter what, showing weakness was a very bad idea. Perhaps his current stream of thought was just a temporary affliction that would go away in time. Vase could think about his performance and what different people sought from him after the session had come to an end. He really wanted to get a hold of the evolution which so that he could directly learn what she expected of him. It was frustrating for her to treat him like a chess piece without giving him an explanation of her grand strategy. As the long and exhausting session finally came to an end, Vase stood up once more. Everyone directed their attention to the second youngest councillor in the virtual hall. In fact, he should have been the youngest out of them all by a huge margin, but the unexpected entry of Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson caused him to lose this particular bragging right. "Councillors," he said with a polite smile, "I am pleased that we have concluded another productive session. Our Interim Leadership Council has made a large amount of progress by determining how the Red Collective ought to be funded and how it should be governed. The implementation of a lower council that will finally grant the masses a voice at the highest level of our civilization, as well as the creation of an upper council that empowers the greatest contributors of our race's promising cultivation community, will give our collective the foundation and strength it needs to prosper for centuries to come. The day of the founding of the Red Collective draws closer." Vase continued his official sounding speech. "Now that we have made enough decisions to form an initial framework of the Red Collective, I expect that our future members and contributions will intensify their preparation work. We must construct the headquarters and branch offices that will anchor the Red Collective in our society. We must recruit the huge amount of first-raters, second-raters and third-raters needed to staff all of the offices and research institutions. We must also form contracts with many suppliers and agreements with the states that will host our offices to ensure we can exercise our mandates without suffering too many constraints." This was a huge amount of work. Even with the active support of the Red 2 and the first-rate colonial superstates, it was impossible to complete all of this work within half a year, let alone a decade. Many of the councillors felt proud of what they accomplished. They were among the few humans who had been chosen to become the architect of a powerful new institution of human civilization. Their contributions already shaped the history of their race and could potentially change the lives of an unending amount of descendants in the subsequent years and ages. Of course, all of this was dependent on the survival of Red humanity. Fortunately, it shouldn't take much time to set up the skeleton of the Red Collective before the day it officially entered into operation. As long as the most essential structure of the super organization came online first, the rest could be addressed in the following years and decades. According to the schedule, you should expect to attend at least 2 more major sessions before the Interim Leadership Council has completed its mission. Vase continued. After that, some of you will go on to join the lower council. Others will enter the upper council. No matter where you end up, I hope that we can all continue to contribute to the growth and prosperity of the Red Collective, as our race needs a strong guiding hand on how to harness the power of cultivation. The changes were happening far too quickly for Ves's liking. It should have taken at least a decade to properly debate and plan out the formation of an organization of this magnitude, but all they had was only a single year. Though Vase found it jarring to prepare for a future where the Red 2 would be joined by another peer, he also had reasons to welcome its formation. On the subject of kinship networks, now that we have decided to make use of it with the appropriate monitoring and restrictions, we do not have to wait until the Red Collective has entered into operation to make use of them already. With the aliens trying to tear apart the third defensive band, we need to acquire any advantage that we can get in the short term. The first kinship networks designed for the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact as well as the New Elites program have already been optimized and iterated upon for more than a year. They have been waiting for final approval for months, so now that there are no hurdles anymore, they can come online within a week. Be prepared for widespread changes, though I expect that their owners will only gradually let people into the kinship networks. Though the existence of kinship networks was not strictly a secret, this was the first time they would be deployed on a wide enough scale to attract the attention of all of red humanity. Chapter 6305 Calculated Outcome, you have performed admirably under the circumstances. Master Viro Goldstein told Vase after the council session came to an end. As usual, not every counselor left right away. They gathered together and began to exchange words with each other. They often created virtual privacy circles around them that prevented outsiders from hearing or seeing anything inside. Vase was in such a privacy circle right now. He wanted to hold a somewhat earnest talk with Master Goldstein of the survivalist faction. In fact, the person he really wanted to get a hold of was the Evolution Witch, but she was obviously not available. The second best person he could turn towards was Master Terminio Dervidian, but he had skipped this session for whatever reason. The transhumanist faction instead dispatched another Master Mech designer in his place that Vase had never met before. Vase judged that he had a higher chance of getting straight answers from a friend even if he came from another RA faction. I did not come to you to hear you praise my performance. He said, I am well aware that while I have performed at or above people's expectations in certain criteria, I have also blundered in other areas. I am far from matching the real politicians in the council. Delegation exists, Vase. You do not need to shoulder every burden. Now that you have formed your own faction, you can rely on the capabilities of the other members to compensate for your own shortcomings. There are risks and vulnerabilities to this approach, but you do not have the luxury to concern yourself about these potential problems. Make use of the experts that have long ensured the continued survival, stability and prosperity of many of the faiths that you have subordinated. The bald master raised a good point. Vase would have done this eventually, but there was not enough time since the formation of the coalition of faith to accomplish anything significant. That should change soon enough. I have been meaning to figure out what exactly the Evolution Witch wants from me by appointing me as the deputy chief counselor. My advisors and I have formed a lot of guesses about her goals and motivations, but I want to know whether you concur with our opinions and can grant us additional insights. Vase shared a very brief summary about his speculations. Master Goldstein looked amused more than anything. If the Evolution Witch has formed a plan around you, but declined to give you instructions, then it is best to act according to your usual self. I do not dare to share too much of my own speculations for fear of contaminating you outside of her intentions. All I can say is that if you are doing well, it falls in line with her plan. If you are doing poorly, then that is also within her calculations. Either way, do not overthink the issue and simply act according to what you want as opposed to what you think the Evolution Witch desires from you. It is actually quite good of you to make use of the opportunities presented to you and fight for your own interests. Though Vase did not receive the answer he wanted to hear, Master Goldstein succeeded in reassuring him. The survivalist was right. Vase should stop fretting so much and act according to his own inclinations. If Divine Lucy Miyazaki wanted him to act differently, then she would have instructed him to do so. Since she declined to do so, she had no one to blame but herself if he diverged from her calculations. Thank you for clarifying this matter. Now that the Interim Leadership Council is halfway to completing its mission, do you think that the Red Collective will be able to hit the ground running when it is time to open our new organization up for business? Master Goldstein nodded. You can be assured of that, barring a premature collapse of our front lines. The necessity of the Red Collective has become too great for it to be stopped. The Red 2 and the first-rate colonial superstates have already committed significant resources to build up the infrastructure of the RC, and they are also prepared to make additional short-term contributions if there are any shortfalls. The leading powers of red humanity were nothing if not efficient. Vase possessed a rough understanding of how the major players intended to prop up the Red Collective. They were not doing it all for free, of course. Their contributions directly translated into capturing a greater share of the seats in the upper council. At Least the RC was not at risk of becoming bankrupt anytime soon. That sounds good, because I think the collective will need to supervise the operations of many different kinship networks. 3 new ones should activate pretty soon now that they are finally permitted to deploy their new products. Is there anything I should pay attention to or be careful about when it comes to my kinship networks? Not per se, Vase. The delays in implementing them has given us all much more opportunities to study, test and decipher their mechanisms. Even if we cannot exactly create them ourselves, we have become quite familiar with its quirks and rules. That does not necessarily mean it will function according to all of our projections, so live testing is still essential. According to what I know, all parties plan to implement a phased rollout. They will connect troops to kinship networks in batches and monitor them closely to determine whether everything is working properly. That made sense. Vase would have made the same choice if he was about to use a very exotic and incomprehensible solution that promised to improve combat performance by messing around with people's minds. If not for the obvious positive examples of the Larkinson network and the Hexer network, it would have been much harder for third parties to believe that kinship networks did not pose a huge threat to humans. Even so, the fear and paranoia towards them had never faded. That was why the kinship networks that Vase had designed and delivered to his clients were much more hobbled by monitoring stations, tight restrictions, security tripwires and numerous hard shutdown methods. In fact, most of these measures were redundant in Ves's opinion. All God pilots should be able to monitor kinship networks and potentially destroy them if they ever posed a threat against the people under their protection. If there is a phased rollout, then the impact of kinship networks will not be too big in the initial months. Vase remarked. Is it truly wise to limit their usage when we need to beat back the Red Tide offensive at all cost? That is arguable, Master Goldstein said. However, I can promise you that the phased rollout will increase in scale and scope fairly quickly after obtaining the initial results. By the time the Red Collective officially enters into operation, it should be ready to supervise the mass adoption of kinship networks, with all of the positive and negative consequences that will ensue. That did not sound like a coincidence. All of this sounded deliberate and planned by a shadowy group of planners and architects. Vase shrugged. There was nothing he could do about it. He had already submitted his works. It was up to his clients to decide what to do with his products. I look forward to seeing our troops fight as a more cohesive brotherhood by that time. If the front lines are still intact, then the mass adoption of kinship networks may be one of the events that will ignite our counterattack against the aliens. The responsibility for supervising my special work is not entirely clear at the moment, Master. I understand that the survivalist faction wants to hold most of it, but I also think that the Red Collective should not remain uninvolved given the heavy reliance on e-technology. One of your other inventions is also due to roll out around the same timing. Master Goldstein stated, if your work energizes our population as much as we anticipate, then you will earn much more credit for this contribution. This should be more than enough for you to defeat any leadership challenges and secure a leading position in the upper council if you so desire. Carmen Mechs could indeed produce these results. Vase was bound to attract a huge amount of controversy for giving Norms the power to pilot mechs with the use of an alternate interface, but he would also earn the appreciation of even more people. Master Goldstein frowned as he thought over this issue. He spent a few seconds calling up bits of information before he uttered his reply. Your new upcoming products are still mechs as far as all mechers are concerned. It is not that we do not welcome the assistance of the RC, but there is no strong argument to involve additional parties at this time. Even so, the theory and application of my upcoming work may require the supervision and expertise of the professionals of the RC in order to obtain a complete enough grasp. We will determine the necessity of this once we reach this point. It is best to keep it simple if there is no need for additional complexity. Vase would just have to wait until his Carmen mechs were almost ready to get published before knowing for certain whether his new products only had to please the RA or whether it had to satisfy the conditions of the RC as well. Of course, the latter was not a disaster. If Vase was able to maintain his current advantages within the Interim Leadership Council, then he stood to gain a lower power in the Red Collective. That should be more than enough for him to lean on the RC inspectors and manipulate them into writing more positive evaluation reports on kinship networks. As Vase continued to chat with Master Goldstein, he made use of this opportunity to ask another question that had been lingering in his mind for a while. Has there been any progress on popping the spacetime bubble around Bridgehead 1? The Raw Master's expression instantly turned grave at the mention of this heavy subject. I should not have to remind you that what I am about to tell you must not be divulged to others. The problem related to Bridgehead 1 is difficult to solve. Hasn't the spacelock arrived to see whether he can unravel the spacetime bubble? He has. The bald master responded. He has done his due diligence and studied whether he can safely undo the spatial isolation and time deceleration effects around the star system. I am not privy to his analysis of the alien-produced effects. What I do know is that the spacelock did not linger any further in an attempt to utilize his god kingdom to steadily undo the spacetime bubble, but instead turned around and ventured straight back to Rubarth in space in order to defend the front lines. That was bad news. It could either mean that the spacelock had no solution at all, or figured out a costly method to free up Bridgehead 1 that required a lot of preparation. Regardless, the continued separation of Bridgehead 1 from the rest of human-occupied space was a calamity that made everything worse. The sooner it got freed, the better. I do not have the information to give you a definite answer, Vase. Goldstein. Speaking out of pure speculation, I believe you should not count out the polymath and the first flame just yet. They may be trapped inside the bubble, but that makes them more desperate to break out. The combination between the most comprehensive human researcher and the strongest god pilot of the Red Ocean should be capable of accomplishing great deeds. The assistance of a powerful god ship in the form of the recently transformed and upgraded Dominion of Man can also make a difference. The only issue is time. It takes time for them to prepare a solution. A year may go by while less than 4 days have passed inside Bridgehead 1. Time is their greatest enemy. Chapter 6306 New Career Option. Vase took a well-deserved break after coming back from the third session of the Interim Leadership Council. Everything that happened during the eventful session along with the insights he gained from Master Goldstein put him in an introspective mood. He did not entirely neglect his family and his routine duties, but he was admittedly not fully present in the hours after he returned. Eventually, he let out a big sigh. A lot of plans have gone into motion, but I am not responsible for all of them. I should stop wasting my time on stuff out of my control and focus on the limited stuff where I can make a meaningful difference. That realization was enough for him to put a huge mental load off his chest and regain his mental composure. Once his mood lightened up, he was able to engage properly with the people around him again. During an evening reserved for family bonding, Vase, his immediate family and the cats all piled up on the couches and watched a cartoonish Terran action drama. It seemed only Lucky and Clixie enjoyed the cartoon. They lounged on the laps of Andraste and Marvane while allowing themselves to get petted by the children. The rest of the family listened carefully as Vase narrated how the third major session of the Interim Leadership Council unfolded. Suffice to say, they all became impressed by how Vase managed to secure a foothold as a boss of his own right. Does this mean you will be put in charge of the Red Collective? Gloriana enthusiastically asked. If that is the case, then make sure to reserve a senior position for myself. Do not put me in an office that requires me to contribute a large amount of work. As you know, I cannot spare too much time on other responsibilities, but I can still clear a small part of my schedule as long as my new position is prestigious enough. Like mother, like daughter. It was not enough for High Hex Priestess Constance Woden to beg Vase for an easy way into the executive ranks of the Red Collective. At least she was an experienced administrator and was working full-time on improving her qualifications. His wife did not nearly possess the same strengths. I can arrange a minor duty for you easily enough, Gloriana, but anything more important requires proper resumes, interviews, exams and so on. You will not be able to pass those tests on account of your lack of experience in administering large offices and so on. You will not be able to rely on your extensive knowledge on mech designs to gain easy entry into the Red Collective. If you haven't forgotten already, the RC is the central organization on all things related to cultivation in human civilization. You are currently a lightweight in this area, so you can't occupy any important positions. You have to start from the bottom and work your way up over several decades. Gloriana scowled. I will not allow the RC to treat me as a common recruit. I am more than that. I am the wife of the deputy lead counselor. I have many masterwork certificates in my name. There ought to be a position that is well suited for my talents. Maybe there is, but you are not the only person angling for a cushy job within the RC. There are master mech designers and centuries-old specialists who are working hard to get selected in the initial batch of workers who get to shape the initial culture and attitudes of the Red Collective. If you want to outcompete them, then you need to prove you can make more contributions than your competitors. For example, Is it possible for you to generalize your God-body method and decouple it from mechs? Can you make it so that other handmade artifacts can transform into masterworks over time? That was a difficult question to answer. Gloriana had to fall silent for a minute in order to think about the viability of this suggestion. She continued to hug Aurelia, who was sitting by her side. It is not realistic to generalize my God-body method, she eventually said. It is too tied into my design philosophy of creating the perfect vessel for mech pilots. In theory, the perfect vessel does not necessarily have to be a mech. It can very well be a sword, a ruler, a wrench, or any other object. In practice, I will likely have to advance to the rank of master mech designer or even star designer in order to broaden the scope of my God-body method, and even then it will take many years of research to do so due to lack of broader knowledge and expertise. Will it help if I collaborate with you on this research? It will help, but it cannot remove the need for painstaking research entirely. Gloriana admitted. Forget it, participation in the Red Collective matters much less for me than you. Leading the RC is practically your birthright given the identity of your mother. It should also be the birthright of Aurelia, hopefully. Gloriana leaned over and planted another kiss onto Aurelia's cheek, causing the girl to smile. Our eldest daughter is not close to ready to get herself involved in galactic affairs. Vase retorted. She should grow up and take over the Larkinson clan first. That will keep her busy for a long time. The plots and schemes that occur in the Red Collective are a lot more devious, ambitious, and dangerous. This is not a place for an inexperienced player. A moment of silence ensued as the other Larkinsons processed those words. Is the Red Collective that dangerous, Papa? Yes, Aurelia. It is a burgeoning center of power. The greater the power, the stronger the people who are trying to compete over it. A single misstep can cause me to lose all my power and provoke tons of enemies into action. The stakes are too high, and there are a lot of people who are willing to do anything to gain an advantage. Vase continued to relay his broad impressions of what it was like to engage in politics and scheming at this high level. He wanted to caution his daughter about entering this arena too soon. He was not sure whether his attempts to deter her from yearning to engage in politics at this level succeeded. The more he talked, the more her excitement grew. Oh sure, her expression remained prim and proper, but her spirituality trilled with eagerness. He leaned over and patted his oldest daughter on the head. Don't entertain any unrealistic fantasies. It takes a huge amount of effort to become a senator in the upper council. You need to be a major contributor and earn a lot of people's recognition in order to become eligible. In more practical terms, you have to be a high-tier galactic citizen at the very least. The counselors don't want to waste their time on people who have very little accomplishments to their name and have not made enough earnest contributions to our civilization. That was generally true, but Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson managed to get onto the Interim Leadership Council by acting as her ancestor's substitute. The young fleeter may be brilliant compared to her peers, but there was no way she had made as many contributions as Vase back when he was her age. What is the most expedient method for me to become a senator of the Red Collective? Aurelia asked as she clearly hadn't given up a chance to drive politics at the galactic level. Vase hesitated whether he should give her an answer at all, but then figured that she would probably conduct her own research. You can take two completely different directions. Once you graduate from a university, you can either go back to the Larkinson clan and learn the ropes of leading it by rotating between different departments. You can slowly familiarize yourself with every facet of the clan over a decade or two, before finally taking over from me as the matriarch of the Larkinson clan. Once you gain leadership over the Larkinsons, you need to make use of our clan to get stuff done and contribute to red humanity as a whole. Once you have made enough accomplishments, you may become eligible to become a senator on behalf of the Larkinson clan. Boring, Andraste commented. This is what Aurelia plans to do anyway. The other route is to join the Red Collective right away, Vase said as he ignored his second daughter's remark. The suggestion I gave to Gloriana is still valid. You can join the RC as a fresh recruit, and work your way up the ranks by proving your competence, showcasing your excellent learning ability and defeating any office politics that might impede your promotion. This will be a long and grueling journey, but you will get exposed to many different people whose cultures and customers are completely different from that of humans. Aurelia's eyes already started to shine. She was seriously putting thought in this alternate career trajectory. Instead of spending her time among the Larkinsons she grew alongside with for her entire life, it sounded much more exciting for her to enter in a completely different setting and try to build a career among so many strangers. Aurelia appeared to take after her parents quite well. She probably inherited a touch of Vay's and Gloriana's obsessive tendencies. How long will it take for Aurelia to rise to the executive level? Gloriana asked. A long time. Half a century maybe. It depends on her accomplishments. She needs to become more than just a good politician and administrator. She needs to be able to make significant contributions to the Red Collective as a cultivator. That can range from developing new cultivation methods, figuring out a brilliant new way to manipulate E-energy, or discovering how to tap into the full potential of a strange hypermaterial. So Aurelia will need to resemble her paternal grandmother, is that what you are saying? Gloriana seriously asked. After all, your infamous mother managed to attain a high position at a past organization that possesses a number of commonalities with the Five Scrolls Compact. In fact, we should enlist the superior mother as Aurelia's tutor. I can think of no better teacher to turn our eldest daughter into a cunning and ruthless cultivator. No, absolutely not. I will not have Aurelia follow a trajectory that is anywhere close to that of my mother. The mere suggestion of turning Aurelia into a mirror of Cynthia Larkinson was deeply abhorrent to Vay's. There was no way that Vay's wanted to twist Aurelia into a cruel and heartless cultivator who was willing to violate nearly every rule in order to secure her way to the top. Forget what I said. Vay's spoke. You belong to the Larkinson clan, Aurelia. You were born to take over as its matriarch. While I will not insist that you follow the goals and aspirations that we have set for you, our clan is truly the best possible home for you. The Larkinsons yearn for strong leadership, but I trust very few to take over as leader and not screw up as a consequence. Though Aurelia had not voiced a clear preference for sticking to the clan or joining the Red Collective right away, Vay's hoped that she would see sense in time. She was still too young and playful to understand the significance of all of those dangerous bounties. I love you, Papa, his oldest girl affectionately called. No matter where I go, I don't want to work in a place where you aren't there. Once I grow up, I can relieve a lot of work for you. I don't want to work anywhere else. That earned her a kiss and a warm hug from Vay's. Hee, let's wait until you have grown up a lot more before you decide what you want to do with your life. That reminds me. Your 10th birthday is coming up in the near future. Let's see how your genetic aptitude will end up at. You can decline to attend a Mech academy if you turn out to possess sufficient genetic aptitude, but it is still useful to know if you can interface with mechs in the traditional way. Chapter 6307 Dark Zephyr Mark III Revision 2 The rollout of kinship networks happened on a fairly low-key basis. It was as if the Terrans, Rubarthans, Mechers and Fleeters still could not put all of their faith in their testing and examinations. They continued to harbor excessive paranoia towards the potential of abuse and only sparingly connected eligible troops first. Hardly any mention of the Terran network, the Rubarthan network and most notably the Human War network could be found on the galactic net. Their existence was not exactly a secret to the people in the know, but they all upheld an implicit agreement not to publicize their new tools all that much. If it turned out that their fears were justified, then they could always remove any mention of their kinship networks and pretend that nothing had happened. Vay's simply shrugged at this behavior and no longer paid too much attention to it. The big players did not really require his input after he had created the initial kinship networks. They all had their own secret cabals of cultivators in their employ, and while their methods and expertise were all over the place, they were able to tinker and modify their kinship networks according to their own needs. These cultivator scientists were already beginning to diverge their kinship networks from the initial templates developed by Vay's. Their primary goal was to make the kinship networks their own by intertwining them with their e-technology, thereby making it harder for Vay's or anyone who learned his craft to take advantage of any backdoors to infiltrate the networks without authorization. In fact, the new owners wanted to divorce Vay's from their respective kinship networks so much that they booted him from their consultation meetings and kept him at a distance. This suited Vay's fine, though he was worried that the not always professional cultivators employed by the big players might screw up and cause an accident due to improper handling. At least he wouldn't be culpable anymore. According to the planning, kinship networks would only blow up on a wide scale around the time the Red Collective went into operation. That was also around the time that Vay's was ready to release his Carmen mechs. The confluence of important events around this crucial time period caused Vay's to feel rather tense and suspicious. He grew more and more certain that a hidden hand was manipulating variables in order to produce a special outcome less than half a year later. Vay's happened to be a central figure in this vague scheme. He had several possible theories why a shadow player wanted to produce such a convergence. His best guess was that the evolution which, possibly in collusion with Cynthia Larkinson, sought to enact an important scheme where he played a critical link. Though Vase had a bad feeling about any dastardly scheme plotted by two powerful and ruthless women, the two women did not share any of their secrets to him. The evolution which was simply not accessible while the Oblivion Empress was preparing for a major gambit in the Nixian Gap. Since he couldn't do anything about it, Vase eventually managed to put these concerns out of his mind and returned his attention to his work. The added responsibilities of becoming a major leading figure in the Red Collective cut into his schedule, but Vase did his best to expand his administration and delegate a lot of bureaucratic obligations to his constantly expanding staff. In fact, Gavin Newman gradually took on more responsibilities until he was able to handle almost all routine affairs related to the Red Collective. The man's workload had increased enormously, but he could handle it with his powerful new augmentations. One common factor that Gloriana and Gavin shared in common was that their modern first-class augmentations both relied on a very rare and precious hyper-material known as a mentalist crystal to borrow additional mind energy from the environment. Vase had tasked his procurement department to get a hold of these wonderful crystals, but the demand for them was way too high. A lot of rich and powerful figures wanted to update their cranial implants with ones that got enhanced by mentalist crystals. Forget about it, Gavin plainly told Vase. There's no way to buy them on the open market. They don't even appear in any of the auctions as they can always be traded to high and mighty figures for a fortune. Do you know who is the largest supplier of mentalist crystals? It is the Hunting Association. Mentalist crystals are only found in the brains of mutated beasts and calamity beasts that have focused on evolving their minds rather than their bodies. They are very rare because uncommonly smart beasts generally do not tend to survive in savage environments where raw strength is a much better guarantee for survival. I see. That makes sense. Vase looked enlightened. I guess that this is one of the other means the Hunting Association relies upon to establish a strong foothold in our society. No other umbrella organization has so many hunters under their sway. Our clan has established multiple branches on untamed planets and hunting preserves. What are the chances that they can hunt down a clever beast and harvest a mentalist crystal? Too low. As I have mentioned before, beasts that grow these crystals in their brains are exceedingly rare. They are also very difficult to find, as one of the go-to means for survival for these physically weak beasts is to hide in the deepest hole they can find. Only the Hunting Association possesses special tracking methods that can possibly uncover these precious beasts. Mentalist crystals have therefore become strategic materials that are traded for other strategic advantages, such as the right to open a hunting preserve in the territory of another group. Since the demand for these crystals are so high, you will need to offer concessive ones that are just as extravagant in order to get your hands on even a fraction of a crystal. In hindsight, the Strian ancient clan did Vase a much bigger favor than he realized at the time. The Strians under the leadership of General Axelar Strian freely offered to augment Gavin Newman with a heavily digitized augmentation suite that was laced with mentalist crystal fragments. This was a grand gesture of friendship and trust on the part of the Strians. While Vase deduced that this may be one of the ways that General Axelar sought to repay the original benefactor who helped him obtain his life-changing Ouroboros Mech, it was also an invitation to form a closer relationship with each other. Vase should reciprocate this heavy gift with one of his own in the future. He did not have time to do so at the moment, and the Strians were extremely busy with their own priorities, so it was fine if he delayed on this matter. One of the issues that could not be delayed was the completion of the first true ace mech of the Larkinson clan. This historic occasion also became notable because it represented the creation of the initial first-class mech of the Larkinson clan. This was not strictly a work of the Larkinsons alone. The absence of a master mech designer meant that the clan had little choice but to work closely with an external collaborator. For months, Gloriana had been remotely collaborating with Master Benedict Cortez to design and complete the very tedious and time-consuming affair of applying critical upgrades to the Dark Zephyr Mark III. The powerful living machine may be just a light mech, but its technological complexity was so exceedingly high that it was a nightmare to disassemble and reconstruct with upgraded archimetal components. Master Benedict certainly looked a lot crankier than usual when the physical projections of Vase and Gloriana appeared in his private workshop aboard the cyclical engine. One of the good points about working together with Master Benedict was that he had already built up experience with working on a post-living ace mech in the form of the Mars. His workshop deep inside the factory ship of the Cross clan had been upgraded with multiple top-of-the-line lab and workshop facilities to better service the Mars. These high tools also came handy when working on the Dark Zephyr, though Gloriana had to lend multiple specialized Archimetal production machines to the Cross clan in order to complete their latest upgrade project. To be honest, the Dark Zephyr Mark III that I have been piloting in the last months is not a bad machine at all. Tusa said, sure, the lack of Ace Mech grade resonating materials makes me feel constrained, but I was more than happy with the technological performance of my quasi-first-class expert mech. As the ultimate beneficiary of this critically important project, Saint Tusa was also present in the workshop. The Ace pilot stood beside Master Benedict and looked up at his new and improved Ace Mech with a mix of undisguised awe and wonder. The physical projections of Vase and Gloriana smirked at the same time. Oh, believe me, if you thought the Dark Zephyr Mark III was already powerful enough, you haven't seen anything yet. Vase boastfully said, the Dark Zephyr Mark III Revision 2 Banisher Edition is a completely different beast. The gap in absolute strength between them is as big as the difference between a mutated beast and a calamity beast. He was not exaggerating. The Banisher Edition of the Dark Zephyr gained a number of crucial, game-changing upgrades. Any one of these improvements was already enough to give wings to Saint Tusa, but combining them all together resulted in an outcome that was far greater than the sum of its parts. Let's start with the most fundamental upgrade first. Vase said, in order to convert the base Dark Zephyr into the Banisher Edition, we have ripped out the old parts that were based on perfidious steel and bisonate. This removes your ability to easily misdirect the true location of your expert mech from long-ranged attackers and also amplify the cutting power of your knives. I suppose you can still use your Saint Kingdom to reproduce these effects by relying much more on your willpower, but the efficiency will be so much lower that you won't be able to abuse these effects as well as before, even accounting for all of the other upgrades. The only way to strengthen these abilities is to grow your resonance strength and promote to a senior ace pilot. Saint Tusa nodded. When I settled on the Banisher Edition out of all of the upgrade choices that you have presented to me, I knew what I was signing up for. At least I will get a powerful new weapon from this trade-off, right? Gloriana grinned. That is absolutely correct. Erlemen is a rare and difficult to produce Ace Mech grade resonating alloy that is impregnated with phase water through the ingenious means of the Resonance Smith. Once you resonate with it, you can potentially banish anything to another dimension on a temporary basis. I am told that there is a lot of flexibility on how you can take advantage of the properties of this resonating alloy. It takes little practice to banish relatively small objects, but you need to expend much more effort and apply much finer control in order to partially banish larger objects. The effectiveness of the latter is also heavily dependent on your resonance strength, so do not expect to take out entire chunks of body mass from a greater phase lord at the start. I know, I am still at the starting point of my career as a saint. What is important to me is that Erlemen's effectiveness will continue to increase for a long time as I grow stronger. I do not want to replace it with anything else because it has reached a ceiling. The potential for Erlemen was huge and completely changed the combat approach of the Dark Zephyr. Saint Tusa almost couldn't wait to unleash his improved machine's latest resonating ability against the enemies of Red Humanity. Chapter 6308 Big Leagues Mech. The addition of Erlemen turned the current version of the Dark Zephyr from a light skirmisher that was merely fast and difficult to target to a supermachine that could completely disrupt the layout of entire enemy fleets. It was quite difficult for the mech designers to say too much about the uses of Erlemen as much of it remained theoretical at this time. Sure, they had access to limited footage and records on the use of Erlemen in another Ace Mech, but that data was understandably filled with redactions. The mech designers moved on to addressing another essential upgrade to the Dark Zephyr Mark III. If we left the improvements at Erlemen, then you would have gained a quasi-first-class Ace Mech. Vase said, what we did instead is to replace the old power reactor with a new one that is much stronger. Master Benedict has taken point on this matter as this falls within his specialization. I will let him explain the details. Master Benedict smoothly took over from Vase by projecting a wireframe model of the new power reactor. This is the Mikul lightweight first-class power reactor customized for the current version of the Dark Zephyr. The older man said, we formed an agreement with Emiliana Energy to obtain this high-tech power reactor. It is not comprised of Architech, so it is comparatively fragile in relation to the rest of your Archimech. That said, it is well shielded and deeply buried within the torso of your Ace Mech, so if the power reactor ever comes under threat, it is doubtful that your machine can survive. I have also slightly upgraded the energy transmission system of this mech, though many of my methods do not apply to Archimechs. Saint Tusa silently noticed these details. It was quite important for him to never allow his battle partner's power reactor to come under harm under any circumstances. I am confident that I can protect the power reactor against most external attacks, but it is much more difficult for me to shield it against gravity attacks once my Saint Kingdom is depleted. So what can I do with a much stronger power reactor? Saint Tusa asked. I know the gist of it, but how does that affect my machine in particular? We have thought about that attack vector already, Master Benedict said with a smile. We mentioned that the chamber holding the power reactor is shielded. What we mean by this is that it is not only surrounded by its own Azure energy shield, but also shielded with transphasic hyper-alloys that are expressly designed to dampen multiple forms of energy field attacks. The alloys are not cheap, but it is a worthwhile expense for a machine as important as your Dark Zephyr. This meant that a powerful phase whale couldn't instantly make the Dark Zephyr powerless by generating a space with gravity that was several orders of magnitude stronger than standard gravity. Master Benedict smiled. There are many benefits, a number of which are much more pronounced on a light ace mech such as your Dark Zephyr. While your machine does not contain an integrated energy weapon that can channel much of the output of the Michael reactor, there are two other systems that can use all of the energy they can obtain. We have tuned up and updated the Azure Energy Shield generator to safely handle much higher loads. We have done the same for the special transphasic hyper flight system that your clan has already developed for this machine. That means that outside of the protection granted by your Saint Kingdom, your Dark Zephyr can withstand attacks much better. Vase elaborated. The unlocked and updated Azure Energy Shield generator relies on cutting-edge technologies and extremely precious exotics and hypers to match the performance of a much larger Azure Shield generator that you can typically find in a first-class sub-capital ship. That sounded quite impressive. Tusa couldn't even begin to understand the advanced technological principles used to make that possible, and he did not bother to. It was the job of the mech designers to comprehend all of the technical ingenuity they used in his machine. The survivability of your Dark Zephyr is much improved not just because of his stronger Azure Shield generator, but also because you can combine it with your living mech's stronger flight system. Gloriana also pitched in and gestured to the rear of the tall and dormant mech frame. The flight system can channel much greater power, though persistent heavy usage will eventually cause it to reach its heat limit, so do not accelerate at maximum if you can help it. Heat management is one of the greatest bottlenecks of your machine, even accounting for the strong cooling effect of your Saint Kingdom. However, as long as your mech is well away from its heat limit, you should be able to fight head-on against greater phase whales without incurring significant damage. That sounded extremely impressive. It normally took senior ace pilots to fight against greater phase whales, and even then only peak ace pilots had a decent chance of killing them on the battlefield. It was a bit difficult to form generalizations as the properties and advantages of ace pilots and phase whales diverged enormously from each other. There was no guarantee that Gloriana's claim was accurate all of the time. Vase decided to interject. I think it is more accurate to say that the new power reactor and technological upgrades will help your Dark Zephyr survive an encounter against a formidable greater phase lord or phase whale. The combination of a strong energy shield and exceptionally high mobility makes it nearly impossible for attacks to hit your living mech, and even if he does get hit, the energy shield will hardly notice the damage. You can comfortably rely on the technical performance of the Dark Zephyr to focus the power of your Saint Kingdom elsewhere. The happy ace pilot nodded in understanding. After what I heard, I do not miss perfidious steel as much as before. I think it is not that difficult for me to imitate the original perception distortion resonating ability though. I have already been working with Trisk to figure out the details. That sounded interesting. It also sounded viable, especially if a design spirit worked together with Tusa to develop a solution. Vase was pleased that the Larkinson clan's first ace pilot continued to work hard to improve his strength. Becoming a saint was not the end goal. After the mech designers highlighted a number of smaller but still relatively important technological improvements from the original Dark Zephyr Mark III, they finally addressed one of the last drastic upgrades to the Ace Light Skirmisher. Now that you are standing in front of the Dark Zephyr, you must have noticed by now that his presence and aura has almost completely disappeared. Vase mentioned. This is because Master Benedict and a team of assistants from our design department have painstakingly taken out the components of your machine and impregnated them with soulless gas. The expressions of both Master Benedict and Gloriana looked pained. You cannot believe how much time and effort we put into making this possible. Gloriana tiredly said, much of the reason why we had to delay the completion of the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr was because we had to invent new production methods to make proper use of soulless gas in an industrial setting. Your Dark Zephyr is the second living mech that has integrated soulless gas, and we are pleased with the results. So that means that the alloys of my mech can slip through both technological and weirder detection methods. Sort of. Vase replied. Soulless gas has a very strong and comprehensive isolating effect, at least in a gaseous form. Impregnating the particles of this gas into the metal of your archimech does not produce an effect that is as strong, but that does not mean that there is no difference. Many scanners and sensor systems will find it difficult to resolve your machine in most circumstances. They can still catch you if your machine begins venting greater heat or if it is detected by the eyeballs of humans and aliens, but as long as you keep a fair distance, it is possible for you to sneak up to enemies, especially if they are not alert or distracted. The integration of soulless gas does not turn your Dark Zephyr into a proper stealth mech, Tusa. Gloriana warned. We have already mentioned this to you multiple times, but it bears repeating because you may otherwise overlook this fact. I will not forget. Vase smiled. This is new to us as well, so we do not have a comprehensive amount of data and understanding how soulless gas works in this context. You will have to test drive the Dark Zephyr in his new code and see how well others can detect the machine. Generally speaking, I do not think the Dark Zephyr can sneak onto any opponents, especially at rest conditions. It is much more useful to attempt an approach on a busy battlefield where there are energy beams flying around and so on. The dampening of your Dark Zephyr's emotions makes it easier to shake off pursuers and sneak up to enemy warships without tripping an alarm until it is almost too late. Venerable Tusa was having trouble understanding how well soulless gas integration could help his Dark Zephyr hide in the background of a space battle. The lack of more precise descriptions left a lot of question marks in his mind. Oh well, that was what live testing was for. Tusa was confident he could know exactly when his Dark Zephyr had escaped the attention of enemies after a lot of training and exploration. Thanks. The ace pilot appreciated this extra addition. It must have been hard to stuff soulless gas in every part. Another reason for the delay is because the manual processing steps needed to allow your ace mech to leverage the advantages of soulless gas were just too much. It would have been much better for all of us if we had access to bountiful quantities of soulless gas before we designed and fabricated the initial Mark III. Trying to do this after that junction demanded too much additional work, much of which had to be done manually. Gloriana groused. Their efforts were worth it. Ace mechs tended to act like lighthouses in the dark. Their extraordinary power and much greater heat emissions tended to make it trivially easy for enemies to track their coordinates and movements. The Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr might not have gained any active stealth systems, but the strong damping of emissions made it much easier for Saint Tusa to approach his enemies without needing to weather a storm of heavy firepower. Soulless gas also helps to improve the survivability of your Dark Zephyr more directly by making it much harder for targeting systems to detect him and lock onto his energy signature. Vase added, when you amplify this effect with your Saint Kingdom, you should even be able to shake off the locks of guided munitions and other automated targeting systems. Missiles won't be able to hit you at all. The only way a warhead can damage your machine is if the explosion radius is too large. Such missiles could already be classified as weapons of mass destruction. Tusa frowned a bit. I am sure that my battle partner and I will have to confront much more powerful enemies than before. Now that my ace mech is ready, I can finally enter the real battlefield of the Red War. The big leagues were much different from the more controlled battles he previously took part in. The first raiders struck each other with such technological might that arms with the power of weapons of mass destruction were no longer as sparse as before. For all of the upgrades to the Dark Zephyr, Vase still feared that the machine might meet an unfortunate end for challenging an enemy that Saint Tusa was not ready to confront. Chapter 6309. Several warfronts. Now that Saint Tusa had been brought up to speed on all the important upgrades and changes to his Dark Zephyr, it was time to discuss where he would get deployed next. Frankly speaking, I would like to transfer you to New Constantinople and keep you at D&D base for at least a year. Vase said, I have taken a much more prominent role in leading Red humanity, and that has put a greater target on my head. However, the Blue Jay fleet is already doing a fine job of guarding me, so it is not necessary for you to come. I can also take care of myself decently enough in a pinch. It is a waste to keep you in a peaceful location all of the time. Vase probably didn't need that much protection as long as he stayed at a relatively safe location. Tusa nodded in agreement. I will need time to retrain myself with the Dark Zephyr. The performance boost is so large that I need to relearn how to fight with my battle partner. I also need to play around with Erlemon and learn how to banish stuff. That is why I am thinking about loaning you and your Dark Zephyr out to a first-class power that truly needs all of the help it can get. There are numerous first-class war theaters that are being hard-pressed by the aliens. The entry of a first-class ace mech that is filled with cutting-edge and experimental technologies can make a huge difference and relieve a lot of burdens. This is where you can make the greatest contributions in the short term. Are you okay with fighting under another flag, at least on a temporary basis? This sounds similar to General Ark offering his services to the Colonial Federation of Davut. There are similarities. Vase agreed. The difference is we will send you, your ace mech and a trusted team of Larkinson mech technicians out, but not much more. The terms are also very relaxed as ace pilots such as yourself can always expect to receive good treatment. The deal I have in mind is a little bit more comprehensive than just letting you fight on the battlefield. What else do you want? I see. You want to treat me like a pioneer of first-class battlefields. All of the third-hand accounts that you have access to can't compare to seeing how a true first-class living mech fares on this battlefield. Tusa summed up. I agree. I will play the pioneer for you. Observing the Dark Zephyr's performance will also help you tweak and upgrade his systems in the future. The native aliens are becoming smarter and deadlier. I feel it is only a matter of time before more weapons like Saint Piercer show up in the hands of other phase lords. Do you know how well such a weapon can pierce the defenses of my ace mech? Your Dark Zephyr is the first-class mech of the Larkinson clan to fight on a genuine first-class battlefield. There are many firsts to this, and we don't know enough about what we are doing. I want your ace mech to gather a lot of data and transmit them back to us so that we can observe and learn from what has happened. We intend to closely monitor the performance of your Dark Zephyr and pay specific attention to the effectiveness of new and experimental design applications such as the Ultimate Module, the Solus gas integration, the Archimetal conversion, the Michael reactor and more. Much of what we learn from your experiences on those battlefields will teach us how to design subsequent first-class mechs that are better suited to fight under such chaotic circumstances. Neither Vase, Gloriana and Master Benedict had any solid answers. Vase sighed. We know too little about that. However, given the performance of Patriarch Reginald Cross in the Mars, the Saint Piercer should not pose too much of a threat to you. Hardly any phase lords can keep up with your insanely high mobility. Unless the native alien foolishly tries to treat a Saint Piercer-like weapon as a javelin and tosses it to you, there is no way you will allow it to get close to you unless that is what you want. However, its effectiveness against conventional defenses is also high. The Azure Energy Shield may actually be stronger at repelling the spear than your Saint Kingdom, but the weapon will still slice through with disturbing ease. The Azure Energy Shield generator installed inside the Mars is stronger and better powered than the one installed in your Dark Zephyr. Master Benedict revealed on his own initiative. Yet the Saint Piercer cut through regardless. I believe that it does so by relying on a deeper and less orthodox application of phase water than normal. Unless we manage to study and reserve engineer a Saint Piercer and develop counters to this new weapon type, it is best not to rely on any form of hard defenses to save your ace mech. The only somewhat effective impediment we have observed is excellent armor. However, the Mars was able to keep up with the tireless engine by relying on its layers of tough alloys. Your Dark Zephyr is considerably thinner and much less able to withstand solid attacks. It is better to make a tactical withdrawal or rely entirely on evasion to keep your machine safe and intact. The first Larkinson ace pilot had studied the footage of the botched operation many times. Tusa had mentally simulated the act of fighting against an enemy like the tireless engine wielding the Saint Piercer. Though Patriarch Reginald performed well enough in his duel against the Nunzer Phase Lord, Tusa actually felt he was much better able to deal with such an opponent. The Mars was not fast and elusive enough to outrun the tireless engine or evade all of his attacks when the latter had shrunk down to more reasonable proportions. The reason why Tusa felt different about it was that he was confident his Dark Zephyr would never get struck with a melee weapon. It was ultimately still a quasi-first-class ace mech. The maximum output of its power reactor heavily bottlenecked its maximum output. As long as his mobility advantage became high enough, a duel no longer held any challenge anymore. A phase lord or phase whale usually relied on wide-area spatial attacks to handle swift but relatively fragile opponents, but the Dark Zephyr Mark III Revision 2 was anything but fragile. Even the normally lackluster attack power of a light mech no longer applied to the Dark Zephyr anymore. With the help of the Dark Wind module, Tusa had a killer weapon on his hands. The only downside was that employing an ultimate ability strained his willpower a lot, so he had to make his offensive attempts count. Still, when Tusa put himself and his new ace mech in the place of the Mars during the operation, he was very confident that he could easily assassinate a lesser phase lord like the tireless engine within minutes. Not even the Nunzer phase lord's powerful raiment and multi-layered energy defenses posed a hindrance against the Dark Zephyr. A single activation of the Leap of True Freedom was enough to completely bypass those energy barriers. Compared to beating the crap out of the tireless engine, Tusa was a lot less confident about breaking the Girard fleet. The Mars was much more suitable for destroying lots of lesser enemies. Its Arceus system could massacre entire swarms of small craft, and the Mars also possessed the raw attack power to quickly overcome the defenses of many different warships. The greatest strength of the Mars was its staying power. Its energy consumption was high, but Master Benedict Cortez relied on his original energy bridge system, magma vein system and many smaller energy-related improvements to massively increase the endurance of the Ace hybrid mech. The Dark Zephyr Mark III revision 2nd of May have gained a much stronger power reactor, which also happened to make the light skirmisher last longer, but its ability to take on entire fleets was still worse. This was the limit of the Dark Zephyr's mech type. Banisher edition or not, the Ace mech had always been designed with the intention of targeting weak points and taking out high-value targets. Perhaps in time, Saint Tusa may be able to figure out how to vary his attack methods by leveraging the versatility of his Saint Kingdom, but it would always be a subpar solution compared to the means available to the Mars. 1409 It was not designed to inflict mass destruction. It had no weapon systems at all that were suited for this purpose. Its Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability was a trump card reserved for singularly powerful opponents, while its knives only allowed it to eliminate one enemy at a time. I want to fight in a war theater where phase lords are more prevalent. Saint Tusa decided. What are my options? Vase smiled. Our clan has reached out to numerous potential partners. Everyone is eager to receive the assistance of an Ace light skirmisher, especially one that can completely bypass the annoying Azure energy shields and spatial barriers that make phase lords so difficult to kill. You will first need to decide which part of human-occupied space you want to fight in. The border regions of the Rubarthan Pact is the safest as it is guarded by 2 Rubarthan god pilots. The Red Ocean Union has the largest but also the least united warfront, so it is the place where you can best build up a reputation and attract a following. The Terran Alliance is doing the worst as the Light of Sol has to cover the entire warfront. The RF has reassigned numerous dreadnoughts to Terran space, but that is not a perfect solution. There were a lot of nuances to the different fronts, and the circumstances also differed from region to region. Saint Tusa did not spend too much time weighing his choices. Put me in the Terran Alliance. Are you sure? I am not the kind of person to reconsider after making my choice. Tusa said with an annoyed expression. Now tell me where I will go and fight. Whoa, we're not there yet, Tusa. Don't be in such a hurry. There are numerous Terran ancient clans that are receptive to your participation. I am trying to elicit an offer from them to assign one of their ace pilots to mentor you for a few months. I do not need any mentoring. Tusa frowned deeper. I am an ace pilot. I know what I am doing. Vase shook his head after he heard that. You are taking this too lightly. I am sure you can handle yourself in 95% of the situations, but what about the 5%? I don't want you to end up as the next venerable Imon Ingvar due to lack of preparation and a chronic underestimation of your enemies. You need another ace pilot to show you the ropes on how to fight alongside first-class forces against the much more powerful native alien fleets on the battlefields of the upper zones. You need to get used to the sheer variety of powerful high technologies available to both sides and not get caught off guard by them. You also need to learn about and integrate in the very exclusive community of first-class champions. Out of all of the groups of high-ranking mech pilots, first-class ace pilots enjoyed an exceptionally distinguished status. This was because they were the most likely to spawn god pilots. Tusa grew a little less upset after thinking over this argument. Maybe, you have a point. I can tolerate a short mentorship. As long as it doesn't last too long, I can stomach it so long as I am eventually allowed to go loose and fight my own battles. That's fine. I just don't want you to arrive at the front lines of the Terran Alliance and immediately dive into a trap. Oh, come on, I am not that stupid, Vase. Chapter 6310 Terrans under siege during the Red War. Ace pilots quickly stood out as one of the most strategic assets of Red humanity. This was not too different from how they were treated in the previous age, but the Red War raised their importance up a notch. The native aliens had a lot of phase leaders under their sway. Sure, many of them were lesser phase lords who managed to luck out and not die when they transcended the limitations of their mortal bodies, but that still left a lot of aliens who gained the power to fight against mechs barehanded. Many major alien races managed to spawn a lot of phase lords over a long time. Certainly, phase lords were not immortal and some of them eventually died from old age, but there were still lots of them available that were in the prime of their transcendent lives. Many of those phase lords had begun to accompany the fleets assaulting human space. Not all of them participated in the thick of the fighting on a willing basis, but what could they do? The Red Cabal and the leadership of all of the aligned alien races collectively made the determination that it was better to go all out in the early stage of the war and eliminate the latent threat posed by red humanity straight away. This inevitably required a bloody sacrifice, and it was the phase lords at the bottom of the totem pole that needed to pay this heavy price. No matter how unwilling they were, the expectations of their race and the orders from above forced them out of their cushy temples and drove them all the way to the front lines, knowing that they could die for many reasons. Ace pilots and their absurdly strong ace mechs was the most common threat they faced. None of them were easy to deal with. Their high mobility, high defense and mind-blowing variety of powers made each of them a nightmare to fight against. Even if their ace mechs could not match up against the phase lords in the field, they could still engage in endless harassment where they could still inflict enough damage to delay any offensive pushes. Fortunately, not all ace pilots possessed the raw talent required to land a killing blow against phase lords, especially the larger and more physically imposing ones. What truly frightened the phase lords in the field were the god mechs roaming across the front lines. Dreadful enemies such as the Light of Sol, the Evolution Witch and the Destroyer of Worlds terrorized entire armadas as their mere entry in a star system foretold the doom of every single alien that happened to have the misfortune of being close to these human death gods. There was no way for lesser phase lords to resist against the might of the most powerful god pilots of red humanity. At least the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet were a bit less imposing. Their power was still vast, but they were so much slower and less flexible that phase lords could easily get away from them if they split up right away. That was not possible with god mechs. These absurdly tiny specters of doom utilized their own god kingdoms to mask their approach and only unleashed their unstoppable attacks when they got close enough to make any escape attempt futile. The Red Tide offensive had already raged for over a month. During that time, god pilots alone accounted for a huge amount of death and destruction. No one had any precise figures at their disposal, but many phase lords heard that hundreds of their fellow gods had already been slain by the much more powerful human deities. Yet despite the bloody toll exacted by the human god pilots, the Red Cabal still conscripted more phase lords and pushed them to the front lines. Not just lesser phase lords, but even greater phase lords found themselves reduced to cannon fodder in this unimaginably cruel conflict. At least the greater phase lords received better treatment. They were necessary to stall and potentially kill the known senior ace pilots of red humanity. Even so, greater phase lords were no different from their lesser counterparts when it came to their chances to survive an encounter against a god pilot. So many native gods had fallen that deicide had become an established fact in many alien societies. The sudden and shameful downfall of so many alien deities not only caused a lot of power blocks to lose their only form of support, but also permanently damaged the prestige of these high and mighty figures among the masses. More and more phase lords were getting shoved straight into the human defensive lines in the hopes of collapsing them quickly. Many of them continued to get butchered by pigs by the god pilots circulating throughout the front. Yet this pattern repeated itself many times. The reason for that was because the native alien community could afford the consumption. The Red Cabal practically embraced attrition warfare and readily used their immense numbers and stupendous resource accumulation to batter the outnumbered and resource-deprived humans in the stupidest way possible. Yet even if it was stupid to throw the lives of so many phase lords away, the measures were still producing a lot of results. Though the pace of alien conquests had dropped by a huge extent after quickly overrunning the first and second defensive bands, the third was still on its way of crumbling to pieces, only in slow motion this time. As long as the Red Cabal continually mobilized the phase lords of the major alien races and threw them onto the third defensive bands in controlled waves, there would eventually come a time when the humans could no longer maintain their front anymore. Already, more and more star systems under siege had crumbled under the relentless weight of costly alien advances. The god pilots roaming around to lift the sieges in the most violent way possible only strengthened the urgency of the native aliens. The sooner the Red Tide offensive succeeded in breaching all of the defensive lines, the sooner all of the phase lords and native alien soldiers could pull their necks out of the chopping blocks of those scarily powerful human death gods. One of the broad warfronts where the fighting had become more intense was the third defensive band within the sphere of the Terran Alliance. The reason for that was simple: only a single god pilot presided over this section of human space. Sure, the CF dispatched additional dreadnoughts to Terran space in order to compensate for this obvious shortcoming, but that did not change the fact that the enemy troops and phase lords were most eager to fight on this warfront. Whereas the phase lords assigned to other fronts all felt as if their long lives may come to an end the next day, the much more motivated phase lords assailing Terran space had become much more confident in their chances to overrun the human lines and survive in the process. Though the Light of Sol partially compensated for his solitary guardianship by being faster than any other god pilot, his speed was not enough to significantly relieve the crisis facing hundreds of star systems. Not only did he have to cover for the critical star systems in the upper zones, he also had to rotate through the middle and lower zones to prevent any of them from serving as the gap needed to collapse the third defensive band. The Terran soldiers and their allies put up a strong resistance as a response. They cursed the Rubarthans for being lucky enough that the Destroyer of Worlds sneaked into the Red Ocean just before the Great Severing, but they did not blame their own superstate for being short on god pilots. They just fought harder in order to compensate for their disadvantageous circumstances. As prideful, elitist, decadent, bound by tradition and all around unpleasant as Terrans could be, no one accused them of being weak. A united nation-state centered around old Earth existed for millennia and survived the passing of multiple ages in one form or another because the Terrans were willing to fight to maintain their own heritage and identity. The rise of the Terran Empire was the heyday of their people. The rift caused by what eventually became known as the New Rubarth Empire may have caused the Terran Empire to collapse in the much more diminished Greater Terran United Confederation, but it had successfully survived an uprising that could have ended many other unwieldy star empires. The catastrophe of the end of the Age of Conquest and the abrupt rise of the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance as the new human rulers still did not lead to the end of the Terrans. Sure, the proud Terrans had been forced to give up a lot of rights and sovereignty, but somehow they managed to preserve the essence of their nation-state, their heritage and identity. Now that the Great Severing caused the Terrans to get stuck on the wrong side of the Greater Beander Gate, they still did not break after losing access to the ancestral home planet their state centered around. The proud Terrans remained unbowed and unbroken as they manned the third defensive line and exchanged blows against the unending tides of alien assault fleets. The native aliens were not unbeatable. They still had many flaws and weak points that the human mech forces could exploit. However, the Terrans fought hard and made numerous sacrifices to defeat one tide of attackers, only for the next tide to deliver a fresh batch of alien assault fleets. Although the Red Cabal did not dare to send too many alien assets at once for fear that the Light of Sol would swoop in at lightspeed and tear them all to shreds, the illusion that the major alien races could keep on sending tide after tide of attackers still made it hard for the Terrans to maintain their steadfastness. The morale of the Terran defenders started to shake. It would be devastating if this continued. This was why the Terrans enacted a lot of measures to prop up morale and give the soldiers a reason to be optimistic. For example, the leaders drastically increased the rewards issued to the Terran linefighters. They also put down their pride just enough to permit themselves to issue requests for assistance. Most importantly, they put much more effort into publicizing the deeds of their greater heroes. That last part was the most important one. The Terrans already realized long ago that the only way to solve their problem on a permanent basis was to produce more god pilots among their heroes. This put a lot of renewed attention on the ace pilots of the Terran Alliance. In particular, the peak ace pilots all endured a huge amount of expectations from the masses as everyone hoped that they would break through and join the side of the Light of Sol in driving away the native aliens wholesale. It was on this day that St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson met his mentor for the first time. The fresh ace pilot of the Larkinson clan read through the extensive briefing package that the clan prepared for him. It not only brought him up to speed with the current geopolitical difficulties of the Terran Alliance, but also provided the necessary context to understand the difficult position facing the ace pilots that shouldered everyone's expectations for a brighter and more prosperous future. One of them happened to be his mentor. Vase had come through and managed to negotiate a deal with one of the Terran ancient clans to show St. Tusa the ropes. The Larkinson ace pilot in question just didn't expect that he would receive the tutelage of one of the god pilot candidates of the Terran Alliance. Tusa stared at the long and distinguished record of St. Isaiah Simovich Dostoevsky, otherwise known as the Messenger of Silence. Chapter 6311 Dostoevsky Ancient Clan. When Vase presented St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson with the options to serve on different fronts, he expressed the intention of going where he was most needed. That essentially translated into the most intense, grueling and deadly battlefronts of the Red War. The young ace pilot sounded so confident and self-assured at the time that the current Tusa felt like smacking his previous self. Why did he have to seek a challenge so soon? What was wrong with acclimatizing to his impressively upgraded living mech and building up a new combat system based on the use of Erleman in one of the many less intensive battlefields? The closer his courier vessel brought him to his new posting, the more St. Tusa grew apprehensive about what he would be doing in the next few months. He reread the briefing package on the new Cartagena system. Located in the 3rd Defense Band of the Eureka's upper zone, New Cartagena was a binary star system centered around a yellow dwarf star and a red subdwarf star. The Terran Alliance designated it as one of the most important strategic locations of the 3rd Defensive Band due to a single reason. New Cartagena was extremely rich in high-value resources. There were 3 types of high-end resources in particular that made the binary star system essential to the large and hungry Terran war machine. New Cartagena 2 was a hot terrestrial planet that orbited fairly closely to the binary stars. The complicated orbits of the 2 stars along with other satellites caused New Cartagena 2 to become subjected to extreme swings in climate. There were days when it was scorching everyone, and there were other days where the heat levels were fairly tame. Nobody knew why, but New Cartagena 2 happened to possess large deposits of a first-class exotic material known as Copenhagen copper. Copenhagen copper was also present in the Milky Way galaxy, but it was less prevalent over there. Humans had discovered long ago that cop was an inherently disruptive material just by existing. It scrambled up a lot of signals and other wireless transmissions. More importantly, it also disrupted a lot of spatial activity. This turned it into one of the key materials for the production of lots of first-class space suppressors, first-class interdiction field generators and anti-teleportation countermeasures. There was never enough cop to go around. The demand for this exotic was considerable and the Terran Alliance wanted to preserve their hold over New Cartagena 2 long enough to destructively strip mine the entire planet. The Terrans weren't entirely confident they could keep hold of the star system forever, so they decisively switched from more ecologically friendly mining methods to tearing out chunks of it and picking up any pieces of ore that contained cop. While the speed of mining had increased by a huge extent, the native alien attackers pressed New Cartagena 2 even harder in an attempt to deprive the humans access to any further quantities of a high-grade exotic that countered every piece of phase water technology. While New Cartagena 2 had become the short-term priority in this strategic location, New Cartagena 7F also couldn't be neglected. The oceanic moon was one of many satellites orbiting a large gas giant. It stood out from the other moons by possessing a lot of sustainable phase water deposits. This moon alone accounted for a hefty chunk of phase water production in the local region. Before the Terrans arrived to colonize this extremely precious moon, it was occupied by the Jurg race, an aquatic crustacean race that was known as the biggest fans of the phase whale race. The Jurgs had long considered New Cartagena 7F to be one of their paradises and a holy site of great religious significance. Suffice to say, the Jurgs were pissed at the Terrans for taking away one of their most precious territorial possessions and fought hard in order to get it back. To the Jurgs, the Battle of New Cartagena was not an obligation forced upon them by the Red Cabal. It was personal and holy. Led by their hardy and obstinate phase lords, the Jurgs threw themselves onto the defensive lines of the Terrans in a fanatical effort to wrestle back control of New Cartagena 7F and restore the underwater holy sites to their former glory. Faced with this onslaught of attacks from the aggressive major alien race, the Terrans responded in kind and stationed much of their crack troops to the strategic location. Chief among them was their champion, who was known as one of the deadliest peak ace pilots of Red humanity. And Tusa was just about to meet this living legend in person. His courier vessel first approached the large and astonishingly white capital ship orbiting New Cartagena 2. The third Rome was the flagship of the Brusilov fleet. She was a 6-kilometer-long fleet carrier that could easily reach the top 10 of a contest that pitted the most beautiful warships made by humans against each other. Not even the Spirit of Bentheim could compare to the artistic marbled exterior that appeared to be covered with hand-carved sculptures. Tusa figured it must be really expensive and time-consuming for the Dostoevsky ancient clan to repair her exterior if she ever sustained a lot of material damage. Yet with a peak ace pilot as powerful as the Messenger of Silence using the third Rome as his home base, the native aliens had yet to land a single scratch on her beautiful exterior. Before he met with the strongest defender of New Cartagena, he first got received by a dignitary from the Dostoevsky ancient clan. Saint Tusa continued to look impressed as he entered a hall that was filled with tasteful but not overwhelming artworks. Classical paintings, unpainted sculptures and the occasional plants made it seem as if he had entered a luxury ark ship rather than a military capital ship. The Dostoevskys certainly loved to show off, just like any other group of Terrans. A female junior officer finally came close and stopped in front of Tusa. Lieutenant Daria Dmitrievna Dostoevskaya, I am one of the assistants of the Messenger of Silence. I have been tasked to serve as your guide while you remain a guest aboard the Third Rome. Please follow me to the bowels of our flagship. Our great champion is currently free to meet you in person. The relatively young ace pilot nodded and followed after the woman through the extensive hallways of the large vessel. So what is with your name, Lieutenant? Are you a member of the Dostoevsky ancient clan, or do you come from one of its offshoots? The woman looked amused. I come from the main branch of the Dostoevsky ancient clan. You foreigners always ask the same questions. We follow an old naming tradition that originated from an ancient nation-state that predated the Terran Empire. You only have to know that our ancient clan varies our last names based on sex. Our male descendants generally carry the name Dostoevsky, while our female descendants carry the name Dostoevskaya. I can transfer a number of books about our ancient traditions if you care for it, but they make for a dry read. Tusa raised his palm. No thanks, I am okay so long as I don't have to remember too many convoluted rules. The ace pilot did not hate studying, but he disliked spending lots of time on relatively passive and boring activities. He had always been an active person, and would rather spend his time on exercise or practice. Very well. In truth, aside from the other Terran lineages that still take pride in our pre-Age of Stars heritage, there are very few families left in red humanity that uphold the same traditions. It is a regrettable loss of culture for so many descendants to forget where their bloodlines originated from. So much has been lost throughout the ages, and not all of it was due to death and destruction. In our rush to seek out new territories and put down our roots on brand new planets, too many of us shed the names and traditions of our forefathers and instead create our own cheap customs as inferior substitutes. We are one of the few people that has resisted this habit, and we take pride in preserving one of the oldest continuous lineages of the human race. While Daria Dostoevskaya sounded very passionate when she boasted about her old and storied heritage, Saint Tusa couldn't bring himself to pretend he cared. He was not a Terran and cared little about ancient history. Most modern humans never really thought about what their ancestors did a few thousand years ago. It was just too distant from their current lives. Fortunately, Lieutenant Daria did not harp too much on the greatness of the old Dostoevsky ancient clan. She came back to her main responsibility and provided Tusa with the necessary instructions for him to interact with the Messenger of Silence. Our great saint is burdened with heavy responsibilities. The woman spoke in a more serious and subdued tone. The Jurgs are highly motivated in their attempts to take back the New Cartagena system, and do not hesitate to send their shell-covered soldiers to this star system in droves in order to choke us to death. The Jurgs do not hesitate to send their greater phase lords to this battlefield, only pulling them back sporadically when they have indications that the light of Sol is approaching in this direction. The timing of your arrival is relatively fortuitous. You have come just in time for this rare lull to happen. The native aliens weren't stupid. Even if they were prepared to sacrifice the lives of a lot of phase lords, they were not willing to let them die so cheaply against the god pilots. The Red Cabal and the colluding cosmopolitan movement had become increasingly better at tracking and predicting the movements of all of the god pilots. Even if the aliens were wrong about their predictions of where the god pilots would be going. Next, it was better to be safe than sorry. Does that mean that the Messenger of Silence has ample amount of time to fulfill his duties as a mentor? Tusa asked. He should. It depends on his mood. The Messenger of Silence is not known to be the most social of ace pilots. Despite the many glorious victories that he has delivered to our ancient clan since, he is still haunted by the battlefield loss that has defined him ever since. That matches what I have read. Tusa quietly responded. He is known to be more melodramatic than many of our other peers. He also doesn't speak anymore. The lieutenant solemnly nodded. That is correct. However, it is important to note that while he does not choose to speak, that is not the same as not choosing to communicate. He prefers to convey his intentions with his domain field. You may feel highly disconcerted when you meet and communicate with him the first time, but I can promise you that you shall quickly become accustomed to it. Perhaps in time, You may even appreciate the manner in which our great champion expresses his beautiful soul towards everyone. Quote. I see. Do you know why the Messenger of Silence chose to accept my clan's request to mentor me? He does not appear to be a person that likes hanging out with others. The lieutenant shook her head. It is not in my place to answer your question. Our champion has his own motives, I am sure. I can tell you that this is not an obligation imposed by our ancient clan or certain other authorities. He wants to mentor you, if only for a relatively brief period. I can assure you of that. You cannot imagine the amount of mech pilots that would kill to be in your place. It is a great honor for you to be chosen by him. Do not dishonor him by taking this opportunity too lightly, and do your best to fight with greater courage and skill to demonstrate that you have benefited from his tutelage. I shall do my best not to dishonor his teachings, Tusa earnestly said. Chapter 6312. The Messenger of Silence. The closer to the center of the third Rome, the less busy the interior of the capital ship became. The artworks became grander and more imposing, but the amount of Dostoevsky crew members that moved around steadily dropped. That was not all. The noise levels gradually appeared to dim as they moved closer. This was not a result of the Messenger of Silence's impressively strong Saint Kingdom. As powerful as he may be once he interfaced with his famous ace mech, it was impossible for him to radiate his willpower too far from his body outside of the cockpit. The only way this could change was if he had stepped on the road to no return and completed at least some of the unions between man and machine. All of this meant that the gradual reduction in ambient and background noise was a deliberate effect produced by the operators of this large fleet carrier. Behavioral restrictions combined with technological sound dampening gradually reduced the maximum amount of noise that people can make. The various ship systems that always produced constant hums or other persistent background noise began to fade as well. If St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was not aware of all of the reasons why these changes happened, then he would have feared that he may actually be losing his hearing. Lieutenant Daria Dostoevskaya's whole demeanor changed as well. Her posture became more rigid. Her behavior became more professional. She spoke more softly than before. We are close, she literally whispered to Tusa. We have no further special instructions to give you. Despite his acquired reputation, our great champion is not intolerant to different personalities. As long as you treat him with sincerity, he shall reciprocate. If it turns out your personality does not fit well with him, we can end this exchange program early and send you back to the Larkinson clan in advance. That will not be necessary, I hope, Tusa whispered back. The two stopped before a well-armored gate that was completely closed shut at the moment. A squad of honor guards equipped with extremely high-tech suits of combat armor examined Tusa from top to bottom before clearing him to proceed. Not that Tusa had any realistic hope of harming a much more powerful ace pilot, but the necessary precautions had to be taken. The ace pilot residing in the chamber beyond this gate was one of the best chances for the Terran Alliance to spawn another god pilot. Absolutely nothing could go wrong for the Messenger of Silence. All of his requests had to be met unless they were clearly unrealistic, such as disbanding the Red Association. Since the Messenger of Silence felt like mentoring a fresh ace pilot all of a sudden, then the Dostoevskys were happy to oblige. The young lieutenant no longer accompanied Tusa any further. She made a series of standard military hand signals that Tusa could easily interpret. Very well, I shall speak normally, if the Messenger of Silence does not dislike my voice. It is a relief to hear that I am not obliged to follow this particular custom. No offense, but things have become too quiet for my liking. The silence had become disconcerting to Tusa. Places like these shouldn't sound so still and frozen. It was as if everyone aboard the third Rome was already dead, but only persisted in their duties due to the commands of a higher authority. The heavy reinforced gates slowly slid open. The mechanisms had been smoothened to such a point that they did not produce a single noise. As Saint Tusa slowly passed through, he entered what appeared to be a monument to the dead. To put it in a less charitable fashion, Tusa felt as if he had stepped right in the middle of a large graveyard. It was downright macabre for him to enter into such a place of remembrance and contemplation. Certainly, it was not unusual for large fleet carriers and other military vessels to dedicate shrines or memorials to pay tribute to the honored dead that once served on the ships, but to dedicate so much internal real estate to build a huge graveyard in one of the most well-protected sections of the ship was something else. Tusa cautiously navigated through the graveyard. The low grass, the perfectly maintained traditional gravestones and the utter silence all caused him to become metaphorically pressed by the dead. His domain field, as weak as it was without the amplification of his dark zephyr, could barely sense that there were real bodies buried beneath every gravestone. Not all of the coffins were filled with actual corpses. This was not a surprise, as many soldiers tended to die after getting blown up by mech-grade or more recently warship-grade weapon systems. Regardless of whether the coffins were filled or not, each gravestone carried a strong weight of guilt and sentiment. These associations did not come from the objects themselves. Tusa could clearly tell that the messenger of silence spent so much time mourning the names on the gravestones that his willpower permanently reshaped the individual monuments. Once Tusa approached a central clearing, he finally caught sight of his target. Saint Isaiah Simovich Dostoevsky did exactly what Tusa expected from a person who hung out in a graveyard. The peak ace pilot wore a black formal outfit that one would wear to funerals. The man showed none of the demeanor of a man who was just 4 steps away from ascending to godhood. The messenger of silence looked incredibly vulnerable as he stood in front of one of the many graves. Despite his strange appearance, Tusa did not feel as if the other ace pilot was weak or a pushover. The older ace pilot's willpower was much stronger. Much stronger. It was like the difference between a small moon and an enormous gas giant. Tusa even had the illusion that all it took was a single spark to ignite the gas giant and spawn a brand new star. Yet, it was always the last few steps that hindered god pilot candidates the most. The messenger of silence had yet to step on the road to no return, and he must have his reasons for doing so. Outside pressure increasingly compelled him to begin the irreversible mech-body merger process, but the powerful saint appeared to be resisting this life-changing decision, for the time being. Once Tusa stopped at a respectful distance from the ace pilot, he could already feel his weaker willpower rubbing against the much more intense willpower of his mentor. The initial contact was not pleasant. It was never pleasant. The two may have left the cockpits of their mechs, but that did not mean that their saint kingdoms liked getting encroached upon. However, the collision between saint kingdoms was also one of the best ways for two unfamiliar ace pilots to quickly familiarize themselves with each other. In the span of a few seconds, Tusa almost became overtaken by the overwhelmingly strong emotions of his mentor. The overarching sensations of loss, regret and mourning practically generated illusions in Tusa's mind that put him back to the fateful battlefield where the Terrans suffered a devastating loss against the Rubarthans in one of the many territorial scuffles that used to take place in the old galaxy. Though the Terrans and the Rubarthans generally did not consider the battle to be significant enough, it was completely different for the messenger of silence. That single loss completely broke his confident and arrogant demeanor and turned him into the dour and constantly mourning champion he was today. There was another facet about the messenger of silence that disconcerted Tusa a lot. The meeting between domain fields also caused Tusa to perceive that the messenger of silence was locked in his own illusions. The Terran ace pilot was haunted by the dead. From the perspective of the messenger of silence, all of the lost Terran souls from that devastating defeat had latched onto Saint Isaiah Dostoevsky and never gave him any rest. No wonder the man had become so obsessed with silence. Tusa realized that his mentor had been chasing after an escape from all of the tortured screams and recriminations from the ghosts that haunted his psyche. Soon enough, the illusions that briefly overwhelmed Tusa faded a bit. He knew that the messenger of silence must have gained a similar impression of him as well. Both automatically grew a little more familiar in each other's presence. As the younger and much weaker ace pilot among the two, Tusa placed his hand on his chest and made a moderate bow. "It is an honor to meet you, messenger. I am Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. The Larkinson clan has loaned me out to the Dostoevsky ancient clan for a duration of 3 months, with the option to extend my stay multiple times. I am to fight on behalf of your ancient clan in exchange for receiving your guidance and tutelage on how to fight as a first-class ace pilot on dangerous battlefields." A few moments of silence passed. It was incredibly eerie for Tusa to hear absolutely nothing aside from his own voice and breathing. He felt as if he had violated the sanctity of this temple by having the temerity to actually speak. He was sure he received an allowance for it, so he did not hold these thoughts for long. The messenger of silence eventually communicated with Tusa. He used his domain field along with a few subtle gestures of his arm to convey a surprisingly rich and precise meaning. The younger ace pilot bowed lower to express his earnest respect and gratitude. "Please instruct me. I am new to first-class mech combat and fighting alongside other first-class forces. There is far too much for me to learn. I have tried to work on my shortcomings by reading numerous books and watching a lot of recent battle footage, but that is anything but enough to prepare me for the challenges ahead." Tusa relaxed. The worst outcome did not come to pass. The messenger of silence did not develop an instant dislike for the Larkinson ace pilot and reaffirmed his commitment to act as a mentor. The messenger of silence nodded. Tusa looked surprised. Thank you. I was not aware that my application to be mentored held so much significance to you. I did not know that you have been haunted by ghosts on a constant basis for such a long time, that you have been working so hard to get rid of them. Are you sure that you will be able to free yourself from your ghosts if you successfully manage to advance? This was a deeply personal issue to Saint Dostoevsky. Personally, Tusa suspected that these ghosts did not exist in any reality. They were purely products of the ace pilot's disordered imagination. If this was the case, then ascending to godhood might not allow the messenger of silence to free himself from this psychological burden. He would just continue to get haunted by ghosts strong enough to torment god pilots, and wasn't that a frightening thought? Tusa kept these guesses to himself, though he knew that a powerhouse of Saint Dostoevsky's caliber must have picked up on it anyway. I am not quite sure what I am supposed to learn from you, to be honest. Our skill sets and specializations are too far apart from each other. If I have to choose what I want to learn the most from you, it is your skill and ability to completely isolate powerful adversaries. My new ace mech has granted me a similar ability of sorts. While it works on completely different principles, I hope that you can help me become more proficient in its use so that I can unleash my greater potential much sooner than normal. I would love to show you what I can do with my ace mech. I have heard much about your famous abilities. I think I should experience it myself at least once. Chapter 6313 The Sharpest Knife. Saint Tusa did not receive much instruction from the messenger of silence on the first day of their meeting. The latter was understandably a man of few words. Very few words, hardly any words. Though the messenger of silence did not prohibit himself from communicating in a non-verbal manner, he was not the sort of saint that preferred to chat for hours on end. His vow of silence had caused him to become a lot more economical about how much time he spent on socializing. Tusa sort of understood why Saint Dostoevsky no longer talked as much. He could feel it through the contact between their respective domain fields. The man was haunted. The messenger of silence never enjoyed any peace. Since the fateful battle where he and his fellow Terran mech pilots suffered a grave defeat against the Rubarthans, his dead comrades continually haunted Psyche with each waking hour. Not even breaking through and becoming more powerful helped to relieve him from the ghosts that tortured him on an unending basis. The apparitions were already dead, yet were filled with so much resentment that they never knew how to tire. How could any man remain sane after receiving pleas, insults and blame from all of these ghosts? A normal human would have already committed suicide from all of this mental baggage. Yet the messenger of silence persevered. For decades, he carried a mountain of burdens on his shoulders. He remained silent in the hopes that his lack of engagement would not rile up the ghosts as much. However, the ultimate reason why he managed to maintain a semblance of his sanity and retain his lust for life was because he constantly polished his willpower against his ghosts. It was brilliant, really. Just like how Vase deliberately infected Tusa with his phase water-infused blood, the messenger of silence constantly tested his mental endurance against the deceased comrades who constantly blamed him for living while they suffered the ultimate punishment. In other words, the messenger of silence actually turned his own psychological debilitation from a crippling affliction into a permanent growth boost. He turned his own haunting into an advantage. Almost no one in his position would have been able to do this. Only a man of extraordinary willpower as well as the absolute determination to make it right again could endure this ceaseless torment. This was why the messenger of silence was able to progress so quickly after his complete turnaround. He was only 109 years old at this time, which made him a lot younger than the typical peak ace pilot. Even the famous General Axelar Strian was a few decades older. However, there was a price for everything. The messenger of silence benefited enormously from his haunting. He was constantly under an invisible siege, so his willpower never enjoyed any rest and constantly grew stronger at an accelerated rate. Yet now that Saint Dostoevsky had reached the limit of what his resonance strength could reach at this stage, the good times had passed. There was no direct benefit to any further haunting anymore. His resonance strength had reached a bottleneck and could not grow a single lavere further. His haunting had turned into a pure disadvantage again. As strong as his willpower had become, the lack of progress for a long time gradually made him feel discouraged. How long could the messenger of silence endure his haunting and the prolonged stagnation of his growth? Tusa feared that this period may be a lot shorter for his new mentor than for other peak ace pilots. The Larkinson ace pilot felt quite concerned about this situation. He found it distressing that an ace pilot who was much more powerful than him suffered so much agony that he may actually not be able to hold out as long anymore. The messenger of silence was living on borrowed time. Sooner or later, he would be forced to step on the road to no return, or get drowned by the ghosts that would finally be able to drag him into their abyss. As Saint Tusa exited the enormous graveyard compartment, he nodded to Lieutenant Darya Dostoyevskaya, who gestured for him to follow. The two quietly made their way out of the center of the third Rome. They did not speak because they were still in the zone where creating any noise was apparently a taboo. Once they reached a more normal section of the fleet carrier, Lieutenant Darya finally dared to speak again. "You know, I do, I guess. We would appreciate it if you keep your thoughts about our great champion to yourself. It is not a secret of what our saint is enduring, but we prefer for our people to have an impression of him at his best, not the opposite." "That is understandable. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. I am not a tattletale." "Good, let me lead you to your stateroom where you will be staying for the foreseeable time. I will also lead you to the hangar bay where your ace mech is being serviced by your accompanying mech technicians. I will then proceed to teach you a number of laws, protocols and cultural customs that apply to our Brusilov fleet. We tend to do things differently from many other mech forces. You do not have to abide by all of them, but you must be aware of what we do in order to prevent any misunderstandings when you fight alongside our mech units. Later, only then will you be permitted to sortie into battle." "Understood. I am eager to take the field as soon as possible. Please instruct me and teach me more about how to get along with the messenger of silence while you are at it. I could use all of the help that I can get." The young lieutenant smiled at Tusa. "That is good to hear." A few days went by as Tusa acclimated to the Brusilov fleet. It took a bit of time for the guest pilot to learn all of the rules. The Terrans were highly traditional, and the Dostoevskys took that to a greater extreme. He became familiar with their communication protocols as well as their general tactics and strategies. He memorized their table of organization and learned about many of their cultural customs. While it was nice for Tusa to become enlightened to a different culture, not much of it was useful to him. He was an ace pilot. His place in the battle order was already higher than that of the grunts. Many of the rules no longer applied to him because he fought a lot better if he was able to act freely. The real point of all of this instruction was to gain enough familiarity with how the Brusilov fleet operated so that he would not get in its way during combat. To be honest, our Dostoevsky ancient clan does not prefer to wage war all of the time. Lieutenant Darya remarked to Tusa at one time. "Many of us actually prefer to engage in more productive pursuits. Did you know that our ancient clan is famed for our arts and sciences? One of the reasons why our heritage has persisted for so long is because we are much better creators and destroyers. The latter can help us survive in periods where only violence holds sway, but it is the former that has allowed us to continually build on the foundation erected by our ancestors." Tusa swept his gaze across the compartment and admired the artistic carvings and paintings. The third Rome truly exemplified the Dostoevsky's pursuit of the arts. "I kind of understand what you mean. It is nice. Your ancient clan is not bad at all. I would have loved to grow up in it, but I already have it pretty good in the Larkinson clan." Every family had its strong points. Tusa hadn't stayed here for long, but he already noticed a few less pleasant aspects about the Dostoevskys. He refrained from mentioning any of them to his hosts. He did not come here to critique and deconstruct their way of life. "So when will I be able to receive real instruction from the messenger of silence?" "Patience, Saint Tusa. Our great champion prefers to demonstrate in the field. The Jurgs may have temporarily pulled back their forces from the new Cartagena system, but they will be back soon. They always will, for they cannot afford to give up on new Cartagena 7F. In the meantime, you can deploy your Dark Zephyr into space and further familiarize yourself with the power of a first-class ace mech. It is best if you have a good grasp of your machine's new level of performance when you sortie with the Messenger of Silence." So that was what Tusa did. He brought out the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr for testing and practice and quickly grew familiar with his living mech's upgraded features. He also experimented with the Banish resonating ability he gained after resonating with Lemon. There was always an asteroid belt around that offered an endless amount of disposable practice targets. The mech designers were right about its usage. Tusa found it easy to banish relatively small objects. At his current resonance strength and proficiency level, he was not able to do anything too impressive. It was easy enough for him to banish an unresisting asteroid that was roughly the size of his ace mech. He had to put in a lot more effort to do the same to an asteroid that was several times larger. He was unable to banish an asteroid that was 10 times larger than his own machine. Tusa tried to employ his banish resonating ability in a different way by only disappearing a portion of that asteroid. His initial attempts failed numerous times. He tried to make it work, but always encountered resistance that was hard to overcome. He executed the resonating ability in different ways until he finally lucked out and managed to take a large bite out of the asteroid. It works. The temporarily displaced chunk of space rock only disappeared for half a second before coming back again, but the damage was already done. The Dark Zephyr effectively split the larger asteroid without employing any of his knives. Tusa did not really care that the banishment duration was a lot shorter than normal since he invested a lot of energy into severing a portion of the asteroid away. The fact was that Tusa and his battle partner confirmed for themselves that Erleman had become a much larger and sharper knife for them than their handheld weapons. Oh yes, I am so going to enjoy this new resonating ability. The upbeat Dark Zephyr crowed. Nobody will ever accuse me for possessing the worst arsenal anymore. The living mech always appreciated a stronger weapon. The Dark Wind module had solved the Dark Zephyr's most acute offensive shortcoming, but it was not exactly a weapon that he could employ willy-nilly. The consumption of the banish resonating ability was a lot more flexible. It could be extremely costly if Tusa tried to push it to the limit, but he could make repeated use of it as long as he paced himself. Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr only scratched the surface of what they were capable of. The ace pilot clearly felt that he was being limited by his resonance strength and lack of control. There was not much he could do about the former, but he could actively work on the latter through continuous practice and experimentation. Let's see how much we can improve the way we banish different things. Tusa said in an upbeat tone. We need to be faster, more precise and use up less willpower in the process. I feel as if I'm a mech cadet interfacing with a training mech for the first time again. The mech designers hadn't been lying when they warned him that Erleman came with an insanely high learning curve. Tusa was only able to scratch the surface of the immense potential of this newly developed resonating material. After another day of basic practice and familiarization, the guest pilot finally learned of an important development. The Jurgs were back, and they were on their way to mount an offensive on New Cartagena too. Finally, Chapter 6314 Whispering Willow. The Jurgs had only temporarily vacated their greater phase lords and other strategic assets from the New Cartagena system. They stayed away just long enough to confirm that the Light of Sol was no longer heading in their direction anymore. The God Pilot tried to be as unpredictable as possible in where he showed up, but he could not afford to spend so much time on traveling when he could be demolishing alien armadas left and right. It was a constant game of cat and mouse. There were times where the Light of Sol managed to beat the predictions of his opponents and managed to slay greater phase lords that were originally used to hold back human senior ace pilots. There were other times where the Light of Sol arrived in a star system where the aliens only left a token force behind. The Red Cabal managed to fool the God Pilot by projection convincing illusions, causing the local humans to feed false intelligence to the God Pilot. The aliens were getting better at exploiting the limitations of God Pilots. As invincible as they were in direct combat, they were very poor at long distance. Power projection. God Pilots and God Mechs were so specialized in dominating the battlefield at the tactical level that they were not as helpful at the strategic level. At least the Rubarthans had it better. Two roaming God Pilots made it a lot harder for the native aliens to form their plan around. The Terrans unfortunately only had a single God Pilot to rely upon, but they were not able to provide the best help because their intelligence apparatus delivered less than perfect results. However, none of that was relevant in the New Cartagena system. The Jurgs absolutely were not attempting to pull off a bluff. Their motivations to recapture the star system was a matter of faith. They wanted their precious ocean moon back so badly that they immediately moved to attack as soon as they returned. The mood in the Brusilov fleet changed. The professional soldiers suspended their R&R and switched to a more serious and focused mindset. None of the first-class multipurpose mech pilots were afraid. They endured huge amounts of pressure during their mech cadet days, so they could easily endure the pressure of preparing for a battle against a powerful alien armada. The quantity of small craft and warships on both sides was not as much as Tusa expected. In a battle of this magnitude and importance, the Brusilov fleet only fielded 10,000 first-class multipurpose mechs, with other mech forces fielding an additional 20,000 first-class multipurpose mechs. They were all high-quality mechs, at least. Aside from that, the various mech forces also deployed a temporary defensive ring around New Cartagena too, as well as tens of thousands of weaker and more specialized first-class mechs that provided assistance in various ways. The fleeters also maintained a relatively small squadron of warships, but they were mostly assigned to defend critically important strategic assets and would not engage the aliens proactively. They had declined to employ their starfighter corps in this star system. The message was very clear. The Terrans needed to solve their own problems. If they were unable or unwilling to do so, then they had no right to rule over the Terran alliance. The Dostoevsky ancient clan may be renowned for producing many brilliant artists and scientists every generation, but it had not neglected the need to form a strong military corps. While the Dostoevskys did not field a mech army as large and expansive as the much more militant Strian ancient clan, but keeping their main military force relatively small enabled them to invest a lot more in raising the quality of their troops. "What are the specialties of your Dostoevsky mechs?" Saint Tusa asked as he entered the cockpit of his ace mech and corresponded with his liaison. "Your ancient clan is big on high technology, so your machines must be equipped with exotic tech than what I have read in the basic information packages. Well, you should already know that the mech units of our Brusilov fleet excel at melee combat." Lieutenant Daria Dostoevskaya said over a private communication channel. "Our most premier unit is the Cossack Lancer Battalion. The first-class multi-purpose mechs are adequate at attacking from range, but they are most noted for their ability to charge at their targets with their precious Tier 6 destroyer lances. Serving in this elite battalion is a highly coveted dream to many Terrans." Tusa slightly widened his eyes. Tier 6 destroyer weapons were nothing to scoff at. While it was not as extravagant as the Tier 3 destroyer spear that Vase had reserved for Rosa Orphan, the advantage of the Cossack Lancers was that they had so many of them. He could not think of many mech units that could resist the charge of 500 destroyer lances at the same time. "We have many other notable elite mech units, but they do not require any hand-holding from you." Lieutenant Daria continued. "We only wish for you to keep an eye on our Cossack Lancers and save them from an ambush if possible. The destroyer lances are priceless and irreplaceable. We are fortunate that we have managed to salvage every lance lost by fallen mechs so far, but we cannot retrieve them if the Jurgs have struck them too hard. Our great champion excels at range takedowns, but we fear the aliens may be luring him to a trap if they use the Cossack Lancers as bait. I understand. I am much more suited to venture into perilous areas and deal with problems on site. At worst, I can slip away just as easily." Tusa readily said. This was the difference in specializations. As powerful as Saint Isaiah Dostoevsky may be, he much preferred to solve his problems from a comfortable distance. He was much like Venerable Davia Stark in this regard. Tusa on the other hand liked to be in the thick of action. He hardly experienced any fear or hesitation when he sent his mech right at the enemy. Of course, the new ace pilot realized that he needed to restrain himself this time. He was still new to first-class combat and was not entirely familiar with all of the crazy stuff that the enemy threw at the human defenders. As his Dark Zephyr launched from the third Rome and floated above most of the first-class mech units that dispersed in different directions, Saint Tusa and the others were waiting for the arrival of the native aliens as well as the entry of the strongest combatant in the field. "He is coming." Though Saint Tusa was also an ace pilot, his entry into the field hardly elicited any attention from the surrounding Terrans. His Dark Zephyr may be an impressive piece of hardware, but it was small and not designed to grab people's attention. In fact, impregnating the mech frame with soulless gas dampened much of his emissions and made the machine less noticeable than before. Tusa did not radiate his Saint Kingdom at full strength, but even if he did, it wouldn't have amounted to much compared to what the defenders of New Cartagena witnessed in every major battle. A part of Tusa still felt insulted and belittled for being dismissed as if he was just a faceless grunt. Those hard feelings instantly disappeared from the moment the Whispering Willow entered into space. It was as if everything around the famous Ace Mech went still. The Ace Mech that had been upgraded to the point where it had become eligible to transform into a god mech was coated in pale white and nothing else. The legendary machine did not need any further markings or embellishments to signify its extreme lethality. Its mere presence was like the onset of a cold winter onto a helpless and unprepared army of belligerents. Soldiers armed with rifles and bayonets could defeat mortal enemy troops. The sight of the white Ace Mech became a lot more intimidating when it was accompanied by the strongest Saint Kingdom that Tusa had ever witnessed. Tusa had fought alongside Saint Calisandra Bujay many times as an expert pilot and more recently an ace pilot in the expeditionary fleet. The hero of the exiled Bujie family was much older and had much more time to polish her willpower to the point where she grew into a senior ace pilot. However, the difference between a senior ace pilot and a true peak ace pilot was still vast. The former could already be regarded as a mainstay among ace pilots, but the latter had already started to diverge from the trappings of this rank. Tusa had heard that every peak ace pilot could already be treated as a preparatory god pilot. In this moment, he realized that those descriptions were not exaggerations. Peak ace pilots may be bottlenecked by the hard ceiling of their resonance strength, but there were still other ways they could develop their powers. In the case of the famous Messenger of Silence, the ace pilot clearly put much of his energy into refining and improving his Saint Kingdom. Its range, energy density and the strength of conviction behind it was so much better than anything Tusa had witnessed. All of these quantitative improvements led to a qualitative transformation. Although it was still far short from reaching the standards of a genuine god kingdom, Tusa could clearly feel as if the Messenger of Silence had near absolute control of whatever took place inside his powerful domain. The Saint Kingdom complemented and amplified the performance of the Whispering Willow in a way that almost turned the ace mech into a divine creation. The Messenger of Silence's willpower had become so strong that he was already replacing numerous physical laws with his own ones. Physics simply worked differently around machine because the ace pilot did not permit another outcome. The sheer amount of confidence and self-assurance required to manipulate reality to such an extensive degree impressed Tusa a lot. His own attempts to impose his own willpower onto reality was like a pale imitation in comparison. He is indeed a man of few words. Saint Tusa understood his mentor's preferred teaching method. Just by showing himself off, the Messenger of Silence already taught Tusa numerous lessons about willpower expression, practice targets, end goals and more. The Whispering Willow lifted its famous primary weapon. Simply named Stella, the intimidating high-tech Gauss rifle possessed a muzzle velocity that was so damn high that the Messenger of Silence was actually able to reliably hit his targets millions of kilometers away. It was not too unusual for ace mechs armed with laser rifles or other energy weapons to accomplish this feat, but it was a different story for kinetic weapons. The Dostoevskys must have invested a huge amount of research and materials into developing this unique weapon. The greatest advantage to sniping with a kinetic weapon was that it enabled the wielder to make use of specially developed projectiles. The Dostoevskys' best scientists had developed numerous high-end Gauss rounds that perfectly synergized with the Messenger of Silence's skills and abilities. This turned the peak ace pilot into one of the deadliest long-range combatants of the Terran Alliance. However, the native aliens were no slouches either. In order to constrain the firepower of the Messenger of Silence and prevent him from wreaking havoc, the Jurgs deployed their own formidable champions. We have detected the approach of 2 greater phase lords and 15 lesser phase lords. Identifying, confirmed. The Jurg armada is led by the Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother. These were the 2 Jurgs that had been confronting the Messenger of Silence for a while now. Either of them were difficult to deal with, but when the 2 worked together, they not only managed to contain the Whispering Willow, but also caused the mech troops to bleed. The peak ace pilot and the 2 greater phase lords confronted each other enough times to grow familiar with what they could do. None of them had managed to kill each other so far, but they did manage to kill or inflict heavy injuries on lesser champions. Saint Tusa gulped. A battle involving the 2 powerful Jurg phase lords would definitely serve as a trial by fire to the new ace pilot. Chapter 6315 Jurg Assault. While the Jurgs clearly wanted to wrestle control over the new Cartagena system by wresting away control over the second planet, they did not advance at their best speed. Their warships and carrier vessels slowed down and maintained their distance for the time being. The alien carriers began to launch remarkably large strike craft that the fleeters had already classified as gunships. Different from the much more common interceptors and increasingly more prevalent bombers, gunships tended to be larger craft that already began to take on a few trappings of warships. Jurg gunships preferred to exchange blows with enemies, trusting that their superior transphasic defenses and punishing kinetic weapons would cause them to outlast any direct contest. Naturally, the Jurg race only deployed their best and most expensive gunships in the new Cartagena system. Every large strike craft performed just low below a typical first-class multipurpose mech. What they lacked in mobility and versatility, they made up for these shortcomings with superior attack weight, superior penetration capabilities and superior defenses. Tusa couldn't imagine how much phase water and other high-end resources the Jurgs invested into these craft to build so much of them. While they were not abundant enough to defeat the human first-class multipurpose mechs alone, they provided excellent cover to their warships. The Zergs enjoy a head start on modern small craft development as they have always fielded armed aquatic submersibles. Lieutenant Daria spoke over a communication channel. Their initial strike craft were hastily converted from their existing submersibles, but they have since designed and produced dedicated gunships designed for space combat. Despite their formidable performance, Saint Tusa still believed his Dark Zephyr could defeat them in the field with little effort. Their lack of mobility alone made them easily abusable by his Ace Light Skirmisher. However, he had no expectation of wiping them out by the hundreds. There were just too much of them, and they were just hardy enough that his Dark Zephyr would have to expend a notable amount of power to eliminate every transphasic gunship. Do not be concerned. Our ranged mechs may experience challenges when trying to whittle their numbers from a distance, but our melee mechs can get past their defenses much easier by relying on their space suppression modules. Red Humanity's heavy reliance on space suppressors to even the scale was the entire reason why the native aliens attacked New Cartagena too. The destructive mining of the crumbling planet was partially complete. It was too difficult to quickly break the planet up and sort out all of the cop from the regular junk. The more time the defenders bought, the more cop and subsequently first-class space suppressors became available. It was worth making a stand in the orbit of this dying planet. The first phase is beginning soon, the lieutenant said. The probing phase may drag on as both sides seek to test each other with long-ranged attacks and skirmishes at the flanks. Neither side was willing to commit too much as of yet. They mostly took potshots at each other with their most effective long-ranged energy weapons. Most of the shots ended up missing due to the extreme range and lack of precision of the armaments, but the few strikes that ended up hitting stuff revealed lots of small details that could be of use in the later rounds. Both sides already had a pretty good idea of the performance of each other's hardware, but the probing attacks continued as the native aliens wanted to make sure there were not too many new and unexpected surprises. The Dark Zephyr Mark III Revision 2 even had to spin out of the way and dance in space as numerous Zerg warships had received orders to land and attack on the Ace Mech. None of the attacks ever landed, but that already told the aliens quite a lot. Their warships suspended their fruitless endeavors and directed their attention elsewhere. The Zergs may have recognized the silhouette and appearance of your Dark Zephyr. It is best to assume they know what your old self was capable of. They will expect to face a fast and highly maneuverable light mech that cannot pose a significant threat against greater phase lords. Then they are working on outdated information. My Dark Zephyr has gained a powerful trick up his sleeve. Tusa grinned. He wanted to prove the intelligent crustacean race wrong. The Terran light mechs were still multi-purpose, but their armaments were pretty mild compared to their bigger and heavier counterparts. They lacked the raw attack power to quickly eliminate a lot of gunships, but they did their jobs when they obtained more detailed scan data of the enemy fleet composition. The probing attacks began to fall off after half an hour of exploration. The most exciting part of this phase was when the Terran light mechs tested the flanks of the Zerg armada. Tusa wanted to be a part of them, but that was no longer feasible anymore. His Dark Zephyr was too far removed from these standard mechs to blend in with the crowd. The command net began to bloom with greater details. Old ships got readily recognized while new hulls received other markings. All in all, it appeared the Zergs did not carry too many surprises to this battlefield today. Careful, the Zergs like to employ one of several different strategies at this stage. They may choose to halt at this distance and bombard our forces from long range in an attempt to lure out our melee mechs. They may also choose to rush forward and launch an astronomical amount of missiles that will detonate among our lines just before the Zerg transphasic gunships and warships assail us with their heavy kinetic guns at a distance that makes it harder for them to miss. Tusa grunted. What do you expect to happen? What is my role? Our think tank predicts that there is a 73% probability that the Zergs intend to commit to a costly assault and attempt to close the distance on us. They shall fire many missiles into space but hold them back until they can crash into our ranks. The fighting will be hectic and both sides will suffer extensive casualties. This sounded like a critical battle. The outcome of this fight may very well determine how long New Cartagena remained in the Terran Alliance's hands. Tusa certainly got what he asked for when he requested a posting at a location that experienced heavy fighting. He just wished he enjoyed a week or two of training time so that he could optimize his new fighting style with his upgraded living mech. Most of the tactics and maneuvering does not concern you too much. Lieutenant Darius reminded him, our forces can handle the onslaught of warships and transphasic gunships. What they cannot respond to are the two greater phase lords. The diffraction lord is able to perform an ability similar to one of your old ones. He is able to manipulate space and diffract signals in a manner that makes him, along with any other friendly assets in the vicinity, appear in over a dozen places at once. Shouldn't the messenger of silence be able to find the actual diffraction lord and snipe his giant shell? It is not as simple as it sounds. The diffraction lord is not only able to mask his presence well, but also employs a subtle form of teleportation that allows him to swap places to his decoys, thereby turning false into reality. In previous battles, we have learned that the diffraction lord cannot take too many allies with him as he teleports away, and he cannot use it too often. That is good to know. What about the biopod mother? Her body is much larger and more massive. Her personal fighting capabilities are mediocre, but she makes up for it by being able to spawn and launch many of her biopods. These are many small, organic missiles that seek to bury into unshielded starship hulls and large structures. Once the biopods reach their destination, they will unleash terrible bio-monsters that can feed off any people they catch and spawn more copies of themselves. While a biopod is individually weak, the biopod mother is so enormous that she can spawn millions of them without paying a significant price. I see, so the diffraction lord is covering for the biopod mother, is that it? Tusa asked. Yes. The Jurgs are already notable for developing a large reliance on missile weapons, but if the biopod mother launches her own organic projectiles, then our point defenses will be stretched past their limits. Although the spores are unable to penetrate through energy shields, they are extremely debilitating to unshielded and vulnerable ships and structures. We once had to completely scuttle dozens of sub-capital ships and 20 defensive installations in order to eliminate all of the spores left by the biopod mother's children. Has the messenger of silence ever managed to get close to killing the two greater phase lords? He has come close enough, but only when he was lucky enough to lock onto their real bodies. It is always uncertain whether he is targeting the real greater phase lords, and whether the diffraction lord has secretly teleported himself and the biopod mother away. His intuition is strong, but it cannot avail him in this confrontation. Have you tried to send scout mechs or probes in their vicinity to feed more accurate and detailed sensor data to the Whispering Willow? We did, but few of our mechs can return unscathed. The two greater phase lords are also threatening at closer distances. This is where you come on, Saint Tusa. Wait, are these the reasons why you accepted me as your guest? You want me to play scout for the messenger of silence? It is true, Saint. Daria confirmed. You are not obliged to accept, but our great champion believes you may succeed where others have failed. Despite your lack of resonance strength and experience, evasion is one of your greatest strengths, and your ace mech is much more modern and equipped with notable high technologies. Your Dark Zephyr is not only alive, but also an archimech as well as a masterwork mech. With all of these qualifications, the messenger of silence at least expects you to be able to withdraw safely if you find yourself outmatched and overwhelmed. Saint Tusa felt burdened by pressure. He had his misgivings about taking an arc-style risk by diving headfirst into the two greater phase lords without sufficient preparation, but he understood the necessity of this assignment. The native aliens were playing for keeps, and New Cartagena too may very well slip out of Terran hands if he did not make enough contributions in this battle. As Tusa tried to weigh his decision as rationally as possible, he felt the approach and change of aura from the Whispering Willow. The messenger of silence understood Tusa's concerns, but reassured him. The peak ace pilot would do his best to cover the Dark Zephyr from the rear. Somehow, the absolute confidence along with the earnest trust and expectation conveyed by the mute ace pilot reassured Tusa. He was not alone in this. With one of the most powerful ace pilots covering his back, Tusa gained a margin of error that vastly increased his chances of making it back alive and unharmed. Saint Tusa remembered that he was not strictly fighting for himself or the Larkinson clan anymore. He was also fighting for the good of red humanity as a whole. The greatest human heroes needed to step up and do more in order to help their race survive. If Tusa did not possess the courage and altruism to act in a similar fashion, then he had no right to regard himself as one of those great heroes. This was not conducive to his growth. Thank you, Saint Dostoevsky. You have taught me another lesson. Saint Tusa slowly began to accelerate his Dark Zephyr forward in preparation for a risky assignment. Although his mission sounded dangerous, it was more than worth it in his opinion. The synergy between a marksman mech and a light skirmisher was high. Tusa believed he could accomplish even greater feats if he was able to team up with the messenger of silence. Chapter 6316 Aquapan Technology. The battle between the Terran defenders and the Jurg invaders was a precious moment for St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. He received the privilege of how some of the best forces on both sides waged war at their highest level. What struck Tusa first was that neither side sustained much damage at first. In the battles involving second-class forces, it was rather typical for warships, defensive installations and in certain cases small craft to blow up or limp away with heavy battle damage. The existence of Azure energy shields and other forms of energy shielding mitigated this problem somewhat, but they were not excessively strong, especially for human mech forces that struggled to source more phase water. This meant that it generally took less attacks to overcome energy barriers and inflict material damage. Battles taking place in the middle zones tended to be quite destructive. The weapons were fairly powerful and both sides fielded a lot of assets. The constant pressure exerted by the alien invaders tested Red humanity's strength in salvage, recovery and reconstruction operations. Battles in the upper zones tended to progress significantly slower when neither side had managed to close in on each other. The weapons wielded by both sides were certainly much more powerful. The primary armaments of the premier Jurg warships were brutal. Many of their guns began to assail the defensive installations of the temporary defensive ring built around New Cartagena II, as they were the most static and easy to hit targets. Yet it was exactly because of their stationary nature that the defensive ring possessed stronger and more formidable Azure energy shields. Tusa was amazed by the awesome damage inflicted by the enemy warships. The Jurgs were no strangers to energy weapons, but they overwhelmingly preferred to make use of kinetic and missile armaments. The enemy vessels had yet to resort to their devastating missile armaments, but the alien equivalent to Gauss cannons were already doing a lot of damage. The primary guns on those Jurg warships were particularly impressive. The modern transphasic water hyper-Gauss cannons shot large and powerful transphasic rounds that did more than impact the Azure energy shields protecting the human defensive installations. They actually managed to partially sink into the Azure energy shields before finally stopping. Repeated hits on the same Azure energy shield not only caused the barrier to weaken at an accelerated rate, but also allowed the enemy transphasic rounds to sink deeper and deeper into the shields. The effect was incredibly strange to see, as Tusa had never witnessed such an effect before. "I see," Lieutenant Daria Dostoyevskaya noted with a grim voice. "We have received 95% confirmation that the Jurgs intend to fully commit their troops to this assault. Normally, they do not make use of their Aquapan rounds due to their cost and scarcity. For the Jurgs to bring them out this time shows they intend to break our defense of New Cartagena II by the end of this day. The aliens are prepared to suffer significant losses in the process, but their gambit will pay off as long as they can take control of this planet and the surrounding orbit. The rich salvage they can harvest from this area will more than make up for their losses." That was another aspect that became a lot more important in first-class warfare. The tech and materials used by both sides in the upper zones were leagues more valuable than in the middle and lower zones. The proportion of phase water used in the construction of all of the hardware was considerably higher on average. A first-class weapon and a second-class weapon could both possess transphasic properties, but this description alone did not make any distinction on how much phase water had been used to augment the penetration power of both armaments. On average, both sides like to employ as much as 10 times more phase water for a craft of the same size. One of the main reasons why phase water was so scarce in the open market was because the big players spent too much of it on amplifying the combat power of their main forces. They had no choice. If the humans did not invest so much phase water in their mechs, starships and orbital defenses, their assets would crumble far too quickly, causing them to suffer too much attrition and ceding too many star systems to their foes. Yet no matter how much phase water the humans pumped into their military assets, the aliens always managed to beat them on this front. What was worse was that the native aliens worked with phase water for so long that they developed a myriad of unique proprietary technologies. Tusa had recently been briefed on one of the Jurg's signature technologies. Aquapan technology is the development of special kinetic rounds that integrate phase water in a weird way that helps them get past transphasic energy shields much easier, correct? Yes, Saint. The Jurgs have also recently updated their signature tech with hyper technology, so they are also capable of penetrating Azure energy shields with relative ease. The notable effectiveness of Aquapan rounds is one of the other reasons why the Jurgs have developed a love for kinetic armaments. Since this Aquapan technology is so absurdly effective, why haven't we figured out the secret to making them? We could make good use of these Aquapan rounds. Not necessarily. Lieutenant Daria disagreed. The Zergs have managed to protect the working principles of this technology as well as their special production method for many years. The Puelmers are especially greedy for this alien tech, yet they never succeeded in stealing it. Our human agents are also unable to achieve better results. The main reason for these results is that the Zergs place their most important research labs and production facilities deep underwater. Their aquatic detection methods are unparalleled, so they always catch infiltrators before they can reach their target destinations. That sounded interesting, but it was not too relevant to Tusa. All he needed to know was that the Zergs possessed hard-hitting kinetic rounds that could penetrate Azure energy shields with much greater ease. He was already witnessing this as the various defensive platforms and orbital space fortresses started to incur real damage to their exteriors. The aquapan rounds fired by the distant enemy warships sank all the way through the weakened Azure energy shields, not caring that the barriers were still active for the most part. This was game-changing technology that made every form of energy protection a lot less effective than before. Fortunately, the physical defenses of the artificial satellites under siege were also fairly impressive. High-grade alloys managed to hold together and dampen and disperse the transference of excessive kinetic energies. Only parts of the defensive installations crumbled to pieces with every hit. Directional boosters also came online and began to spin the cumbersome defensive stations. This allowed them to make their damaged sections untargetable while presenting their undamaged exteriors to the enemy guns. Even so, the defensive ring still started to take a toll from all of the kinetic bombardment. Aquapan rounds were difficult and expensive to produce, but the Zergs showed no hesitation when it came to expending their limited stock of their special ammunition. Saint Tusa could feel the ebb and flow of the battle shifting as a response to this development. The Zergs became even more motivated than before. Not only were they fighting directly under the command of two of their most senior gods, but they were also crumbling the formidable enemy defensive ring with blessed ammunition. The Terran defenders on the other hand settled in for a bloodier and more gruesome fight than usual. They understood the significance of aquapan rounds quite well, and knew that the Zergs would not back off so easily this time. Nonetheless, the proud and professional Terran soldiers did not grow discouraged from this. They were accustomed to dealing with pressure since their academy days and fought many prior battles in the short but intensive Red War. The thought that hung in the back of everyone's minds was that heroes were usually born in battles like these. The stakes were high, the enemies were formidable and the agency of standard mech pilots was very small. Only by stepping up and breaking through would they gain the power to tilt the balance in their favor. There were circumstances where the presence of powerful expert pilots and ace pilots depressed this feeling of urgency, but Tusa did not observe this situation from the Terrans. As powerful as the Messenger of Silence may be, not even he could single-handedly fight off a powerful first-class Zerg armada, especially when it was led by two tricky Greater Phase Lords. Our Vanguard mech units are beginning to clash against the first wave of Zerg gunships. A deathly dance ensued in the center and the flanks as thousands of first-class multipurpose mechs and Zerg transphasic gunships began to dance and fight against each other. Both sides suffered much greater material losses as the craft did not hold back in their attempts to take each other down. The melee mechs generally held an advantage when they got close and utilized their transphasic space suppressors to weaken the performance of the transphasic gunships. It did not help that the gunships were quite slow and less maneuverable, so they could not play any cat-and-mouse games with the human mechs. What they did have were superior defenses and powerful armaments. Their guns struck at the Terran melee mechs and pummeled their defenses in turn. The more powerful Azure energy shields protecting the Zerg gunships may have lost much of their phase water amplification, but their base performance was still good enough to buy valuable seconds, enabling them to pummel more mechs and keeping them occupied a little longer before they inevitably fell. While the Terran mechs also possessed a large variety of integrated ranged weapons that enabled them to harass their enemies from a distance, the gunships carried larger and more powerful guns that gave them a distinct advantage in ranged combat. Their transphasic hyperkinetic guns might not be loaded with aquapan rounds, but the penetrating ammunition still succeeded in rapidly weakening the energy defenses of the attacking mechs. More and more first-class multipurpose mechs and powerful transphasic gunships fell. Their wreckage formed an increasingly more expansive debris field that promised the winner of this battle the right to salvage materials worth trillions of MTA credits or more. "When do I get to move?" Tusa asked as he grew increasingly more excited due to all of the fighting. "My battle partner and I are itching to move forward and do something useful. We are not made to remain on standby all of this time." The guest pilot expected to be told that he needed to stay put and wait for the right moment, as if this was a grand game of chess. Instead, he received a more palatable instruction. You have permission to enter the battlefield in earnest, Saint. The messenger of silence hopes that you can circle around and approach the diffraction lord and the biopod mother as much as possible without attracting attention. The strange alloy used to construct your dark zephyr is noticeably more difficult to detect and track than usual. If you adopt a stealthier approach, you may just be able to sneak in. Our mech forces will coordinate with your movements as best as possible by directing more firepower along your approximate route. This will generate more local interference that will make it harder to distinguish your ace mech's energy signature from all of the noise. That was quite an inventive if somewhat risky plan. Saint Tusa grinned. I like it, but I do not think I can get too close without eventually getting spotted. My dark zephyr is still an ace mech at the end of the day. It is impossible for the native aliens to completely overlook my machine. We have a solution for that. To be more precise, our great champion can increase your infiltration chances. You need to retract your Saint Kingdom and lower your resistance to his willpower first. Venerable Tusa already had an inkling of what would happen next. He tried his best to withdraw his Saint Kingdom and offer as little resistance as possible. It wouldn't have mattered too much because he suddenly felt the messenger of silence's domain imposing itself onto his ace mech. Mirage. The Terran hero's willpower was so much stronger and more ominous that Tusa immediately felt as if he had entered into a zone of absolute silence and stillness. Then, the pressure had suddenly disappeared. What did not go away was the stillness effect. Tusa instinctively understood that the messenger of silence had somehow imbued a part of his power onto the dark zephyr, causing its emissions to become a lot more dampened than before. It was as if the ace light skirmisher received a free cloaking effect. It was not perfect, especially when the dark zephyr started to put up more distance from the whispering willow, but the temporary beneficial effect stacked nicely with the effect produced by soulless gas and other measures. Saint Tusa suddenly became a lot more confident about his ability to sneak up on the two greater phase lords. Chapter 6317. An image with feeling. The battle raged on as the Dark Zephyr Mark III Revision 2 quietly slipped away. The large and formidable Zerg warships were still pummeling the defensive ring with their primary armaments. Their excellent sieging capabilities and their willingness to empty out their reserves of aquapan rounds meant that the defensive works were crumbling far faster than usual. Defensive installations worth as much as second-class capital ships or more were crumbling in droves. Large orbital space fortresses started to launch evacuation pods and shuttles as the highly trained station operators needed to be brought away before the large structures collapsed in their entirety. Expensive first-class multipurpose mechs started to fall at an increasing rate. The enemy gunships predominantly fired transphasic rounds that shred through the Azure energy shields of the first-class multipurpose mechs with much greater ease. On occasion, the gunships also launched their short-ranged but highly destructive transphasic missiles at a vulnerable prey, thereby preventing many damaged first-class multipurpose mechs from returning to the rear. With their mech frames intact, though the gunships only carried a limited complement of missiles, as long as they still had them, their lethality temporarily surpassed that of the powerful mechs they were fighting against. Of course, the Terrans were not letting the gunships shoot down their machines with impunity. A large proportion of first-class multipurpose mechs fearlessly weathered the storm and closed in on their targets, utilizing their superior mobility to quickly gang up on many gunships with at least 3 machines. The first-class multipurpose mechs relied heavily on their excellent space suppressors to weaken the gunship's defensive and offensive properties, thereby not only reducing the threat level of the heavy alien strike craft, but also soften up their defenses so that they could be taken down quicker. The asymmetrical matchup between mechs and gunships led to a lot of tragedies and feats of heroism. The Zerg gunship pilots fought and died without any fear or remorse, and the Terran pilots did not show any intention to back down unless instructed otherwise. As the cauldron of war and death continued to expand from the center of the battlefield, nobody seemed to pay any further attention to a new first-class ace light skirmisher that had recently joined the clan. This shouldn't have happened. Ace mechs were too obvious, especially since they were surrounded by their own Saint Kingdoms that were very easy to detect. Although Tusa managed to retract his Saint Kingdom, this was not a feat that he could pull off to perfection. Saints bore their hearts and will to the entire universe and openly declared their existence. It went against their nature to withdraw themselves to such an extent. Yet somehow, the messenger of silence managed to turn his dark zephyr into the most unassuming mech on the battlefield. It was impossible. It was a contradiction. It was a paradox. How could an ace mech suddenly become no more interesting than a random piece of debris floating around in space? Saint Tusa knew why, because he was personally being subjected to the effect. The Messenger of Silence demonstrated several impressive feats at once. First, he separated a part of his willpower and imposed it onto the Dark Zephyr, completely overcoming the resistance of Tusa's own willpower. The disparity in strength between them was so great that Saint Tusa couldn't even muster up the thought of resisting. Of course, it helped that he did not consider the Messenger of Silence to be hostile. It was still scary that the peak ace pilot managed to overcome the instinctual defenses of another ace pilot. Tusa could see how useful it is to master the method to imbue a part of his willpower and Saint Kingdom onto external objects, but this was an advanced subject that demanded much greater resonance strength as well as the right application of technique. His eyes were already opened, though. He was confident he would be able to master a rudimentary form of this method sooner rather than later. Another feat that the Messenger of Silence demonstrated was the ability to rewrite reality to a much more extensive degree than directly applying willpower. For when the Messenger of Silence applied his mirage ability onto the Dark Zephyr, Saint Tusa became directly exposed to the more powerful Saint's willpower, and also his technique. Saint Dostoevsky did not hide the mechanics of the technique behind his mirage ability. He deliberately exposed it to Tusa as a gift. Not that it would have hurt him all that much if his enemies knew how it worked. Only he was able to perform this particular technique. Knowing how it worked helped little because it could only be overcome by defeating his willpower, which was a tall order. There was not much that Tusa could understand or learn from the powerful Saint's mirage ability. It relied on concepts that were entirely foreign to him. They could even be described as his antithesis. What Tusa found most valuable about getting a good feel for the mirage ability was the more general methods and applications demonstrated by the Messenger of Silence. The Saint managed to strengthen and broaden his ability to form a field of silence by channeling it through a very strong defined image. Tusa almost did not feel as if he was flying away from the orbit of New Cartagena at the moment. If he stopped paying attention with his normal senses and started to listen to his other senses, then he had the illusion that he was walking through the graveyard that he visited during his first meeting with the Messenger of Silence. A shout of absolute silence surrounded him as his passage did nothing to disturb the rest of the honored dead. The Messenger of Silence essentially framed his mirage ability as a solemn visit to a graveyard. He somehow managed to transform his repeated devotion to the dead and his earnest tending of the graves of his fallen Terran comrades into a strong image, one that when infused with enough willpower, became strong enough to substitute real with false. It was as if Saint Dostoevsky literally replaced the reality in and around the Dark Zephyr with the reality depicted in his image. This was not an ability that normal ace pilots could replicate, especially when applied outside of their Saint kingdoms. A technique of this magnitude already crossed into the territory of a god pilot. There was no way that Tusa could replicate the power and splendor of the mirage ability. Even so, Tusa highly valued this silent lesson. He not only learned the direction where he should develop his own unique abilities, but also learned of the importance of building up strong images that could serve as excellent conduits of his willpower. He recalled Vey's mentioning something about artistic conceptions in the past. This must be what he meant. Tusa wanted to experiment with it right away. He believed that if he worked together with his companion spirit Blackwing, he could obscure his Dark Zephyr even further. He refrained from doing so, however. His living mech was currently covered by the Messenger of Silence's strong mirage ability. His willpower could not coexist in the same space as that of another saint. Reasserting his own Saint Kingdom meant displacing the current effect. That was not conducive to his goals. The mirage ability was too useful, especially for an ace pilot like Saint Tusa who enjoyed being subtle at times. When paired with the effects of soulless gas as well as limiting the energy consumption of his machine, the combination with the mirage ability resulted in an ace mech that both human and alien forces magically dismissed as a damaged piece of cannon fodder that strayed from his unit or whatever. The native aliens could easily shoot down the errant mech, but it posed very little threat on its own. They all had more higher priority targets to deal with, so none of them spared any attention to the very subtle ace mech. What amazed Tusa even more was that even automated systems dismissed the threat posed by the Dark Zephyr. He would have thought that his ace mech would have tripped a few hundred alarms and attracted the automated fire of numerous warship gun batteries by now. Yet the alien programming seemed to get fooled as well, which emphasized the techniques utilized by the Messenger of Silence even more. The peak ace pilot imposed a change in reality that reached the conceptual level. The changes weren't illusionary at all. Reality had truly changed, if only for as long as the powerful saint's willpower remained active. Time passed by. More and more humans and aliens got killed. The leading figures of both sides made no moves, though. Neither the Whispering Winter nor the pair of Greater Phase Lords took action in person. Part of that was to allow their general troops to do their jobs and consume their opponents as much as possible. Another part of it was that the side that moved the first in a high-level confrontation usually suffered a penalty. Unless the battle had reached a late phase or unless one of the sides could not stave off defeat by itself, then that was the time for the big boys to get into play. This was why sending the Dark Zephyr ahead so early was such a brilliant move. If Saint Tusa and his battle partner could successfully approach the two Greater Phase Lords without getting detected, then that could enable him and the Messenger of Silence to gain the initiative by launching a surprise attack. Normally, making the first move was a bad idea, but this did not apply to successful surprise attacks. The emphasis was on surprise. As the Dark Zephyr slowly circled around and used the increasing interference as well as random pieces of floating debris as cover, the Ace Mech actually managed to get close. It would only take another minute before the Dark Zephyr reached his target position. The only problem was that there was not a single target position per se. In order to guard against a sudden sniping attack from the Whispering Willow, the Diffraction Lord had already employed his signature ability to project multiple mirror images of himself and the Biopod Mother across a large line. There were enough kilometers separating every identical mirror image from each other that the Dark Zephyr had to get close to each individual one in order to allow his sensors to distinguish between truth or false. The Diffraction Lord's power over this illusionary ability was so good that he and his fellow Greater Phase Lord could be anywhere, even at the extreme end of the line of mirror images. What was worse was that he could also swap himself and the Biopod Mother to their illusionary counterparts without generating any obvious activity, thereby causing Tusa to declare a false positive. The best way to prevent that and give the Messenger of Silence a solid target to shoot with his Stella was to get close and activate the Dark Zephyr's new space suppressor to stop or delay any attempt to teleport away. The Larkinson expert pilot's expression went grave. That also meant exposing his Dark Zephyr, which would certainly draw the ire of two very angry and very close Greater Phase Lords. Tusa smirked. Challenge accepted. Even though he was well aware that he was taking on an Arc-style challenge, there was a huge difference between himself and General Arc. He was an ace pilot. A fresh one, but a genuine ace pilot nonetheless. There was also another difference that gave Tusa greater confidence in his next move. The Messenger of Silence was a far better and more reliable form of backup than Patriarch Reginald Cross. Saint Dostoevsky wouldn't have sent the Dark Zephyr forward if he was unable to provide support at such a large distance. This situation was almost ideal for the peak ace pilot. The Whispering Willow remained safely in the rear, and was not at risk. The Dark Zephyr not only acted as its forward scout, but also served as a lightning rod of attraction that was bound to distract the two Greater Phase Lords. Chapter 6318 Tusa. The scout Saint Tusa understood his role well. It was not his job to land the killing blow this time. He was not expected to do any damage in the first place. His only job was to keep his ace mech alive as best as possible while attracting the attention of the Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother. This was not a debut where he needed to play the main protagonist of the show. He was supposed to fulfill his role as a side character and create opportunities for the real hero to save the day. Saint Tusa completely accepted his role. There was a time and place where he could play the hero of his own story, but that day was not today. He had fully accepted that he was the student while Saint Dostoevsky was the master. Soon enough, the master was about to showcase what he was truly capable of. The Mirage ability was just the tip of the iceberg. Tusa grew more and more excited at the prospect of witnessing the power of a peak ace pilot up close. He needed to do this right. He had become more and more careful about controlling the movements of his Dark Zephyr. He was banking hard on the soulless gas treatment to dampen his machine's emissions as much as possible. The properties of soulless gas were so comprehensive that they were even able to fool the intuition of expert pilots. Tusa hoped that it would also help to fool the senses of the two Greater Phase Lords. Together with the Mirage effect, the ace pilot dared to get closer to the unsuspecting alien leaders. The Dark Zephyr lazily followed a trajectory that just so happened to bring the machine close enough to get a closer look at all of the mirror images of the two Greater Phase Lords. Tusa paid close attention to the sensor systems of his machine. He was pretty sure that the Mirage ability could also help to discern true from false now that the Dark Zephyr had come so close to the main targets, but he would rather confirm the results himself. That became more problematic than he expected when he noted that the sensor systems produced the exact same readings of two adjacent mirror images. One of them could be real, or both of them could be false. Whatever the case, the modern and up-to-date passive sensor systems couldn't determine whether there was any difference. The only way to obtain more definite results was to get a lot closer or to turn on the active sensor systems. Neither of these two options were ideal. Getting too close was too egregious a disruption. Turning on active sensor systems would light up his machine and amplify outgoing emissions. Tusa suddenly paused. He had other ways to discern true from false. He silently communicated with his battle partner. He did not dare to whisper his request, as any noise might break the mirage. The Dark Zephyr understood his request and began to act accordingly. A living mech, especially a third-order one, was partially a spiritual life form. The Dark Zephyr possessed extraordinary senses of his own and could detect other spirits. He was also able to detect other life forms, though his life detection ability was nowhere near as strong as that of the Everchanger. Even so, the Dark Zephyr was no slouch, having absorbed the willpower baptism of a genuine ace pilot. That provided the living mech with a qualitative boost that sharpened his senses just enough to make this plan viable. Through the man-machine connection, Tusa patiently borrowed his battle partner's senses and tried to perceive the presence of life. It should be quite easy to detect the lives of two greater phase lords. Their bodies were enormous, which meant they were filled with so much vitality that it was impossible to miss them at this distance. The problem was that every mirror image conveyed life. The mirror image was the product of warped perception, which meant that what people could observe was not necessarily false. It was not until the Dark Zephyr swung by the 8 mirror images in a row that Tusa just knew he managed to find the real deal. His eyebrows rose with excitement as he detected a subtle difference that could not be perceived up close. From the senses of his Dark Zephyr, there was a minute change in alignment in how he perceived the strong life energies of the two greater phase lords. It was like how a straight rod suddenly became crooked if the bottom half was submerged underwater, but the effect was a bit subtler than that. Tusa and his battle partner could have easily missed it if they were not paying so much attention to any fluctuations in the perception of life energies. Tusa did not need to spend any further time on confirmation. Now that his Dark Zephyr had gathered a strong clue, his intuition filled in the rest. This was the right set. His ace mech did not drift close to another mirror image. The machine had come close to their actual bodies. At this time, the pair of greater phase lords had yet to unfold their true bodies to their greatest sizes. This spoke of a lack of alertness that seemed encouraging. The aliens should not have noticed that one of the human ace mechs had quietly entered into their midst. Tusa's job was not yet done. One of the other reasons why the Jurg phase lords managed to stay unharmed so long despite confronting the messenger of silence was because the diffraction lord still had a trick up his sleeve. As soon as the greater phase lord recognized that his real body's position had become exposed, he would definitely displace himself to the coordinates of one of his mirror images. He would do the same for the biopod mother as well. The Larkinson ace pilot took a deep but silent breath. He needed to bring his Dark Zephyr close and activate his space suppressor at full strength to inhibit the diffraction lord's evacuation. There was no way for him and his ace mech to hide anymore. They would have to expose themselves fully to the strongest phase lords in this star system, ones that clashed against the messenger of silence multiple times and came away with light damage. Tusa would be lying if he claimed he was fearless. Yet, his heart sang louder and his mood became more pumped. This was what he wanted to do the most. He wanted to approach a pair of formidable enemies and prove their complete inability to capture or harm him in any way. Tusa felt as if this would test his courage as well as his ideals. He wanted to prove that he could remain free even when his adversaries in the field tried their best to inhibit his movements. Ha 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 ha. Tusa laughed as he broke the spell of silence around him with his willpower. Freedom is most precious when it is hard fought. The mirage ability whisked away as if it never existed. The illusions of graveyards and paying respects to the gravestones faded away, causing the Dark Zephyr to become a bit more noticeable than before. Chip chip, soulless gas impregnation or not, the diffraction lord and the biopod monsters could not possibly miss the fact that one of the powerful human ace mechs had come terrifyingly close to their current positions, all without tripping any alarms. Before the diffraction lord could even think of performing his handy mirror image swap technique, the blazingly fast Dark Zephyr had already reached their midst and activated his space suppressor at full power. Blackwing, pump as much true resonance into it as you can. Tusa had already sent his companion spirit to the relatively small space suppression module. This helped to channel more willpower into the recently developed part, thereby further amplifying its performance beyond its ordinary limits. The effect was pretty good. Fresh ace pilot or not, Tusa and his Dark Zephyr was just powerful enough to stall the Diffraction Lord's effort to teleport away. It had been close. If the Dark Zephyr was not so damn fast, the Greater Phase Lord would have already disappeared. You dry mammal, what have you done? Tusa did not listen to the translated speech of the angry Jurg Phase Lord at all. He was doing his best to keep his Dark Zephyr close while also evading the quick retaliation of both Phase Lords. The Diffraction Lord swung out dozens of concentrated spatial blades that were reinforced enough to endure the space suppression field. The biopod mother extended hundreds of needle-like nozzles from her body and fired small plasma bolts that saturated the immediate space around the Greater Phase Lord. Tusa had to work extremely hard and push the Dark Zephyr's speed and maneuverability to their limits in order to evade every single attack. The spatial blades were relatively easy to evade, but the small plasma bolts were much harder to dodge since so many of them had fired in the Ace Mech's direction. The Dark Zephyr only managed to gain a small reprieve by putting the Diffraction Lord's bulky body in the way. This was not ideal as the biopod mother was no longer as affected by the space suppression field anymore. The alien took advantage of that by distancing herself from the Dark Zephyr while at the same time unfolding her true body. The Diffraction Lord was able to overcome the space suppression field to unfold his true body as well, but the rate of progress was slower. This left the latter in an awkward situation, as he needed to unfold his true body in order to unleash his full might. Just as the Diffraction Lord attempted to pull the Dark Zephyr into an illusionary cage that should keep the Ace Mech busy, the Greater Phase Lord suddenly felt as if his body had become frozen. There was no sound in space, but at this point, the Jurg Phase Lord felt as if sound had become completely forbidden inside and outside his body. A sense of deep paralysis began to affect the exterior of his half-unfolded body. The effect had trouble reaching into the vast center of the Phase Lord's form, but the current effect was already alarming enough. The Greater Phase Lord's thinking slowed. His body became less responsive. A sudden burst of pain originated from the front of his shell, but why did he feel this way? The Diffraction Lord belatedly realized that the Whispering Willow had already taken advantage of an opening and fired a shot from his stela. Silence. The passage of the custom-developed Gauss round was completely silent and virtually undetectable. It projected a very strong resonance-empowered energy field that spread a sense of silence and paralysis that strangely brought peace, yet that was exactly the opposite of what the Diffraction Lord needed. Under the messenger of silence's domineering influence, the Diffraction Lord suffered error after error. The passage of the enemy projectile was undetectable. The pain generated by the penetrating round did not register until it was too late. The enforced calmness and paralysis was making him far too complacent despite getting struck by a life-threatening attack. For whatever reason, the Diffraction Lord suddenly had an illusion that he was back in his infant days where he was at the mercy of any larger predator. He should have felt much more alarmed about this, but the aforementioned effects kept him pinned and complacent even as the round punched through the Phase Lord's hard shell and proceeded to penetrate through multiple precious phase water organs. The Greater Phase Lord wanted to scream his rage and suffering, but the unnatural silence enforced onto the alien leader prevented him from making himself heard. Quote. Eventually, the powerful round fired by the Whispering Willow managed to penetrate through an unknown number of vital phase water organs before colliding against the shell at the opposite side before halting. The damage was bad. The Diffraction Lord already looked as if he had become partially crippled. Even if the Greater Phase Lord still retained access to his abilities, they were not as strong as before. This was excellent news to the messenger of silence as a weakened prey presented much more openings to his hungry stela. The Whispering Willow minutely adjusted the aim of its formidable marksman rifle and proceeded to fire another scary projectile. Suffer. By the time the Diffraction Lord got struck by the second round, he suddenly went from paralysis and muted sensations to an overload of suffering. The screams are too much. Ghosts haunted the Greater Phase Lord's unprepared psyche. Chapter 6319 Free Flight. All of the waiting, preparation and setup had given way to action. From the moment the Dark Zephyr detected and confirmed the coordinates of the actual Greater Phase Lords, the Ace Light Skirmisher along with the much more powerful Ace Marksman Mech stationed in the rear exploded into action and managed to land the first true blow against the Diffraction Lord. Among the Jurg Phase Lords, the Diffraction Lord had long built up a reputation for being nearly impossible to injure. As his translated title suggested, he excelled at making himself appear elsewhere than his true location. Many enemies who attempted to attack him from a distance or tried to approach him for a brawl found themselves frustrated as they never managed to touch the real Phase Lord. This was quite peculiar as most Zerg Phase Lords tended to develop their bodies a bit more than their spatial abilities. Each of them tended to develop increasingly stronger, tougher and more massive transphasic exoskeletons as they grew in size. This lent them a powerful organic defensive barrier that enabled them to endure more attacks than usual. However, the Diffraction Lord did not spend as much effort developing his physical gifts, opting to acquire a large amount of phase water organs that strengthened and amplified his spatial manipulation abilities. Much of his phase water organs also amplified and synergized with his primary specialization, which was crafting large-scale, remote illusions that affected both armies and powerful individuals alike. Combined with a small collection of strong spatial attack abilities, the Diffraction Lord clearly preferred to act like a wizard that liked to torment his opponents with illusions from a comfortable distance. This came with a big disadvantage. He was not comfortable with fighting at close range. His racial endowments might allow him to take a greater beating than normal, but the lack of practice and phase water organs that further enhanced the combat prowess of his true body limited his options. He was not a good brawler, and this showed when the Diffraction Lord continually tried and failed to swat the circling ace light skirmisher buzzing around his unfolding true body. That did not make Tusa complacent though. He focused fully on evasion and made sure to put his ace mech out of line of sight from the threatening biopod mother at all times. Tusa had no thoughts about launching any attacks. He very much doubted that the Dark Zephyr's small knives, underdeveloped banish resonating ability and a very risky ultimate ability could inflict a killing or crippling blow against the Diffraction Lord. At this time, the Greater Phase Lord had unfolded his true body to the fullest, turning him from a giant crustacean into a behemoth that was larger than most cities. When a creature had reached such a stupendous size, most mechs simply lost the ability to inflict any significant damage to such a monstrosity. The Dark Zephyr suffered from this problem right now. It was not the fault of the living ace mech. The Erleman integrated into his mech frame was especially designed to cope with exaggeratingly large phase lords and phase whales one day. The problem was Tusa. His resonance strength was still too weak, and his lack of practice with Erleman left him unable to bite even a small chunk from the Diffraction Lord's transphasic shell. The story would have been different if Saint Tusa had become a senior ace pilot and had a lot more practice under his belt, but for now, his offensive contributions remained virtually zero. And he was fine with that this time. Ha ha ha, what is the use of flinging all of those spatial attacks when none of them can land on my machine? The Dark Zephyr did what he had always done best, and that was buzzing around like an annoying fly that could not be struck. Even though the Diffraction Lord already figured out that the Dark Zephyr did not pose a direct risk to his life, the resonance-empowered space suppression field generated by this annoying machine was not only weakening all of his spatial abilities, but also prevented him from teleporting away. The Greater Phase Lord could have powered through an emergency displacement if not for the fact that the Dark Zephyr stuck so close to his true body. Saint Tusa understood that the effectiveness of the space suppression module was highly dependent on range, so he courageously kept his machine close to a Greater Phase Lord that might very well inflict a crippling blow if he ever managed to land a heavy blow. Yet that did not happen because Tusa and his battle partner continually succeeded in evading the spatial blades, spatial storms and other spatial attacks. The greatest hindrance that the Dark Zephyr encountered so far were the occasional area attacks and illusionary tricks. The Diffraction Lord tried to squeeze space apart, create tunnels that unexpectedly turned the Dark Zephyr in a different direction and so on. He also created smaller but more focused illusions that occasionally tripped Saint Tusa up and caused him to almost crash into the body of the Greater Phase Lord a few times. Even that was not enough to stop Tusa from fulfilling his most important responsibility. His Saint Kingdom was working hard to resist all of these spatial effects. Blackwing was working harder than ever to amplify the output of the space suppressor as much as possible. Combined with the Dark Zephyr's much higher phase water content, the Ace Mech was just able to crush or mitigate the effects of most of these harmful effects. The balance between risk and danger was so precarious that Saint Tusa felt more excited and alive than he had since his breakthrough. This was what a real ace pilot should do. His previous battles no longer impressed him in the slightest as he was unable to unleash his true power as an ace pilot. Being able to pilot a much more powerful first-class ace mech also pumped him up as he felt far more powerful and capable than just a few months prior. Tusa could practically feel his resonance strength growing by the second. The closer his Dark Zephyr managed to evade a nasty spatial blade, the more he felt as if he was proving his commitment to unrestricted freedom. As his ace mech continued to dance around the Diffraction Lord's flailing, the ace pilot already started to imitate his mentor by letting his imagination go wild. Saint Tusa was already applying the lessons he learned from his mentor. He visualized that he and his battle partner had turned into a flitty bird that playfully danced around a lumbering giant that continually tried and failed to swat the winged pest away. There was little hostile intent behind the bird's actions. The animal merely felt playful and delighted in the freedom of movement imparted by his wings, and only intended to fly around his enemies as opposed to landing any attacks. This purity of intent was important. Tusa instinctively felt he would fail if he tried to bite off more than he could chew. As Tusa began to feed this image with his willpower, he vaguely felt as if it became more substantial. He melded his willpower, his highly attuned combat intuition, his technical maneuvering skills, his faint feel for phase water, Trisk's helpful glow, his sentiments about the freedom imparted by flight, and fused them all together in a more focused ability that precisely matched his conditions. It was remarkably easy for him to construct his first proper, artistic conception. It was as if Tusa always had the ability to create it, yet somehow neglected it and postponed it far too many times. Even if he hadn't attempted to imitate his mentor's methodology, he probably would have created a similar ability eventually, but it would have been a lot slower and less precise. As Tusa delighted in the creation of a new ability that perfectly harmonized with his Saint Kingdom, his Dark Zephyr began to glow brighter as if the ace mech had received a blessing. A name came unbidden in his mind and automatically escaped from his throat as if it demanded to be announced. Free flight. The declaration solidified the new effects on the Dark Zephyr and caused him to become even more elusive and untouchable than before. By this time, the Diffraction Lord was not alone anymore. The biopod mother that initially chose to back off had launched her signature biopods from the open cavities of her malleable shell. These biological monstrosities acted like organic strike craft and tried to converge upon the Dark Zephyr like a swarm. The biopods were not too strong, but they still posed a threat to the Dark Zephyr, especially if they were able to gang up on the ace mech. Many biopods also integrated various ranged cannons that fired a mixture of laser beams, bone projectiles and fleshy spores that tried to gnaw at anything they struck. With thousands of biopods spreading out to envelop the Dark Zephyr, it became much harder for the ace mech to evade the multitude of attacks. Yet now that Saint Tusa applied his newly developed free flight ability, his Dark Zephyr almost always managed to maneuver in the exact right position to evade the most attacks and incur the least amount of damage. Tusa did not even have to think over every single move anymore like he did before. Instead of using his evolved mind and the Dark Zephyr's formidable first-class processors to calculate trajectories and evasion routes, he simply put his faith into the image of the free-flying bird that he created for himself. This image was no longer a figment of his imagination anymore. It had turned into an artistic conception or whatever it was called, and gained definition and power on its own as a consequence. Though the messenger of silence's artistic conceptions were so powerful and substantial that they could already substitute a significant chunk of reality, Saint Tusa's first attempt was only enough to subtly affect the reality at the center of his Saint Kingdom. This was a portion of space that was entirely occupied by his ace mech and little else. Yet that was enough for Tusa's purposes. The junior ace pilot did not seek to impose his willpower on enemies such as the Diffraction Lord. He only sought to improve himself and his battle partner, and the results he managed to attain exceeded his imagination. Ha 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 ha, you can't touch me anymore. As Tusa delighted in his freedom, he constantly grew more familiar with his free flight ability. Not only did it automate and optimize the Dark Zephyr's evasion capabilities very close to their maximum theoretical limitations, it also overcame them during a few rare occasions. Though it only happened sparingly when the Diffraction Lord or the Biopod Mother was just about to strike the Dark Zephyr with a more substantial attack or debilitation, his ace mech seemingly phased through the harm as if he was elsewhere. Tusa's eyes glowed brighter when he noticed these occurrences. It reminded him a lot of his Leap of True Freedom ability, but this time the phasing effect was subtler, shorter and much less consuming. While it was a waste for the Dark Zephyr to phase through weak attacks, it could be a lifesaver if the Dark Zephyr was about to get struck by a more threatening blow. Of course, Tusa was not sure about how often and how reliable he could produce this phasing effect. He did not think he could pull it off continuously, as that would contradict the image of a free and warless bird in flight. As the ace pilot continued to keep his Dark Zephyr free from harm while continuing to refine his newly developed ability, his mentor had taken full advantage of all of the openings and managed to land numerous powerful and debilitating shots at the Diffraction Lord. By now, his hard shell got punctured numerous times as their incredibly thickness failed to block the rounds launched from afar. Chapter 6320 Debilitating Attacks. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson felt he was in his element. His new free flight ability allowed him to truly exploit the potential of his powerful new ace mech. The Dark Zephyr exulted in the seemingly effortless way he danced around in space and evaded a lot of attacks with a sense of playfulness. The ace mech had yet to launch a single proper attack against the greater phase lords, but uncharacteristically Tusa did not mind that he was doing little else but fly around. The joy of flying free in enemy territory was a pleasure that was indescribable to Tusa. He loved moving fast and he loved frustrating his enemies by evading their attacks. Free flight combined these desires and more and encapsulated them into an image that directed the application of his willpower in a much more comprehensive way. Free flight was all Tusa needed because he only had one job now. That was to keep applying the Dark Zephyr's powerful space suppression field on the Diffraction Lord. The job became a lot easier when Tusa could delegate much of this task to Blackwing. His companion Spirit was able to dedicate much of his concentration on resonating with the space suppression module, allowing Tusa himself to immerse himself with the wonderful sensations produced by the act of flying free. Saint Tusa did not have to do more, because he could completely count on his mentor to deal all of the damage on their behalf. He learned another lesson from this battle. Just because he advanced to the rank of ace pilot did not mean that teamwork had become invalid. He previously fought alongside Saint Marissa Lewandowski and Saint Calisandra Bouget back when he was serving in the expeditionary fleet. While their teamwork was relatively decent, there was not that much synergy between combining two powerful light skirmishers with a spearman mech. This was entirely different. Pairing up the Dark Zephyr with one of the most potent ace marksman mechs produced such a fantastic synergy that Tusa wondered why the Messenger of Silence hadn't paired up with a saint who specialized in light mechs before. Perhaps Saint Dostoevsky did so in the past, but the ace pilots he partnered up with did not do as good of a job. Saint Tusa did not consider himself strong compared to his peers. He mainly managed to perform better than typical fresh ace pilots due to being paired with an excellent mech. The advantages of an ace pilot that specialized in evasion, soulless gas integration and more produced a wonderful combination of advantages that just so happened to make him perfect for this job. Saint Tusa and his Dark Zephyr happened to be exactly what the Brusilov fleet needed to counter the Diffraction Lord's confounding abilities. This made Tusa feel more fulfilled than ever. He had heard many stories about the combat prowess of greater phase lords, and experienced it firsthand to a degree. Even if he excelled at evasion, Saint Tusa was still cognizant that getting attacked by two different greater phase lords was an exceedingly dangerous proposition. There was only so much that his fantastic ace mech could do to bail him out of a sticky situation. There were two reasons why Tusa did not act on his mentor's warning to withdraw if the risks had become too great. First, neither the Diffraction Lord nor the Biopod Mother were good duelists. Their powers and inclinations both turned them into battlefield manipulators that preferred to leave most of the fighting to their minions while they hovered comfortably in the rear. Even if they possessed a few notable self-defense capabilities, it was clear that they rarely had to resort to brawling at closer ranges during their long lifespans. Second and more importantly, the Diffraction Lord had suffered a significant injury from the start, and continued to receive more injuries over time. The first attack was the most critical one as it had caught the Diffraction Lord off guard. He had neglected to put up all of his defenses, and got struck by an extremely penetrating round that not only partially paralyzed him, but also damaged numerous important phase water organs. Before the Diffraction Lord could even begin to respond to this provocation, he had already lost at least 20% of his combat effectiveness. Silence was Saint Dostoevsky's signature ability. Tusa was close enough to the victim to get a good impression of the formidable image that his mentor used to anchor and strengthen this powerful attack. The artistic conception behind the ability that earned the Messenger of Silence his title was surprisingly tame. When Saint Dostoevsky imparted his silence onto his enemies, he channeled his strong and sincere yearning for relief from the ghosts that tormented him for years on end. The man was so deeply afflicted by the ghosts that only he could see and hear that the only way he could shut them all out was to channel his willpower in a way that could silence his mental torment. Suffice to say, the peak ace pilot had a lot of practice in silencing his ghosts, which allowed him to apply the same conditions to others. The silencing effect was supposed to be a mercy, but when applied to enemies like the Diffraction Lord, he found that much of his body and many of his phase water organs became partially or completely paralyzed. This lowered his combat effectiveness even further. He was much less able to focus on swatting down the annoying ace light skirmisher that was circling around his true body, as the messenger of silence regularly fired silence rounds that not only inflicted further harm, but also extended the paralysis effect. Still, it was not that easy to paralyze a greater phase lord. The diffraction lord might have suffered damage, but most of his body remained in good condition. When the powerful Jurgen god actively took more control of his body and tried to repair or limit the damage, he was able to push back the effects of the silence round by relying on the raw strength of his amazing phase water-empowered physique. The messenger of silence had to fire repeated silence rounds into his target in order to prevent the diffraction lord from regaining most of his strength. With every extraordinary Gauss round that pierced through the Jurgen phase lord's shell and inflicted damage to the flesh and organs, the diffraction lord had to do his work all over again. What did not help was that on the occasions that the diffraction lord managed to erase the effects of the silence ability on himself, St. Dostoevsky might alternate his attacks by firing a suffer round instead. This was the complete opposite of his silence round. There was no mercy in this empowered attack. The peak ace pilot infused all of his suffering, pain and torment into the custom-developed Gauss round before launching it from the muzzle of his Stella. Supported by an artistic conception that brought all of the ghosts that tortured the messenger of silence for many years, the suffer round had a much worse effect on the greater phase lord's psyche. The willpower of an enormous phase lord was not as fragile as that of an ordinary Jurg, but much of that strength was derived from his awesome physique and his advanced age. In terms of grit and courage, the diffraction lord could not even come close to any human ace pilot. This effectively meant that the diffraction lord's willpower was mainly strong due to quantitative instead of qualitative reasons. Compared to a peak ace pilot that overcame many life-threatening challenges while also needing to fend off the ghosts that tormented him day and night, the diffraction lord's tolerance towards mental attacks was far too weak. It was only because his body and his mind was so vast that the greater phase lord did not despair to the point of trying to commit suicide. Even so, the constant suffering produced by the messenger of silence's most sadistic attack constantly distracted the greater phase lord and made it harder for him to maintain his focus. The diffraction lord therefore became trapped in a loop of paralysis, suffering and distraction. The messenger of silence did not waste the opportunities created by Saint Tusa and fired his Stella as fast as he was able. Unfortunately, his firing rate was not that high. He was only able to make every shot count by infusing them with as much of his true resonance as possible. That was already enough to crumble the diffraction lord's defenses and damage more of his precious phase water organs. Time was on the side of the human defenders. The longer this went on, more phase water-infused blood spilled out of the Jurgen phase lord's injured body. As the diffraction lord continued to grow weaker, the biopod mother finally chose to intervene. The female phase lord did not close in and utilize her superior physique to absorb the blows meant for her male counterpart. It appeared the two Jurg phase lords were not close enough for the biopod mother to attract the ire of the messenger of silence. Instead, she decided to change the instructions of the tens of thousands of mech-sized biopods that she had flung into the surrounding space. The biopods no longer launched lots of ineffectual ranged attacks at the Dark Zephyr. The machine was too damn fast and maneuverable for most of the attacks to land. Even if they struck the Ace Mech, the Saint Kingdom had sapped much of the power of the attacks while the Azure Energy Shield depleted the rest. The Jurgs needed to inflict more substantial damage, and the biopod mother decided to do so by driving her organic minions forward and induce them to self-destruct in close proximity to their target. Dozens of powerful explosions erupted in space as the biopods that got close enough to the Dark Zephyr triggered their bombs, which were all amplified by phase water imparted by their progenitor. It was quite costly in terms of organic tissue and phase water to induce these biopods to explode. The biopod mother could afford it, though. Not only was her PPS working hard to make up for the loss of phase water, but her biology was much better attuned to convert other forms of mass into organic materials. More and more flesh grew to replace the portions that had been transformed and launched from her shell. This meant that even more hostile biopods proliferated in every direction, with most of them charging straight towards the Dark Zephyr before blowing themselves up in a short blaze of glory. The self-destruction of so many biopods threw Saint Tusa off his rhythm. He found himself forced to evade swarms of self-destructing organic transphasic missiles. Whenever they detonated at a fairly close proximity, Tusa's willpower and other resources were getting consumed at a rapid rate. His Saint Kingdom was not only working overtime to dampen so many incoming attacks, but the Azure energy shield that kept his machine pristine was also starting to grow strained. The Dark Zephyr's defenses were getting tested like nothing else before. Each biopod exploded with the force of a first-class transphasic missile. While the Ace Light Skirmisher was able to evade or outrun the vast majority of them, there was no way to truly avoid getting struck by the blasts if the Ace Light Skirmisher wanted to stick close to the Diffraction Lord. Even the ability to occasionally escape the blast damage failed in this instance, as the biopod mother cleverly relied on a large quantity of smaller self-destructive attacks as opposed to a single big bang. "I need help here, Mentor," Saint Tusa asked without any shame. "If these biopods continue to wear me down like this, my Ace Mech won't be able to stay for long. My Saint Kingdom is too weak to more effectively suppress the power of all of the explosions." The Messenger of Silence's response came not too soon. Winter. A fragmentation round silently slipped close and exploded into many different fragments before it had struck anything solid. As soon as the fragments spread out, hundreds of biopods either died instantly or got injured and subsequently froze into popsicles. Chapter 6321 Space Maze. As soon as the winter round arrived and exploded in the midst of lots of biopods, the fragments spreading out from every direction seemed to bring the onset of winter on this part of the battlefield. It made no sense for space to experience winter, as it was purely a terrestrial phenomenon. The biopods also shouldn't be so susceptible to freezing, considering that their organic constructions were highly resistant towards extreme temperature fluctuations. Yet when coming into contact with the cold and merciless arrival of St. Dostoevsky's winter, the biopods could not resist the freezing effect that sapped all temperature from their organic masses. Every single biopod affected by the winter fragmentation round had frozen solid. There was no way they could shake off the chill, as they had already died from the lack of warmth. This was one of the weaknesses of the biopods. They may have come from fairly powerful greater phase lords, but the mental strength of these individual lifeforms were far too weak to put up a meaningful resistance. The relatively weak physiques of all of these biopods also made them a lot more vulnerable to the physical freezing effect than the nearby greater phase lords. Their relatively resilient phase water-infused bodies allowed them to resist the effect a little better, but the difference in power was so great that the biopods could not escape the fate of getting frozen as long as they were within range. Saint Tusa started to feel a little chillier himself as he was able to perceive the artistic conception that backed up this particular ability. The Messenger of Silence formed this ability from the old and storied heritage of his ancient clan. The Dostoevsky name went back far in human history. In a time where humans were still locked on a single planet, they waged war in all kinds of climates. The distant ancestors of Saint Dostoevsky came from a cold and bitter country that had endured many wars. In a number of those wars, the outcome was decided not through strength of arms or clever strategies. As a descendant of the line of citizens that lived through those harrowing wars, the ace pilot worked hard to turn the power of winter into a part of his arsenal. Instead, the deciding factors that allowed the country to survive and win was subjecting its enemies to the relentless force of winter. Entire armies froze to death. The relentless freeze that chilled the lands and sapped all warmth from the environment was an enemy that could never be defeated, only endured. This was the winter envisioned and empowered by the Messenger of Silence. He went on a tour that allowed him to visit many different planets with prominent Arctic environments. The powerful ace pilot willingly left his warm and cozy cockpit behind and ventured forth into the snow-covered landscape with nothing but warm clothing and essential survival gear. All of those months of trekking through tundras, climbing mountains taller than capital ships with ancient tools devoid of higher technologies, and filling up his stomach by relying on nothing but the exo-beasts hunted through his own efforts, Saint Dostoevsky managed to experience the raw force of winter on over a dozen different planets. The saint did not endure all of these different winters because he was a glutton for punishment. He merely believed it was the only way he could get close to replicating the processes of developing his other signature abilities. He was right. Reading about winter and studying it from the comfort of his climate-controlled cockpit was not comparable to experiencing the freezing chill, the raging blizzards, and the moments of utter stillness during a windless day in person. The fruits of his labor became evident when he fired multiple winter fragmentation rounds that proved to be remarkably effective at clearing out swaths of biopods. "My children," the biopod mother responded with fury to see so many of her biopods getting frozen to death without being able to complete their mission. Personally, Saint Tusa found it strange that the biopod mother cared so much about the lives of her children, when she herself sent them all on a suicide mission. Whatever the case, the deaths of so many biopods provided much-needed breathing space for the Dark Zephyr. The Ace Light Skirmisher managed to slip out of the immediate envelopment of all of the organic threats and gave his defenses a much-needed break. However, the Messenger of Silence had also directed attention away from the Diffraction Lord, giving the Greater Phase Lord just enough time to recover more of his strength. As his enormous physique worked overtime to regenerate his battle damage and knit back his disabled phase water organs, the angry Zerg Phase Lord forcibly activated his strongest and most developed spatial ability and began to bend the fabric of space in such a confusing wrinkle that it was no longer easy to travel in a straight line anymore. Disappear in a maze of twisted space. Even vision became distorted as nothing was straight anymore. The Dark Zephyr immediately found himself losing control over his own trajectory as his Saint Kingdom was not powerful enough to unravel all of the bending and warping of the surrounding space. The Diffraction Lord acted a lot more clever than before. Instead of trying and failing to attack or debilitate the Dark Zephyr directly, the Zerg Phase Lord instead opted to manipulate the surrounding space. While the section of space closest to the Dark Zephyr managed to resist this effect with the help of the Saint Kingdom, much of the immediate space beyond this protective sphere had become inevitably tangled. Prevention was much easier than reversing. Saint Tusa found that his willpower was simply not up to the level where he could unravel one of the trump cards of the Diffraction Lord. The Larkinson Ace pilot quickly grew frustrated when his Ace Mech constantly went off course and looped back to the place where he began. His Saint Kingdom was steadily unraveling the folds and bends in space, but the pace was too slow. By the time his Ace Mech got free, the Diffraction Lord would be long gone. Fortunately, his backup and mentor in the rear solved his problem once again. A single resonance-empowered Gauss round cut straight through the invisible space maze and tore a straight line that led straight out of this trap. The Messenger of Silence even repositioned his Whispering Willow in such a way that his shot went on to hit the Diffraction Lord just as he was on the verge of teleporting away. No, you filthy shell-less heretic. The Dark Zephyr quickly flew out of the safe route created by the Messenger of Silence and quickly closed in on the Diffraction Lord before he could make a getaway. Now that he was being subjected to the full brunt of the Dark Zephyr's space suppressor, the Diffraction Lord became dismayed again. Although his enormous bulk ensured that he was not at risk of dying soon, the constant disruptions and debilitations were taking a toll on the old Greater Phase Lord. Saint Tusa, a boosted transmission cut through the powerful noise and interference. Lieutenant, the battle has shifted. The Greater Phase Lords have called for backup. 5 Lesser Phase Lords had managed to disengage from the front and are making their way back to eliminate you. Each Phase Lord is either a brawler or possesses powers that can limit your maneuverability. You cannot afford to fight against both the Greater Phase Lords as well as a kill team that is especially composed to eliminate the threat posed by your Dark Zephyr. You need to withdraw right away. What, now? The Diffraction Lord is injured and has eaten through much of his reserves. We can finish him off as long as the Messenger of Silence and I continue to harry him for 10 more minutes. You have already done enough. Look beyond and observe the state of the battlefield. Our great champion has managed to inflict repeated blows against the Diffraction Lord while the 2 Greater Phase Lords hardly managed to make you sweat. Do you understand how that affects morale on both sides? Saint Tusa had a tendency to lose a lot of situational awareness when he was in the moment. Now that he began to study the local plot, he noticed that the alien transphasic gunships were perishing at a higher rate than before. The Zerg pilots all saw their senior gods getting beat up by the foul human mechs. Even if the damage of every hit was not too strong, the superstitious crustacean aliens all believed that their gods were getting pummeled and humiliated by their human counterparts. How could the Zerg soldiers possibly maintain the same degree of confidence than before? The Diffraction Lord was not just their chief god, he was also their best supporter and leader. If such a powerful figure repeatedly got struck without having the ability to retaliate, then that had an enormous negative effect on the morale of any allies and subordinates. The humans noticed this shift as well, and instantly pounced on this opportunity to push back the native aliens and completely break their will to take over New Cartagena too. The native alien fleet began to buckle under the pressure exerted by the Messenger of Silence. To their credit, the elite Zerg soldiers did not break and flee as if their lives depended on it. Instead, the aquatic alien soldiers made their way out in an orderly and well-planned fashion. The Zergs were not just pulling back their lesser Phase Lords. The aliens knew that once they took away more Phase Lords, the remaining ones would have a much harder time defeating the remainder. Since the Zergs in charge did not wish to see their compatriots get outnumbered and defeated in detail, they already demonstrated the intention to abort their all-out assault and withdraw in an orderly manner. It was an expensive and unwieldy method of withdrawal, but it was actually the right choice to make if the Zergs wanted to limit the damage as much as possible. The battle is already over. Tusa realized. The Greater Phase Lords lost their nerves first, which showed that they could still experience fear. Coward, Tusa accused. The Greater Phase Lord did not concentrate on those words at all. He did not have any obligation to be brave and fearless like the mech pilots. He felt no shame for ordering an orderly but total withdrawal before his life hung by a thread. The messenger of silence kept pumping more silence and sulfur rounds into the body of the Diffraction Lord, but the Greater Phase Whale simply hunkered down and waited for reinforcements to arrive. The Greater Phase Lord suffered greater and greater damage as a consequence, but none of the rounds managed to inflict more damage than that. The chances that the Peak Ace pilot could kill the Diffraction Lord with a single shot had dropped to almost zero. Saint Tusa knew what this meant. There was little point for him to stick around for much longer when there were a bunch of enemies heading in his Ace Mech's direction. He and the Dark Zephyr took one last look at the distressed Greater Phase Lords and silently chose to disengage and pull back to friendly lines. The timely retreat of the Ace Light Skirmisher finally freed the Diffraction Lord from the annoying space suppressor. The enemy lines were pulling back in every place. The Greater Phase Lords had lost their nerves, but not their sanity. They continued to micromanage and tweak the games so that they could become more attractive. With that thought in mind, the vengeful Terran defenders did not go too far in blasting apart their retreating Zerg foes. The umpteenth Battle of New Cartagena too came to an end. Though Tusa felt upset about not being able to do more to kill off the Diffraction Lord entirely, Lieutenant Daria disagreed. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We have waged many battles in this star system where both sides restrained themselves enough to pull back the testers. Killing the Diffraction Lord outright is a fantasy with your skills. It is already a win in my opinion if we can drive away the Zerg Armada and force them to spend more years repairing their assets. We have bought at least a week of time, allowing us to secure all of the resources on New Cartagena and call in further reinforcements to prepare for the resumption of attacks. Delaying the Zergs had been the main goal all along. Saint Tusa felt gratified for contributing to an outcome that benefited so many different people. It could not surpass the rush he felt whenever he won a duel against a formidable enemy, but beggars shouldn't complain. Chapter 6322 God Kingdom Building Theory. After the latest battle of Cartagena II came to a conclusion, the Terran soldiers reacted with restrained jubilation. They were quite happy with the results of this battle. Though they failed to attain a more significant victory, they were already happy that they managed to beat off a determined alien assault. The fighting also ended at a fairly early stage, thereby sparing them from a lot of grueling fighting. The only Terrans that reacted with slight dissatisfaction were the battle maniacs among the mech pilots who sought to push themselves beyond their limits when the urgency was greater. After the Dark Zephyr spent a few hours shadowing the organized withdrawal of the Zerg Armada in order to make sure the aliens were not trying to pull off a secret ruse, the Ace Light Skirmisher leisurely flew back to the orbit of New Cartagena II. As the Ace Light Skirmisher made his way back to the flagship of the Brusilov fleet, Tusa received plenty of praises from the soldiers still in the field. The pilots of the powerful first-class multipurpose mechs that cost so much money that Tusa could not imagine it a few years ago all expressed their heartfelt gratitude and admiration. Tusa felt both gratified and bewildered. As an ace pilot, he could clearly feel that these Terrans were sincere in their messages. This went beyond politics or national pride. On this day, they had fought side by side as defenders of red humanity, and they managed to inflict a defeat that the Zergs would be feeling for quite a while. Everyone knew that Saint Tusa and his Dark Zephyr played the decisive role in delivering victory this time. The new Ace Light Skirmisher cooperated so well with the Whispering Willow that the latter was able to make much more telling blows than in past battles. Though Tusa did not entirely feel that he deserved so much praise for essentially imitating a very annoying mosquito tormenting a random person, he somehow felt much more fulfilled than he did in his previous battles during the Red War. Tusa was not exactly a man who was good with words. He was unable to completely figure out why he felt a lot better about himself. Perhaps it was just the simple fact that he had piloted a powerful first-class ace mech in battle for the very first time. The difference in performance between the current and previous iteration of the Dark Zephyr was very obvious. Madame Gloriana and Master Benedict Cortez have done good work, Tusa said as he felt sincerely grateful to the two mech designers who successfully converted the Dark Zephyr into a powerful first-class ace mech. It will be hard for them to top this work. The Dark Zephyr was already so brilliantly powerful that Tusa could not imagine how the mech designers could make his living mech any more powerful. Of course, he knew that he was most definitely wrong about this. Technology became better all of the time. It was only a matter of time before Vase or another brilliant mech designer introduced a radical new tech that rewrote the rules and set an entirely new standard in the mech community. After the Dark Zephyr entered a more private hangar bay and set down right next to the Whispering Willow, Saint Tusa shut down his machine and exited the cockpit. He grew a little disappointed that his mentor was not around, but it was unreasonable to expect such a powerful and important figure to wait in the hangar bay for several hours. Fortunately, Tusa met with a familiar face. "You have done well, Saint Tusa." Lieutenant Daria Dostoyevskaya greeted him with respect. "Please follow me to the changing room where you can freshen yourself up and wear a dress uniform. We have organized a victory banquet that will start shortly after you arrive." Tusa raised his eyebrow. It was not unusual for the Larkinsons to organize banquets and parties to celebrate particularly notable victories, but he did not exactly feel that driving away the Jurgs from New Cartagena too merited such an occasion. The Dostoyevskys thought differently, though. "Fine. Will the messenger of silence be around?" "He shall, but he will be seated far away from the rest of the officers invited to the main banquet hall. He can be rather intense. He does not want to spoil the mood of others, but still wishes to convey his satisfaction, so he is seated at a privileged table. You shall join him as well." Tusa had a feeling that this banquet would be much different from the more cozy and relaxed ones organized by the Larkinsons, and he was exactly right. The banquet hall was far more grand and artistic than the other compartments of an already artistic capital ship. From carved marble statues of past heroes and rulers, to preserved banners of old military units, the banquet hall celebrated the glory attained by the Dostoyevsky ancient clan in the past and present. The wooden tables themselves looked older than many colonies in the old galaxy. They had been exquisitely cared for, but faint imperfections and marks of age revealed the immense amount of years they had been used in this capacity. It all seemed impressive to Tusa, especially once the young junior officers entered from the side and started to deliver exquisite dishes by hand. While most of the officers and champions sat on the main floor, the messenger of silence and Saint Tusa sat on a raised balcony that was positioned on the far side of the hall. This caused the space to resemble an opera house of sorts. Saint Tusa was not accustomed to attending formal events. He was born and raised as a slightly notable third-class mech pilot. He may have climbed quickly in the years since, but that left him with very little time on learning how he should behave and comfort himself in a Terran victory banquet. Fortunately, the Terrans did not pay attention to how out of place he was. Saints had risen above petty human standards. Would anyone dare to criticize a powerful champion with a bright future ahead of him? They might become god pilots one day. Aside from the completely silent champion of the Brusilov fleet, the only other person that kept Tusa company was his familiar liaison. She did most of the talking. "Do not mischaracterize the outcome of this battle, Saint Tusa. We have won a major victory today. Killing one of the greater phase lords would have made our gains much greater, but it was never our primary goal. The Jurgs advanced upon New Cartagena to capture the planet and prevent us from mining any more Copenhagen copper." Tusa furrowed his brows. "So that is what it is all about. You just want to delay the aliens long enough to mine every scrap of cop left. By repelling their determined assault and forcing them to withdraw in haste due to a remarkably fast collapse in morale, we have managed to bleed the Jurgs to the extent that they cannot recover and mount another assault for at least 2 weeks. That buys us precious time where we can mine that much more ore containing cop. Perhaps we may even hollow out this planet entirely before the Jurgs have returned, which means we can abandon whatever is left of this broken globe and concentrate our defenses at New Cartagena 7F. From that perspective, the outcome of the battle was indeed heavily in the favor of the Terran defenders. Although Tusa could understand the logic behind this rationale, he still felt dissatisfied in his bones. He shook his head in regret. "We really could have inflicted a more permanent blow on the aliens if I fought a little better. The Jurgs did not know about me and my ace mech, so we were able to catch them by surprise. This was probably our best shot at assassinating the Diffraction Lord and inflicting a permanent blow on enemy morale. Now that both Greater Phase Lords managed to limp back with their lives intact, they will learn their lessons and gather as much intelligence they have on me to guard against my future stealth approaches. The Jurg leaders will not be as complacent as before." The messenger of silence decided to respond through his Saint Kingdom. Saint Tusa sighed. "Maybe you are right, I am being too ambitious by gunning for the life of a greater phase whale when I am still a fresh ace pilot. I just wish that I was strong enough to keep my mech unscathed against the attacks of the Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother. Evasion is my specialty, but I found myself unable to deal with all of their moves. You had to bail me out several times. This gave the Diffraction Lord enough of a break to recover from all of the damage. I guess so. A long campaign consists of more than a single battle. There will be other opportunities next time. I just have to become stronger and develop my skill sets further. Speaking of that, I am grateful to you for teaching me how ace pilots are able to develop such strong techniques. I found it much easier to channel my strength in an image that expresses one of my strong ideals. How many of these images have you created for yourself? That few. I would have expected for a peak ace pilot like yourself to amass a sizable arsenal. I see. So it is quality that matters, not quantity. The relevance in how much you care about stuff is more important than thoughtlessly creating a lot of abilities that ultimately lead to dead ends because you can't grow them any further. Tusa widened his eyes as his mentor wordlessly conveyed a more critical lesson. The theory claims that ace pilots could make a head start to developing their god kingdoms by selectively creating strong artistic conceptions that were related to each other. I did not know that. Thank you for telling me that. Perhaps there are other ways to cross the Great Divide, but doing it like this sounds more reliable than the alternatives. The Messenger of Silence just espoused a possible theory on how ace pilots could one day successfully cross the road of no return and advance to the coveted rank of god pilot. To a veteran Terran ace pilot like Saint Dostoevsky, a god kingdom should be much more complex and multifaceted than a saint kingdom. The former should begin to resemble a kingdom in a more literal sense. It had to consist of several territories, comprising multiple different artistic conceptions that were not only relevant to the pilot, but also carried strong emotional attachments. If successful enough, a peak ace pilot that attempted to transcend to godhood would find that it was much faster and easier to transition their domain fields into fully fledged god kingdoms. This was why the theory shared by the Messenger of Silence was called the God Kingdom Building Theory. By completing their homework in advance, these peak ace pilots did not have to rely on the mech-body merger process to forcefully fill up all of the gaps and hastily convert their weaker domain fields into much more powerful god kingdoms. The assumption here was that the extra energy and effort that ace pilot had to expend on making up for this shortcoming was a critical reason why so many of them ultimately fell short. How common is this theory? Has it been proven to be true? Tusa grew disappointed. There was not enough data to prove that it had any significant effect on the success rate. The biggest problem was that the sample size was too low. Not all god pilots managed to emerge while following this theory. The ace pilot that tried to follow the recommendations of the God Kingdom building theory still died on an overwhelming basis. The ones that somehow succeeded could have easily survived for many other reasons besides this single factor. That did not stop Tusa from embracing it, though. He had no way of knowing whether it was correct, but he was convinced by its logic. The fact that an ace pilot as powerful and admirable as the Messenger of Silence made use of it himself was also a convincing reason to give it a try. Chapter 6323 Confidence over Theory. The God Kingdom building theory first circulated among ace pilots at around the 250th year of the Age of Mechs. It claimed that ace pilots aspiring to tread upon the road of no return could slightly increase the success rate of their ascension processes by doing additional preparation work. One of them was to bridge the gap between their saint kingdoms and their possible god kingdoms as much as possible. It was the difference between doing one's homework over many days as opposed to trying to rush it to completion on the night before the submission deadline. In their desire to produce more god pilots, a bunch of star designers from the Mech Trade Association conducted an extensive study on the differences between peak ace pilots and relatively junior god pilots. By comparing the two groups and contrasting their properties against each other, the star designers were able to discover a lot of interesting data that they had not noticed before. The many differences between saint kingdoms and god kingdoms stood out the most. The domain field was one of the defining characteristics of high-ranking mech pilots. Any improvement in this aspect could potentially result in drastic improvements down the line. The God Kingdom building theory was a typical product from a group of star designers. It presented a clean and logical theory about how ace pilots needed to develop their saint kingdoms. It was a pity that not enough successful breakthroughs occurred to deliver conclusive proof that the theory had a positive effect on the success rate. Although the Messenger of Silence decided to follow the theory, he did so with open eyes. Saint Dostoevsky essentially warned Tusa that it didn't actually matter if the theory was right or wrong. Ace pilots no longer abided by logic anymore. The root of their strength centered around their willpower. The development of this attribute was more important than everything else. If following a theory that they thought made sense and felt good about caused their resonance strength to grow faster and smoother than before, then they were clearly doing something good. The implication here was that it didn't really matter what crazy theories ace pilots decided to pursue. As long as they thought it worked, then that was enough to make it worthwhile. When it came to high-ranking mech pilots, the placebo effect was often stronger than the actual effects. Belief always trumped logic and the laws of physics. There are multiple theories like this that claim to increase our chances of breaking through to God Pilot. Saint Tusa asked, "What are they, if I may ask?" The messenger of silence briefly mentioned a few through his saint kingdom. There was the deification theory that claimed that peak ace pilots could transcend to godhood much easier if they had a large body of worshippers that already regarded them as literal gods in human form. There was the worthy god theory that claimed that peak ace pilots must challenge a god-like entity in a serious fight and either win or survive long enough to prove that they possessed the courage and worth of a god pilot. That was not all. Ace pilots already circulated wackier and more dangerous theories among themselves. The messenger of silence only decided to share them to Saint Tusa to warn him against the madness espoused by gurus who claimed without merit that they knew better. One such crazy idea was a full-blown conspiracy theory called the secret resource theory. It claimed that the kingdom of Mechs, and by extension the Red Kingdom, secretly manipulated the success rate of breakthroughs of individual pilots. The theory's main claim was that it took a very precious and unique resource to produce a successful god pilot. This unique resource could only be found among ace pilots, but the problem was that even ace pilots could only accumulate 1 to 3% of the total amount needed to guarantee a successful ascension. There was almost no way they could successfully break through with such a huge disparity. The success rate was far too low. So how could this fundamental resource scarcity problem be solved? The answer was that the kingdom of Mech secretly robbed unwitting ace pilots of this unique resource and redistributed it to a small selection of approved saints. Once these saints unknowingly gained all of the required resources needed to break through, they were able to transcend to godhood much easier than others. Their success rate might not have reached 100%, but it should have at least risen to 70% or higher. Suffice to say, the MTA and every star designer vehemently denied that there was any truth to the conspiratorial secret resource theory. Nobody had ever managed to provide convincing proof of the existence and relevance of this unique resource. Saint Tusa shook his head as he thought about this nefarious idea. "I don't think the MTA and RA are as bad as this conspiracy theory claims. They have always been good to ace pilots like ourselves." Saint Dostoevsky did not comment on that remark and instead proceeded to share one more dubious theory. Particularly desperate peak ace pilots that had waited too long to attempt their breakthroughs tended to sink their chances of surviving the road to no return. Once they reached this state, there was almost no way they could dig themselves out of their holes. However, a dangerous theory had spread that claimed that there was still hope in the midst of their despair. The so-called Highlander theory was a controversial and dangerous idea. Its central claim was that a peak ace pilot had a high chance of successfully breaking through if they dueled another peer to death. The two must engage in a fair ritualistic competition and fight each other with the intent to kill. Outside interference was absolutely not allowed, as that would taint the sanctity of the duel. As long as the winner beheads the loser, the former would proceed to absorb the energies of the latter, which combined with the fulfillment gained from overcoming a powerful opponent would force an instant breakthrough on the spot. "Why is it called the Highlander theory?" Tusa puzzlingly asked. The messenger of silence wordlessly shrugged. Whatever the case, Tusa personally thought this theory sounded absolutely crazy. Perhaps it was because of the way that his mentor had presented it to him, but the Larkinson ace pilot really could not imagine any saint believing that they had to kill each other in order to break through. Did ace pilots actually believe so much in this Highlander theory that they dueled each other to the death? Did it work? No matter the theory, a successful breakthrough could never be attributed to any single cause or reason. There were so many variables at play that it was impossible to isolate one deciding factor as the decisive reason for a success case. This was why the messenger of silence cautioned Tusa not to overcomplicate this matter. It was best just to pick any theory he liked as long as it was harmless enough. No matter whether it worked or not, at least he was being proactive enough. Action was always better than inaction when it came to high-ranking mech pilots. His mentor encapsulated this thought with a succinct phrase: confidence over theory. Ace pilots were not master mech designers. They did not need to study a lot of textbooks, calculate their solutions to a failure rate of 0.00034%, or construct highly convoluted theories that explained their powers. All they needed was confidence in themselves. Their willpower was rooted in their confidence. The more they believed in themselves, the stronger they became. No god pilot ever emerged from ace pilots that still doubted themselves to the point where they needed to use nebulous theories as crutches. The Messenger of Silence outlined his approach based on the God Kingdom building theory a bit further. Saint Tusa nodded in full agreement with his mentor. Ultimately, he needed to use the blueprint of the God Kingdom building theory as one of the many tools to pave his way to his ultimate destination. Time passed by. The two ace pilots began to partake in a few exotic and expensive dishes made predominantly from processed seafood harvested from the oceans of New Cartagena 7F. The overall goal was to construct the prototype of his possible future God Kingdom by forming and filling up several different territories that comprised a single cohesive system. It was not necessary to build artistic conceptions that were literally framed as capital cities, agricultural provinces, industrial regions, commercial zones, and etc. An ace pilot just had to create a harmonious collection of images that could form the core of a god pilot's most fundamental power base. Saint Dostoevsky's central image was his overwhelming desire for silence and serenity. This was his base. He built all of his other artistic conceptions on top of his fundamental need for stillness. When Tusa learned a bit more about how his mentor visualized his expanding Saint Kingdom, the Larkinson ace pilot tried to imagine how he should build his own underdeveloped domain. It started with a base which corresponded to his greatest desire or ambition. His newly developed free flight ability already occupied this role. All of his other abilities as an ace pilot had to be tethered to his fundamental desire to fly free in order to build up a sensible prototype of his possible God Kingdom. The story was a bit more complicated for him, though. He was different from his mentor because he also possessed a companion spirit. Blackwing's domain was centered around the concept of shadow rather than the concept of freedom. This presented Tusa with an extra set of options that he could use to expand his range of solutions and gain additional specializations that he could not attain through his normal domain. To use the analogy of the God Kingdom building theory, Blackwing's domain could essentially be treated as a distant colony that could provide additional help and resources from an exotic location. Of course, this also meant that Saint Tusa had to do a lot more work in order to gain the most out of Blackwing's domain. He needed to spend additional time figuring out new abilities and strong images that he could relate to that were based on the shadow element. As the banquet gradually transitioned into the drink liberal amounts of alcohol phase, both the Messenger of Silence and Tusa began to drink a traditional warm drink consisting of honey mixed with spices and jam of all ingredients. Saint Dostoevsky had no more lessons to convey to the guest pilot for today. He had already fulfilled his responsibilities by imparting a lot of useful lessons and tips. At this point, Tusa needed to apply the lessons he learned and start with building up his own system. It did not necessarily have to be based on the God Kingdom building theory. Anything was fine so long as he derived additional confidence from his solution. The defeat we inflicted on the Jurgs has stalled their plans to conquer this star system. Lieutenant Daria remarked. That will create a lull in this campaign where you have at least 2 weeks to practice your piloting skills, experiment with your powers and develop new abilities. This should be enough time for you to substantially improve your performance in the next major battle. Tusa responded with a strained smile. That is true. I am certain that I will do better next time. I am still too new to my newly upgraded ace mech. What I am concerned about is that our enemies will also be making use of all of this time to prepare for another bout against my Dark Zephyr. They won't be caught by surprise anymore. They know who I am and what I can do. I will try my best to create more openings for my mentor, but it will be much harder to do so next time. Then you will just have to improve faster than our Jurg adversaries. Chapter 6324 How to Win the Ultimate Race. Now that the Jurgs had been beaten back to the outskirts of the New Cartagena system, Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson enjoyed enough free time to figure out his combat system and build up a proper foundation for himself. He had already broken through months ago, but it seemed that he had been wasting much of his time while he waited for his Dark Zephyr to get upgraded. When Tusa looked back on all of the time he spent fighting alongside the expeditionary fleet, he painfully recognized that he had not been doing his best to speed up his progress and work towards his next breakthrough. he still retained a bit of the mentality of an expert pilot and did not think big enough to act like a proper saint. Just because he remained stuck with an expert mech for a time was not a valid excuse for his lack of progress. There were more ways he could grow stronger than to obsess over his resonance strength. As far as Tusa was concerned, his mentorship with the Messenger of Silence was definitely worth whatever price that the Larkinson clan had paid to the Dostoevsky ancient clan. Saint Calisandra Bouget and Patriarch Reginald Cross were both powerful ace pilots in their own right, but they were clearly strong-headed individuals who committed to their own unique trajectories towards greatness. They were not necessarily following the wrong methods, but what worked for them did not necessarily work for others. In comparison, the Messenger of Silence was a lot more reasonable despite his infamous mental affliction. The Terran Peak ace pilot did not reject outside input and possessed a sober perspective on all of the theories that people came up with to describe all of the extraordinary phenomena surrounding high-ranking mech pilots. Saint Dostoevsky also gave Tusa the freedom to figure out stuff by himself and choose his own way forward. The former did not judge the latter for preferring one solution over another. Every ace pilot was different. Not a single god pilot emerged from saints that tried to copy others. This encouraged Tusa and increased his motivation towards his latest endeavors. In the 2 weeks of relative calm and peace that ensued after the Jurg forces pulled back to lick their wounds, Tusa had been setting up the framework of his future god kingdom. This was more difficult than he thought, because he needed to extrapolate his current state and develop a reasonable impression of what he would be like once he became a god pilot. Tusa had to let his imagination go wild and convince himself that it was plausible for him to be able to fly his entire god mech through one end to another end of a planet without crashing against anything. It was difficult for him to build up a complete vision of himself as a god pilot because he would definitely have mastered more abilities by that time. Technology would also progress by a lot, so his god mech should definitely be equipped with more game-changing tech. Nonetheless, it was not too important for him to build up a complete and detailed image of his desired end state. It was enough to figure out a reasonable direction that called to his heart. After he followed this methodology, Tusa made an important conclusion about himself. My main strength lies in mobility. Movement is everything to me. If I lose the ability to maneuver, I might as well be dead. Sure, it would be nice if my Dark Zephyr also comes with powerful guns, sharp weapons and impenetrate defenses, but I would never want to obtain them at the cost of compromising my mobility. It was impossible for the Dark Zephyr to maintain a high degree of combat effectiveness if his offensive and defensive capabilities were way below standards, but it did not matter to Tusa if they were not that impressive. So long as the Dark Zephyr's attack and defensive capabilities remained serviceable, Saint Tusa remained confident that he could rely on his superior mobility to defeat any opponent. In that context, he could have done a lot better in his first bout against the Greater Phase Lords if he could make his Dark Zephyr move faster and evade more threats. This was also the source of one of his new problems. As much as he liked how easy it became to evade attacks after he activated his free flight ability, the Biopod Mother had already managed to develop an effective counter. Tusa even managed to gain the cooperation of the Brusilov fleet to test his assumption. Thousands of small, disposable drones proceeded to chase after the Dark Zephyr in an effort to explode and inflict at least some damage to the Ace Light skirmisher. If the enemy figured out that the Dark Zephyr had to linger in a limited space in order to apply a space suppression field onto a target, then it was possible to deploy lots of explosive drones and completely surround the place before converging towards the Ace mech. It was pretty easy for the Dark Zephyr to evade the explosive drones if there were no limits on his movement. The living mech was faster than pretty much any mech or machine, so it should never lose in a straightforward race against anything other than fired projectiles. The problem arose when the Dark Zephyr needed to stay within a limited area of space, which was exactly what imperiled the Ace Light skirmisher during the last fight. As long as the quantity of explosive devices was great enough, there was no way for the Dark Zephyr to escape the torrent of blasts. There was no easy way to resolve this problem for Tusa and his battle partner. The Dark Zephyr's limited arsenal was unable to blow them all up. His Saint Kingdom was not strong enough to freeze or weaken the explosive drones either. His defenses were also not good enough to be able to withstand all of these explosions for a long time. Abandoning the requirement to stay in one place was a viable but highly undesirable way to solve this problem, because Tusa envisioned more scenarios in the future where his Dark Zephyr needed to maintain his position. Tusa tried hard to see how he could continue to evade massed attacks under the condition of limited freedom of movement. He failed. No answer came to mind. He couldn't help but feel that this was an impossible problem to solve. In the end, he approached the messenger of silence and asked for advice. The Terran Peak ace pilot was not surprised by Tusa's inability to come up with a good solution. Saint Dostoevsky reassured the guest pilot that this was a completely normal problem among ace pilots. None of them were perfect and it was rare for them to have all of the answers. A solution would come to them in time as long as the necessity was great enough. A combination of frequent experimentation and subjecting himself to the pressure of combat would eventually cause Tusa to gain an epiphany that would culminate in the creation of a powerful new ability that just so happened to solve his greatest shortcoming at the time. The only problem was that it not only took time, but also luck in order to yield a satisfying result. Tusa would also have to make sure he could cope with his enemies and survive without possessing the full toolset he desired. His mentor did not mince his meaning about this struggle. "I get it," Saint Tusa diligently nodded. "No one can teach me how I should fight. Every ace pilot needs to build their own combat system that makes sense to them. Since there is no detailed blueprint, I will have to figure out a lot of stuff through trial and error." The messenger of silence could not teach Tusa the specific abilities he needed to master, but the saint from the Dostoevsky ancient clan could still offer feedback as well as more general guidance on how to make progress. Under the older ace pilot's tutelage, Saint Tusa not only performed specific experiments in the field, but also rewatched all of the archival footage of every battle he fought in the past. It was a good thing that the Larkinson clan pretty much stored all of the footage and logs of all of the battles it had fought since Vase founded it back in the Bright Republic. Tusa felt rather strange as he sat in the cockpit of his Dark Zephyr and watched how his younger and much less skilled version of himself piloted much weaker light skirmishers such as the Blazing Zephyr and the Piranha Prime. "Damn, these battles bring back a lot of memories," he said. "You were much slower and clumsier during these battles. It is amazing to see how far you have grown." The Dark Zephyr also watched the footage. "I just wish I was born back then so that I could accompany you much sooner." Though there were many times where Tusa outright felt embarrassed about how he handled himself a decade or 2 decades ago, watching the footage of his fights was quite an illuminating experience. His memories of how he fought those battles did not match up to the actual reality of what had happened. Comparing his old self to his current self created a strong contrast that made it very obvious what he improved upon the most as well as the least. Though Tusa ultimately failed to gain the epiphany he sought to spontaneously create another powerful ability, he gained a lot of clarity about himself. He knew where he started, how he progressed, and how he needed to improve in the future in order to fulfill his ambition. The journey from a human to a god was a lengthy odyssey. The final hurdle at the very end was an incredibly difficult, final exam, that brutally tested all of the ace pilot's hard work and convictions. As an ace pilot who had progressed to the point where he could essentially go no further unless he applied for this final exam, the messenger of silence gave Tusa a solemn warning about wasting his potential as an ace pilot. Tusa earnestly nodded as he took the lesson to heart. "I understand. Ace pilots can't afford to rest on their laurels and feel satisfied with how far they have come. It takes so much more to become a god pilot that I cannot afford to slack off when I have only reached the midpoint of my evolution. I need to triple or quadruple the work I put into advance to this point and make sure I hit my next bottleneck from a position of strength as opposed to a position of weakness." The dreaded final bottleneck deterred many once confident ace pilots from breaking through right away. They all felt that they would die without any hope of a turnaround if they carelessly took a single step forward. That was the point where many peak ace pilots frantically began to do a lot of remedial work in order to make up for the opportunities they ignored in the past. This was one of the most valuable lessons that the messenger of silence imparted to Saint Tusa. The guest pilot ultimately learned that it was better to start training and improving himself at full throttle right from the beginning rather than push it off for later. By the time his resonance strength reached 1545 lavares, his confidence had probably reached its highest point. If he broke through shortly after reaching this hard limit, then he would initiate the mech body merger process with great confidence and momentum. However, if his foundation was not strong enough to give him a good basis of confidence that he would survive the irreversible metamorphosis, then the subsequent years of delay spent on making up for his inadequacies would cause his momentum to fade, thereby making his eventual breakthrough attempt much more precarious than it should. Of course, the messenger of silence was cautious enough to warn Tusa that not everyone ascribed to this theory. There were also others who believed that every peak ace pilot needed to temper themselves for at least a century in order to strengthen their qualifications to the point they maximized their theoretical success rates. Saint Tusa did not have the patience to wait that long. He loathed the very idea of remaining stuck as a peak ace pilot for an extended period of time. He did not want to become the next mace of retaliation and become known as a civilization-wide disappointment and a negative example to all of his peers. He had his own pride. Speed also defined his willpower. Tusa was willing to concede other competitions, but he absolutely refused to lose any contest where he needed to be the fastest. I am not slow. He felt it would be a massive personal failure on his part if he was not the first Larkinson to break through as a god pilot. He had already won the race to become the first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. He would damn well make sure he won the race after that as well, or else he wouldn't be Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Chapter 6325 Helpful Feedback, HMPH. Interesting. Very interesting. As Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson continued to learn from the Messenger of Silence while serving alongside the Dostoevsky clan, he regularly reported back to his clan. Sometimes, Gloriana answered his calls. Other times, Vase managed to free enough time in his schedule to have a good talk with the first and most experienced ace pilot of the Larkinson clan. They not only went over some of the lessons that Tusa learned, but also studied the battle logs of the Dark Zephyr in order to explore how the Ace Light Skirmisher could be improved in a future update. I appreciate it that you are willing to share the wisdom espoused by the Messenger of Silence. Vase told Tusa over the comm. It is certainly interesting to hear all of the theories that people have come up with to explain how ace pilots should develop. I don't know enough about this kind of stuff to tell you which ones are plausible or not. You should use your own judgment for that. As a mech designer, I am more interested in how your gradual evolution and development should be paired with matching upgrades to your Dark Zephyr. What are your thoughts on this subject? The Larkinson ace pilot looked thoughtful. I don't feel particularly short on anything when it comes to my battle partner. I am still getting used to the huge amount of power that I have gained after piloting the Mark II version for a long time. The jump in performance is just too big. If I am being really honest, I would have liked to obtain a more effective area-clearing weapon, and also have a more effective way to harm or impair a powerful phase lord, but these are old and familiar shortcomings. This is the inherent limitation to sticking to a light skirmisher archetype, Tusa. If you are willing to forego the purity of this template and agree to mount integrated energy weapons or install missile launchers onto the shoulders, I give your machine more effective area denial weapons that are excellent at clearing large amounts of cannon fodder. Does this sound like an interesting solution to you, or do you want your machine to remain classic? I think it is better for me to work with the strengths and limitations of my current configuration of my mech. Tusa reluctantly said, light skirmishers can't do a lot of stuff, but maybe that is for the better. Mobility is everything to me. If too much of the mech is dedicated to other priorities such as launching stronger attacks, it will make my mech slower somehow. I know just enough about mech design to figure that out. I think it is better if I can maintain my speed and maneuverability advantages as much as possible. I can still cope with a weaker arsenal, especially with the knowledge that there are other Larkinson ace pilots that can compensate for my shortcomings. You had a great time working together with a marksman mech specialist, E.H. Vase knowingly smiled. I can't describe how luxurious it feels to not have to worry about my inadequate attack capabilities. I can completely devote myself to doing what I do best, which is being really fast and making myself impossible to hit. The Messenger of Silence has assisted me and complemented me in battle in a way that I have never experienced from anyone else in the Larkinson clan. Venerable Davia Stark could definitely learn a lot of lessons from this saint. The circumstances are entirely different, Tusa. You can't make a fair comparison between the two. The Messenger of Silence clearly prioritized his cooperation with you and took special care of you. His primary objectives are also very clear, which is targeting the greater phase lords that are leading the alien fleets in your warzone. In contrast, Davia Stark is much weaker, and she needs to cover the backs of every friendly high-ranking mech as well as do her part to keep our overall strategic direction intact. Tusa sighed. You're right, I get it. I think my experiences with the Terrans show that it is really important to have a powerful ranged attacker in our mech forces. Now that I have confronted these greater phase lords, I have learned that it has become all the more important to have a way to effectively threaten their lives. If we don't have what it takes to bring them down quickly enough, they will just wade into our lines and collapse our forces by relying on brute force. If you ever want to raise a first-class mech force and play in the big leagues, you cannot afford to lack this capability. We need to have a powerful saint that can deter these giant bastards. Both Larkinsons had one ace pilot in mind. Of the 3 ace pilots to emerge from the Larkinson clan up to this point, Saint Isabel Coden was by far the most destructive and offensive of them all. The purple sun that she managed to conjure during her dramatic breakthrough event proved to be powerful enough to overcome the insane resilience and regeneration of the Emperor Tree and turn its entire core into ash and cinders. Vase looked regretful. We can't count on Saint Isabel yet. She is still stuck in the brain and spine in a jar phase. According to the regular reports that I have received, her recovery process is on schedule, which is both good and bad news. The good news is that our biotech researchers don't anticipate too many complications that could risk her life. The bad news is that it will take a minimum of 4 years or so to develop a fireproof bioengineered post-human body that can fully merge with her surviving organs. This took too much time. With the Red Tide offensive hammering at Red Humanity's defensive lines, the Larkinsons needed Isabel's awesome firepower sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, even if Vase decided to switch up his strategy and rush Saint Isabel's restoration, it would still take several years for her to recover from all of the trauma of burning up her own body and familiarizing herself with a newly regenerated physique. Since that was the case, the Larkinsons might as well take their time and go for quality. The 2 Larkinsons began to shift their attention towards another name, one that had become a lot more prominent than before. Can Casella do it? Tusa questioned. Possibly. Not entirely. Our study of the Saint Commander's improved commandeering ability and newly gained enfeoffment ability shows that she can massively amplify the firepower of a large mech force while also elevating the firepower of dozens of mechs to the standard of a low-tier expert mech. Combined, this can definitely multiply the effective firepower of our mech force to a formidable degree, but the maximum degree of empowerment still remains limited. The temporarily endowed knights and barons, as we call them, can only gain so much true resonance assistance. Their current level of firepower can definitely threaten lesser phase lords, but I am not so sure that remains the same towards greater phase lords. Greater phase lords, just like senior ace pilots, had reached a threshold of power that allowed them to become virtually impervious against massed small arms fire. When their tough phase water-empowered true bodies reached the size of Metropolis or even small moons, then the sheer quantity of attacks of the mechs under the command of the Saint Commander simply came across as shooting lots of needles. Sure, these needles had enough power to wear down the greater phase lord's spatial barrier and induce pain when struck his physical body, but there was no way these tiny attacks could seriously damage a well-protected phase water organ or have any chance of inflicting a crippling injury. Command specialists seemed to be incredibly powerful, but they always had trouble with confronting powerful enemies at the same level or higher. A powerful enough champion could ignore any army arrayed against him and rampage with impunity. The Diffraction Lord and the Biopod Mother both seemed excellently suited to counter a mech army led by Saint Commander Casella. The Diffraction Lord would be able to weave a lot of false images and misdirect a lot of incoming firepower. The Biopod Mother could produce a seemingly endless tide of disposable bio-monsters that could force the mech army into a grueling contest of attrition. The Biopod Mother was so massive that she could definitely spawn a lot more biopods than the amount of mechs that any typical mech force could muster. A well-rounded first-class mech force, no, a mech corps geared towards fighting the most powerful alien fleets, had to be led by multiple different ace pilots. There were many viable ace mech compositions, but at least one of them had to possess the attack power to inflict real harm onto a greater phase lord. Whether that ace mech was primarily melee or ranged focused did not matter too much. The machine had to be able to kill an opponent that possessed body proportions that ranged in the hundreds of kilometers. Vase and Tusa eventually went back to discussing the Dark Zephyr. There was little point in talking about subjects outside of their immediate control. I still need to unlock the remaining potential of the current version of the Dark Zephyr before I have a better idea on what should be improved. Saint Tusa told his cousin, I have barely scratched the surface of what it is capable of. For example, I have begun to experiment with lemon and tried to banish many different objects. I am not satisfied with the scale of stuff I can banish. I need to keep practicing and increase my resonance strength to the point where I can whisk away entire chunks from alien warships. How much time will you need until you can properly weaponize your banish ability against enemy warships? I don't know. Tusa shrugged. I have been trying to create a so-called artistic conception based on this resonating ability that should hopefully speed up my progress, but it is hard to create an image that I am invested in when this is completely new to me. I need to put in a lot more time and practice before I am ready to combine this resonating ability with my domain field. The God Kingdom building theory gave Saint Tusa a clear enough direction and methodology to develop his set of abilities. However, the formulaic approach also demanded a lot of trial and error. There was no substitute for hard work. Take your time, Tusa. Lemon and its effects are new to us as well. We need to gather all of the data related to it and crunch the numbers in order to better attune your Dark Zephyr to its unique properties. I am glad to hear that we don't have to perform an urgent upgrade or correction at this time. Our design department doesn't have the time to revisit the design of the latest iteration of your Ace Mech at the moment. How are the other high-end projects coming along? Saint Tusa eagerly asked. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar won't be joining you on the battlefield soon. The Minerva Mark II project has almost reached the halfway point and still requires a lot more work. The good news is that the Amaranto Mark III project and the Riot Mark III project are much closer to completion. Gloriana and her collaborators have managed to solve many of the difficult problems that stalled them for a while. Once they overcome the most challenging hurdles, they can essentially do the rest of the work on autopilot. It just takes time to flesh out the designs of the two high-tier expert mechs. Whether Venerable Davia Stark and Venerable Rosa Orphan will be able to break through shortly after receiving their powerful new machines is another question, though. So far, neither my grandfather nor my uncle have managed to obtain any luck. That caused Tusa to frown. Once I have completed my tour with the Dostoevsky clan, I'll come back and instruct them in person. I have learned so much more about what makes an ace pilot. Maybe I can set them on the right path. Let's hope so. If they can't break through even after that, then maybe they are never meant to transcend their limitations any further. Chapter 6326 Good and Bad Progress. Much had changed in the months since Vase first presided over a session of the Interim Leadership Council. He revealed his ambitions to become a major player of human civilization and managed to cobble together a coalition of faiths. The Red Two, the Terrans and the Rubarthans had cautiously begun to roll out their newly authorized kinship networks. So far, the feedback had been universally positive. No one who connected to the new networks had regrets about it. In fact, the early adopters had become the most ardent supporters of accelerating the rollout of the kinship networks. It was a pity that the powers that be still stuck to their caution and insisted on a months-long observation period to see whether the people connected to kinship networks would slowly go crazy or become brainwashed over time. Fortunately, the paranoia of all of those big shots eventually had to make way for necessity. The Red Tide offensive may have slowed down a lot, but it was still grinding away at Red Humanity's lines despite all of the exterminations committed by the patrolling God pilots and dreadnoughts. In the months since the start of the Red Tide offensive, the third defensive band eventually succumbed through sheer attrition. No matter how many mechs, starfighters and warships that Red Humanity could muster, the native aliens always managed to bring more. Even if the human defenders managed to put up a valiant fight and attain a hard-fought victory in the field, it did not seem to matter too much on a strategic level. In order for humans to gain the upper hand in the Red Tide offensive, they had to keep winning their battles or at least force their enemies into draws. They could not afford to fail too many times because they lost ground each time they did so. Mounting an attack to retake lost territory was much costlier than defending. This was why each defeat, though rare, set them all back on an incremental basis. In contrast, the native aliens had it much easier. Sure, their winning rates were terrible. They were often unable to overcome the superior grit and tech employed by the defending humans. Yet it was fine. Regardless of the outcome of a battle, each fight exhausted the humans a little more. Their mech pilots and support personnel got killed. Their mechs got damaged on a large scale. Their logistics became overstrained in an effort to replenish all of the machines that got destroyed. The supplies they relied upon to fight at their best eventually became exhausted. Since reinforcements were very limited, all of these fights gradually depleted the combat effectiveness of the defending troops. The attacking aliens only really had to succeed once in order to make all of their prior sacrifices worth it. Their reserves were so much greater than their human adversaries that they could keep banging their heads against a wall until it finally crumbled due to all of the repeated knocks. The Red War was profoundly asymmetrical. Red Humanity still retained their quality advantage, but the native aliens ruthlessly exploited their quantity advantage to the fullest. The Red Cabal and their alien collaborators did not hesitate to throw away the lives of trillions of hapless alien cannon fodder just to get rid of the extragalactic invaders as quickly as possible. The orbits of many planets had turned into huge junk belts. So much debris of fallen warships and phase fighters floated lifelessly in space that the human salvagers simply lacked the numbers to pick up all of the valuable wrecks and break them down into usable materials. While the bounty of materials recycled from all of those broken mechs did much to relieve Red Humanity's resource shortages, its factories were working at full capacity and could not produce war material any faster. Two major bottlenecks constrained Red Humanity's war-making potential to an increasing degree. The first was strained logistics. It took a lot of cargo ships to haul stuff around. Human shipyards were pumping out new hulls as fast as they could manage, but the expansion in transportation capacity simply couldn't keep up with the constantly rising demand. The second was the lack of trained soldiers. Red Humanity still had a large population of civilians, but only a fraction of them were potentates that possessed the aptitude to pilot mechs. Of all potentates, only a minority of them had taken the life of a professional mech pilot. The remaining potentates ultimately did not enter the cockpit due to a variety of reasons. Perhaps they lacked the courage and guts to enter the battlefield and stare death in the eyes. Perhaps their genetic aptitudes measured below the threshold that would open up promising mech piloting careers. Perhaps they were bad or motivated students that failed to graduate from the mech academies. Whatever the case, a lot of states and organizations had become increasingly more desperate to mobilize these initially unqualified potentates. With martial law in effect, these potentates that had previously been living well among the civilians got ripped from their homes and put into high-intensity boot camps. No matter how awful they were at piloting mechs, at least they could still control a mech when it mattered. Many mech manufacturing complexes had begun to fabricate a large amount of cheap but easily to pilot frontline mechs in order to put these pilots to good use. Whether the attempt to convert all of these additional potentates into useful soldiers succeeded or not, it was worth a try to increase the amount of mechs on the battlefield. Still, it took a lot of time to complete these training programs. Red Humanity needed a faster solution to ensure enough troops held the line. The Red Fleet's Starfighter Corps had become increasingly more prominent for this reason. The Fleeters invested a lot of effort into supporting its rise. They not only did whatever they could to partner up with many states to construct massive factories that churned out one strike craft after another, but also started to glamorize the life of a heroic starfighter pilot. Vase found it rather funny to see the Fleeters attempting to imitate the mechers by turning well-performing starfighter pilots into heroes. Their public relations and marketing departments must be working hard to find notable individual starfighter pilots that performed way above average and turn them into war heroes. Though Red Humanity was still too enormous with mechs to take starfighters seriously, the persistent efforts of the Fleeters slowly started to take root. The general public was gradually beginning to appreciate the soldiers who fought in the same battlefields as mechs and alien phase fighters with nothing but flimsy craft that possessed none of the advantages of the others. When so many people volunteered or got conscripted to serve in the Starfighter Corps, it was inevitable that a few outliers would emerge that performed brilliantly and displayed excellent talent. These were probably the sorts of prodigies and geniuses that would have broken through to a higher rank if they could. Unfortunately, starfighter pilots did not possess the capacity to do so. Vase figured that it was theoretically possible to plagiarize the development trajectory of a mech pilot and change stuff around so that it accommodated mechs instead, but it wouldn't nearly as well without the support of a pinnacle work like the Red Kingdom. Without this powerful but invisible automated construct, there was no way for starfighter pilots to be able to break through en masse and collective work towards attaining godhood. This was why Vase started to hear talk about what the Fleeters intended to do in order to solve this problem. Vase personally guessed that the Fleeters were thinking about erecting their own version of the Red Kingdom, but the truth was a lot more pragmatic and controversial. What, are the Fleeters crazy? I am being serious, Vase. Jovi Armelon said, I have heard from reliable sources that the admirals of the RF have started secret talks with the leaders of the RA about opening the Red Kingdom to starfighters and starfighter pilots. Vase looked absolutely gobsmacked at this news. The mere notion of expanding the responsibilities of the mech community's precious Red Kingdom to encompass starfighters and everything related to it sounded like heresy to the highest degree. There was no way for him to interpret this move as anything other than a betrayal of everything a mech designer stood for. Vase struggled to believe that star designers were willing to entertain this notion. Even Jovi struggled to hold in his own reluctance towards this potential development. Is it even possible to expand the Red Kingdom to encompass starfighters and starfighter pilots? Jovi shrugged. It is possible in theory. Whether it will work in practice is another matter. The star designers who administer the Red Kingdom will have to make extensive renovations in order to accommodate this potential development. The Red Kingdom may even become split in half because of this. I do not think that anyone really knows how to make this happen. There is legitimate fear that experimenting too much with the Red Kingdom will cause its existing services to the mech community to degrade, thereby inflicting untold damage to all of our mechs and mech pilots. Damn, they better not mess up our greatest dependents. There is no immediate cause for concern, Vase. The talks have remained just that. Talks. No progress has been made, which shows that the speakers on our side are holding fast. If not for the urgency of the Red War, we wouldn't be entertaining the fleeters in the first place. The polymath's prolonged absence is clearly felt at this time. What does the polymath have to do with this subject? Her knowledge base is vast. If there is anyone among Red humanity that can come up with a viable plan to alter the Red Kingdom to accommodate starfighters, it is the polymath. Jovi answered. Since she still remains out of contact inside the persistent spacetime bubble surrounding Bridgehead 1, we cannot count on her services, which makes everyone much less confident about successfully altering the Red Kingdom. Oh, that kind of makes sense. It is rather weird that so many people put a lot of faith in the polymath. There are plenty of other star designers in the Red Ocean. Yes, but many of them are too specialized and do not particularly possess any brilliant insights in subjects that fall well outside of their areas of expertise. They are also not as fast to learn and master the necessary knowledge to perform the changes as intended. Vase found it kind of funny that the polymath's involuntary separation from the rest of the Red Ocean actually hindered the fleeters from tacking starfighters onto the Red Kingdom. I take it that there is another big reason why the Ra is stalling on this issue. Jovi smirked. Yes, that reason is you, or rather the comprehensive swarm project that you are leading. It is already nearing its highly anticipated completion, which means that it will most definitely become relevant soon. It appears we have succeeded in maintaining the secrecy of Karman mechs despite the progressively greater number of people that are involved in our ambitious project. The Red Admiralty truly has no clue that their hopeful starfighter corps may become Red humanity's discarded toy overnight. With the support of the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction, Vase had managed to make extensive progress in designing all of the versions of mechs that encompass the Swarm project. Prototype testing had already begun despite the fact that Vase and his collaborators had yet to complete the design of several features such as modular weapon systems. Nonetheless, the early tests of the Karman system based on organic ultra-large enhanced cockpits consistently produced good and reliable results. No significant accidents occurred that could call into question whether the Karman system applied in this unusual manner posed a serious short to medium-term health risk. No mecher dared to assume that the Karman system was safe to use over the long term, but most people weren't able to cast their visions that far anymore. The point was that the Swarm project showed such promise at this point that the introduction of Karman mechs to the masses would definitely outshine all of the effort the fleeters put into promoting their starfighters. We Red humans are still mech fanatics at heart, Vase remarked. The age of mechs has not ended long enough for people to stop their unreasonably strong obsession towards mechs. As long as we dangle the promise of piloting mechs without the need to possess the right genetic aptitude in front of their faces, starfighters will probably become yesterday's news. Hence why certain leaders of ours are continuing to stall the talks to prevent starfighters from gaining the support of the Red Kingdom. They all hold the same beliefs as you, Vase. Your Karman mechs will soon change our civilization forever. Chapter 6327 Almost done. Vase did not like the notion of expanding the mech community's precious Red Kingdom to the Starfighter Corps. He did not even know whether it was even possible, but if the big shots of the Red Association went through with this crazy plan, then that would change the meaning of mechs forever. Vase did not necessarily hate starfighters. He did not look down on the brave pilots who had no choice to pilot these strike craft in battle due to their inadequate genetic aptitudes. The inclusion of more and more starfighters on the battlefield massively reduced the burden on mechs and helped them survive longer. Yet, despite all of the contributions made by starfighters and their brave pilots, Vase still did not want them to be regarded as equals to their mech counterparts. Perhaps it did not sound fair, but Vase was ultimately a mech designer. It was in his job description to play favorites. He could not possibly remain impartial and still remain in this business. The message that Jovi tried to convey was very clear. The Swarm project had to be introduced to the public according to schedule. The longer the project was delayed, the closer the Red Admiralty came to getting its wish. In fact, even after the introduction of Karman mechs, an argument could still be made to allow the Red Kingdom to extend its immense influence to starfighters. The Karman system technically only gave Karman pilots a single shot at living their dream. If the Karman mech pilots survived a battle but somehow lost their mechs and more importantly their ultra-large cockpits, then they were soulbound to never pilot another mech for the rest of their lives. This was a devastating setback that could end the promising careers of many Karman mech pilots in the years to come. All of their accumulated piloting skills and combat experience would largely go to waste as they were forced to retire from the field and apply themselves in other areas. While veteran Karman mech pilots would certainly be able to contribute to society outside of the battlefield in plenty of ways, it just wasn't the same. There were lots of people who were already working as mech instructors, military advisors, staff officers and etc. What red humanity was short of were soldiers and warriors who had what it took to confront alien warships head-on with the intent to win. In that sense, the Starfighter Corps could still play a useful role, if a much diminished one. It was the option of last resort for combat-capable personnel. The requirements to pilot a starfighter was almost nothing compared to piloting a classical mech or a Karman mech. Their relative simplicity should allow most mech pilots to quickly figure out how to make decent use of starfighters. There should not be a problem with introducing the finished versions of all of the mechs of the Swarm project at the planned date, correct? Jovi pressed Vase. A delay of any sort will disrupt far too many plans. Much hinges on the successful unveiling of your Karman mechs at the right place in the right time. We have already prepared a grand venue and sent out the invitations. Even if most people are still unaware of what we are about to unleash onto our society, they should already have enough clues to guess that this is a product unveiling that they should not miss. I don't foresee any problems. Vase replied. I mean, we already solved the most difficult technical problems. Your association also handled the logistical challenges involved with mass producing cybernetic mechs on an unprecedented scale. I don't see any reason why we would have to postpone the introduction. Everything is already set in stone. We're just doing a lot of testing, optimization and tweaking work at this point. The work was a little more complicated than that. The Swarm project encompassed 6 mech designs in total, with half of them Karman mechs of different classes. The use of first class, second class and third class tech caused the designs to diverge a lot from each other, which made it a lot harder to keep the general piloting experience as homogeneous and universal as possible. On certain days, the need to keep up with several different versions of the same mech concept almost drove Vase crazy. He was looking forward to concluding this exhaustive project and work on more reasonable mech design projects going forward. The urgency to design and publish a set of Karman mechs would disappear as soon as the Swarm project finally made its well-deserved debut. Jovi still looked a bit suspicious towards Vase. You occasionally have a habit of gaining epiphanies which causes you to revise your original plan and delay your projects in order to accommodate your latest ideas. This may be acceptable at other times, but the Swarm project does not require any further innovation. The Karman system itself is already the crown jewel as far as we are concerned. If you truly want to iterate on the mechs of the Swarm project further, then you can wait until we have published the current version before working on a future update. Hey, relax, I get it. I am aware of the dangers of feature creep. I am still pretty sure that I have exhausted most of my creative ideas at this time. Vase had much to be proud of, even if his input on the designs were less than usual. The subordinate models that should attract all of the attention offered relatively economic solutions for every state. The materials used to make the machines were deliberately chosen to be as common and widely available as possible. The tech was also kept either simple or easy to fabricate in order to reduce the chance of complications and delays. Although these design priorities dragged down the combat performance of the subordinate mechs of the Swarm project, it shouldn't matter too much. Every subordinate mech was shaped like a wasp with modular hardpoints for each limb. Vase envisioned the rise of another thriving market centered around the servicing and upgrades of these revolutionary Karman mech models. Others could easily make use of expensive materials and fancy tech to produce modular upgrades and modifications that surpass the very mediocre performance of the base models. Vase pretty much banked on this phenomenon to spare him the trouble of designing additional Karman mechs to fulfill the needs of customers who did not exactly find what they sought. Of course, Vase had not given up on designing Karman mechs. It was the opposite. He had many ideas he wanted to explore later on, but each of them had to be substantially different from the works he designed in the past. The new Karman mechs had to fulfill roles that the machines of the Swarm project could never fulfill unless they went through excessive upgrades. He could think about that later. For now, his main priority was to wrap up the swarm project. Once he got rid of this huge burden, he could finally breathe easier and make up for lost time by investing more work in the ongoing high-ranking mech design projects. After Vase and Jovi finally moved past the critical subject of the swarm project, they discussed a few other matters. How is the war effort going so far? It is doing better, Jovi reluctantly replied, ever since the 3rd Defensive Band eventually succumbed from all of the persistent assaults. It appears that the Red Cabal can no longer ignore the complaints of the alien masses. Not even the most devout believers in the descendants of the elder gods are willing to throw themselves into the meat grinder to such an enormous extent with very little results in return. Even the aliens can figure out that the price-to-performance ratio of their bloody attacks is far below the standard. Ever since the aliens have begun to siege the 4th defensive wall, the news doesn't broadcast as much fallen star systems per week as they did before. Have the aliens run out of steam already? Oh no, they still have abundant reserves at their disposal. The native aliens are not yet close to depleting their enormous stock of military assets and the personnel needed to crew all of them. The reason why they have lowered their operational tempo is because their soldiers are not accustomed to waging war with such intensity. Cannon fodder does not want to be treated as cannon fodder. By recklessly throwing phase fighters and warships at prepared human defenses, many native aliens end up dying without earning any honor or glory. The sheer callousness in which their gods drive their worshippers to their doom has begun to upset the rank and file. The Red Cabal has little choice but to adjust their strategies in order to topple the remaining 2 defensive bands. That actually sounded plausible. The native aliens may be different from humans in many ways, but they still possess the fundamental drive for life, reproduction and satisfying their greed. So what is their current strategy? Vase asked. The native aliens have ceased to send their warships at our fortified planets in waves in the hopes that our defenses will eventually break. Instead, they have chosen to gather many different fleets in adjacent star systems. By splitting up the fleet elements and placing them in many different locations, they are preventing our god pilots and dreadnoughts from mopping them all up at once. It takes valuable time for our best protectors to hop from star system to star system, so they are getting eliminated at a much lower rate than before. The only time they converge together is when they receive orders to launch a single all-out assault on a human-occupied star system. That was indeed a clever way to cope with the reality of god pilots and dreadnoughts roaming across the front lines slaughtering every alien present in a star system. As much native alien assets as these great protectors had already managed to eliminate, there was always more. By switching their strategies, the attacking aliens indeed managed to decrease their loss rate and have enough forces left over to pull off daring attacks. The 4th defensive band shouldn't fall in the near future, then. Vase concluded. The native aliens still have a quantity advantage, but our side has scientists and stuff, so we should theoretically be growing stronger just due to the time difference alone. Humans did not fight and die in vain. The mech pilots and other soldiers bought valuable time for red humanity to further fortify the front lines. The 4th defensive band had gained real significance. The 5th defensive band had become much stronger and better protected against exotic effects. No matter what clever tricks the native aliens tried to employ, they had little choice but to rely on brute force in order to overcome their various shortcomings. How is the mood among the defenders? Vase asked. Morale is mixed. It depends on who we serve and other variables. Most of the pilots are veterans now, and they may become elites if they survived their ordeals longer. Total defeats are fairly rare. Most battles end up with one side limping back to safe harbor, thereby allowing them to fight another day. That becomes much less possible if the aliens decide to strike all at once with overwhelming numbers. Red humans did not easily back off from their missions. Many mech pilots wanted to preserve the integrity of his machine, nothing more. How probable do you think morale will sink? Not likely, Jovi responded. I have great expectations for you. Your Karman system and everything that comes with it will produce such a massive shock in the mech community that your presentation will jolt it back to life. The mech community as we know it will change forever as we welcome many new Karman mech pilots. The entry of so many relatively fresh and green newcomers will do much to ease people's tensions and remind them what they are fighting to preserve. Chapter 6328 Missing Key Material. So how are our high-end projects coming along? Gloriana looked up and directed an annoyed glance towards her approaching husband. You have eyes. You can see for yourself. I do not need to explain everything about a project that you were supposed to help with. If you cannot keep up at this point, you may as well keep yourself out entirely. Vase entered her lab without any forewarning, thereby disrupting the scheduled time period that she intended to devote to an intensive solitary design session. The projection of the incredibly intricate, half-completed design of the Minerva Mark II unfolded before her gaze. The upgrade project for the Minerva was much more expansive than what she had done for the Dark Zephyr. In the case of the first Larkinson Ace Mech, the Dark Zephyr first got upgraded from his Mark II version to the Mark III version. Tusa broke through immediately after piloting this edition for the first time, which prompted the need to design the Mark III Revision 2 in order to accommodate his strength as an ace pilot. The Minerva skipped this intermediary step. She went straight from a quasi-first-class low to mid-tier expert mech to a true first-class ace mech. Combined with all of the other drastic game-changing upgrades such as Architect and a brand new Ultimate module, the divide between the Minerva Mark I and the Minerva Mark II was incredibly vast. It was not disingenuous to say that the Mark II could very well be regarded as an entirely new mech that just happened to imitate some of the vestiges of the previous version. All of this extra work should have demanded a lot more time and effort in order to complete this ambitious project. However, the reality was that the extra workload was quite modest. Sure, the Minerva Mark II project most definitely presented numerous new challenges that demanded a lot of time in order to resolve, but there were also many familiar elements that Vase and Gloriana already tackled in their last projects. Just as Vase envisioned, the Dark Zephyr Mark III and the Mark III Revision 2 served as trailblazers for an entirely new generation of Larkinson high-end mechs. Gloriana had already solved the massive issues with trying to learn enough Architect to successfully adapt it to her mech designs. Though she personally believed that she needed to master Architect to a much greater extent before trying to transform it into her own, Glorianatech, her current progress was already sufficient enough to serve as an excellent technical base for the high-ranking mechs of the Larkinson clan. This saved a lot of time as the recycling of old solutions from the Dark Zephyr enabled Gloriana to fast-forward a lot of design steps that previously should have taken days, weeks or months to complete. The Minerva Mark II project was therefore progressing at a comfortable rate. There was no chance to complete it in the next month, but it should probably be done within half a year, especially once Vase was able to devote more time to project. I see there is something missing in the design. Vase frowned as he studied the half-completed design a bit more. He noticed a distinct gap in the design that Gloriana deliberately left empty for whatever reason. The hyper-technology applied to this design is unusual. You have minimized the use of hyper-material. Aside from the inclusion of water hypers to increase the performance of the Azure Shield generator and other established combinations, you have declined to impart a heavy attribute slant on this design. Finally, you noticed. Can you deduce what kind of attribute or hyper-material I want to add to the Minerva? What powerful new hyper-material complements a command specialist the best? That put Vase to thought. Unlike pure combat mechs such as the Dark Zephyr and so on, the Minerva was never designed to fight in person all of the time. Her original incarnation could still look like a decent rifleman mech, but her mech frame also accommodated a lot of command and control modules that took the place of more combat-relevant parts. The Minerva Mark II took this shift a step further by devoting even more internal capacity to squeezing in as many powerful first-class command and control systems as possible. This ensured that the first-class ace command mech would be able to penetrate through lots of interference, remain in contact with millions of machines and process a huge amount of data without blowing up the computing systems. The addition of extremely powerful processors was extremely important to a command mech as it would grant Saint Commander Casella the ability to shunt a lot of data-intensive tasks to her mech as opposed to her transcendent but ultimately limited brain. Casella Ingvar was already doing pretty fine with the Minerva Mark I Revision 2. The hastily and modestly upgraded expert mech was not able to channel the new Ace Commander's splendor, but the living mech still did an adequate job of serving as a stopgap solution in the past half-year. Vase eagerly looked forward to granting the Saint Commander a powerful ace command mech that would enable her to truly unleash her power, but a lot of work still had to be done before he could make this vision come true. You are missing a high-end application of hyper-technology that is meant to amplify the performance of the command and control modules. Vase eventually figured out the situation after studying the incomplete design. You are not seeking to enhance the firepower or other direct combat-related parameters of the Minerva Mark II. There is an obvious contrast between this design and what you did with the Amaranto Mark III project. What is interesting is the specific approach you have chosen for this design. His wife looked rather amused by this time. Oh, what is my master plan, Vase? You have discarded the use of regular medium to high-grade hyper materials. This allows you to increase the proportion of high-grade exotics used in the construction of xianxia modules, thereby increasing their performance in one way, but taking it away in another sense. All of this will only produce a net positive change on total performance if you compensate for this design choice by adding in a very powerful hyper material at the conspicuous gap in the center. In fact, you deliberately designed this entire section around this key hyper material. The only question now is what hyper material you have chosen as the centerpiece. It has to be more powerful than usual, and it also has to be related to all of this activity. Red humanity managed to discover and invent a lot of new hyper materials as of late. Most of them were fairly moderate in power, but the development of exciting new hyper alloys opened a range of new options for eager mech designers. Vase did not think in this direction, though. The vast majority of new hyper alloys were overwhelmingly slanted towards amplifying the direct combat power of mechs. They functioned as force multipliers for weapon systems, armor systems, flight systems, and so on. Few research institutions were interested in developing new solutions that did not possess a direct combat application. His mind therefore settled on a powerful mind-attributed hyper material that still remained extremely rare but also highly coveted in human society. It was a very luxurious material that Vase was already familiar with, because both his wife and personal assistant relied on it every day to perform way past the human norm. Mentalist crystal. Vase uttered his increasingly more certain guess. You want to augment all of the C&C systems with one of the few and by far the most powerful mind-attributed hyper materials that Red humanity has discovered. Gloriana finally grinned. Exactly. Casella's greatest weapon is not her marksmanship, which is good but not the best, nor her sword-dueling skills, which are actually quite mediocre compared to her peers. Her greatest weapon is her comprehensive command ability. This not only encompasses her mortal leadership abilities, but also her ability to empower other mechs with her command field. I have looked hard to find a hyper material that can complement and amplify the performance of both areas instead of just one. I have trialed many different alternatives that are more readily available, but none of them are able to satisfy my demands. It was only when I was able to borrow a sample loaned to me by the mech supremacist faction that I discovered that a mentalist crystal is the solution to all of my problems. She changed the projection to show a version of the Minerva Mark II with a whole mentalist crystal slotted in its place of pride. I have experimented with both a whole crystal and a fragment of one. The latter is considerably more common and easier to acquire, but it is not powerful enough to choose over other hyper materials. Only a single, whole mentalist crystal that remains pristine after harvesting it from the brain of a dead mutated beast can fulfill all of the criteria that I have set. From the limited testing that I have conducted with the cooperation of the Saint Commander, I have modeled the approximate increase in performance in a large range of parameters. Here are my estimates. She flicked her finger, activating a projection of research report that was filled with graphs and data tables. Vase skimmed through the report. He quickly comprehended his wife's experimental design and applauded her for coming up with a scheme that enabled her to gather a lot of data under very limited circumstances. Though the accuracy and validity of the data was not too high, the numbers could still be used to paint a broad sketch. Right now, that sketch looked incredibly powerful and ambitious. Vase quickly skipped over how a mentalist crystal could boost the performance of the processors and so on and moved straight over to the more extraordinary characteristics of the Minerva. Wait, are these estimates for real? Do you really think you can amplify the range of Casella's command field by 20% with the help of a mentalist crystal? Yes. This was a massive improvement. As far as Vase knew, Casella's command field was shaped like a three-dimensional sphere, which meant that increasing the radius by a single meter required exponentially greater effort and energy. If Casella's command field was smaller, then the use of a mentalist crystal could potentially double or triple its range instead. A boost of 20% at this point was already a massive gain, as that enabled Casella to keep track of everything in every direction a lot easier than before. The Saint Commander and her Minerva wouldn't be forced to expose themselves to the enemy as much as they could affect the entire battlefield while remaining safely in the rear. Saint Commander Casella would also be able to detect and respond to flanking enemy units that sought to take her by surprise. What about the estimated performance boost to her commandeering and enfeoffment abilities? The estimates I made in relation to these topics are less certain than the others. Nonetheless, I predict that a mentalist crystal will produce a quantitative performance increase to Casella's iconic abilities. Vase looked a little disappointed. He hoped that using a more powerful mind-attributed hyper-material would enable Casella to empower a select group of mechs into counts as opposed to barons. That was a significant power boost, as it meant the difference between the combat power of low-tier expert mechs and the combat power of mid-tier expert mechs. Vase scrolled down to the table that contained the relevant estimates. His wife predicted that the much more likely effect of a mentalist crystal was to enable Commander Casella to spread significant concentrations of her true resonance to a greater quantity of lucky mechs. For example, if Casella was able to infect 35 mechs with the Minerva Mark I Revision 2, then she should be able to info 40 or 45 mechs with the Minerva Mark II. It was not impossible for this figure to rise even further if the design contained additional synergies. This was the difference that a good ace mech could make to Commander Casella. Chapter 6329 Mentalist Crystal Monopoly. The benefits of integrating a mentalist crystal into the Minerva was far greater than integrating it into any other high-ranking mech. While Vase believed that putting a mentalist crystal in the Dark Zephyr would make Saint Tusa sharper and more responsive, it may even help him utilize the Banish resonating ability more effectively, as the precise manipulation of Erleman forced Tusa to be precise and detailed in his power application. However, the benefits were too marginal compared to using other hyper-materials. The Dark Zephyr was a fast-moving mech that Saint Tusa piloted more with his highly developed instincts and intuition as opposed to his mind. The Minerva Mark II was different. Under ideal circumstances, the upcoming Ace Command mech shouldn't even fight her adversaries directly, let alone move from her commanding position from the rear. Vase envisioned her to become the Larkinson clan's ultimate manipulator of the battlefield. The living mech needed to function as a conductor of many other mech units, channeling lots of true resonance to her subordinates so that they may act as her weapon systems. All of this did not require the Minerva to acquire a deadlier rifle, a tougher armor system, or a faster flight system. While Vase and Gloriana made sure to strengthen these aspects anyway in order to guard against emergencies where the Saint Commander had no other choice, these wouldn't be situations where she fought at her best. The strength of an Ace Command mech lay in inspiring and leading a large number of troops to accomplish victories that were otherwise unattainable. Casella Ingvar possessed the potential to lead any mech army and defeat enemy forces that were easily 5 times or even 10 times stronger on paper. While all of that sounded impressive, it was much harder for her to realize this potential in practice. Her Minerva served as both an enabler and a limiter to her power. Depending on how her Ace Command mech was designed and built, the living mech would strengthen some of her capabilities while weakening her other aspects. The goal that Vase and Gloriana had set for the Minerva Mark II project was to strengthen Casella's Ace mech's command capabilities as much as possible. They purposely decided to sacrifice the mech's direct combat capabilities if they had to choose between the two. They were willing to go quite far in trading one for the other, up to the point where the diminishing returns became too strong to make it worthwhile anymore. In any case, Gloriana had chosen to design the Minerva Mark II in a way that would probably make her into one of the best junior Ace Command mechs to exist, but only if she was able to draw mind energy from a whole mentalist crystal. Vase crossed his arms as he thought about this situation. He figured out that his wife already prepared this presentation for him for the purpose of begging him for the key material that could elevate the Minerva Mark II to a whole new level. Gloriana, I do not like that tone, Vase. Oh, come on, you should have a good understanding how difficult it is to obtain a mentalist crystal. Many people have tried to set up their own business around harvesting and selling them for exorbitant prices, but none of them have the ability to hunt down clever mutated beasts that have developed abnormally high intelligences as the trackers of the Hunting Association. They are the only ones who derive their power and knowledge directly from the huntsmen, thereby allowing them to find the needles in a haystack on a consistent basis. So, since the side branches of our clan have failed to harvest a single mentalist crystal, then let us leave that to the professionals. Let us approach the Hunting Association and pay whatever we need to secure a crystal. It's not as simple as you think. Vase exasperatingly said, as long as the Ha maintains its highly coveted monopoly on mentalist crystals, it will take huge concessions for us to trade one for yourself. In fact, I don't exactly have a good relation with the Ha at the moment, so I can't just approach them and propose a deal with the hunters. You are not doing us any favors by requesting a whole crystal instead of a bunch of fragments. Can't you just design the Minerva without this material? I can already guess you designed an alternative version that uses regular hyper materials. Gloriana shot up to her feet. Do not give me your excuses, Vase. I refuse to settle for less when there is a much superior option available. The Minerva Mark II augmented with a mentalist crystal is much closer to a perfect vessel for Casella than any other variation that I can design. I can accept it if we do not have the status and wealth to acquire a whole mentalist crystal, but this is not the case. You are more than a mech designer these days. I have read the news and heard the rumors. You command far more than the Larkinson clan these days. As the hierarch of the Coalition of Faiths and the future leader of the High Council of the Red Collective, obtaining a mentalist crystal should be a trivial task to your high and mighty self. Even if you cannot request one from the Hunting Association due to strained relations or such, you can still approach other friendly organizations for their crystals. Impossible. Vase sputtered. Mentalist crystals are used up almost as soon as they are delivered to their intended recipients. No one keeps them lying around. Do you know how many statesmen, master mech designers and other high and mighty figures are waiting to upgrade their cranial implants with ones empowered by this highly coveted hyper material? I have even heard of cases where they were stolen in transit in shocking heists. By the way, how the hell did you manage to get a mentalist crystal on loan anyway? A master mech designer from the mech supremacist faction acquired one from the Hunting Association. The crystal was already in transit. The escort fleet merely took a short detour in order to let me use it for a battery of experiments. I believe it has now been integrated into a brand new implant suite similar to my own augmentations. I see. You were really lucky that you managed to obtain this opportunity. As this example shows, other parties simply don't hold onto their mentalist crystals. If they place them into their vaults, then a group of expert heisters will find a way to break in and steal the crystals under everyone's noses. These damn crystals are more valuable than phase water these days. They have become one of the most coveted strategic materials in our civilization. In fact, I hear that even the aliens are eager to obtain them for their own purposes. His wife did not seem moved by his counter-arguments. She raised her eyebrows as she continued to stare at him as if he owed her 15 top-of-the-line handbags. You have often complained how your status is rising faster than your ability to protect yourself. This is your chance to rectify this problem to a large extent. We all need the Saint Commander at her best. If she is paired with a Minerva Mark II that is enhanced with a mentalist crystal, there will not be many enemies that can directly threaten us anymore. I thought you would have done everything to increase your protection now that you are on the cusp of becoming the highest leaders of the Red Collective. Look, I would really like a mentalist crystal of our own, but the price is too high. I can't get one from other parties because they always use them up too quickly. Even if they can get one that has remained intact and unused, then we will have to pay an even higher price than if we requested one from the Hunting Association directly. If that is an issue, then why are you so opposed to negotiating with the hunters? It's complicated. Vase sighed. The Hunting Association has become too powerful to bow its head to the Red Collective, but it is not powerful enough to become a rival. It has occupied a very favorable position in high-level politics. It can afford to remain aloof because no one wants to spoil their relations with this powerful organization. That sounds interesting, but what is the issue? The problem is that it is not in the best interest of the collective to let the hunters stray too far from its orbit, as they are technically cultivators. It is best for the RC if the HA accepts our jurisdiction, but there has been a months-long standoff on this issue. Many people simply do not want to piss off the hunters, or else they will lose their only channel of mentalist crystals. It would be extremely embarrassing for me if I have to beg the HA for a mentalist crystal. If I do this, I will weaken the bargaining position of my own super-organization. He needed to think beyond his own perspective and the perspective of the Larkinson clan these days. Now that he had entered the game of high politics, he needed to be a lot more mindful of the repercussions of all of his decisions. His wife finally accepted the gravity of this troublesome situation. She furrowed her brows as she thought about how she could still attain her goal. Will you be able to ask for a mentalist crystal once your Red Collective has solved its ongoing impasse with the Hunting Association? Yes, but do you understand how difficult that is? There is only one real chance of reconciling the two organizations before the start of the highly anticipated founding ceremony of the Red Collective. I will be traveling to the Urnstall Star Node very soon to preside over this event and open the doors of its brand new headquarters. Since so many movers and shakers of human civilization will be attending this historic event as well, I plan to take care of a lot of other important business as well. One of them includes participating in a last-ditch effort to convince the Hunting Association to accept the jurisdiction of the Red Collective. This was a really dubious attempt, but it was the last chance the Red Collective had left to bring what could arguably be described as the most powerful human sect at this time to heel. You are taking care of much more business while you are staying in your install, correct? That's an understatement. Vase chuckled. I hear that there is a good chance that the evolution witch will be present to provide security for the founding ceremony and handle a few matters related to her future role in the Red Collective. I have been asking her office for months for a personal meeting with the God Pilot, and I think I will finally get my chance at your install. I have a couple of important matters to discuss with her. I believe she may have her own reasons to seek me out and talk about important matters. Vase intended to take care of a lot of important matters in the Yurnstall Central Star Node. A great convergence was on the horizon. The culmination of many different plans was about to occur at the same place and time. There was no way this was a coincidence. Everything was interconnected, somehow. What else will you be doing in your install, Vase? Well, I will be paying a personal visit to Starfarer Bay. I have already toured it by remote, but that is different from being physically present. I want to make sure one of our shipyards is working hard to churn out first-class sub-capital ships for our latest fleet according to the specifications that I have set. That shouldn't be all. You have been preparing for a more important and significant event. Do not deny it. I can tell from the way you return from your secretive design sessions aboard the Tarrasque. Are you finally ready to introduce your Carmen Mechs to the dwarf galaxy? Vase assumed a grave expression. I am. It's a bit rushed, but it is not as if I have any choice. This is going to change everything. You and the kids will need to be prepared for a huge reaction towards my upcoming work. You will notice vastly greater security covering you all while I am gone. I see. This was going to happen sooner or later. No one can remain calm when the greater masses finally gain an opportunity to pilot mechs. This is a true paradigm shift. Chapter 6330 Security Risks. Your install had become a focus of Red humanity. During these trying times where the Red Tide offensive managed to topple 3 defensive bands, people had very few good developments to look forward to. The news from the front lines remained bleak as the native aliens continued to leverage their superior numbers and resources to fulfill their goal of eradicating all humans in their dwarf galaxy. The founding ceremony of the Red Collective was meant to revive people's hopes and give them an extra source of optimism. The Red Collective was not just a regulatory organization. It was also meant to become a dominant power, one that was meant to organize up-and-coming cultivators and shape them into effective combatants that could contribute to the Red War in their own unique ways. The founding ceremony was therefore way more than a symbolic occasion. The Red Collective and its many supporters had prepared numerous initiatives meant to give the new super-organization a lot of momentum. From expanding kinship networks to a greater share of the population to setting up RC-sponsored academies to educate the next generation of cultivators for its own purposes, the founding ceremony would give people plenty of reasons to rejoice. The introduction of Carmen Mechs to the public could be considered as one of those events, though the Red Association insisted on claiming jurisdiction over this new category of mechs. It didn't matter. As long as Carmen Mechs dispelled some of the darkness that had overtaken Red humanity, it would still provide a beneficial change. Vase did not want his civilization to collapse. After all. He would let the Mechers have their toys. There was still plenty of other stuff for Vase to look forward to in his capacity as a major leader of the Red Collective. In the previous sessions he presided over, the councilors managed to fully flesh out the hierarchy and organizational structure. The upper council and the lower council decided the overall policies and direction of the RC, but they did not run the super organization directly. That was the job of the executors, the heads of all of the departments of the Red Collective. They were the day-to-day leaders that were responsible for executing the policies accepted by the two councils. Vase readily admitted that he had played a sizable role in empowering the executors. As a mech designer, he was far too busy to take charge of every single issue related to the RC. If people wanted him to become the leader of the upper council so much, then they should at least allow him to do so on a part-time basis. He would never be willing to sacrifice his main occupation for other job opportunities. So long as the right executors got selected and put into their high offices, they would make sure that the Red Collective would run smoothly and according to the will of the councils. This should massively reduce Ves's obligations and allow him to spend more time on his own priorities. While empowering the executors would inevitably weaken the power of the councilors to an extent, Vase still believed it was a worthwhile trade-off. He was more than willing to sacrifice a bit of power to free up a massive portion of his schedule. He didn't even care if this would weaken his overall prestige and leadership position in the Red Collective. He was already fine with wielding a moderate amount of power and influence. Accepting any more would vastly increase his work obligations and keep him mired with irrelevant duties. Vase even managed to set up the council so that people did not even have to attend the sessions in person at the Red Collective's new headquarters. They could continue to attend the meetings by remote provided that they could guarantee reasonably stable and secure communication channels. Vase even argued that this was the superior option to forcing the counselors to move to Xianxia on a permanent basis. The Red Collective is supposed to be different from the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Vase argued during a past session, our collective should maintain much closer ties to the grassroots that form its fundamental base of support. How better to ensure we remain connected to the masses if our counselors continue to live among them? Xianxia is definitely a great place if it has become known as the Sapphire of the Red Ocean, but in my eyes it is just a giant ivory tower. We cannot afford to repeat the mistakes of the Mechers and the Fleeters. He almost couldn't believe this argument actually worked. A lot of counselors bought this excuse and agreed that there shouldn't be any problems with continuing to hold important council sessions in a purely virtual setting. They could even broadcast the virtual council sessions to show the Red Collective's commitment to transparency. A lot of important decisions made by the RA and the RF happened behind closed doors. They had no interest in showing transparency, not necessarily because they were shy or arrogant, but because they probably discussed a lot of topics on confidential matters. The RC would probably do that as well, but Vase at least wanted to broadcast the sessions where the counselors talked about more mundane affairs just to make a statement. Long story short, as long as Vase successfully set everything up, he could look forward to sitting back and let the RC run itself for the most part. Vase only had to attend and preside over the sessions of the upper council every so often in order to set a new strategic direction or modify the current ones. However, there was no way for him to avoid the first gathering of important figures. He needed to be present in Xianxia to show up, claim responsibility and earn much of the credit for bringing an endeavor as massive as the Red Collective to life. Before Vase moved to the Xianxia Central Star Node, he still had to take care of a lot of preparations. The journey from New Constantinople to Xianxia will not take long, but do not underestimate the risks. Jovi Armelon told Vase, "We are confident we have managed to prevent or stifle any potential leaks relating to our Carmen Mechs, but we cannot guarantee that others have learned about what we are busy with. Those whose interests are on track of getting harmed due to the abrupt rise of Carmen Mechs will have many reasons to spoil this launch." That caused Vase to look concerned. "Are you saying that enemies may try to attack our Blue Jay fleet in transit so they can assassinate me in the hopes of strangling Carmen Mechs in the cradle?" "It is a plausible scenario," Jovi said with a concerned expression. "Our intelligence agencies have not detected any signs of a serious assassination attempt against you, but if such a plot is truly in the works, then the journey from New Constantinople to Xianxia is by far the best window of opportunity to take away your life. Our fleet will not be easy to defeat after we have received temporary reinforcements, but it is still easier to attack it in the middle of nowhere than to launch an attack in New Constantinople or Xianxia. It was very difficult for any secret force to arrive on New Constantinople aid in large numbers. The Devas ancient clan did a good job at controlling the inflow of traffic to the busy planet, and always tried to limit the mechs and other destructive hardware that people wanted to bring to the surface. Approaching D&D base where Vase spent most of his time was also a difficult prospect. It was located in a rural part of the planet where any hostile approach easily stood out from the terrain. The Mechers had set up robust defenses and detection systems that were effective enough to sniff out infiltrators. A lot of sneaky bastards got caught due to underestimating how many checks and layers the Mechers employed to prevent anyone from posing a threat to Vase and his family. Vase suddenly had a feeling that he needed to consult Ilvain for any early warnings about a possible assassination attempt. There were many reasons for people to claim his head. There were cosmopolitans who still wanted to reap the bounty offered by the Red Cabal. There were paranoid bastards among the Red too that feared that Vase was working towards reviving the Five Scrolls Compact in the New Frontier. There were supporters of the Starfighter Corps and members of the existing Mech community whose interests would be fundamentally threatened by the rise of Carmen Mechs. There were also members of the Red 2 and numerous other organizations that really did not want to see the rise of the Red Collective. Any one of these groups or more could have designs on Ves's life. It was already bad enough if they worked by themselves to launch a credible assassination attempt. It would be much worse if they somehow discovered each other and collectively prepared an ambush. In any case, Vase needed to stay on his toes during the entire trip to the Central Star Node. Only after he arrived in Xianxia would he be able to relax and remain secure. Sure, Jernstall was an incredibly busy place that attracted a lot of Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans and Rubarthans, but that also merited a very strict security regime. Even if a nefarious party managed to overcome the strict prevention methods and come close to harming Vase, he could still count on Saint Tusa and his Dark Zephyr to squash most challengers. Vase was allowed to bring along the ace pilot of the Larkinson clan as his main security detail. His high position, importance and known enemies practically mandated this arrangement. Even if Saint Tusa and his powerful Dark Zephyr were not up to the task of repelling the enemy assassins, then the evolution which would definitely intervene to avoid everything spiraling out of control. Vase truly assumed that none of his enemies would be able to lay a single hand on him so long as he remained under the protection of a god pilot. He would become vulnerable once more after his Blue Jay fleet transported him back to New Constantinople 8, but by then, it was too late to many of his enemies. I really hope those reinforcements are something, because I have a feeling we will need their protection. Will we gain the protection of additional ace mechs? None. You can only bring your own to Jernstall. Our ace pilots are already spread thin, as you know. Maintaining the 4th defensive band is still a critical endeavor. Vase looked disappointed. There was another Larkinson ace pilot in the form of Saint Commander Casella Ingvar, but he doubted whether it was worthwhile to bring her along. Her Minerva Mark I Revision B was still a quasi-first-class expert mech and lacked the raw power and sophistication to keep up with first-class battles. Vase rubbed his face with his palm. I have nothing against your Blue Jay fleet. I would rather like it if my own organization can take care of security. I will see if I cannot scrounge a coalition fleet together by borrowing from the escort forces of all of those friendly faiths. This could wait for later. Vase continued to listen to Jovi explain his itinerary. Whatever you do, make sure you clean up and present yourself at your best before the critical moment. You need to make a professional sales pitch to achieve the greatest possible impact. Once you have ignited a new war, you may be permitted to retreat and remain out of sight. What if the native aliens actually dare to attack the Jernstall Central Star Node? Then you should do whatever you can to help our forces vanquish against these powerful foes, Vase. Reinforcements are always present. You only need to buy enough time for them to come and step in. I suggest you invest in a better and stronger shield generator. I'm a phase lord. I do not necessarily need such a gadget anymore. I would rather outfit myself with a fitting raiment. You can do that as well. Chapter 6331 Useless Ilvain. As the date of the founding ceremony of the Red Collective crept closer, the highly anticipated event started to pull in everyone remotely involved in it. Vase could not live through one day without spending his time on planning or making decisions related to his upcoming business trip to the Jernstall Central Star Node. The Sapphire of the Red Ocean had always served as the most prominent star system in the New Frontier. It was only overshadowed by Bridgehead 1, but after the latter got trapped in a spacetime bubble, Jernstall had no choice but to step up and serve as the new capital system of Red humanity. Jernstall had become busier than ever. It had already turned into a thriving commercial center due to the fact that it was one of the few neutral locations where Terrans and Rubarthans could tolerate each other's presence. Now, it was shaping up to become a true multicultural center of human civilization. Every major player tried to establish at least a branch office in this extremely congested but also expensive star system. What was important to Vase was that while all of the advanced infrastructure of the Jernstall Central Star Node had been entirely built up by the Red Association and the Red Fleet, the Red Collective was permitted to have a share of ownership of the star system as well. The details were still being negotiated behind the scenes, and Vase did not expect for the RC to get a lot of stuff for free, but it was already enough to gain a solid foothold. Perhaps the RC would be able to expand its influence in Jernstall and other central star nodes in time. It may very well be the case that the collective decided that as a latecomer, it was not the best idea to imitate the development trajectories of its much older rivals. Perhaps it was better to rely on other parties to set up branches in other locations. The price of real estate in many star systems had shot through the roof since the outbreak of the Red War. The new hats that Vase had taken on as of late forced him to expand his staff and create new departments devoted to assisting him in keeping track of all of the political machinations of the Coalition of Faiths and the Red Collective. As Vase tried to juggle a lot of responsibilities at the same time, he became more concerned about the fleet that would escort him to Jernstall and back again. The Blue Jay fleet was not bad, and the additional reinforcements that came in the form of carriers hosting much-needed first-class multi-purpose mechs were all nice, but the lack of high-ranking mechs and mech pilots bothered him a lot. He did not have a solid feeling that trouble was on the horizon, but the circumstances lined up far too well. Too many people had good reasons to get rid of him, so the probability that one of them would strike at the time where he was the most isolated and vulnerable was much greater than usual. His concerns grew so much that he even put down his reluctance towards Ilvain and secretly prayed to the design spirit for an oracle. He felt so ashamed about it that he tried to keep it a secret from everyone. He did not want others to judge him for requesting answers from a prophet of all sources. Unfortunately, Vase did not receive the answers he sought. "What do you mean, a storm is coming?" he asked the hand-carved figurine of Ilvain. "That hardly tells me anything. Is there anything you can actually predict about my life and safety starting from my departure from New Constantinople?" I get it. I know that there are way too many powerful people involved. It would be unreasonable to ask you to extrapolate the movements and actions of lots of master mech designers, star designers and the evolution which to boot.